Sign Chapter 158 to Chapter 222. They're similar to the human race. Su Qin looked at the two demons who were knocked unconscious by him as soon as they came out, and judged in his heart. These two demons were about 2 meters tall, with faint demon scales on their cheeks. As for other places, they were the same as humans. I thought it was some strange shape. Grab. Su Qin nodded slightly, quite satisfied. TSK. If he really wanted to go to the cave world to sign in, he would definitely disguise himself as a demon. If the demons looked very different from humans, Su Qin would have a headache, but now it seems that there was no problem in this regard. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked at the two unconscious demons and said, "Wake up." Wang. The eyes of the two demons moved, and they slowly woke up. Where is this? The two demons opened their eyes and were shocked. They only felt a palm reaching through the sky just now. As for what happened next, they didn't know. Now that they suddenly woke up, they suddenly realized that the situation was not what they imagined. I ask, you answer. Su Qin looked at the two demons and said. As early as the stone tablet outside, Su Qin learned the demon language. After half a day of absorption, although he was not very proficient, there was no problem in communicating with the demons. Yes. Sir. The two demons looked at each other, feeling bitter in their hearts. At this moment, how could they not know their situation? After a while, Su Qin got everything he wanted to know, and raised his hand, and under the desperate eyes of the two demons, he turned them into powder. It turns out that the cave world connected to this demon well corresponds to a place called Demon Cloud City. Su Qin's thoughts slowly rose and fell as he thought silently in his heart. The strength of these two demons is low, not even in the upper realm. They belong to the bottom of the cave world, so they guard a certain seal and don't leave, just thinking that if the seal loosens, they can take the opportunity to enter the human world. And according to them, the city lord of the Demon Cloud City is the strongest person in the vicinity, belonging to the Demon King level existence. And the Demon King is equal to the Venerable Arhat, a martial arts legend? Su Qin's thoughts raced. This was all the information Su Qin got from the two demons. As for other information, such as what was above the Demon King level, what were the big cities outside the Demon Cloud City, and so on, the two demons had no idea at all. But I have at least confirmed one thing. Not to mention how long the cave world has been passed down, this Demon Cloud City alone has experienced more than 10,000 years. According to the Division of Heritage, it is almost no weaker than the Emperor of Tang's palace. Su Qin was shocked. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the underground cave. Su Qin sat down cross-legged. With a thought, the divine sense in his body began to divide. This kind of division was not like strands of divine sense, but Su Qin had almost separated a small part of his divine sense. If it were other Arhat, a martial arts legend, they would not be able to do this. How important was divine sense? Not to mention dividing a small part, even if it was divided into 1/10, it would be enough to make a martial arts legend depressed and their strength greatly reduced. But Su Qin was different. When he was in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin signed in and obtained the Devil Buddha's demonic will division parasitism technique, which could divide his own demonic will to a great extent. The Devil Buddha was suppressed and sealed for 900 years. In extreme despair, he still divided his demonic will every 100 years, broke free from the seal, and bewitched the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. One could imagine the horror of this secret technique. What Su Qin was doing at the moment was not exactly the demonic will division parasitism technique, but a brand new secret technique improved on the basis of this secret technique, which could divide nearly half of his divine sense. This nearly half of his divine sense was completely independent, equivalent to Su Qin's divine sense incarnation, and would not have a time limit like the Devil Buddha. Several hours later, in front of Su Qin, another Su Qin that looked exactly the same appeared. The same aura, the same appearance, the same true essence fluctuations, and the same divine sense circulation. But if someone observed carefully, they would find that the body of the other Su Qin was very illusory, as if it did not have a physical body at all. It's done. I've finally divided it. Su Qin's face turned pale, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Even for him, dividing nearly half of his divine sense was a great loss. If it weren't for the thousands of divine pills in the system space that could restore divine sense, Suqin probably wouldn't have dared to do so. Next, it's very important. Suqin's expression was extremely solemn. With a stroke of his right hand, he directly cut off a piece of flesh from his body. And how terrifying was Suqin's physical body? As soon as this piece of flesh was cut off, the wound began to heal. Countless crystal clear blood flowed, and in a few breaths, it was restored to its original state. Next, Suqin looked at the piece of flesh that he had cut off. Go. Suqin said silently in his heart. Suddenly, this piece of blood slowly flew to the opposite divine sense incarnation. The most critical step. Suqin looked at the piece of flesh. Divine sense. Flesh rebirth. Suqin just had this thought. The piece of flesh in front of the divine sense incarnation began to vibrate, and countless granulation sprouts spread from the edge of the flesh, slowly spreading to the surroundings. The flesh rebirth divine sense was the divine sense Suqin obtained from the white jade square in the imperial palace. It was also Suqin's second divine sense besides the eye of truth. This divine sense can restore the physical body to a great extent, and it can be said to be half immortal. However, Suqin was not sure if this piece of flesh could be reborn into a complete physical body. Because the premise of flesh rebirth to restore the physical body is that the vital parts are not injured. Although Suqin did not suffer any injuries now, he didn't know if he could rebuild a physical body with this piece of flesh. Time passed slowly. This time, Suqin waited far longer than the time for the divine sense incarnation. After more than half a day, a physical body that was exactly the same as him appeared in front of Suqin. And at this moment, the divine sense incarnation next to him got up and slowly merged into this physical body. After a while, this physical body slowly opened its eyes. It's done. Suqin had a very strange feeling at this moment. The two physical bodies have independent divine sense, but they both have the same consciousness and thoughts. It was as if he had an extra pair of eyes. This should be considered an external incarnation grade ability, right? Suqin whispered to himself. In fact, Suqin didn't know at this moment whether this was an incarnation or not, because his control of these two bodies was like his left hand and right hand, without any obscure delay. Even from a certain point of view, Suqin couldn't tell which of these two bodies was the clone and which was the main body. Go. Go to the underground cave world for me to take a look. As soon as Suqin had this thought, the opposite Suqin smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards the Devil's Well not far away. Qi-La the dragon providence at the mouth of the Devil's Well fluctuated slightly, forming an exit as tall as a person. Suqin took a step forward and entered the underground cave world through this exit. Chang'an City. In a majestic underground hall, Suqin sat cross-legged beside the Black Devil's Well. What a pity. Even with my divine sense, I can only create one divine sense incarnation at most. If I create more, it will have irreversible effects. Suqin thought silently. The divine sense incarnation was fundamentally different from an ordinary wisp of divine sense. The wisp of divine sense that Suqin left in his family Su was just a pure wisp of divine sense. With the passage of time, it will be consumed. Even if Suqin dies, all the stray divine sense will quickly dissipate and cease to exist. But the divine sense incarnation was different. Strictly speaking, the divine sense incarnation was already a separate individual. Although both the divine sense incarnation and Suqin's original body shared the same consciousness, even if Suqin died due to some accident, the divine sense incarnation could still continue to exist. In short, the divine sense incarnation was equivalent to Suqin's second life. In fact, even if he didn't find the cave world, Suqin was prepared to create a divine sense incarnation during this period of time. Even if the incarnation encounters a powerful enemy in the cave world, it won't be dangerous for me. If I lose an incarnation, it won't take long for me to cultivate it back. A smile appeared on Suqin's face. This was also the reason why Suqin chose the cave world instead of overseas. If Suqin let the incarnation wander overseas, if he was chased by a powerful enemy, it was very likely that the enemy would be led to this continent. But the cave world. Even if it's an Earth Immortal Realm demon, it's impossible to cross the Devil's Well and pose a threat to Suqin's true body. Therefore, Suqing's situation was always absolutely safe. I wonder what kind of surprise this cave world will give me. Suqing's face was full of expectation. That's right. This Devil's Well has definitely existed for more than 10,000 years. Even the existence of Chang'an City can't compare to it. I should be able to sign in there. Suqing turned his gaze and looked at the Black Devil's Well next to him. The reason why Chang'an City was the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties was because it was convenient to extract the power of draconic providence from all the dynasties to suppress the demonic well. Therefore, the Devil's Well must have appeared before Chang'an City was built. Thinking of this, Suqing walked to the Devil's Well and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the 9 notes of the demonic path. 9 notes of the demonic Tao? Suqing did not look surprised at all. This demon's well was connected to the cave world. Signing in here was most likely related to the cave world. The next moment, Suqing's mind surged with a large amount of insights regarding the 9 notes of the demonic path. Words filled with monstrous demonic energy flashed through his mind. This? Suqing's pupils shrank slightly. Originally, Suqing thought that the 9 notes of the demonic Tao was a pure demonic cultivation technique, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated it. Although the core of the 9 notes of the demonic Tao was still the demonic Tao, the philosophy contained within could be said to encompass all things. With the demonic Tao as the foundation, he analyzed the myriad Taos of the world. This was the 9 notes of the demonic path. The 9 notes of the demonic path was not a divine technique. It didn't have any specific moves, but what it represented was far from what the demonic path could describe. There are thousands of great Taos, but all paths lead to the same destination. After comprehending the 9 notes of the demonic path for a while, Suqing slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. Whether it was god or demon, immortal or demon, when cultivated to the extreme, the only difference was the manifestation of power, but the essence was the same. Suqing didn't expect that the level of the 9 notes of the demonic path would be so high. It had a sense of transcendence. Among the countless techniques I have, I'm afraid that only the Buddha's palm can barely suppress it. Suqing looked amazed. One must know that the Buddha's palm was claimed to be a personal technique of the Buddha, and it had some connection with the legendary Buddha. But what was the origin of the 9 notes of the demonic path? It was actually close to the level of the Buddha's palm. Not bad. I really made a profit this time. Suqing nodded slightly, extremely satisfied. All this time, he had spent most of his free time comprehending the Buddha's palm, and he had long since gotten bored of it. Now that he had the 9 notes of the demonic path, he could change things up. Whether it was the Buddha's palm or the 9 notes of the demonic path, the truth of the great path contained in them was definitely not as simple as the Buddhist path and the demonic path. They stood from the perspective of the Buddhist path and the demonic path, looking at the other great paths of the world. Suqing was also comprehending the great paths of the world when he comprehended them, but the focus was different. There's no rush for now. I've divided nearly half of my divine will just now. I'll recover it first. Suqing's heart moved, and a large number of pills suddenly appeared and were placed in front of him. For other martial arts legends, the consumption of divine will could only be slowly recovered by themselves. As for external pills and the like, pills that could recover divine will were extremely precious. Even if martial arts legends had them, they would carefully store them away and only use them at critical moments. I'll cultivate in seclusion here for the time being. Suqing looked at the pills in front of him and thought silently in his heart. This majestic hall was located 3,000 meters underground. Unless Suqing made a move and penetrated the ground, no matter how big the commotion, it would not affect the outside world. It was simply a perfect place for seclusion. At the same time, underground cave world. Suqing raised his head and looked at the gray sky. This is the cave world? Suqing's divine will slowly spread out, covering a radius of more than 10 miles. What a dense devil chi. Suqing whispered to himself. In the cave world, devil chi was equivalent to the world's essence chi above. No wonder in the cave world, even the devils in the middle realm are at the bottom. Suqin shook his head. In this environment, even a pig can become a martial artist after a long time. The environment was very important. Although there were some peerless geniuses that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years who could continue to break through in extremely harsh environments, they were still very few. Or even none. The vast majority of creatures in the world needed to rely on the environment to continue to grow stronger. Perhaps the environment of the world could not determine the upper limit of the world, but it could definitely determine the lower limit of the world. Since the cave world has such a cultivation environment, why do they still want to spy on the human world? Suqin seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that the environment of the cave world should be very harsh, which led to a large number of devils escaping from here. But now it seemed that this guess was not valid. For example, the people living in the capital of a dynasty like Chang'an City would not want to go to the remote countryside, unless there was something in the countryside that attracted them. It seems that the world I live in has many secrets that I don't know. Suqin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suqin thought for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any place in the human world that was worth spying on. Living beings? Flesh and blood? These things may be greatly desired by low-level demons, but in the eyes of those real demon kings or even above demon kings, they were nothing. Suqin comprehended the 9 notes of the demonic path, so he naturally knew that the so-called demons were also a kind of living beings. Their cultivation method was similar to that of humans, but the situation they displayed was different. And the demonic well that connected the underground demon cave to the human world was obviously the work of some powerful demons. In other words, even the truly powerful demons in the demon cave were also spying on everything in the human world. Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. The most important thing now is to convert true essence into demonic power. Suqin calmed down and looked around. At this moment, Suqin's true essence was still circulating in Arhat's body. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after a long time, he faintly felt the pressure of the world on him. This kind of pressure wasn't the kind of suppression, but some kind of rejection. It was as if the underground demon cave world innately rejected any living beings that didn't cultivate the demonic path. Humph. If it was other venerable Arhat, or even great Arhat or earth immortals, they would have a headache in the face of this kind of oppression and rejection. They might even turn around and leave. Because this is not their home ground. If they stay here for a long time, their strength will be greatly reduced, and if they encounter a demon of the same level, it is very likely that they will completely die. But I'm different. Suqin looked up at the sky, and a huge Buddha statue vaguely appeared in the depths of his eyes. Devil Buddha golden body. Rumble. In an instant, the huge Buddha statue in the depths of Suqin's eyes suddenly changed. The left side was incomparably dark, and demonic energy rose, while the right side was dazzling with golden light, full of Buddha intent. It was the Devil Buddha golden body that Suqin obtained from signing in the forbidden area of the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. The Devil Buddha golden body was the fundamental cultivation technique of the Devil Buddha from 900 years ago in Shaolin Temple, and it allowed one to freely switch between Buddha and demon. Wang. Suqin continued to operate the Devil Buddha golden body. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha in the depths of his eyes slowly turned pitch black, and a terrifying devil aura spread out in all directions. Dozens of li away from Suqin. A group of demons from the demon cloud city suddenly opened their eyes and looked in a certain direction in shock. This aura, could it be that a demon king is coming to our demon cloud city? One of the demons muttered to himself with a look of horror on his face. Demon king. It's at least a high-level devil king. Another relatively old-age demon felt waves of emotion surging in his heart. The city lord of the demon cloud city was a demon king. He ruled over an area of 10,000 miles. Those who followed him would live and those who opposed him would die. His demon might was boundless. But in the eyes of this old-age demon, even the high and mighty city lord was inferior in front of that aura in the distance. One must know that the city lord has been in the demon king realm for hundreds of years. He has already cultivated to the extreme depths of this realm. Except for the legendary high-level demon king, the old-age demon couldn't think of anyone who could suppress the city lord in terms of aura. I'm afraid the demon cloud city will not be peaceful. The old age demon glanced at the other demons and whispered, "This time, we will leave. Don't come back for 100 years. Yes." The rest of the demons looked at each other, barely suppressing the shock in their hearts, and spoke in unison. Mangyuan Empire. On the endless grassland. Ha 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 ha. Aura, I finally grasped that aura. A tall man looked up to the sky and roared, and a terrifying aura shook in all directions. When the people next to him saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground. Congratulations to the Imperial Preceptor for taking the last step. You are invincible in the world. Taking the last step? The Imperial Preceptor turned his head and glanced at them, then shook his head and said, I haven't yet, but now that the three elements have merged into one, I have the aura. I will be able to take that step in a year or a few months. The Imperial Preceptor's tone showed endless joy. Since stepping into the martial Tao, he has been waiting for this day for more than 100 years. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, how could he not be happy? The people next to him looked at each other, and their expressions were also very excited. How many years, a legend has finally walked out of the endless grassland. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor's expression gradually calmed down. He looked at the people and said, Tell the Emperor, in 2 years at the latest, I will personally meet the legend of Chang'an City. If the Mangyuan Empire wants to unify the world and achieve a great cause, they must face the legend of Chang'an City. And this day, the Imperial Preceptor couldn't wait any longer. Although the Imperial Preceptor doesn't know the depth of the legend of Chang'an City, since the other party hasn't left this continent, his strength should be between the first and second heavenly layer. The Imperial Preceptor is confident in his vitality, his cultivation method is good at killing, and he carries the fate of the entire Mangyuan Empire. Even if he can't defeat the legend, there is no problem in retreating. At the same time, the Emperor of Tang's palace, Cunning Palace. Empress Su Yueyun drank a mouthful of ginseng soup, her face slightly pale. During this time, Su Yueyun has been feeling a little uncomfortable, but the imperial doctors in the palace have not been able to find the reason. Su Yueyun can only guess that this winter is too cold. It's another winter day. Su Yueyun looked out of the window. At this moment, snow was faintly falling outside, and said softly, Empress, this is the soup made by the imperial doctors. It is said that it can improve blood circulation and warm up the body. It should make Empress feel better. At this moment, a palace maid carefully walked over and brought a bowl of steaming soup to Su Yueyun. Actually, I'm fine. Su Yueyun shook her head and said, There's no need to trouble the imperial doctors. In fact, Su Yueyun has drunk a lot of this soup during this time, but it has no effect on her body. She still feels uncomfortable. Empress, your health is important. The palace maid couldn't help but say. Although Su Yueyun is the empress, she is very kind to them, so all the palace maids and eunuchs in the Cunning Palace hope that Su Yueyun can get better as soon as possible. Seeing this, Su Yueyun couldn't refuse. Su Yueyun gently picked up the soup and was about to drink it. However, at this moment, Su Yueyun's face suddenly turned as white as paper, and even the hand holding the soup was trembling. Su Yueyun wanted to speak, but she felt as if her throat was being choked, and she couldn't spit out a word. Crack. The bowl of soup Su Yueyun was holding fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, the palace maid's heart thumped, and her face also turned pale. She immediately shouted for help in a panic, Oh no, Empress is sick. The Empress had fallen ill. The news quickly reached the ears of the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing. Immediately, the Emperor of Tang put down everything in his hands and rushed to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Yuner, are you okay? The Emperor of Tang walked to the bed and asked with concern. Su Yueyun's complexion had recovered a little. Although she was not as good as a normal person, she could barely speak. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Fine? You're like this, and you call it fine? The Emperor of Tang suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at the imperial physician. What's going on? What's wrong with Yuner's body? When the imperial physician heard the Emperor of Tang's tone, he trembled and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, Her Majesty's body, Her Majesty's body. The imperial physician repeated the words for a long time, but he kept hesitating, not knowing how to say them out loud. When the Emperor of Tang heard this, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If Su Yuyun was only feeling unwell, the imperial physician would definitely not have such an expression. Only if the imperial physician found it difficult to deal with would he be so hesitant. Speak. I'm listening. The Emperor of Tang took a deep breath and calmed down. Your Majesty, there is a foreign object in Her Majesty's body. It is this foreign object that is constantly devouring Her Majesty's vitality and consuming Her Majesty's essence, causing Her Majesty to be like this. The imperial physician braced himself and said, "That's not what I want to hear." The Emperor of Tang looked coldly at the imperial physician. Your Majesty. The imperial physician said carefully, if you want Her Majesty to recover, you can only completely eradicate the foreign object in her body. However, this foreign object is produced in Her Majesty's body and is equivalent to Her Majesty's flesh and blood. When the imperial physician said this, he paused for a moment and continued in a trembling voice, I can't think of any way to remove this foreign object. When the imperial physician finished speaking, he knelt on the ground, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. You should die. The Emperor of Tang left these words and then turned back to Su Yuyun, Yunyang, you must be fine. There are so many imperial doctors in the palace. If one can't do it, I'll change to another one. If they can't do it, I'll cut them all down. Then, I'll offer a reward to whoever can cure you. The Emperor of Tang kept comforting Su Yuyun. Your Majesty. You don't have to say any more. Su Yuyun shook her head and said softly, I know my own body well. That imperial physician did nothing wrong. Su Yuyun tried her best not to cry. Because she knew that once she cried, the blow to Emperor Lixing would be unprecedentedly great. What do you mean nothing wrong? The Emperor of Tang held Su Yuyun's wrist, I spend so much of my salary every year to support them. If something really happened to you, why should I support them? The Emperor of Tang's voice was hoarse, but every word rang in the ears of everyone around. When the imperial physician who was kneeling on the ground heard these words, his body trembled even more. He had a feeling that the Emperor of Tang would really order all the imperial physicians to be cut down. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Her Highness is not incurable. Her Highness can be saved. Her Highness can still be saved. The imperial physician immediately shouted. Oh? The Emperor of Tang heard this and glanced at the imperial physician, think carefully. If you dare to talk nonsense in front of me, you won't be the only one to die. The Emperor of Tang's words made the imperial physician's scalp tingle. The imperial physician knew what the Emperor of Tang meant. The crime of deceiving the emperor would implicate 9 generations. If his next answer did not satisfy the Emperor of Tang, the consequences could be imagined. Your Majesty. This humble subject is not talking nonsense. This humble subject would not dare to talk nonsense. The imperial physician's teeth were chattering. None of the imperial physicians in the imperial palace can cure the imperial concubine's body. The imperial physician gulped and said loudly, but even if we imperial physicians can't cure her, the imperial uncle can. The imperial uncle saved His Majesty last time. His medical skills are divine, far surpassing us imperial physicians. I think the imperial uncle must have a way. As soon as the imperial physician finished speaking, the Emperor of Tang was stunned. Then, joy appeared on his face. That's right. I actually forgot about the third brother. The Emperor of Tang's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. The yin qi that entered Su Yuyun's body and the anger that attacked his heart last time were all cured by Su Qin. In the entire palace, if there was anyone who was most likely to cure Su Yuyun, it could only be Su Qin. The more the Emperor of Tang thought about it, the more hopeful he became. What are you waiting for? Go to the right spring square and invite the third brother over. The Emperor of Tang glanced at the eunuchs around him and said in a low voice. He wanted to go and find Su Qin himself, but Su Yuyun was extremely weak at the moment. The Emperor of Tang could not bear to leave. Yes. Hearing this, a young eunuch immediately rushed to the right spring square. At the same time, in the majestic underground palace, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. She's finally recovered. Su Qin exhaled softly. In order to create a divine sense clone, he forcibly divided nearly half of his divine sense. If it were any other martial arts legend, they would have been seriously injured on the spot. Even if they could recover, it would be 100 or 200 years later. One had to know that the loss of divine sense was not like the loss of the physical body. If you lost 10% of your divine sense, it would take a month to recover, but if you lost 20% of your divine sense, it would probably take half a year to recover. If you lost 30% or 40%, you might not be able to recover in decades. And once you lost more than 50% of your divine sense, no matter who it was, even Venerable Arhat, a martial arts legend, would fall into a deep sleep on the spot. No one knew when they would wake up. This time, Suqin was stuck at 50% of his divine sense. Coupled with a large number of pills, he could recover so quickly. Just as Suqin was considering whether to continue cultivating. Someone is going to break into the right spring square. Suqin raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the East Palace. Outside the right spring square. The little eunuch from the Palace of Earthly Tranquility looked extremely anxious. After calling the imperial uncle a few times and receiving no reply, he braced himself and prepared to barge in. Although he might be scolded and blamed by Suqin afterwards, he couldn't care less now that Empress Suyuan was in danger. "Are you looking for me?" At this moment, Suqin's voice quietly came from behind. "Imperial uncle?" The little eunuch was overjoyed. He turned around and bowed deeply. "Her Majesty is seriously ill at the moment. His Majesty ordered me to invite Imperial uncle over." "Her Majesty?" Suqin's face changed slightly. The Emperor of Tang had been on the throne for more than a decade and had never taken in any concubines. In the entire palace, the only person who could be called Her Majesty was his little sister Suyuan. Seriously ill. Suqin's face was solemn. He extended his divine sense and instantly enveloped the entire palace. A moment later, Suqin slowly retracted his divine sense and a strange look appeared on his face. Just now, in that split second, Suqin's powerful divine telekinesis covered Suyuan's body. "I was wondering what it was." Suqin muttered in his heart and sighed in relief. If Suqin was not mistaken, Suyuan was suffering from the cancer that Suqin remembered from his previous life. To anyone, whether it was Suqin's previous life or this life, cancer was an incurable disease that had no cure. But in Suqin's eyes, as long as Suyuan was not near Shoyuan, there was a way to save him. "Imperial uncle. Are you all right? Her Majesty and Her Majesty are still waiting." Seeing that Suqin did not respond, the eunuch became anxious. "Don't worry, take me there." Suqin glanced at the eunuch and said casually. "Yes." Hearing this, the eunuch immediately ran to lead the way for Suqin. Soon, Suqin arrived at Cunning Palace. "Third brother." The Emperor of Tang immediately stood up and walked towards Suqin. "Yuner, she." The Emperor of Tang's voice was a little hoarse, but he looked at Suqin with hope. At this moment, Suqin was his only hope. If Suqin could not save Suyuan, the Emperor of Tang really did not know what to do. Suqin walked straight to the bed and looked at Suyuan carefully again. Although he had already seen most of Suyuan's body with his divine telekinesis, he still had to look at him personally to be sure. "Third brother. Is Yuner all right?" The Emperor of Tang waited for a while, and finally could not help but ask. Suqin was just about to reply that she was fine, but he was interrupted by Suyuan in a panic. "Your Majesty, I want to stay with third brother for a while." Suyuan looked at the Emperor of Tang and begged. Suyuan was worried. If even Suqin said that she could not be cured, the Emperor of Tang would fall from hope to despair. The Emperor of Tang heard Suyuan's request, hesitated for a while, and nodded. "All right, I'll take him out now." A moment later, only Suqin and Suyuan were left in the entire Cunning Palace. Suqin did not speak. He used his divine telekinesis again and began to think about how to cure Suyuan as much as possible. If it was someone else, Suqin naturally would not have this problem. He would directly use his true essence to eliminate the source of the cancer. Of course, the other party would definitely suffer a lot in the process. However, Suyuan was Suqin's little sister after all. Su Qin naturally wanted to cure Su Yueyun in the best way. Su Yueyun saw that Su Qin did not speak and looked at her repeatedly. Her heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Finally, she forced a smile and said, "Third brother, I want you to accompany me to the Imperial Garden to have a look." The Imperial Garden was the place where the Imperial Palace planted thousands of flowers for the emperor and his concubines to see. Since Su Yueyun became the empress, she would come to the Imperial Garden to admire the flowers if she had nothing to do. In the Imperial Garden, Su Qin and Su Yueyun walked slowly. Because it was winter, the thousands of flowers in the Imperial Garden had withered, and there was a sense of loneliness. After all, the Imperial doctors in the Imperial Palace had some skills. Although they were helpless against the cancer, they still made Su Yueyun feel better. At least she could walk. "Third brother, after so many years, you're still the same. You haven't changed at all. But I'm about to become an old woman." Su Yueyun looked at Su Qin and said softly, "Aging and youth are just superficial appearances. Don't worry about it." Su Qin said something that was rare for him. Over the years, in order to not let himself appear too abnormal, Su Qin deliberately whitened his hair a little. But even so, Su Qin still looked unusually young, whether it was in terms of skin or appearance. This made Su Yueyun very envious. After all, even if she was the empress, she could not keep her youth forever. "That's true, but how many people in the world can see through it?" Su Yueyun smiled. Over the years, she often chatted with Su Qin. Of course, she knew that Su Qin did not care about the outside world. "If you want to stay young forever, I can help you." Su Qin glanced at Su Yueyun, and his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that when he was at the Shaolin Temple, he had received a face-retaining pill from signing in. However, for Su Qin at that time, the face-retaining pill was not as useful as a small recovery pill. At least the latter could be treated as candy for Su Qin to chew. As a result, the face-retaining pill was still placed in a corner of the system space. It was extremely disliked by Su Qin. Of course, although Su Qin did not like the face-retaining pill, he knew that for some people, the face-retaining pill was comparable to any magical pill. "Third brother, you must be joking." Su Yueyun thought that Su Qin was joking with her, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. At this time, Su Yueyun was already prepared to be incurable, and she didn't care much about the so-called aging of her appearance. So many years have passed in a flash. I still vaguely remember that when third brother was still at the family Su, I liked to follow third brother to the back of the mountain to see the peach blossoms. Su Yueyun seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory. At that time, before Su Qin was sent to the Shaolin Temple, she was only 3 years old. Now that decades had passed, her childhood memories had long been blurred. But the only thing that could always flash through Su Yueyun's mind was the peach blossoms at the back of the family Su mountain, and the back of Su Qin, who had always walked in front of her and was constantly being chased by Su Yueyun. At that time, when the spring breeze blew, the peach blossoms at the back of the mountain all bloomed. It was so beautiful. Su Yueyun closed her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. "I don't know if I can take another look at the peach blossoms." Su Yueyun opened her eyes, and her voice was slightly melancholy. Peach blossoms were flowers that only bloomed in spring, but it was winter now, and there was less than half a year before the peach blossoms bloomed. And Su Yueyun really wasn't sure if she could last until then. "You want to see the peach blossoms now?" Su Qin turned to look at Su Yueyun and asked seriously. "Yes." Seeing Su Qin's serious look, Su Yueyun couldn't help but laugh. "But I also know that it's impossible." Su Qin shook his head slightly, and took a few more steps forward. "Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it." Su Qin's words made Su Yueyun slightly stunned. She didn't expect Su Qin to be so persistent that he wanted to let her see the peach blossoms that only bloomed in spring and winter. "Third brother, Su Yueyun was just about to persuade Su Qin not to take it seriously. However, the next moment, Su Yueyun saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Su Qin walked slowly to a withered peach blossom, put his right hand on the branch, and said softly, "Open." In an instant, it was as if the god of spring had given an order. With Suqin as the center, the entire imperial garden within a radius of 100 meters and 1,000 meters was filled with peach blossoms. They were bright and beautiful, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air, making people feel as if they were in a sea of flowers in May. This? Su Huiyun opened her eyes wide, and looked at Suqin, who was in the sea of flowers, with a calm and emotionless look in his eyes. If I become Emperor Qing in the future, I'll repay the peach blossoms everywhere. P.S. During this period of time, I'm not in a good state. I didn't do the follow-up outline, so I didn't dare to push the plot forward. Now, there's no such problem. The follow-up outline has been done. I'm here to ask for monthly votes. Outside the Imperial Garden, the Emperor of Tang waited anxiously. Su Huiyun purposely sent him away so that she could be alone with Suqin. How could the Emperor of Tang not know what she meant? Silly girl, even at this time, you're still worried about whether I can accept it. The Emperor of Tang's eyes flashed with gentleness. He had been among the common people for nearly 30 years. Although Eunuch Lu was secretly protecting him under the orders of the Emperor of Tang, in reality, Eunuch Lu was just purely protecting him. As long as the Emperor of Tang's life was not threatened, Eunuch Lu would not appear. Under these circumstances, the Emperor of Tang had experienced the fickleness of human nature. It was not until he met Su Huiyun that the Emperor of Tang truly realized what warmth was. This was also why the Emperor of Tang had not taken in any concubines for more than 10 years after he ascended the throne. He insisted on his promise to only marry Su Huiyun. Your Majesty, Yunar will be fine. Su Shimen beside him could not help but comfort him. With such a big thing happening, family Su naturally rushed to the palace early to see Su Huiyun. That's right, Your Majesty. Little Qin has been in the Shaolin Temple for so many years. He must have learned some real skills. Su Sengho also said carefully. I hope so. The Emperor of Tang heard this and sighed softly in his heart. How long has it been since Yunar and third brother went in? The Emperor of Tang was silent for a while, then looked at the gardener in the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden collected all the precious flowers in the world. Naturally, it needed people to take care of it at all times. It should be known that some flowers were more delicate than people. Once the environment changed, they would wither and die. Your Majesty, it's been about an hour. Hearing this, the gardener immediately replied with trepidation. An hour? The Emperor of Tang frowned slightly. Are there many flowers in the Imperial Garden now? Do you need a long time to appreciate the flowers? From the Emperor of Tang's point of view, Su Huiyun and Suqin went to the Imperial Garden to reminisce at most. It wouldn't take long at all. However, it was a little strange that they hadn't come out yet. Your Majesty, it's winter now, and most of the flowers have withered. There aren't many that are still blooming. The gardener thought for a while and said with certainty. He took care of the Imperial Garden every day, so he knew everything inside like the back of his hand. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Sengho, who was next to them, could not help but exclaim, Smell it, does it smell like flowers? After Su Sengho finished speaking, he sniffed hard and his face was full of disbelief. The fragrance of flowers? What fragrance can there be in the winter? Su Shimen rolled his eyes and was about to reprimand Su Qinghao, telling him not to make a fool of himself in front of His Majesty. But in the next moment, Su Shimen was stunned. It seems like there really is a floral fragrance? Su Shimen was stunned. He couldn't believe it. It's indeed a floral fragrance. It should be the fragrance of peach blossoms. I remember when I was young, I used to run to the back of the mountain. There were a lot of peach blossoms there. Su Qingyu swallowed his saliva, his face full of shock. If it wasn't for the fact that he really smelled the fragrance of flowers, he would definitely think that he was hallucinating. Peach blossoms were flowers that only bloomed in spring. It was winter now, so where could he find the fragrance of peach blossoms? Peach blossoms? The Emperor of Tang frowned, as if he couldn't understand why there was the fragrance of peach blossoms at this moment. Peach blossoms, this is indeed the fragrance of peach blossoms in full bloom. The gardeners in the Imperial Garden next to them were absent-minded as they muttered to themselves. If the fragrance of peach blossoms in winter was just a shock to others, then in the eyes of these gardeners who had been dealing with flowers for most of their lives, their worldview began to turn upside down. No matter what kind of flower, it would only bloom in a specific season. Since ancient times, it had never changed. But now, the gardeners looked at each other, unable to recover for a long time. The fragrance seems to be coming from the imperial garden. Su Sungho looked around and finally looked at the imperial garden. The imperial garden? The Emperor of Tang's expression changed slightly. Third brother and Yuner are also inside. The Emperor of Tang thought of this, gritted his teeth, and immediately walked toward the imperial garden. Su Shimin, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu looked at each other, and finally followed in. Inside the imperial garden, Su Huiyun looked at the peach blossoms, blooming in all directions with disbelief. The soaring fragrance filled the air, giving him the illusion that he had returned to the Sea of Flowers in May. Third brother, you. Su Huiyun stared blankly at Su Qin, his mind blank. At this moment, Su Huiyun had a lot of doubts, but in the end, he didn't know where to start. Okay. Don't talk. I've shown you the flowers. Next, I'm going to heal you. Su Qin's eyes became slightly dignified. If it was just to save Su Huiyun, Su Qin certainly didn't need to think for so long. But Su Qin wasn't just satisfied with this. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely transform Su Yunyua's body from the inside out. Sleep first. When you wake up again, you will find that the world has changed. Su Qin looked at Su Huiyun, raised his right hand, and gently pressed on the other party's forehead. Suddenly, Su Huiyun only felt the world spinning, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Ewood spirit liquid. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and a small white jade bottle suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside the jade bottle, a faint green liquid faintly flowed out, exuding an extremely rich aura of life. This bottle of Ewood spirit liquid was obtained by Su Qin some time ago. It can transform the body and heal any injuries. For Su Qin, the Ewood spirit liquid basically has no effect. Not to mention the 4 transformations of his body, the flesh rebirth alone is far from being comparable to the Ewood spirit liquid. Although the Ewood spirit liquid is gentle, it is powerful. Martial artists below grade 1 great grandmaster can't touch it at all. But since I stepped into the 6th heavenly layer Arhat realm, my grasp of the essence of power has become more subtle. I can completely let ordinary people absorb this Ewood spirit liquid, not to mention little sister is a martial artist. Su Qin looked at the jade bottle in front of him, his thoughts fluctuating. The next moment, the mouth of the jade bottle slowly opened, and a drop of light green liquid flew out. This drop of light green liquid rotated in the air, and a trace of life aura slowly spread out. Go. Under Su Qin's control, the drop of Ewood spirit liquid suddenly exploded, turning into a misty green light, enveloping Su Huiyun. Phew. Inhale. As Su Huiyun breathed, the misty green light gradually poured into her body and completely immersed. Ewood spirit liquid is a spirit liquid condensed from the vitality of heaven and earth. Only the body of a grade 1 great grandmaster can accommodate it. Although little sister absorbed it with my help, it was still a bit difficult. At least she needs to sleep for a while to completely transform the spirit liquid in her body into her own vitality. Su Qin thought silently. On the surface, it seems that Su Huiyun has completely absorbed the drop of Ewood spirit liquid, but in fact, most of the Ewood spirit liquid is accumulated in her body. At this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the imperial garden. The Emperor of Tang, Su Shimin, and the other Su family members quickly walked in. Third brother. Third brother, are you all right? The Emperor of Tang strode in and said anxiously, why do I smell the fragrance of peach blossoms? As soon as the Emperor of Tang finished speaking, he saw Su Huiyun lying on a boulder. Ignoring the fragrance of the flowers, he hurried forward and asked with concern, Third brother, how is Yuner? She's fine. Su Qin replied casually. At this time, Su Huiyun had completely recovered when the Ewood spirit liquid entered her body. After Su Huiyun completely absorbed the drop of Ewood spirit liquid, her body would be transformed by the Ewood spirit liquid and become a wood spirit body. The wood spirit body was a kind of martial Dao physique. It had strong vitality and was immune to all diseases. Even if it did not enter the martial Dao, it could still live for more than 100 years. And if it became a martial Dao practitioner, its talent in martial Dao cultivation, even if it was not as good as Li Wan's, was far better than ordinary people. In fact, ever since Su Qin entered the sixth heaven, he had been thinking about when to give everyone in the family Su a drop of Yi Wood spirit liquid. Not to mention that it could enhance one's talent in martial Dao cultivation, it could at least increase one's lifespan by a few decades. Yuner is fine? The Emperor of Tang's heart finally relaxed a little. If it was someone else who said this, the Emperor of Tang might be suspicious. But the Emperor of Tang was very clear about Su Qin's character. What he said was what it was. He would not exaggerate or understate. Since Su Qin said that Su Yueyun was fine, then Su Yueyun was really fine. Little sister feels a lot younger. Su Sungho opened her eyes wide in disbelief. As soon as she said this, the Emperor of Tang immediately noticed something different. If Su Yueyun's complexion was haggard and deathly pale before, then his current appearance had completely changed. Where did the floral fragrance come from? Su Qingyu blinked his eyes and looked around in confusion. At this moment, as Su Qin withdrew his power, the blooming peach blossoms quickly withered. Su Qingyu looked at them for a long time, but still couldn't see anything. Your Majesty, not only has Her Majesty's life force completely recovered, it's even far greater than before. It's truly unbelievable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Imperial Uncle's medical skills are unprecedented. One of the Imperial physicians following the Emperor of Tang examined Su Yueyun carefully and exclaimed. He had long known that Su Qin's medical skills were godly, but he did not expect it to be so incredible. One had to know that these Imperial physicians had all seen the condition of Su Yueyun's body with their own eyes. They were very clear about the difficulties involved. If Su Qin had spent a few months using various ancient medicines to slowly pull Su Yueyun back, the Imperial physicians would have reluctantly accepted it. But now? Su Qin had only accompanied Su Yueyun to walk around the Imperial Garden, and in less than 2 hours, Su Yueyun had already recovered. Not only had she recovered, but Su Yueyun's current condition had never been better. This was simply unbelievable. Third brother. Why hasn't Yuner woken up yet? The Emperor of Tang was happy for a while, but then he found that Su Yueyun had been in a deep sleep, so he asked worriedly. Although I saved her, she needs to sleep for about 2 years before waking up. Su Qin glanced at Su Yueyun and said. This was also the reason why Su Qin had been hesitating. After all, even with his help, Su Yueyun could smoothly absorb the Yiwood spirit liquid, but she still needed to sleep for 2 years. Of course, compared to the benefits that she would obtain later, the 2 years of sleep were not worth mentioning. 2 years? The Emperor of Tang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Yueyun could wake up, not to mention 2 years, even if it was 20 or 30 years, the Emperor of Tang could afford to wait. This time, I'll have to trouble third brother again. The Emperor of Tang bowed slightly to Su Qin and said emotionally. Since he became the crown prince, Su Qin had helped him countless times. The Emperor of Tang could not even remember how many times. Okay. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Su Qin and Su Shiming chatted with Su Sungho and Su Qingyu for a while, and then prepared to return to the majestic underground hall. Now that he had just entered the 6th heavenly layer, he needed to spend some time to stabilize his current realm, so that he could be more familiar with the power of the 6th heavenly layer. After Su Qin left, Su Sungho blinked and couldn't help but ask Su Shimin, Dad, you haven't asked little Qin the sudden appearance of the peach blossom fragrance just now. Although Su Sungho didn't know what the fragrance was, he was probably sure that it came from the Imperial Garden. At that time, only Su Qin and Su Yueyun were in the entire Imperial Garden. If anyone really knew, it could only be Su Qin. Fragrance of flowers? Su Shimin thought for a while and shook his head, forget it now. Qin must be very tired after curing Yun. I'll ask Qin the next time I see him. Okay. Su Sungho nodded. At the same time, Su Qin had returned to the majestic underground hall. Sure enough, after reaching the 6th heavenly layer, I vaguely feel that it will take a long time to break through to the 7th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged, carefully feeling the power of the circulation in his body, deep in thought. It was different from the cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer. If one wanted to break through from the 5th heavenly layer and step into the 6th heavenly layer, one only needed enough energy, enough accumulation, and enough comprehension. But from the sixth heavenly layer to the seventh heavenly layer, one had to face the bottleneck in the middle. Whether it was a legend or venerable arhat, only by truly stepping into the seventh heavenly layer could one be called a true peak legend or peak arhat. In addition, only the seventh heavenly layer had the opportunity to condense the miniature domain. From this, it could be seen that for any venerable arhat or legend, the seventh heavenly layer was definitely a qualitative change. Cave world. The sky was dim. Suqin slowly walked in front of a completely withered demonic tree with only the main trunk left. This demonic tree had an ancient aura. Although it had already withered at this moment, it had existed for at least 10,000 years, which met Suqin's sign and conditions. The sign-in system is bound to my true spirit. Even if I change my body, as long as my true spirit doesn't change, I can still sign in. This incarnation has half of my true spirit, so logically speaking, I should be able to sign in. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. What is a true spirit? A true spirit is the most essential thing of a living being. Every true spirit is unique and represents a certain living being. The physical body can be obliterated, and the divine sense can dissipate, but the true spirit is unique. For example, for venerable arhat and legend, the death of the physical body is not a true death. Only when the divine sense collapses will it completely disappear. In fact, this sentence is not completely accurate, because after the divine sense, there is still the true spirit. Thinking of this, Suqin looked at the demonic tree in front of him and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained demonic origin fruit. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the demon origin fruit. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Suqin's ears. Demon origin fruit. A look of joy appeared on Suqin's face. What he was happy about was not the demon origin fruit itself, but that his guess was confirmed. It's just that. Although I can sign in the cave world, the number of times I can sign in per day has not changed. A slight look of regret appeared on Suqin's face. To put it simply, Suqin's true spirit is divided into two, and he can sign in with the Emperor of Tang's palace in the cave world. But the number of sign in per day is still only one. For example, if he sign in the cave world today, if he wants to continue sign in the Emperor of Tang's palace, he can only wait until tomorrow. And if he sign in the Emperor of Tang's palace tomorrow, he will not be able to sign in the cave world on that day. Just as Suqin was thinking, the sound of careful footsteps came, and a charming demon woman slowly walked over. Master. The demon woman bowed respectfully to Suqin. This demon woman's name was Mohim. Not long ago, she was being hunted down, and Suqin saved her after encountering her. Of course, the reason why Suqin saved her was not because of sympathy, but because Mohim's temperament was extraordinary, and she obviously had other identities. Suqin just entered the cave world, and he just happened to need a demon who knew more about the cave world. Now I ask, you answer. Suqin didn't raise his eyes, sitting cross-legged under the withered demon tree, and said lightly. Master, please ask. Mohim said obediently. Mohim's appearance was not particularly outstanding, but she had a foxy face, and her figure was extremely hot, especially the faint fragrance emitted from her body, which was abnormally seductive. Any man who saw her would want to press her to the ground and ravage her. Do you know about the human world? Suqin asked casually. The human world? Mohim was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said, now that the vitality tide in the human world is at a low point, if Master wants to invade the human world, now is not the right time. Mohim paused for a while, as if thinking of something. However, several demon gods in the depths of the world predicted that the low point of the vitality tide in the human world is about to pass. Vitality tide? Suqin looked at Mohim. Yes. Moji nodded and continued, the human world is vast, and yuan qi rises and falls like a tide. However, most of the time, the yuan qi tide in the human world is at a low point. During this period, the human world has withered, and there are very few existences at the demon king level. However, once the low point is over and vitality surges, the human world will usher in a brilliant era. At that time, not to mention the existence of the demon king level, even the demon god or higher will be born one after another. And the demon gods in the depths of the world want to invade the human world and seize its origin before the real world comes. Mohim quickly said everything she knew. In fact, this information was a secret even in the cave world. Only demon kings had the opportunity to come into contact with it, but Mohim's identity was special, so she knew this in advance. Low point? Great world? Suchin's expression remained unchanged, but his thoughts, which had always been calm like an ancient well, began to fluctuate. Even though Suchin had some guesses in his heart, he didn't expect the truth to be like this. Mohim bowed slightly and stood in place, but she didn't think much about it. For Mohim, Suchin was at least a high-level demon king. The information she said was a secret in front of ordinary demons, but in the eyes of a real demon king, it was just common knowledge. The reason why Suchin asked her about this common knowledge should be to test her value. What else do you know? After a moment of silence, Suchin asked unhurriedly. What else do I know? Mohim thought hard for a while and said, if the human world really comes to the great world, the original most barren continent may become the core of the great world. At that time, all the powerhouses in the human world will flock to that continent. I see. Suchin's thoughts fluctuated, but his tone was flat. You can go. Yes. Mohim was slightly disappointed. Originally, she thought that Suchin was going to keep her, but now it seemed that Suchin had no interest in her at all. After talking so much, he didn't even look at her. Under Chang'an City. In the majestic hall. Suchin sat cross-legged. Demon origin fruit? Suchin's mind moved, and a pitch-black fruit that looked like a heart appeared in his hand. The system space was unique. There won't be two just because Suchin created one divine sense incarnation. Therefore, when Suchin in the cave world put the demon origin fruit into the system space, Suchin in the Emperor of Tang's palace could take it out from the system space. However, Suchin's attention was not on the demon origin fruit at all. Vitality tide? Rising and falling? The great world coming? Suchin's thoughts turned quickly. Thousands of years ago, the cave world invaded the human world, but it failed in the end. I'm afraid it was because they sensed that the world's vitality was at a low point, and it wasn't worth invading. Suchin looked at the stone tablet not far away, and his mind moved. At this moment, all the doubts in Suchin's mind were answered. For example, with the cave world's cultivation environment far better than the human world, why would they want to invade the human world? Now the reason was found. The human world that the cave world wanted to invade was not the human world at this moment, but the human world in the future. The next moment. Suchin's figure disappeared and appeared thousands of feet high in the sky above Chang'an City. Sure enough. Suchin closed his eyes and felt carefully for a while. The heaven and earth's vitality is beginning to become richer. The amount of qi in the world has also increased. Suchin opened his eyes and whispered to himself. Simply put, the current world was slowly becoming suitable for martial artists to cultivate. No wonder it was so easy to break through from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer. At that time, I thought the vermilion fruit had made a great contribution. Suchin shook his head slightly. The environment of heaven and earth had become suitable for cultivation, and the beneficiaries were all martial artists, and Suchin was naturally among them. Even because Suchin was the only venerable arhat at that time, the benefits he received far exceeded that of other martial artists. It's not just the vitality that has become abundant. Suchin suddenly thought of something, and his figure rose again, almost reaching a height of 100,000 feet. If he went higher, the 9 heavens astral wind would shatter everything. But with Suchin's current physical body, he could resist the scouring of the 9 heavens astral wind, but there was no need. A height of 100,000 feet was enough for Suchin to verify some of the things in his heart. At this point, Suchin raised his head slightly, looked at the vast sky, and then lowered his head, looking down at the continent under his feet. The sky is getting higher, and the earth is getting wider. The sky is getting higher and the earth is getting wider. Suchin's face was solemn as he said word by word. If he was on the ground, even Suchin would find it difficult to find anything, because compared to this world, a person is too small. But now that Suchin is high in the sky, he found that the whole world is slowly changing. This is the essence Qi tide? Suqin already believed most of Mohim's words at this moment. If it was just the essence Qi becoming abundant, it might be a coincidence, but now the whole world is changing. It can only be the essence Qi tide that Mohim mentioned. The world is about to change. Suqin returned to the Emperor of Tang's palace. This time, he did not return to the underground palace, but stood in front of the Right Spring Square. There is one more peak grade 1 great grandmaster in the imperial palace. Suqin's divine sense shrouded the commander of the Forbidden Army and instantly found that his internal strength had transformed and stepped into peak grade 1. If it was before, Suqin would not have found it strange. The commander of the Forbidden Army was originally peak grade 1 and was only one step away from his own transformation. Now that he has a breakthrough, it is only natural. But after experiencing the existence of the essence Qi tide, Suqin did not think so. There are more martial artists in Chang'an City. Suqin's divine sense continued to expand and gradually covered the entire Chang'an City. If this trend continues, the first legend may be born in a few years at most. Suqin guessed. The world's Qi is changing, and it is much easier for a peak grade 1 great grandmaster to grasp the world's Qi. In this case, someone may really be able to step into the legend realm. However, it is a good thing for other martial artists, but is it not the same for me? A smile appeared on Suqin's face. If the essence Qi tide has not recovered, even if Suqin has a lot of spirit medicines and spirit fruits, it will take at least 20 years to reach peak 6th heavenly layer. As for breaking through from peak 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer, it will probably take another 10 or 20 years. But now, 2 years. At most 2 years, I can enter the 7th heavenly layer. Suqin judged in his heart. At his level, his grasp of his own body was extremely precise. He could even sense his lifespan, let alone the progress of his cultivation. 2 years in the 7th heaven, 10 years in the 8th heaven, and 30 years in the 9th heaven. So, in 50 years at the latest, I can reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer and reach the great Arhat realm? Suqin's expression was filled with joy. Perhaps for ordinary people, 50 years was equivalent to more than half a lifetime. But in the eyes of an Arhat like Suqin, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, 50 years is only 1/20th of his lifespan. Let's see what effect the demon origin fruit has. Suqin was in a good mood. He integrated his divine sense into the system space and looked at the demon origin fruit that was beating like a black heart. Just now, his attention had been focused on the vitality tide, and he had neglected the spirit fruit from the cave world. Just from the energy fluctuations, it is equivalent to 100 cinnabar fruits. Suqin nodded slightly. If he wanted to sign in 100 cinnabar fruits, he would need at least a month to sign in continuously at the crop altar. But now, one demon origin fruit solved the problem. If there are a few thousand more of these spirit fruits, it will be enough for me to cultivate in the 7th heavenly layer. Suqin was quite satisfied. This demon origin fruit didn't contain essence Qi of heaven and earth, but the monstrous demonic Qi of the cave world. In front of other martial arts legends, the demon origin fruit was no different from poison and couldn't be absorbed at all. But for Suqin, it was just using the Devil Buddha golden body to convert the demonic Qi in the demon origin fruit into true essence. At most, it was a little troublesome. Keep it first. I'm only at the 6th heavenly layer now. It's too extravagant to consume the demon origin fruit. I'll wait until I reach the 7th heavenly layer. Suqin slowly retracted his divine sense. Just as Suqin was about to enter the Right Spring Square. Third uncle. Li Wan was trotting towards him. Third uncle. Third uncle. I. Li Wan ran to Suqin, so excited that he was incoherent. Speak slowly. Suqin glanced at Li Wan and said casually. Okay. Li Wan calmed down, and after a while, he said, Third uncle, I broke through again. I'm now a 7th grade martial artist. Li Wan's pretty face was full of disbelief. He had just entered the 8th grade some time ago, but it didn't take long for him to reach the 7th grade. If Li Wan hadn't confirmed that his body was normal and his inner strength was vigorous, he would have thought that he had gone mad. Not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly and praised Li Wan, which was rare. Although it was due to the vitality tide, Li Wan was able to cross a major realm out of thin air. Obviously, he had his own efforts. Third uncle, why? Li Wan's heart was full of doubts, and he couldn't help but ask, why do I feel that martial arts cultivation has become easier? Easier? Su Qin smiled and said meaningfully, it's not that you feel it's easier, but that this world has become easier. Is that so? Li Wan nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't know what Su Qin was talking about, and how cultivation had something to do with the world, since Su Qin said it, it was right. Now that you're a 7th grade martial artist, I'll teach you something. Su Qin looked at Li Wan and said. Now that the world has changed, and the vitality tide has recovered, it is conceivable that in the near future, there will be many more powerhouses in the world. Therefore, Su Qin has to consider cultivating some real powerhouses for the Empire of Tang. Really? Li Wan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course it's true. Su Qin's eyes were calm. Fists, palms, legs, fingers, swords, spears, and bows. Choose one, and I'll teach you. Su Qin said slowly. It sounds complicated. Li Wan blinked and looked at Su Qin expectantly. Third uncle, can't I learn all of them? Learn all of them? Hearing this, Su Qin smiled and shook his head. Everyone's energy is limited, and it is the same for cultivators. Even grade 1 great grandmasters, legends, and even earth immortals are only good at one aspect. If you learn all of them, your future achievements will be limited, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Su Qin said gently. In fact, this is indeed the case. Throughout the ages, even Patriarch Bodhidharma of the Shaolin Temple, who is known to have learned many divine arts, only knows the divine arts of the Shaolin Temple. As for the other divine arts in the world, they are limited. When Li Wan heard this, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Third uncle. Li Wan suddenly realized something, looked at Su Qin, and asked cautiously, what are you good at, third uncle? Me? Su Qin laughed involuntarily. He looked up at the sky and said calmly. I am invincible. Invincible? Li Wan looked up at Su Qin. She was only about 10 years old and had never been out of the palace. Of course, she didn't know what the word invincible meant. At this moment, Li Wan only felt that her third uncle was very powerful, at least much more powerful than those annoying eunuchs in the palace. Okay. Let's not talk about this. What do you want to learn? Su Qin shook his head and looked down at Li Wan. What do you want to learn? Li Wan thought seriously for a while and finally said, Third uncle, I want to learn swordsmanship. I want to be the best swordsman in the world. Li Wan's little face was full of yearning. Since ancient times, swordsmen had killed one person in 10 steps and were unstoppable. This had long been ingrained in people's hearts. When Li Wan thought about what she wanted to learn, the first thing that came to mind was swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Su Qin smiled and said casually, wait here for a while. After that, Su Qin turned and walked into the right spring square. After a while, Su Qin came out again, holding a palm-sized piece of wood in his hand. Third uncle, what is this? Li Wan's eyes were sharp, looking at the wood in Su Qin's hand curiously. The way of the sword you want to learn. Su Qin looked at the wood in his hand, raised his right hand and gently scratched it. Suddenly, a shallow sword mark appeared on the wood. Look at this sword mark often, it will teach you what the way of the sword is. Su Qin handed the wood to Li Wan. How can this wood teach me swordsmanship? Li Wan opened her eyes wide and was about to ask this question, but the next moment, Li Wan's eyes fell on the sword mark on the wood. In an instant, Li Wan only felt that the world became illusory, and in her eyes, there was only the shallow sword mark left. The sword mark gradually became bright, detached from the wood, and stood between heaven and earth like a peerless sword light. It became bigger and sharper, and time seemed to slow down. After a long time, Li Wan blinked his eyes again, his small face full of confusion. Third uncle, why do I feel like this piece of wood is alive? Let's go back. Su Qin smiled and waved his hand. Remember what I said. Look at the sword marks on the wood often. Yes. Even though Li Wan still had doubts in his heart, he could only bow and turn to leave. Su Qin was still standing in the same place. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sword mark on the wood was casually left behind by Su Qin. It contained a trace of his understanding of the sword Dao. If Li Wan can comprehend that shallow sword mark, then even if he doesn't become a legend, he would at least become a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Most importantly, that sword mark had pointed out the path for Li Wan in the future, allowing her to no longer be confused or doubtful about cultivation. She only needed to focus on moving forward. This is the most terrifying effect of the sword mark. Of course, when Su Qin handed the wood engraved with the sword mark to Li Wan, he connected it with Li Wan's divinity. Except for Li Wan, no one else would have any reaction when seeing this sword mark. Next, in addition to signing in, cultivation, and occasionally giving pointers to Li Wan, Su Qin felt the changes in heaven and earth. According to Mohim, heaven and earth's essence Qi is like a tide, rising and falling. When it falls, all methods wither, and martial arts cultivation is extremely difficult, but when it rises, the laws of heaven and earth appear, and the essence Qi is abundant, making cultivation easy. The essence Qi tide is the general trend of heaven and earth. It cannot be changed or disobeyed. Su Qin sat cross-legged, carefully feeling his cultivation increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thoughts constantly flashed through his mind. Perhaps the legendary Buddha has the strength to affect or even reverse the essence Qi tide, but obviously, the current Su Qin does not have this ability. Time passed slowly. A year passed in a blink of an eye. In this year, the recovery of essence Qi became more and more obvious. In the Emperor of Tang Palace, in addition to the commander of the Forbidden Army breaking through to peak grade 1, there were 2 more peak grade 1 great grandmasters. For a time, the foundation of the Empire of Tang soared, surpassing the most prosperous period in history in one fell swoop. It only took a year for me to reach peak 6th heavenly layer. Su Qin walked out of the right spring square and felt the changes in his qi. He was overjoyed. There's no need to rush now. I'll wait for a few months before breaking through. Su Qin's mind quickly calmed down, and his thoughts fluctuated. Even if the environment of heaven and earth has become more abundant, and martial arts cultivation has gradually become easier, but it doesn't mean that one can really break through at will. Not to mention, breaking through the most important bottleneck of the Arhat realm from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer? It's been a long time since I signed in at the Imperial Palace. Su Qin glanced around and thought. Since his incarnation entered the cave world, most of the times he signed in were spent in the cave world. The reason for this is that after more than 10 or 20 years of repeated signing in, most of the treasures in the Imperial Palace have begun to be repeated. Su Qin has accumulated more than 10,000 drops of innate spirit liquid, and as for other treasures, it's about the same. The cave world really has a lot of Dao accumulation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his expression was filled with emotion. He felt that his act of splitting out an incarnation to go to the cave world was becoming more and more correct. He didn't have to bear any risks, and the benefits he obtained were far better than staying in the Imperial Palace all the time. In a year, I probably know some things about the cave world. The demon well under Chang'an City is connected to the area ruled by the demon Cloud City in the cave world. And the demon Cloud City Lord is a demon king level existence, almost corresponding to the legend Arhat. This demon Cloud City Lord has been a demon king for hundreds of years, and his strength is probably between the 3rd and 4th heavenly layer. Su Qin touched his chin. In addition, in the depths of the cave world, it is said that there is a demon god overseeing the entire cave world. I wonder what level of powerhouse this demon god is. An earth immortal? Or stronger? Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. Su Qin only thought for a moment, and then stopped thinking about it. Although the cave world wants to invade the human world, it will be hundreds or thousands of years later. Only when the world's vitality tide completely recovers will the cave world make a move. Before that, the cave world actually looked down on the human world. The rise and fall of the world's vitality tide involves the height of the entire world, and it's not something that can be completed in a few years or decades. Therefore, Su Qin wasn't in a hurry at all. Just as Su Qin slowly adjusted his state. Another 6 months passed. On this day, in a majestic underground hall, Su Qin sat cross-legged. The next moment, Suqin opened his eyes leisurely. It's almost time to break through. Suqin's eyes were bright, and he made a decision in his heart. Since stepping into the peak 6th heavenly layer 6 months ago, Suqin spent a full 6 months adjusting himself, wanting to improve himself to the most perfect state. Now, he finally reached it. Everything's ready. Next, I will enter seclusion and enter the 7th heavenly layer. Suqin sat cross-legged in the majestic hall with a dignified expression. Whether it's Venerable Arhat, a legend, or the demon king of the cave world, the 7th heavenly layer is a qualitative change. Stepping into the 7th heavenly layer is equivalent to stepping on the peak of this realm. There is a chance to condense a miniature domain, completely above the power of heaven and earth. Although there is a chance to condense a miniature domain, condensing a miniature domain is two different concepts. Most 7th heavenly layer and even 8th heavenly layer martial artists can't condense a miniature domain. But there is a chance, at least there is hope. Suqin thought for a while and slowly closed his eyes. The true essence in his body continued to revolve and rise, and an inexplicable aura enveloped the entire majestic hall. Mangyuan Empire. Endless grassland. The Mangyuan Empire's imperial teacher was sitting cross-legged on the top of the holy mountain. Whoosh endless world's essence chi continued to gather and shrink, rushing towards the imperial teacher. At the foot of the holy mountain, the monarch of the Mangyuan dynasty and several ministers were waiting patiently. It's been more than a year. The imperial teacher hasn't taken that step yet? The Mangyuan emperor looked worried as he muttered to himself. Although the emperor of the Mangyuan Empire was not good at martial Dao, he knew that a martial Dao breakthrough was not necessarily successful. Many martial artists died during a breakthrough, let alone the imperial teacher, who was trying to break through to a higher level from the 9th grade martial Dao. Even if the emperor is competent, he can't help but worry at this moment. Don't worry, Emperor. The imperial teacher is invincible in the world. He will definitely be able to break through smoothly. A rough man next to him whispered. I hope so. The Mangyuan emperor sighed softly. Although the imperial teacher's status in the Mangyuan Empire is higher than the emperor didn't have any thoughts about it. Without the suppression of the imperial teacher, the entire Mangyuan Empire would have collapsed long ago. How could it be like now, eyeing the other countries covetously with the power of a single country? Moreover, the reason why the emperor can sit in this position is because of the imperial teacher's support. In this case, the emperor can't wait for the imperial teacher to live as long as possible. How could he have other thoughts? Just as the two of them were talking, the chi of heaven and earth suddenly stopped and then gradually calmed down, no longer converging towards the peak of the sacred mountain. This is? The burly man's pupils shrank as he subconsciously looked towards the mountain peak. The emperor of the Mangyuan Empire may not be able to detect the changes in the world's essence chi, but as a martial artist in the upper realm, he can already feel the fluctuations of the world's essence chi. When the Mangyuan emperor saw the rough man's performance, he also followed his gaze and looked at the top of the holy mountain. That is? The coarse man's expression changed. At the top of the mountain, a tall figure had appeared out of nowhere. This tall figure slowly walked down the mountain. However, what made the rough man feel incredulous was that with every step the tall figure took, he would cross hundreds of meters. In just a short moment, he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Imperial Tutor. Imperial Tutor, you've finally come out. The Mangyuan emperor was overjoyed. He quickly ran to the tall figure and said respectfully. This tall figure is Mangyuan's imperial teacher, who has been in seclusion for a year and a half. Greetings, imperial advisor. The coarse man swallowed his saliva, walked forward, and bowed. Imperial tutor, have you taken that step? The coarse man mustered up his courage and asked. If it was before, when the coarse man saw the imperial tutor, he would only feel that the other party was the embodiment of heaven and earth. But now, the coarse man felt like he was facing an ordinary person. Although the imperial tutor was standing in front of him, the coarse man couldn't detect any aura from the other party. Of course, the coarse man didn't think that the imperial tutor was really an ordinary person. Returning to the origin. This is returning to the origin. The coarse man roared in his heart, but his expression became more and more respectful. He almost lowered his head to the ground. I barely made it out. The imperial tutor looked at the coarse man with a smile on his face. It wasn't until now that I know why a legend is invincible in this world. As soon as you enter this realm, your divine sense will transform, and you will be able to completely control the power of heaven and earth. With just a thought, you can collapse mountains and crack the earth. It's a legend. The imperial tutor said slowly with a sigh. Since he entered the legend realm, he felt that heaven and earth had changed. It was as if a fish that had been living in the water suddenly jumped and saw the world above the water. When the coarse man heard the imperial tutor's words, he immediately memorized them in his heart without missing a word. Because the coarse man knew that this was the insights of a legend. In any era, it was a top secret. It was something that countless grade 1 great grandmasters could only dream of. Okay. How is the preparation of the army? The imperial tutor said slowly, then turned to look at the emperor, who was also standing next to him. As early as the imperial tutor was preparing to break through, he asked the emperor to prepare the army. As soon as he enters the legend realm, he will lead the army south and unify the world, achieving the great feat that the Mangyuan Empire has not been able to accomplish for countless years. Imperial tutor. The army has been mobilized. At present, the Mangyuan Empire has gathered 1 million iron cavalry. The other 4 million troops are waiting for the imperial tutor's order to go south. The emperor bowed and said, 1 million iron cavalry and 4 million troops can be said to be the entire heritage of the Mangyuan Empire. Among them, 1 million iron cavalry was accumulated by the Mangyuan Empire for hundreds of years. As for the 4 million troops, they were forcibly recruited by the Mangyuan Empire over the past few decades after destroying more than a dozen small countries in the surrounding area. Compared with 1 million iron cavalry, the 4 million troops are not worth mentioning at all. But no matter how weak they are, once the number reaches 4 million, it is still daunting. In that case, let's go south. In the shortest time, we will reach Chang'an City. The imperial tutor said faintly, with his hands behind his back. Chang'an City? The Mangyuan emperor was shocked. Imperial tutor, the legend in Chang'an City. The emperor asked cautiously. Don't worry. The imperial tutor glanced at the emperor and said without changing his expression, although I have just entered the legend realm, my cultivation technique is good at attacking. Coupled with the blessing of the Mangyuan Empire's national fate, my fighting methods are close to that of a second heavenly layer legend. Even if it's not as good as the legend in Chang'an City, it's easy to delay the other party. At that time, you can take advantage of the situation and trample on Chang'an City. Although the imperial tutor's tone was light, it was full of confidence. Yes. The emperor immediately bowed when he heard this. Soon after, a piece of news quickly spread from the Mangyuan Empire and instantly swept the world. The imperial tutor has become a legend in a single leap. The Mangyuan Empire has mobilized an army of 5 million to go south. The world was shocked, and all countries were terrified. The Mangyuan Empire is going south. As soon as this news came out, the whole world fell into extreme fear. As a huge country that occupies the endless grasslands in the north, the Mangyuan Empire has always been eyeing the other countries covetously. If it weren't for the fact that they were worried that the other countries would join forces, the world would have long been engulfed in the flames of war. Now, with the imperial teacher entering the myth realm, the Mangyuan Empire no longer intended to endure and directly mobilized the army. Northern Song. Imperial Palace. The Song Emperor and many ministers had ugly faces, but no one dared to speak. The Mangyuan Empire has sent 5 million troops, and the imperial teacher has reached the myth realm. No matter which one it is enough to shake the whole world. I underestimated the imperial teacher. Yui was silent for a long time and whispered. As the Grand Marshal of the Northern Song, Yuyi's strength has reached peak grade 1. He can be said to be the strongest in the Northern Song. 30 years ago, Yui fought with the imperial teacher. Although he was not his opponent at that time, he roughly understood the other party's level. Originally, in Yuyi's view, the imperial teacher was still some distance away from the myth realm. Whether he could complete the third transformation in his life and reach grade 1 great perfection was another matter, let alone the myth realm. But now, in just 30 years, the other party had leaped to the extreme and broken through to the martial arts legend realm that he did not even dare to imagine. One could imagine the complicated feelings in Yu Yi's heart. General Yu. I just want to know, what are the odds of the Northern Song winning? The Song Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yu Yi and said in a trembling voice. Odds? Yu Yi thought for a while and said, if there is no imperial teacher, and the Mengyuan Empire sends 5 million troops, my Song Empire will join forces with the other countries and have an 80% chance of stopping them. 80% chance? The Song Emperor's eyes lit up, and his heart finally relaxed a little. He knows Yu Yi's character very well. Since he said 80%, it means that he is very confident. As long as there is no accident, stopping the Mengyuan Empire will not be a problem. Then, what about the imperial teacher? The Song Emperor looked at Yu Yi expectantly. Plus the imperial teacher? Yu Yi was silent again, and finally said slowly, we can't stop them. As soon as these words came out, the Song Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. We can't stop them. We can't stop them. Yu Yi didn't even consider the possibility of stopping them. What should we do? What should we do? Emperor Song sighed, his face ashen. He believed that he had been diligent ever since he ascended the throne. Although he was not a wise ruler, he was not an incapable ruler either. Emperor Song would never have thought that he would be the one to face the end of his nation. Your Majesty. Actually, you don't have to worry. At this moment, a minister stepped forward and bowed slightly. Not worried? The nation is gone, and you want me to not worry? The Song Emperor didn't even have the strength to be angry. He sighed. Your Majesty. The official who stood up paused for a moment and continued, the Mengyuan Empire's main target is definitely not our Song Kingdom. Oh? When the Song Emperor heard this, he was shocked. The Empire of Tang occupies the Central Plains, and there is also a martial arts legend in Chang'an City. If the Mengyuan Empire wants to unify the world, they will definitely use most of their military forces on the Empire of Tang. The Mengyuan Empire and the Empire of Tang are two tigers fighting. Even if one side wins, the other side will definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, we can join forces with the other countries and solve these two hidden dangers in one fell swoop. The more the Song Emperor listened, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he kept nodding. My dear minister is right. I didn't think it through properly. A smile finally appeared on the Song Emperor's face. As the news of the Mengyuan Empire southward spread, not only the Song dynasty, but also the other countries in the world realized that the Mengyuan Empire was declaring war on the Empire of Tang. Throughout the world, except for the Empire of Tang, which country could compete with the Mengyuan Empire? For a moment, not only were the countries in the world relieved, but they also wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The Empire of Tang. Taiji Palace. The Emperor of Tang sat high on the dragon throne with a dignified look on his face. My dear ministers, what do you think of the Mengyuan Empire's southward invasion? The Emperor of Tang glanced at the civil and military officials in the court and said, Your Majesty. Since the imperial preceptor of the Mengyuan Empire has entered the myth realm, he doesn't know the one in the imperial palace. The Minister of War stood out and said, Invite the one in the imperial palace? The Emperor of Tang was silent, not knowing how to respond. He also wanted to invite him, but he didn't even know who the other party was. How could he invite him? How could he invite him? Maybe the legend in the imperial palace has already left. What else? The Emperor of Tang calmed down and asked again. Your Majesty, there is no other way. The Minister of War couldn't help but say, if we don't invite the one in the imperial palace, the Empire of Tang has no chance of winning. What the Minister of War said was true. Originally, the Mengyuan Empire's 5 million troops had already put a lot of pressure on the Empire of Tang, plus the imperial preceptor of the Mengyuan Empire. They couldn't fight at all, and there was no way to fight. When two armies fight, they must be evenly matched to have the desire to fight, but the current situation is that the Mengyuan Empire is simply crushing the Empire of Tang. I know. The Emperor of Tang sighed softly and continued, Pass my order, mobilize all the armies in the world and gather them in front of Chang'an City. I want to fight the Mangyuan Empire in Chang'an City. As soon as the Emperor of Tang said this, the faces of the ministers in the court changed. Fight the Mangyuan Empire in Chang'an City? Isn't that giving up the territory outside Chang'an City to the Mangyuan Empire? Most of the ministers in the court were puzzled, but a small number of them turned pale and faintly realized the reason why the Emperor of Tang did this. Could it be that the one in the imperial palace had a problem? The ministers were uneasy, but they could only follow the orders of the Emperor of Tang. Time passed slowly. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye. In these 6 months, the Emperor of Tang summoned all the armies in the Empire of Tang and gathered them outside Chang'an City. And on this day, the Emperor of Tang and many ministers stepped on the city wall of Chang'an City. Your Majesty, the Mangyuan Empire's army has arrived. The commander of the Forbidden Army walked to the side of the Emperor of Tang and bowed. They're here? The Emperor of Tang looked up outside Chang'an City. He saw a layer of thin black lines slowly appear at the end of his line of sight. This layer of thin black lines was like a swarm of locusts, densely packed, exuding a cold and murderous aura. The Mangyuan Empire had mobilized the power of a country and 5 million troops and was about to arrive outside Chang'an City. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying aura rose from the depths of the Mangyuan Empire's army and swept toward Chang'an City. Wherever the aura passed, countless soldiers of the Empire of Tang turned pale and felt that every time they moved, they had to exert several times more strength than before. Even ordinary martial artists, under the shroud of this aura, felt that their internal force was circulating slowly and their strength was suppressed. This is? The commander of the Forbidden Army's expression changed greatly as he turned to look at the Emperor of Tang. Your Majesty, the imperial teacher of the Mangyuan Empire has made a move. At the same time, under Chang'an City, in the majestic palace, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Finally, the 7th heavenly layer. Su Qin exhaled softly and began to converge his aura and calm his blood and qi. I didn't expect it to be so smooth, without any twists and turns. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was very satisfied. True essence, body, and divine sense have soared by at least 10 times. Now, I can suppress a 6th heavenly layer legend with just one finger. Su Qin felt the vast sea of true essence, qi, and blood in his body and judged in his heart. Although the breakthrough was smooth, this retreat took 6 months. If it weren't for the incarnation's daily sign-ins in the cave world, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Su Qin glanced at the black devils well not far away and thought to himself. If it weren't for the incarnation's daily sign-ins, Su Qin would have definitely wasted 6 months of sign insurance. 6 months of sign insurance. According to the calculation of 1 sign-ins per day, there are a total of 180 sign insurance. Even if he can only get 1 demon origin fruit each time, it is still 180 demon origin fruits. Let's see what's happening outside. Su Qin stretched his muscles and bones and casually released his divine sense, which easily covered a radius of 100 miles. Huh? The Mangyuan Empire's army is coming to Chang'an City? Su Qin's thoughts moved, and he took a step forward and disappeared. On the city wall of Chang'an City, the Emperor of Tang's face was pale. The face of the Forbidden Army commander next to him was also ugly. As a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, although the Forbidden Army commander was not suppressed by the imperial teacher dozens of miles away, it was obvious that he was aware of the gap between him and the other party. Your Majesty, why don't we evacuate? In any case, saving our lives is the most important thing. The Forbidden Army commander couldn't help but say. Perhaps others are still counting on the legend in the Emperor of Tang's palace to take action. However, as the confidant of the Emperor of Tang, the commander of the Forbidden Army had learned from the Emperor of Tang several months ago that even the Emperor of Tang himself did not know who the martial arts legend in the palace of the Emperor of Tang was and whether or not he would make a move. Under such circumstances, the commander of the Forbidden Army naturally advised the Emperor of Tang to prioritize saving his own life. As for the rest, he could only take one step at a time. The Emperor of Tang glanced at the commander of the Forbidden Army and said softly, "You want me to abandon the millions of people in Chang'an, abandon the Tang dynasty, and escape alone?" The emperor guarded the country's gates. The king died for the state. As the emperor of the Empire of Tang, If the Emperor of Tang really escaped, how could he face the previous emperors of the Empire of Tang? This general. The commander of the Forbidden Army faintly sensed the determination in the Emperor of Tang's words. He knelt on one knee and solemnly said, "Before this general dies, nothing will happen to your majesty." The commander of the Forbidden Army's words revealed his determination to die. He is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. If he wants to leave, unless the imperial teacher personally takes action, no one can stop him. However, the commander of the Forbidden Army did not have such thoughts. Because he is the commander of the Forbidden Army. Everything he has now was given to him by the Empire of Tang. Good. Very good. The Emperor of Tang's face showed a gratified expression. At this moment, the Emperor of Tang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and suddenly froze. He then asked, "Third brother, when did you come back?" "Just now." Su Qin walked to the city wall unhurriedly and glanced at the Mangyuan army that was still 20 miles away. Before Su Qin was ready to enter seclusion and step into the 6th heavenly layer, he had already informed the Emperor of Tang and the family Su that he would be going on a long trip. "Third brother, you shouldn't have come back." The Emperor of Tang sighed softly, his face full of bitterness. Su Qin could have come back at any time, but why did he have to come back at this time? "Third brother, I will have someone escort you out of Chang'an City. No matter what happens in the future, don't come back." The Emperor of Tang looked solemn and said seriously. "Leave? Why should I leave?" Su Qin's eyes were calm as he replied casually. "Why should I leave?" The Emperor of Tang was stunned. He looked at the Mangyuan army 20 miles away, and then looked at Su Qin. He did not react at all. "Why should I leave? The Mangyuan army is coming. If I don't leave, am I waiting to die under the enemy's weapons?" "Third brother. Not only you have to leave, but Yuan, and Wan also have to leave. Take care of them for me," the Emperor of Tang said in a deep voice. Although the Emperor of Tang has made up his mind to live and die with Chang'an City, it does not mean that he will watch Su Yueyun and Li Wan die with him. Yuan is still asleep and can't leave third brother's care. Yuan and Wan are still young and need third brother's guidance. This is the last time I'm begging you, third brother. The Emperor of Tang bowed slightly to Su Qin and said bitterly, "I'm not an emperor. Not only did I not let third brother enjoy glory and wealth, but I also made third brother run for his life. There's no need." Su Qin didn't even look at the Emperor of Tang. Time passed slowly. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Mangyuan army stopped 10 miles away from Chang'an City. For a time, the smell of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood came from 10 miles away. "It's over. Now we can't leave even if we want to." The Emperor of Tang felt a chill in his heart and looked at Su Qin next to him. In the past few hours, the Emperor of Tang has been persuading Su Qin to leave, but it didn't work at all. This made the Emperor of Tang almost jump. Just after the Mangyuan army stopped, the army dispersed, and a tall man slowly walked out. "Is that the imperial teacher of the Mangyuan Empire?" The Emperor of Tang saw this scene and his face suddenly turned pale. The other people on the city wall also looked dignified, and almost all of their eyes were focused on the tall man. Under everyone's gaze, the tall man took a few steps and slowly stopped, then looked at Chang'an City in the distance and said lightly, "When I left the Mangyuan Empire, I was looking forward to it." The tall man's voice was not loud, but it spread over 10 miles and clearly resounded in the ears of the Emperor of Tang and others. "I'm looking forward to fighting with another legend. I am a warrior, and even if I die, I should die in a fight, not like a tortoise waiting to die of old age." The imperial teacher's voice became louder and louder, and finally, it was like a bronze bell, constantly shaking in all directions. "But now, I am disappointed. I'm completely and utterly disappointed. It turns out that there is no legend in Chang'an City. All my expectations and fighting spirit along the way have turned to nothing." Mangyuan's imperial teacher's words contained a hint of anger, and his last sentence was like a thunderclap that shook the earth. On the city wall of Chang'an City, everyone only felt a roar in their mind, and the roar of the imperial teacher echoed in their ears. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. There is no legend in Chang'an City? There is no legend in Chang'an City? There is no legend in Chang'an City? For a long time, the reason why they had the courage to stand here and face the 5 million troops of the Mengyuan Empire was because they had placed their hopes on the legend in the depths of the imperial palace. But now, the imperial teacher actually said that there is no legend in Chang'an City? Without a legend, how can they resist the Mengyuan Empire? I didn't expect that the legend in Chang'an City would actually leave. The emperor's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Before he came, he was still worried about who was stronger between the imperial teacher and the legend in Chang'an City. But now, if there is no legend in Chang'an City, there is no need for the imperial teacher to take action. The Mengyuan Empire's army is enough to trample Chang'an City. Unify the world. My Mengyuan Empire will end the chaos, unify the world, and establish a great cause. The emperor's eyes were full of heat. On the city wall, the Emperor of Tang's face was pale, and there was a deep despair on his face. Just now, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that the legend in the depths of the imperial palace might take action to stop the imperial teacher. But now, hearing the imperial teacher's words, the Emperor of Tang suddenly fell into an abyss. The Emperor of Tang did not suspect that the imperial teacher was lying. Now that the war is imminent, there is no point in the imperial teacher lying. If the legend was really in Chang'an City, he would have taken action long ago and would not wait until now. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Tang only felt his vision go black, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. Suddenly, at this moment, a slender and powerful right hand supported the Emperor of Tang. Third brother. Emperor Lixing barely recovered. When he saw Su Qin, who was supporting him, he bitterly said, "Third brother, I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry to the Su family, and I'm sorry to the countless people of the Tang Empire." Don't say sorry. Su Qin directly interrupted the Emperor of Tang, retracted his right hand, and slowly walked forward. Third brother, what are you going to do? The Emperor of Tang suddenly reacted and asked subconsciously. Su Qin didn't even turn his head, he only left these two words. Kill him. P.S. New week, looking for monthly votes. Kill him? When the Emperor of Tang heard these two words, his first reaction was that Su Qin was going to kill someone, and his second reaction was, not good, the third brother is going to fall. At this moment, they were on the city wall of Chang'an City. If Su Qin continues to move forward, he will inevitably walk out of the city wall and fall down. Chang'an City, as the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties, has a high city wall. Even if a martial artist falls from here, he will inevitably be covered in dust. What's more, the gate of Chang'an City is now closed. If Su Qin really falls outside the city wall, he will definitely not be able to come in a short time. If at this time, the Mengyuan Empire's army launches an attack, Su Qin will probably have to face the Mengyuan Empire's army alone. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Tang suddenly became anxious. Stop the third brother. The Emperor of Tang looked at the Forbidden Army commander next to him. As you wish. The Forbidden Army commander bowed slightly and was about to make a move. However, the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the Forbidden Army commander, Su Qin stepped out, and his figure appeared outside the city wall. He walked in the air, step by step, toward the Mengyuan Empire's army, as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder. This is? The Forbidden Army commander's pupils shrank fiercely, and in a flash, 4 words suddenly flashed in his mind. Riding the wind. The Forbidden Army commander's heart was set off a monstrous wave. Throughout the ages, only the legendary martial arts legends or venerable Arhat can step on the sky and the earth and ride the wind. The third brother. How can the third brother fly? The Emperor of Tang blinked his eyes, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't react for a long time. Not far away, the family Su people were also looking at the battlefield with worry. At this moment, Su Sungho exclaimed, "The third brother won't take it too hard, right?" As soon as he said this, Su Shimen and Su Qingyu immediately looked up, and their expressions changed greatly. However, when they saw Su Qin walking in the air, their eyes widened in disbelief. Mengyuan Empire's army. The emperor carefully walked to the side of the imperial teacher and probed, "Imperial teacher, is there really no legend in Chang'an City?" Although the Ming Yuan Empire's imperial teacher had disappointed him by shouting at the Empire of Tang in front of the two armies, the emperor still wanted to hear the imperial teacher say it again. The imperial teacher glanced at the monarch and said lightly, "Just now, I used my divine sense to scan the city. If there really is a legend in Chang'an City, how could it be hidden from me? To us, the aura of an expert of the same level is as dazzling as the sun, unless the other party is far stronger than us." As the imperial teacher spoke, he suddenly laughed. Imperial preceptor is invincible in the world. How can there be an existence far superior to imperial preceptor in this world? The Ming Yuan emperor immediately complimented. Then, imperial teacher, should I order the army to attack the city now? The Ming Yuan emperor calmed down, suppressed the joy in his heart, and quickly asked. After saying this, the emperor bowed and stood in place, patiently waiting for the imperial teacher's next instruction. Imperial teacher? The emperor waited for a while, but he still did not hear the imperial teacher's reply, so he couldn't help but look up. However, when the emperor looked over, he saw that the originally indifferent imperial teacher had a dignified expression as he stared in a certain direction. What is the imperial teacher looking at? The emperor was shocked and quickly followed the imperial teacher's gaze and looked in the direction of Chang'an City. He saw a figure stepping on the sky from Chang'an City, approaching the Ming Yuan Empire's army at a leisurely pace. This is? The emperor's complexion suddenly changed. This figure was walking in the air. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on an invisible ladder. There was no leverage at all. Even a peak grade 1 great grandmaster would not be able to do this. The emperor had only seen this scene from the imperial teacher. Just as the emperor was inexplicably horrified, Su Qin had already arrived at the Ming Yuan Empire's army alone. At this moment, he was surrounded by 5 million Ming Yuan Empire's army, but his expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if he was not facing 5 million soldiers, but 500 ants. Are you the legend of Chang'an City? The imperial teacher stared at Su Qin in surprise and asked in a low voice. Even now, when Su Qin stood in front of him, the imperial teacher could not feel the other party's aura at all. If it weren't for Su Qin stepping on the sky and showing the ability of a legend, the imperial teacher might have thought that Su Qin was just an ordinary person. A legend? Su Qin nodded, then shook his head. Huh? The imperial teacher frowned, unable to figure out what Su Qin meant. At this moment, Su Qin said slowly, "If you continue to hide in the grassland, you can live a few more years." When these words came out, the imperial teacher's expression suddenly became gloomy. As the first legend of the endless grassland in the past 200 years, the imperial teacher has been unstoppable since he stepped into the martial Tao. When has he ever been looked down upon like this? Since you've come out. Then let me see what you're capable of. The imperial teacher took a step forward, and his aura began to rise crazily. His blood and chi soared to the sky, faintly connecting with the 5 million Ming Yuan Empire's army. In an instant, the Ming Yuan imperial teacher seemed to have transformed into a giant that reached the heavens. His every move shook the heavens and earth. The imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire was not a fool. To be able to become a martial arts legend, the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire was not a strategist, but at least he knew how to judge the situation. There were only two possibilities for Su Qin to be able to hide his aura in front of him. First, the other party has some kind of legend-level secret technique to hide his aura. Second, Su Qin's strength is far greater than his. If it was the former, the imperial teacher did not need to retreat at all. He could directly fight with Su Qin. If it was the latter, the imperial teacher could not retreat. Since the other party's strength was far greater than the imperial teacher's, how could the imperial teacher escape? Therefore, Ming Yuan's imperial teacher did not hesitate to go all out. He merged his blood and chi with the 5 million Ming Yuan Empire's army. Although he could obtain the power of the 5 million Ming Yuan Empire's vast national fortune, his blood and chi would be contaminated afterwards. He did not know how long it would take to recover. Die. The imperial teacher was like a god, tearing through the air and rushing towards Su Qin. Seeing this scene, Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. He just gently raised his right hand and casually pressed it towards the imperial teacher. I'm going all out, but you're only responding with a finger? Seeing this scene, the imperial teacher was furious. His blood and chi surged, and his speed skyrocketed again. Imperial teacher will win. The Mangyuan Empire will win. Not far away, the emperor of the Ming Empire and the generals saw this scene, and their faces showed a happy expression. Although they were not legends, they could still see the situation on the battlefield at this moment. The imperial teacher had a monstrous momentum, while Su Qin was standing there alone. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. After this battle, the imperial teacher will definitely suppress the world. At that time, the other countries will not even dare to resist. The emperor of the Mangyuan Empire had already imagined the fear of the other countries in the world, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. But soon, the emperor's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In his eyes, as Su Qin pressed down with his finger, the imperial teacher, who was originally monstrous, suddenly stopped and was penetrated by a force. The blood of a legend spilled on the ground. The imperial teacher fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. How is this possible? The 5 million troops of the Mangyuan Empire were stunned. They watched the godlike imperial teacher get pierced by a finger. They almost thought that what they saw was an illusion. The imperial teacher is dead? How could the imperial teacher die? The emperor's hands and feet were cold, and he was terrified. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about the surrender of all countries and the unification of the Mangyuan Empire. But in the blink of an eye, the imperial teacher died. With the death of the imperial teacher, the Mangyuan Empire lost its greatest reliance. Although the Mangyuan Empire can still occupy the endless grasslands with its national strength, it will be a complete joke if it unifies the world. Many generals next to the emperor felt a chill in their hearts. They thought further than others. Now that the imperial teacher is dead, what should they do next? The 5 million troops of the Mangyuan Empire can be said to be the power of the entire country. Once the expedition fails and they return to the empire, they will face the resentment of the people. And many generals looked at Su Qin, who killed the imperial teacher with a finger, and their scalps exploded. Whether they can return to the empire safely is a problem, let alone face the resentment of the people. Compared to the dead silence of the Mangyuan Empire's army, the Empire of Tang cheered. Countless soldiers of the Empire of Tang were full of joy. They didn't know Su Qin. They only knew that Su Qin stepped into the sky and killed the imperial teacher of the Mangyuan Empire, saving countless people of the Empire of Tang. Long live the Empire of Tang! Long live His Majesty! The people of Chang'an City couldn't help but shout. Is that person the legend of the imperial palace? A girl with an elegant temperament looked at Su Qin with admiration. He looks about the same age as me. I don't know if he is married. The young lady lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Hee hee. A martial artist next to her heard this and shook his head. How respected is a legend? How could he fall in love with someone like you? When the martial artist said this, he didn't continue. But the meaning of his words was equivalent to telling the other party that he wasn't worthy. You? The girl with an elegant temperament blushed, stomped her feet, and hurriedly ran away. When the others saw this scene, they looked at each other and smiled. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with the girl's thoughts, but whether they could do it or not was another matter. However, the strength of my Tang Empire's legend is terrifying. He should have already reached the depths of the myth realm. A martial artist of the upper realm sighed with emotion sighed. Indeed. The other martial artists nodded in agreement. And since Su Qin could easily kill the imperial teacher, it was obvious that his strength was far above the latter. Legend is the Emperor's Emperor. The Imperial Emperor. The third brother killed the imperial teacher Su Qin? The Emperor of Tang hadn't recovered from the scene of Su Qin stepping into the sky, but when he saw the imperial teacher die at the hands of Su Qin, his mind went blank again. After a long time, the Emperor of Tang reluctantly reacted. He looked at the Forbidden Army commander next to him and asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened just now?" "Your Majesty." The Forbidden Army commander's face also flashed with shock, disbelief, and many other emotions. Finally, he took a deep breath and sighed. The imperial uncle killed the imperial teacher Su Qin. After the Forbidden Army commander said this, he calmed down and continued, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Uncle is the legend in the Imperial Palace." When the Forbidden Army commander said this, images of Su Qin kept flashing in his mind. In the eyes of the Forbidden Army commander, Su Qin has some ability, and even the Emperor of Tang praised him, but all of this is nothing compared to the identity of a legend. "So, I've actually met a martial arts legend so many times." The commander of the Imperial Guard looked very emotional. He commanded the Forbidden Army in the Imperial Palace and often patrolled. Occasionally, he would see Su Qin strolling around the Imperial Palace. "I should have thought of it, I should have thought of it, I should have thought of it." The Emperor of Tang only felt a roar in his mind as he muttered to himself. In the past hundreds of years in the Empire of Tang, except for the great ancestor, no one has ever heard of anyone becoming a legend. The Emperor of Tang's Imperial Palace had a legend, which happened after Su Qin moved into the Eastern Palace. Moreover, every time the legend in the Imperial Palace took action, it was when the Emperor of Tang was facing a life-and-death crisis. Obviously, the legend only cared about the life of the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang's mind was full of thoughts as he stared blankly at Su Qin, who was standing alone in the depths of the Mengyuan army. Little Qin, little Qin. The two brothers Su Shimen and Su Sungho looked at each other with blank faces, not knowing what happened. Mengyuan army. Su Qin killed the imperial teacher Su Qin with a single finger without any change in his expression. Although the imperial teacher Su Qin was a legend, he should be invincible in his era, but unfortunately, he met Su Qin. Su Qin had already stepped into the seventh heavenly layer, and the gap between the imperial teacher and Su Qin was no different from an ordinary person challenging Venerable Arhat. It could even be said that it was far more than that. If Su Qin had not just broken through and wanted to familiarize himself with his strength, he could have killed the imperial teacher Su Qin in Chang'an City from 10 miles away. At this moment, a violent shout came. "You killed my imperial teacher, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. Army, listen to my order, whoever can injure this person will be rewarded with 100,000 gold taels and land. Whoever can kill this person will be given the title of king and will share the endless grassland with the emperor." This voice was low and powerful, and it instantly spread across a radius of several miles. Suddenly, there was a slight commotion in the Mengyuan army's 5 million soldiers. There will always be brave men when there is a great reward. Even if these soldiers witnessed Su Qin killing the imperial teacher with their own eyes, since they joined the army, who doesn't want to make a name for themselves? At this moment, the general who had just issued the military order quickly came to the emperor's side and whispered, "Emperor, run." Obviously, the general didn't think that 5 million troops could deal with Su Qin. The reason why he issued such a military order was nothing more than to sacrifice 5 million troops to buy time for the emperor. In his opinion, even if Su Qin was strong, it would take time to kill 5 million troops, right? If sacrificing 5 million troops could allow the emperor to escape, everything would be worth it. Escape? The emperor looked at the general, and a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on his face. "Yes, as long as I escape back to the grassland, there will still be a chance." The emperor's heart had just ignited with hope, and he subconsciously looked back, wanting to see the situation on the battlefield. However, when he looked back, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The Mengyuan Empire's army. Su Qin glanced at the 5 million soldiers who were ready to move. He shook his head slightly and said, "They don't know what death is." The next moment, a faint flame appeared in the depths of Su Qin's pupils, as if the sun was hovering in the sky, suppressing the world. The terrifying flame gushed out from Su Qin's pupils. At first, it only burned a few hundred meters, but then it quickly spread. As long as the Mengyuan Empire's army was touched by the flame, they would burn like grass and turn into a fireball. Finally, all the flames gathered and burned fiercely, converging into 9 great suns that spanned across the world. 9 yang divine art, burning mountains, and boiling seas. With Su Qin's current strength, even if he can't transform into a real great sun, it's easy for him to condense 9 fireballs that can burn everything. Walala, in an instant, the terrifying flame enveloped most of the battlefield. Countless Mengyuan Empire soldiers couldn't even let out a scream before they were burned into nothingness. What is this? The emperor was shocked and furious. He just turned around and was about to run away, but such a change happened on the battlefield. The great sun covered the sky and completely burned the 5 million soldiers of the Mengyuan Empire. No. The emperor turned around and wanted to run, but the flame spread too fast. It caught up to him in an instant. Suddenly, under the burning of the flame, the emperor's body turned into nothingness inch by inch, no longer existing. Before completely losing consciousness, the emperor suddenly regretted it. If he didn't mobilize the army to declare war on the Empire of Tang, would the result be different? Imperial teacher, you harmed me. The emperor of the Mengyuan Empire suddenly disappeared and no longer existed. At this moment, the battlefield was gradually coming to an end. The 5 million Mengyuan Empire's army couldn't even escape. They were all burned into nothingness by the flame. What kind of flame is this? On Chang'an City, many civil and military officials saw this scene and swallowed fiercely and said in a trembling voice. They thought that a legend is very strong. Even if they are besieged by millions of soldiers, they can easily kill their way through without running out of true essence or vitality. Killing was one thing, but burning 5 million soldiers into nothingness in just a few moments like this, what kind of concept was this? It's about time. Su Qin thought as he scanned the battlefield. In truth, the nine-yang divine art was indeed powerful, but even the creator of this divine art was far from being able to do what Ji Futian had just done. He was able to incinerate an army of 5 million with a single thought. This was Su Qin's terrifying strength. He had raised the nine-yang divine art to several levels in one fell swoop. What a pity. The power of a flame that covers this area has been greatly weakened. It can only be used against martial artists of the 9th grade. Su Qin shook his head slightly and evaluated in his heart. If the 9 great suns were to be condensed into a single point, all of their powers would have been concentrated in one place, and they would have been able to hurt a martial arts legend. But if they are scattered like now, there is no threat to legends, and even some grade 1 great grandmasters can resist for a while. Just now, in the Mengyuan Empire's army, several peak grade 1 were barely able to resist the flames, but as the power of the flames gathered, they were slowly burned into nothingness. Time to go back. Su Qin glanced at the battlefield again and finally looked in the direction of Chang'an. He took a step forward and disappeared. The Mengyuan dynasty was defeated. The imperial teacher died on the spot. No one from the 5 million Mengyuan Empire army survived. This news spread almost like a hurricane throughout the various countries. The Mengyuan Empire's army of 5 million Mengyuan Empire soldiers had already touched the heartstrings of the various countries in the world. Who knows how many spies were lying in ambush near Chang'an City, passing the information back to the various countries at any time. The Mengyuan Empire was defeated? The imperial teacher is dead? The Song Emperor's expression was ugly. He looked at the scout who brought back the news with a roar. Is this true or false? Reporting back to your majesty, this matter has been repeatedly confirmed. It should be. The scout kneeling in the hall trembled as he bowed his head and said, it should be true. Plop. The Song Emperor seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed on the dragon throne, his face full of despair. What happened? Why was the Mengyuan Empire defeated so thoroughly? Yue frowned and immediately asked. In his opinion, even if the Mengyuan Empire and the Empire of Tang won and lost, at most, one side repelled the other. But now, the Mengyuan Empire was completely defeated, no one survived, and the Mengyuan Empire's imperial teacher, a legend, died on the spot. This is ridiculous. No one from the 5 million Mengyuan Empire army survived? No one can do this. You have to know that when two armies fight, once one side shows an overwhelming advantage, the other side will inevitably be defeated and flee. In this case, how can the Empire of Tang stop the 5 million Mengyuan Empire army? Not to mention 5 million Mengyuan Empire army, even if 5 million pigs scattered, it's impossible to stop them all, right? Great General. According to the information, it was the legend of the Empire of Tang who killed the imperial teacher with one finger, then summoned the 9 great suns to burn everything, and burned the 5 million Mengyuan Empire army into nothingness. At this point, the scout's teeth were chattering. Even if he was not on the battlefield, he could guess how terrifying the flames that could burn 5 million Mengyuan Empire army were. The Legend of the Empire of Tang. Yui was silent. After a long time, he said bitterly, how could he be so strong? It wasn't just the Song Empire. At the same time, almost all countries in the world received the news. Nanming. Ming Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne with a blank look. Since the fall of King Wuyang in Chang'an City, Nanming's foundation has been greatly damaged. After losing such a peak grade 1, Ming Emperor almost couldn't suppress the imperial court. Fortunately, in recent months, for some unknown reason, 2 grade 1 great grandmasters in Nanming successfully broke through and entered peak grade 1, which reignited Ming Emperor's ambition. However, before Ming Emperor could make a comeback, he heard bad news. In the war between the Empire of Tang and the Mangyuan Empire, the Mangyuan Empire was completely defeated. Not only did the imperial teacher, a legend, die in battle, but the Mangyuan Empire's 5 million Mangyuan army was also left outside Chang'an City. The Ming Emperor was happy to see such a huge loss in the Mangyuan Empire. But after today, the shadow of the Empire of Tang will probably completely shroud the other countries. Martial arts legend. Ming Emperor was pessimistic. With the ability shown by the legend of the Empire of Tang, not to mention this era, even throughout ancient times, no one can be his opponent, right? Just when the countries in the world were shaken. Chang'an City. The Emperor of Tang was ordering the army to clean up the battlefield and order the army to recover the lost and abandoned territory. Just then, a eunuch walked quickly to the Emperor of Tang and whispered a few words. What? The Emperor of Tang's face changed slightly when he heard this. The Emperor of Tang looked dignified. He immediately put down all the matters in his hands, looked at the eunuch in front of him, and said word by word, you mean, third brother wants me to go to Cunning Palace to find him? Reporting to your majesty, that's exactly what the imperial uncle said. I see. The Emperor of Tang thought for a while and waved his hand. Later, the Emperor of Tang called Su Shimen, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu to Cunning Palace. Along the way, whether it was Su Shimen, Su Sungho, or Su Qingyu, they were full of doubts. They felt like they were dreaming. Soon, they arrived in front of Cunning Palace. They saw Su Qin standing there quietly. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang called out uneasily. Su Shimen, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu looked at Su Qin with a strange look in their eyes. Therefore, at this moment, Su Qin was not only their family, but also a peerless legend who killed the imperial teacher and burned 5 million troops. I know you have a lot of doubts. Su Qin turned around, looked at the Emperor of Tang and the others, and continued, but before we talk about those things, let's wake up my little sister first. Su Qin's tone was flat, as if he was an ordinary person. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would associate him with the peerless legend in the Mangyuan Empire's army. Okay. The Emperor of Tang's eyes lit up. 2 years ago, Su Huiyun fell into a deep sleep in order to absorb a drop of wood spirit liquid and hasn't woken up since. After a while, Su Qin and the others walked into the depths of Cunning Palace and looked at Su Huiyun lying on the bed. 2 years later, not only did Su Huiyun not change in the slightest, but under the nourishment of the drop of wood spirit liquid in his body, he became younger and younger. It's about time. Su Qin glanced at him, raised his right hand, and pressed on Su Huiyun's forehead. Wang. In less than an instant, Su Huiyun slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Where is this? Am I not in the Imperial Garden? Su Huiyun blinked and looked at the Emperor of Tang, Su Shimen, and the others. Yuner. The Emperor of Tang was overjoyed. Su Shimen, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu were also overjoyed. After chatting for a while, they once again looked at Su Qin. Su Qin's expression was calm as he said indifferently, if you have any questions, you can ask now. The Emperor of Tang and the others looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. In the end, it was Su Sungho who bit the bullet and said, just now outside Chang'an City, that person. As soon as Su Sungho said this, everyone, including the Emperor of Tang, pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Su Qin's answer. Although they were mostly sure in their hearts, they still wanted to hear Su Qin's final answer. I did it. Su Qin glanced at everyone and said calmly. Su Sungho heard this and said with his eyes wide open, "So, you are a martial arts legend?" Su Qin thought for a while and nodded. "More or less." Whether it was Venerable Arhat or martial arts legend, they were all different names for martial artists of the same realm. The power was the same, but the name was different. Hearing Su Qin's admission, whether it was Emperor Li Xing or the 3 Su family members, they were all shocked. If they hadn't seen this scene on the battlefield with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. In their eyes, Su Qin, who had always been gentle, was actually a legend who suppressed an era. "Little sister. Why aren't you surprised at all?" Su Sungho turned his gaze and saw Su Yueyun's thoughtful look, so he could not help but ask. In his opinion, his little sister, who had been asleep for so long, suddenly found out that her third brother was a martial arts legend. Although she was not shocked, it was impossible for her to be so calm. "Actually, I have always felt that third brother was not an ordinary person." Su Yueyun thought for a while and said. "What?" The Emperor of Tang and family Su looked at each other in disbelief. Even the Emperor of Tang only realized all this after the fact. How could Su Yueyun have such foresight? Su Yueyun saw everyone's confusion and did not keep them in suspense. He said bluntly, "When the 10 vassal lords were commanding millions of troops, I talked to third brother. At that time, third brother told me that nothing would happen. Then, the divine light that reached the sky killed the 10 vassal lords from thousands of miles away." "Then why didn't you tell me?" The Emperor of Tang sighed. "At that time, I did not have a good rest for months." If the Emperor of Tang knew that his third brother was a martial arts legend at that time, how could he not be able to sleep? "I was not sure at that time." Su Yueyun glared at the Emperor of Tang and continued, "Later, I found that Waner's strength improved too quickly. I am also a martial artist, and I know that Waner's martial arts talent is indeed good, but it is impossible for her to improve by leaps and bounds. And Waner is the one who runs to third brother the most." Su Yueyun continued, "So I was sure that Waner's change must have something to do with third brother." "Waner?" The Emperor of Tang's face showed a trace of shame. Over the years, he had put most of his energy into national affairs and did not pay much attention to Li Wan. And finally, third brother made the peach blossoms bloom in the imperial garden in front of me. "I am not a fool," Su Yueyun said in the end. "So that's what the fragrance of the flowers that day was about." Su Sungho suddenly realized. Su Shimin and the others also came to a realization. At that time, they were also curious about the fragrance of the flowers. Su Qingyu was even prepared to ask Su Qin, but Su Shimin stopped him with the reason that Su Qin needed to rest. As for what happened after, everyone forgot about it and left it unsettled. "That's right. Third brother, I actually have a question." At this time, Su Yueyun looked at Su Qin and could not help but ask. "Go ahead," Su Qin said lightly. "Decades ago, there was a rumor that the Shaolin Temple produced a venerable arhat." Su Yueyun paused for a moment and continued, "At that time, third brother, you were also in the Shaolin Temple." As soon as Su Yueyun said this, the rest of the people's faces changed slightly and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. "You want to ask, what does the venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple have to do with me?" Su Qin looked at Su Yueyun with a smile on his face. "The venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple is me," Su Qin pondered for a moment and said slowly. Suddenly, Su Shimin and the rest of the family Su felt a huge wave of emotions in their hearts. They never thought that Su Qin already had the strength of the venerable arhat when he was in the Shaolin Temple. Next, Su Qin answered a few more questions. When everyone's doubts were completely resolved, Su Qin continued to speak, "Since you all know, now I will give you a choice." Choice. The Emperor of Tang and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They immediately knew that what Su Qin was going to say next was probably very important. Thinking of this, everyone held their breath and pretended to listen attentively. "P.S. Please vote inside the Cunning Palace." The family Su looked solemnly at Su Qin. Even the Emperor of Tang felt uneasy at this moment, because he didn't know what kind of choice Su Qin was talking about. Would it affect the Empire of Tang and the whole world? If Su Qin was still his third brother, the Emperor of Tang would naturally not have such thoughts, but at this moment, Su Qin is the legend of the martial arts era, venerable arhat. In front of such an existence, a casual thought can shake the world. 1. Maintain your current life. I can guarantee you safety and wealth, and you can live for at least 150 years. Su Qin looked at the crowd and said lightly. Live for more than 150 years? Su Shimon's eyes widened, full of disbelief. The two brothers next to him, Su Sungho and Su Qingyu, also had the same expression. One must know that in this world, only by entering the upper realm can a martial artist's shouyuan be slightly extended. Even a grade 1 great grandmaster can only live for more than 150 years. Although the limit of a grade 1 great grandmaster's shouyuan is 200 years, the limit of a shouyuan is the limit of a shouyuan. In fact, not many grade 1 great grandmasters can really live to the limit of a shouyuan. Most of the grade 1 great grandmasters' shouyuan are around 150 years old. And Su Qin can let them live for more than 150 years, which is equivalent to forcibly raising the limit of a shouyuan to the grade 1 great grandmaster level. Even the Emperor of Tang, the Emperor of the Empire of Tang, has never heard of such a method. At least, Taizu, who established the Empire of Tang more than 500 years ago, was far from being able to do it. Third brother, is this true? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, asked with a trembling voice. The Emperor of Tang in the past did not live long, and Li Sheng has long been prepared for this. Now that he suddenly heard that he can extend the limit of a shouyuan and even live to 150 years old, how can he continue to be calm? Naturally, it's true. Su Qin nodded. With his current strength at the 7th heavenly layer, he can't guarantee that everyone can live for 200 years, but 150 years is a piece of cake. Su Shimon, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu had happy smiles on their faces. Who doesn't want to live longer and enjoy the glory of the world? Even for those true martial arts experts who devoted their entire lives to martial arts, most of them did so just so they could live a little longer. Only Su Huiyun looked at Su Qin and whispered, "Third brother, what is the second choice?" As Su Huiyun asked Su Li the Emperor of Tang, and the others suddenly woke up. Yes. Su Qin said to give them a choice. Since there is a choice, there must be more than one. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Qin again. Yes. There is one more. Su Qin nodded slightly and said slowly, I can let you step into the path of martial Dao cultivation, at least to grade 1 great perfection. As for legend, I can only say that there is a glimmer of hope. When these words came out, the entire cunning palace was silent, and everyone looked at Su Qin in shock. At least grade 1 great perfection? Hope to become a legend? How is this possible? The Empire of Tang has been established for more than 500 years. Except for the founding father, let alone a legend, even a grade 1 great perfection has not been born. But at this moment, Su Qin is guaranteeing that they can become grade 1 great perfection, and even becoming a legend is not impossible. This was simply inconceivable. I am almost 70 years old, and my vitality has already begun to decline. Can I become grade 1? After a long time, Su Shimon said tremblingly. It is not that Su Shimon does not believe Su Qin, but Su Qin's words are too incredible. If it was before, of course, it would be impossible. But now, when Su Qin said this, a deep meaning flashed in the depths of his eyes. The world has changed. In martial Dao cultivation, if you want to become a truly powerful martial Dao cultivator, you must meditate from a young age, polish yourself day and night, train in the winter, train in the summer, and have a master to guide you. The cultivation technique must also be suitable for you. Finally, after spending decades, you may touch the threshold of the upper realm. But this is the limit of most martial Dao cultivators. To become a true upper realm martial Dao cultivator, opportunity, perception, aptitude, and talent are indispensable. This is also the reason why Su Qin did not guide the family Su's cultivation in the beginning. Because it is not worth it. Even if the family Su paid a huge price, gave up all enjoyment, and devoted all their energy to martial Dao cultivation, at most, they would only reach the upper realm. Maybe with the help of Su Qin, they would step into grade 1 great grandmaster. And then? They can only live for more than 100 years. In that case, why not choose the first option, give up martial Dao cultivation, and spend time on things they like, and then let Su Qin extend their shouyuan for them and live happily for a lifetime. This was also Su Qin's initial idea. Instead of cultivating hard for a lifetime and living for more than 100 years, it is better to enjoy a lifetime and live for more than 100 years. But Su Qin's idea did not change until the recovery of the world's essence qi. The world's essence qi was like a tide, rising and falling. In this era, world's essence qi is in a state of slow recovery. With the recovery of world's essence qi, it is not only the world's essence qi that is gradually becoming richer, but the entire environment of heaven and earth has begun to slowly change, making it easier to cultivate. Of course, it is easier to cultivate compared to before, but it is undeniable that cultivating in this environment, whether it is the speed of cultivation or the breakthrough of bottlenecks, it will become much easier. For example, Su Qin, before the recovery of world's essence qi, it would take at least 40 to 50 years to smoothly enter the 7th heavenly layer, but now, it only took him 2 years to do it. However, Su Qin was able to break through so quickly, not only because of the recovery of world's essence qi, but also because he is the strongest person on this continent at the moment. As a result, under the recovery of world's essence qi, he has obtained the most benefits. Although others are far inferior to Su Qin, they can also obtain benefits. If the family Su re-enters the path of martial Tao under the recovery of world's essence qi, coupled with the guidance of Su Qin, a 7th heavenly layer legend, with the help of the changes of world, there is really a glimmer of hope to become a legend. Of course, this is only a glimmer of hope. Third brother, what do you mean when you say that world's essence qi has changed? Su Huiyun calmed down and looked nervously at Su Qin. The others also looked over and held their breaths. They are all smart people, and naturally realize the terrifying meaning behind Su Qin's words. In the past, they have no hope of martial Tao. But now, they can. The reason for this is the world's essence qi has changed, that Su Qin mentioned. And what kind of change can cause such an impact? Let's not talk about this for now. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The recovery of world essence qi was too complicated to explain, and even if Su Qin explained it, whether the family Su can understand was another matter. Now, tell me your choice. Su Qin's gaze swept across the crowd and said slowly. Choose? Su Shimen and the rest of the family Su looked at each other and felt their heartbeat accelerate. They knew very well that the decision they made next would determine their lives. I choose cultivation. Su Shimen thought for a while and said seriously. Before the family Su became the imperial family, they were a martial arts family, and Su Shimen was the backbone of the family Su. It can be said that among the people present, Su Shimen's pursuit of martial arts was the most devout. I also want to cultivate. The two brothers Su Sungho and Su Qingyu also said in unison. What about you? Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. Third brother, can you wait for me for 20 years? I want to wait until everything in the Empire of Tang is settled and the throne is passed to Yuan before I can cultivate. The Emperor of Tang was still worried about the Empire of Tang and asked in a low voice. Yes. Su Qin nodded. 20 years later, the Emperor of Tang will be in his 60s. If it was someone else, they would have missed the age to cultivate martial arts, but for Su Qin, it is just a matter of a drop of Yiwood spirit liquid. Yiwood spirit liquid is powerful. Although it has no effect on Su Qin, in the eyes of ordinary people and even grade 1 great grandmasters, it is definitely a well-deserved holy medicine. Third brother, I want to accompany His Majesty. Su Huiyun looked at the Emperor of Tang and asked carefully. Okay. Su Qin, of course, has no objection. Unlike others, Su Huiyun has absorbed a drop of Yiwood spirit liquid early. Let alone 20 years, even 40 years is more than enough. Since you all choose to cultivate. Then I will emphasize one more thing. Su Qin glanced at the crowd and continued, even if the heavens and earth change, it will be extremely difficult for you to enter the legend realm. It can only be said that there is a glimmer of hope, but whether this hope can be realized or not depends on you. Su Qin said while shaking his head, after grade 1 great perfection, if you want to go further, you need to grasp a wisp of qi between the heavens and earth. Although the world's vitality recovery has increased the amount of qi, it still depends on luck to grasp it smoothly. I can't help you. What Su Qin said is true. Before the recovery of vitality, only 1 out of 200 grade 1 great perfections could become a martial arts legend. Now, 1 out of 100 grade 1 great perfections will be a martial arts legend. It seems that the chances have doubled, but in fact, what is the concept of 100 grade 1 great perfection? One must know that before the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire, no legend had been born for 200 years. Even the imperial dynasty's imperial teacher took the final step with the help of the vitality recovery. If there is no vitality recovery, the imperial teacher will be trapped in grade 1. After Su Qin finished speaking, he looked at the reaction of the family Su. It's not that he wants to hurt them, but he doesn't want to see the family Su full of hope only to face despair. Su Shimin and the others looked at each other. After hearing Su Qin's words, they quickly calmed down. They know how difficult it is to enter the legend realm. Even if they use the heavens and earth, coupled with Su Qin's help, it is estimated that their hope is slim. However, after discussing for a long time, they decided to go all out. There is no other way, becoming a legend is too tempting. Not to mention other things, just the 500 years of Shuyuan is enough to make everyone desperate. Next, seeing that everyone has made up their minds, Su Qin began to teach them some cultivation techniques. These cultivation techniques were obtained by Su Qin in the past few decades. They are not divine secret arts, but they are definitely the most suitable cultivation techniques for the family Su. As for the real divine secret arts, even if Su Qin wants to teach them, the family Su can't learn it. For example, Su Qin is currently cultivating the past Amitabha Sutra. Even if he gave the original to the family Su on the spot, what can they do? Can they understand it? For thousands of years, no one has been able to learn the past Amitabha Sutra, let alone people outside Buddhism. Even Su Qin understood the past Amitabha Sutra because of the system's infusion. The stronger the cultivation technique is, the better it is. Okay. Come with me to a place. When Su Qin saw that everyone had calmed down, he spoke and turned to leave. Okay. The Emperor of Tang and the others immediately got up and followed behind Su Qin. Soon, Su Qin led everyone to the right spring square of the East Palace. Ask all the eunuchs and palace maids in the East Palace to leave. Su Qin stopped and looked at the Emperor of Tang and said. The Emperor of Tang heard this and immediately gave the order. Suddenly, except for the few of them, there was no one else in the East Palace. Third brother, isn't this your residence? Su Yueyun asked curiously. Residence? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He raised his right hand and pointed to the right spring square. Look again, is this still my residence? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, the entire right spring square suddenly roared. Clouds and mist curled up and spread rapidly. In a short while, it enveloped the entire East Palace. Countless heaven and earth great arrays continued to overlap. Within the range of the great array, the aura was surging and vitality was like rain. It was like a paradise on earth. This is? Su Yueyun, Su Sungho, and Su Qingyu had never seen such an incredible scene. They all exclaimed. Even Su Shimin of the Lao Dao had a look of deep shock on his face. They did not expect that Su Qin, with a wave of his hand, would transform the Eastern Palace into a paradise on earth, as if a god of creation had changed the world. Heaven and Earth Great Array. This is the Heaven and Earth Great Array that the Great Ancestor mentioned. The Emperor of Tang was extremely shocked and muttered to himself. Before the Great Ancestor crossed the sea, he had left a Heaven and Earth Great Array in the Imperial Palace. But after 500 years, the Heaven and Earth Great Array had long disappeared. Moreover, according to the words left by the Great Ancestor, even if the Heaven and Earth Great Array in the Empire of Tang was still there, it was far inferior to the Heaven and Earth Great Array in the East Palace. If you want to cultivate in the future, you can come here. Su Qin smiled slightly. Ever since he discovered the majestic hall under Chang'an City, Su Qin had basically ignored the right spring square. He would only come here for a stroll when he was free. Since that was the case, he might as well let the family Su use it. Not good. I should have the Forbidden Army stand guard outside. Otherwise, if someone else breaks in. At this moment, the Emperor of Tang's expression changed slightly. Don't worry. No one can come in without my permission. Su Qin said indifferently. The Heaven and Earth Great Array that he had set up in the right spring square was to prevent others from entering by mistake. Although he added other heaven and earth grade arrays later, such as gathering world essence chi, the original heaven and earth grade array still existed. With these heaven and earth grade arrays guarding, even a martial arts legend would be trapped for a moment if they broke in, let alone others. Next. After Su Qin gave a few more instructions, the family Su happily followed Su Qin's instructions to cultivate. After everyone was busy, Su Qin's smile gradually faded. It's time to think about how to condense the miniature domain. Cave world. The sky was dark. Su Qin was sitting cross-legged under a withered ancient tree. Next to Su Qin, Mohim was standing very obediently. Master, it is rumored that in the deepest part of the world, there is an ancient demon tree. It is this ancient demon tree that supports the entire world. The demon gods are sitting on the ancient demon tree. Mohim tried her best to tell everything she knew truthfully. Oh? Ancient demon tree? Su Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at Mohim. Yes, master. Mohim bit her lips and said charmingly, I also heard that in the demon cloud city, there is a branch of the ancient demon tree. If master is curious, you might as well go to the demon cloud city to take a look. Is that so? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and a black light appeared in the depths of his pupils. Suddenly, Mohim's tender body trembled, and her pretty face became pale as paper. She knelt at Su Qin's feet with a plop. Master, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Mohim's voice trembled, as if she was experiencing terrible torture. Tell me. What is your relationship with the Demon Cloud City? Why do you know so much about the Demon Cloud City? Su Qin looked at Mohim with a smile and said lightly. With Su Qin's perception, he naturally noticed that there was some kind of connection between Mohim and the Demon Cloud City. Compared with ordinary demons, Mohim knew too much. She even knew about the world's vitality tide. Master, I'll tell you everything. Mohim's pretty face flashed a trace of struggle, and then she immediately begged for mercy. Say it. Su Qin said casually. Master. Mohim's complexion recovered slightly, and she said respectfully, Master, the Demon Cloud City Lord is my granduncle. Granduncle? Su Qin was slightly surprised. He thought that Mohim had a grudge against the Demon Cloud City Lord. After all, Su Qin could feel Mohim's hatred for the City Lord hidden deep in his heart. Master, although the Demon Cloud City Master is my granduncle, I can't wait for him to die. When Mog said this, she paused for a moment before continuing, I was born with a purine body. When my granduncle found out, not only did he imprison me, he even planned to give me to another demon king as a cultivation vessel. Furnace? Su Qin looked pensive. If Mohim really became another demon king's cauldron, his fate would be extremely miserable. If he was lucky, the purine chi in his body would be sucked dry, and his chi and blood would be destroyed. He would only last for a few dozen days before dying. If he was lucky, his soul would scatter on the spot. It can be said that the Demon Cloud City Lord giving Mohim to the other demon kings as a cultivation cauldron was equivalent to letting Mohim die, and an extremely miserable death at that. And then? Su Qin continued to ask. Then I escaped. But it didn't take long for me to be discovered. Then, I was rescued by Master. Mohim did not dare to lie, and said with a trembling voice. She knew very well that apart from Su Qin, she had no one to rely on. Without Su Qin's protection, she would fall into the hands of the city lord sooner or later, and then be treated as a cultivation cauldron, like a commodity. Through this time of getting along, Mohim knew that although Su Qin was cold, he didn't seem to be interested in her, let alone treat her as a cultivation cauldron. After discovering this, Mohim immediately became determined to follow Su Qin. One must know that the purine chi in her body was very beneficial to king-level existences. Any demon king who discovers her will not let her go. It was simply a stroke of luck to meet Su Qin, a demon king who didn't care about her purine body. I see. You can leave now. Su Qin waved his hand and said. Yes. Mohim left obediently. Su Qin watched Mohim leave. He didn't think that she was lying just now. One must know that when Mog spoke, her hatred for the city lord was real. Coupled with Su Qin's divine sense, he was even more certain that Mohim was telling the truth. In the past few years, I visited all the nearby places where I can sign in. Only the Demon Cloud City is left. Suqin touched his chin, his thoughts fluctuating. Even without Mohim, Suqin would go to the Demon Cloud City. After all, the Demon Cloud City has existed for the longest time. In terms of Dao accumulation, the Demon Cloud City definitely has the most Dao accumulation. And the more Dao accumulation, the better the treasure Suqin will get. However, before going to the Demon Cloud City, I should make a breakthrough first. Suqin's expression slightly condensed. As early as when Suqin's main body broke through to the 7th heavenly layer, this incarnation could also break through. After all, whether it was the main body or the incarnation, they were both Suqin, sharing the same will and thoughts. Let's start. Suqin slowly closed his eyes, and the aura in his body was circulating endlessly. A few days later, Mog was bored to death as she swung on the swing, her snow-white long legs swinging back and forth. Master hasn't called me for several days. Mohim blinked her big eyes, constantly looking at the valley where Suqin was. Unfortunately, at this moment, the valley was covered by a layer of demonic qi. Even if Mohim looked for 100 years, she wouldn't be able to see anything clearly. Master won't be angry, right? I really didn't mean to hide it from Master. Mohim's heart tightened, thinking that Suqin blamed her for hiding her relationship with the Demon Cloud City from him. No. I must explain it to Master. Mohim jumped down from the swing and was about to run out of the valley to see Suqin. However, at this moment, a faint voice came, "What do you want to explain?" Mohim looked up and saw a man standing there quietly. "Master," Mohim exclaimed, looking at Suqin in disbelief. At this moment, Suqin gave Mohim a completely different feeling. It was like a real endless abyss, constantly devouring everything around him, and even Mohim's eyes couldn't escape. "Master, you broke through?" Mohim's pretty face was full of shock. Although Mohim was not a demon king, she had stayed in the Demon Cloud City for a long time. Although the city lord imprisoned her, he didn't mind telling her some things. Among them was the breakthrough of the Demon King level. Every step taken by a Demon King level existence was extremely difficult, and it took years or even decades for them to retreat. But Suqin only went into retreat for a few days, and he broke through. Breakthrough? Sort of. Suqin said casually. At this moment, he had completely entered the 7th heavenly layer. His aura was vast and mighty. Even in the cave world, he was definitely a powerhouse, a peak demon king who suppressed several major cities. Let's go. Suqin looked up at the sky and said. Go? Master, where are we going? When Mohim heard this, she immediately followed Suqin and asked in a low voice. Where are we going? A smile appeared on Suqin's face, and he said lightly, Demon Cloud City. Chang'an City. In a majestic underground palace. Suqin sat cross-legged. His aura was deep and profound, as if the vast void encompassed everything. After stepping into the 7th heaven, my control of the power of heaven and earth has skyrocketed to 100 miles. Suqin carefully felt his body and whispered to himself. At this moment, he could mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth within 100 miles with a thought. He was like a real immortal, representing the might of heaven. Although the power has increased a lot, I can feel that the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles is already the limit. In other words, the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles is the limit of Venerable Arhat, a martial arts legend. Suqin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Compared to the true vastness of heaven and earth, the power of an individual was obviously insignificant. Even Venerable Arhat, a martial arts legend, was no exception. For any martial arts legend, Venerable Arhat, the range that he could wield with ease was 100 miles. Once it exceeded 100 miles, even a martial arts legend of the 9th heaven would not be able to do it. Of course, Suqin used the 9 Yao Bao to kill 10 vassals from thousands of miles away. It was the power of the 9 Yao Bao, and it was not his own control of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder after the 7th heaven, I have to start condensing the micro-domain. It turns out that my control of the power of heaven and earth has reached the limit. Suqin nodded slightly. Since he could no longer continue to expand the range of the power of heaven and earth, what should he do? Of course, it was to infinitely compress and condense the power of heaven and earth to form something similar to a domain. It is said that if a martial arts legend wants to go one step further and enter the realm of earth immortals, he has to constantly perfect the micro-domain and form a real domain. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. A real earth immortal can envelop heaven and earth with a thought. Within the domain, the earth immortal is the only god, omnipotent. Su Qin was fascinated. However, if I want to condense the micro-domain, the first thing I have to do is to thoroughly familiarize myself with the power of the seventh heaven, and then use a lot of effort to slowly compress the power of heaven and earth. Finally, if I want to condense the power of heaven and earth to form the micro-domain, I will need to inject a lot of divine thoughts. Su Qin sighed softly. Su Qin didn't care much about his divine sense. After the moon forging divine sense art had forged it, his divine sense was extremely stable, completely meeting the requirements to form a miniature domain. But compressing heaven and earth power required Su Qin to do it bit by bit. There was no shortcut. This was also the reason why many 7th celestial stage experts were unable to grasp a miniature domain. Condensing a miniature domain took too much time. Even a martial arts legend could only be a shouyuan for 500 years. If he were to spend a few hundred years to condense a micro-domain, how could he still cultivate? Let's give it a try. Su Qin couldn't think of anything for the time being, so he could only try to compress the heaven and earth power. Wang. Just as Su Qin was slowly compressing the power of heaven and earth, the 1,000-year Bodhi heart that Su Qin had been wearing suddenly emitted a faint brilliance. Under the glow of this misty light, Su Qin's speed of compressing the natural power suddenly soared, reaching tens of times, even hundreds of times faster than normal. This is? Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 1,000-year Bodhi heart in front of him. All this time, Su Qin thought that the 1,000-year Bodhi heart's function was to see one's true nature, stabilize one's mind, and prevent one from going mad. But at this moment, when compressing the power of heaven and earth, the 1,000-year Bodhi heart actually had such a stimulating effect. According to the Buddhist scriptures, the 1,000-year Bodhi heart grows in the Buddha's Pure Land, and the Buddha's Pure Land should be similar to a domain. Su Qin's thoughts raced as he thought silently. For a 7th heaven martial arts legend, what was condensed was a domain, but for a 7th heaven venerable arhat, what was condensed was a pure land. Although domain and pure land were called different names, they were essentially the same. At this speed, an ordinary martial arts legend would need at least 200 or 300 years to condense a domain, but for me, 2 or 3 years is enough. Su Qin was amazed as he kept looking at the 1,000-year Bodhi heart in front of him. Not bad. Not bad. Su Qin's face was full of joy. Although he had enough shouyuan, and even if it really took 200 or 300 years to condense a domain, if he could save time, why wouldn't he save time? In the following time, Su Qin basically spent all his time condensing a miniature domain. With the help of a 1,000-year Bodhi heart, Su Qin's path of condensing a miniature domain was simply 1,000 miles a day. On this day, Su Qin had just finished a period of cultivation and left the majestic hall, ready to stroll around. Martial arts cultivation was a step-by-step process. Unless he had a breakthrough, Su Qin generally wouldn't fall into seclusion for a long time. The vitality tide has risen a little again. Su Qin felt the heaven and earth, and his thoughts fluctuated. It just so happens that I haven't signed in today, let's sign in at the palace today. When Su Qin passed by the white jade square, he suddenly stopped and made a decision in his heart. Ever since he sent his incarnation to the cave world, most of his daily sign-in opportunities were used in the cave world, but occasionally, Su Qin would sign in at the palace on a whim. System, sign in. Su Qin stood in front of the white jade square and muttered in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the burning blood technique. Burning blood technique? All kinds of insights about the burning blood technique suddenly appeared in Su Qin's mind. So it's a desperate forbidden technique that burns one's own flesh and blood to obtain a substantial increase in strength. Su Qin's eyes lit up. The price of using the burning blood technique is to burn one's own flesh and blood. For any warrior, this was a heavy price to pay. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was no different from nothing. Because Su Qin has the flesh rebirth ability, With the blessing of this ability, even if Su Qin keeps using the burning blood technique, he can quickly recover, which is equivalent to not having to pay any price. Another trump card. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tang dynasty, at the edge of the continent near the ocean, a figure in a blue robe stepped on the waves and came towards the continent at a terrifying speed. If the imperial teacher was still alive and was here, he would have noticed that this man in a blue robe had a mighty aura, indicating that he was a legend. And he wasn't even a legend who had just entered the first heavenly layer. Soon, the man in the blue robe approached the edge of the continent. Here, this is the place where the Tianji sect's Tianji child spent 100 years of Shouyuan's prophecy. The blue-robed man muttered to himself, the vitality tide is recovering, and the great world is coming. But in the great world, there are also those who are close and those who are distant. And the place of the great battle is the core of the vitality tide. In the land of the great era, there will be an earth immortal, or even an existence that surpasses the earth immortal. The man in the blue robe's heart was burning. At the edge of the continent, a man in a blue robe had a fiery gaze. The overseas martial arts were unprecedentedly prosperous, but most of the cultivation resources were controlled by the major sections. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were at the mythical level, would be in a difficult situation if they did not choose to join a major sect and work hard for it. Those sect masters are unwilling to believe the prophecy of Tianji. They think that even if the vitality tide recovers, the overseas will still maintain its past glory. What a pity. The man in the blue robe shook his head slightly, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. He once obtained an opportunity on a deserted island and knew that this was not the first time the vitality tide had appeared. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the vitality tide had risen and fallen. And every time the vitality tide soared, a certain core area would appear. This core area would be above all other places in the world, and even the extremely prosperous overseas would be suppressed. However, those sect masters don't believe it, but for me, it saves me some trouble. A smile appeared on the face of the man in the blue robe. If the major sects overseas believed the prophecy of Tianji, he would have a headache. But now, no one cared about this continent, and in the eyes of the man in the blue robe, it was a great thing. As long as I occupy this continent in advance and start to make arrangements, even if it's only for a few years, the benefits will be better than decades or hundreds of years of hard work. The man in the blue robe's thoughts turned quickly, and he began to think about how to suppress this continent as soon as possible. If in decades or hundreds of years, this continent was completely full of vitality, he naturally would not dare to have such thoughts. But now, even if it was the core area of the recovery of vitality tide, it still needed time to accumulate and settle. Today's continent, even if it showed some extraordinary aspects, but in his eyes, it was just so. As an overseas mythical martial artist, the man in the blue robe naturally had his own pride. In this remote place far away from the overseas, a martial arts legend would not be born in hundreds of years. How could it resist his suppression? The only thing the man in the blue robe needed to consider now was how to suppress this continent as soon as possible. I have to hurry. In a short time, the major sects may not believe the prophecy of Tianji, but as time goes by, the vitality tide will become more and more intense, and those sect masters who stand at the top of the overseas will inevitably notice one or two. The man in the blue robe's heart suddenly tightened. He had never thought that he could monopolize this continent forever. Once those sect masters overseas reacted, the blue-robed man would have no choice but to retreat. Thinking of this, the blue-robed man took a step forward and disappeared. Meanwhile, Su Qin strolled leisurely in the palace. Eh? Su Qin stopped and looked into the ancestral shrine of the imperial palace. When Su Qin first arrived at the imperial palace, he knew that the guardian of the ancestral temple was a peak grade 1. He should be the last hidden treasure of the Emperor of Tang. Am I going to die? Su Qin's eyes were calm as his thoughts fluctuated. In his perception, the temple keeper's life force was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Shouyuan's time limit. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Even for a 7th heavenly venerable like Su Qin, Shouyuan's time limit is an unavoidable problem. If Su Qin can't enter the great Arhat realm in the future, He can only live for more than 950 years, and then wait until his vitality declines and he dies of old age alone. It's a pity. Suqin sighed softly in his heart. Now that the vitality tide is recovering, if the temple keeper still has a few decades of Shouyuan, it is not impossible to try to take that step. But now, just as Suqin was about to turn around and leave, squeak! The door of the ancestral temple was slowly pushed open. The temple keeper walked out of the ancestral temple with difficulty. The moment he saw Suqin, his expression changed slightly, and then he respectfully said, "Greetings, sir." Although the temple keeper's vitality is declining at this moment, and he is close to Shouyuan's time limit, as a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, unless he really dies of old age, it is impossible for him to be unable to move. What is your relationship with the founding father of the Empire of Tang? Suqin stopped, looked at the temple keeper again, and asked casually. Although Suqin has never seen the founding father of the Empire of Tang, he has obtained the jade pendant left by the founding father of the Empire of Tang to store his divine sense. In his divine sense, the aura of the founding father of the Empire of Tang is slightly similar to that of the temple keeper at this moment. Therefore, Suqin asked this question. Sir. The founding father is the founder of my lineage. The temple keeper respectfully said. So that's how it is. Suqin nodded slightly. In this way, everything made sense now. Sir. Before the founding father crossed the sea, he left a message that if a new legend is born in the Empire of Tang in the future, he must tell him some things truthfully. The temple keeper hesitated for a while and said in a low voice. Oh? Suqin looked at the temple keeper and said lightly, "Tell me, what is the founding father of the Empire of Tang referring to?" Sir, the founding father once said that although there is a chance of longevity overseas, it is not a good place. Overseas is full of vitality and spiritual opportunity. It is a cultivation holy land for legends, but overseas is also occupied by the major sects and controls countless resources. The temple keeper said truthfully. I see. Suqin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Overseas is not a good place. Suqin knew it when he met the beautiful figure in the palace dress when he was in Nanzhao and controlled moon worship. But Suqin heard of the major sects for the first time. Sir, if you are going overseas, you must be careful. The temple keeper was silent for a while and continued. Hearing this, Suqin just smiled and did not reply. For other legends and Venerable Arhat, overseas is the only place they can go. Only overseas can they find further opportunities. But in Suqin's eyes, he never thought of going overseas. Not to mention that Suqin found the entrance to the cave world under Chang'an City. Even if he didn't find it, the treasures he signed in at the Imperial City were enough to promote Suqin to the 9th heaven or even the great Arhat land immortal. In this case, why would Suqin go overseas? At this time, the temple keeper bowed deeply to Suqin again and said, Sir, you have saved the Empire of Tang several times. If you have any needs in the future, just say it. Speaking of this, the temple keeper took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his arms and said, This is the token left by the founding father. Anyone who sees this token is the same as seeing the founding father. The temple keeper respectfully presented the dragon-shaped jade pendant in front of Suqin. With this token, even if you depose the emperor, no one will dare to object. Suqin glanced at the dragon-shaped jade pendant and said with a smile, Aren't you afraid that I will use this token to sit on the throne of the Emperor of Tang? My lord, if you want the throne, you can take it. The temple keeper replied without hesitation. The guardian of the ancestral temple died of old age that night. Although Suqin did not see it with his own eyes, he saw the guardian slowly dying with his divine sense. In fact, this was not the first time Suqin saw someone die of old age in front of him. But every time he saw it, it gave Suqin a different feeling. Shouyuan's limit. Suqin sat cross-legged in the majestic underground hall, his heart filled with emotions. I wonder what level of martial artist is able to escape from the end of their lifespan. Immortality? Suqin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. No matter what, I still have to become stronger. If I don't become stronger, I'll just live a little longer than ordinary people. Suqin's expression turned solemn as he slowly closed his eyes, condensed the power of heaven and earth, and slowly transformed it into the micro-domain. Although for 7th heaven Arhat, condensing the micro-domain was not necessary. But for 9th heaven Arhat to go one step further and enter the realm of greater Arhat, he must transform the micro-domain into a full-fledged domain. Suqin was currently focusing all his energy on the micro-domain. Firstly, it would be a qualitative change in his combat strength after condensing the micro-domain. Secondly, it was to pave the way for the future. Other mythical martial artists, no matter how talented they were, would not think that they would be able to ascend to the extreme and become an earth immortal. But Suqin was different. For Suqin, stepping into the earth immortal was just a matter of time. In the following time, Suqin returned to his usual life. In fact, ever since Suqin revealed his strength, there was no difference from before. The only difference was that Suqin would occasionally take a look at the cultivation progress of the family Su people. What surprised Suqin was that among the 3 family Su people, the fastest was not the brothers Su Sungho and Su Qingyu, who were at the peak of their vitality, but Su Shimin, whose vitality had begun to decline. Father has lived for most of his life, and his state of mind is not bad. That's why he was able to advance by leaps and bounds under the recovery of vitality. Suqin secretly observed and judged in his heart. As for the 2 brothers, Su Sungho and Su Qingyu, they had their hearts set on the secular world. Even though they had the martial arts resources provided by Suqin, they still had no choice but to devote themselves to cultivation. Of course, whether it was Su Shimin or Su Sungho or Su Qingyu, the reason why they could make such great progress was entirely because of the cultivation method provided by Suqin and the fact that they cultivated under the heaven and earth great formation in the right spring square. In addition to family Su, Suqin would occasionally give Li Wan some pointers. Third uncle. Li Wan stood there with a solemn expression on his face. How is your sword cultivation going? Suqin casually glanced at Li Wan and said lightly. Since the last time Li Wan said that he wanted to cultivate the sword, Suqin had divided a trace of his understanding of the sword into a sword mark and placed it on a piece of wood. It was not that Suqin was unwilling to pass on more of his understanding of the sword to Li Wan. It was that the other party couldn't bear it at all. Sword Dao was about killing. Although the trace of understanding of the sword had been purified by Suqin and the killing intent had long been removed, Li Wan was only a martial artist in the lower realm. Even if his martial arts aptitude was good, how could he bear the understanding of the sword of Venerable Arhat? Third uncle. I seem to have learned a little. Li Wan said cautiously. Oh? Give it a try. Suqin looked at Li Wan and said. Yes. Li Wan nodded. She took out a wooden sword and slashed out according to the feeling she had in her heart. Wang. A ray of sword light appeared and flashed, disappearing into the sky. Not bad. Suqin saw this and nodded slightly. Although the ray of sword light that Li Wan slashed out was still not worth mentioning in his opinion, Li Wan was just a teenager. If this sword light was placed in Jianghu, it would be enough to make 90% of the swordsmen feel ashamed. With your current understanding of the sword, you can become a grade 1 great grandmaster in 20 years. Suqin commented. In the past, with Li Wan's martial arts aptitude, although stepping into grade 1 great grandmaster was not a problem, it would take at least 30 years. But now, it was 10 years ahead of schedule. Third uncle. Can I really become a grade 1 great grandmaster? Li Wan was full of longing. In Li Wan's view, grade 1 great grandmaster was too far away from her. The particularly fierce eunuchs in the palace were only at this realm. If you want to protect the empire of Tang, becoming a grade 1 great grandmaster is not enough. Suqin said with a deep meaning. What? Li Wan's little face suddenly became bitter. Then how strong should I be to protect the empire of Tang? After a while, Li Wan asked tentatively. A legend. Suqin gave a reply. Now that the vitality tide has recovered, cultivation has become easier. In the past, a peak grade 1 great grandmaster could guard a country, but this should not happen again in the future. A peak grade 1 great grandmaster may still be strong, but it is absolutely impossible for them to suppress everything. A martial arts legend. Li Wan's little face was full of disappointment. If it was a grade 1 great grandmaster, she could still look forward to it, but a legend. At this time, Li Wan was no longer the little martial artist who had just entered the martial Dao. Although she doesn't know much about the legendary legend, she knows the difficulty of it. Don't worry, with me here, I can't guarantee that you will become a legend, but at least you have more hope than others. Su Qin saw that Li Wan was full of disappointment and said casually. Third uncle, is what you said true? Li Wan blinked her big eyes. Su Qin smiled and did not reply. Instead, he took out an envelope again. This is the cultivation method you will be cultivating next. 9 Taoist scripture? Li Wan took the paper and read the words on it. Yes. Cultivating the 9 Taoist scripture to great accomplishment will allow you to reach grade 1 great perfection, which is enough for you to cultivate for the next 100 years. Su Qin nodded. Although Li Wan is expected to become a grade 1 great grandmaster in 20 years, even if everything goes well, it will be 100 years before she is ready to break through to the legend realm. And this is with the influence of the recovery of the world's essence Qi tide. Otherwise, without the world's essence Qi tide, Li Wan will not be able to grasp the world's essence Qi for the rest of her life, let alone break through to the legend realm. Okay. Let's go back. Su Qin talked to Li Wan about the key points of cultivating the 9 Taoist scripture, and let Li Wan go back and slowly ponder it. Su Qin can certainly play a guiding role in martial Dao cultivation, but it depends more on the martial artists themselves. I hope a few of you can become legends. After Li Wan left, Su Qin's expression became indifferent and calm again. Just as Su Qin was about to return to the underground palace under Chang'an City to continue condensing the miniature domain. Huh? Su Qin seemed to suddenly feel something, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. Another martial arts legend has been born? Su Qin's eyes were deep, as if there was an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating, illuminating the 9 heavens and the netherworld. At this moment, Su Qin was already Arhat 7th heaven. With the eye of truth and the celestial divination technique, he could see through the empire of Tang at a glance. As for the outside of the empire of Tang, although it was beyond Su Qin's control, he could vaguely sense it. And just now, Su Qin vaguely noticed that a trace of a martial arts legend's aura suddenly flashed and disappeared at the edge of the continent. That's not right. The aura is stable. It's not a new martial arts legend. It should be a martial arts legend who returned from overseas. Su Qin carefully sensed for a moment and thought to himself. Overseas? Su Qin's brows furrowed slightly, but then relaxed. Even if the overseas martial arts legend really returned, Su Qin would be too lazy to intervene if he did his job and hid in a corner. But if the other party wanted to cause havoc in the world, or simply provoke Su Qin had no choice but to kill them. At the same time, in the Longevity Hall, Emperor Lixing sat on the dragon throne, looked at the Minister of Rites below, and said, "If you have something to say, say it." "As you wish." The Minister of Rites bowed and said, "Your Majesty, now many small countries have submitted letters of surrender, but..." At this point, the Minister of Rites stopped and did not dare to continue. Ever since Su Qin killed the Ming Yuan Empire's imperial teacher outside Chang'an City and burned the 5 million troops, the world was shaken and the countries were terrified. As a result, during this period of time, small countries have successively submitted letters of surrender. This naturally made the Emperor of Tang overjoyed. "But what?" the Emperor of Tang asked. The Minister of Rites said cautiously, "But the 6 countries, Nanming, Northern Song, and Tibet, have put forward conditions." "What conditions?" Emperor Lixing was not surprised when he heard this and asked. Among all the countries, only these 6 countries could truly be called great countries. In addition, the Empire of Tang in the past. The 7 nations stood side by side, facing each other, and together, they divided more than half of the world's territory. As for the other small countries, they might disappear after a while. The Emperor of Tang didn't care about them at all. The 6 countries did not submit letters of surrender like the other small countries. Instead, they proposed conditions. This was also within the Emperor of Tang's expectations. After all, as the monarch of a large country, even if he surrendered, he still needed the Emperor of Tang to appease him. As for the Emperor of Tang, as long as the 6 monarchs obediently surrendered and did not obstruct him, the Emperor of Tang would agree to most of the conditions. The six kingdoms want a promise. Even if the Empire of Tang rules the world in the future, the descendants of the six kingdoms will be able to enjoy wealth forever. If the descendants of the six nations are in trouble, I hope that the Empire of Tang can help them. The Minister of Rights cupped his hands and said. And I was wondering what the conditions were. Hearing this, the Emperor of Tang smiled. Enjoy wealth forever? Help them? I've already agreed. If the Empire of Tang really ruled the world, it would be too easy to raise the descendants of the six nations. As for the difficulties, as long as the Empire of Tang spoke, who would dare to make things difficult for the descendants of the six nations? Your Majesty. The Minister of Rights braced himself and said, the promise that the six nations want is not your Majesty's promise. Not my promise? The Emperor of Tang frowned, not knowing what the Minister of Rights was talking about. The Minister of Rights calmed himself down and continued, the promise that the six nations want is the Imperial Uncle's promise. When the Minister of Rights said the words Imperial Uncle, his voice trembled as if he was in awe of something. They want the third brother's promise? The Emperor of Tang suddenly stood up and paced back and forth. After a while, a sneer appeared on Emperor Li Xing's face. These six countries have a good plan. In a flash, the Emperor of Tang understood the six nations' plan. Simply put, the kings of the six nations did not believe in the Emperor of Tang's promise. As kings, they knew each other's thoughts too well. Perhaps the Emperor of Tang had promised today that after he truly controlled the territories of the six nations, he would find a random reason to kill the descendants of the six nations. But if this promise was given by Su Qin, then it would be different. No matter who became the Emperor of Tang in the future, as long as Su Qin was still alive, the Emperor of Tang would not dare to go against Su Qin. One sentence from Su Qin was enough to let the descendants of the six nations live a comfortable life for the next few hundred years without having to worry about any danger. I understand. The Emperor of Tang thought for a while and sat back on the throne. You may leave. As you wish. The Minister of Rights bowed. After the Minister of Rights left, the Emperor of Tang went to the Eastern Palace alone. The Emperor of Tang had just entered the Eastern Palace when he felt warm all over. He felt even more comfortable after taking a deep breath. Third brother's methods are truly unfathomable. The Emperor of Tang's face was filled with emotion. He had lived in the Eastern Palace for a few years and naturally knew what the Eastern Palace was like. But under Su Qin's methods, the originally featureless Eastern Palace was transformed into a paradise on earth. It was simply inconceivable. When Yuan ascends the throne, I want to live here with Yun all year round. The Emperor of Tang made up his mind. If he was not worried about the Empire of Tang, he would have stayed in the Eastern Palace all day long. Because some time ago, the Emperor of Tang discovered that Su Shimin, who had begun to age, had grown black hair again. Soon, the Emperor of Tang stopped in front of the Right Spring Square. Now, the heaven and earth formation in the Right Spring Square had spread to cover the entire Eastern Palace. The family Su had found a place to cultivate in the Eastern Palace. As for the Right Spring Square, as Su Qin's former residence, no one dared to treat this place as their own. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang cupped his hands at the Right Spring Square and said in a low voice. The next moment, a faint voice sounded. You're looking for me? Su Qin had appeared beside him at some point and looked at the Emperor of Tang. Third brother. Emperor Li Xing's spirit shook, and he immediately stated the conditions of the six countries truthfully. You want my promise? Su Qin laughed. It seems that the six nations still don't know what their situation is. Su Qin did not expect that the six nations would be so courageous as to make conditions to a martial arts legend. Third brother, what should we do now? The Emperor of Tang asked. Should I summon the army and attack the six nations? No need to go through so much trouble. Su Qin shook his head. With a thought, 6 tokens flew out of the Right Spring Square. Send people to the six nations and give them 2 choices. Su Qin paused for a moment and continued, submit or die. Submit or die. Or die. The Emperor of Tang heard this and felt his heart tremble. Third brother, will the six nations agree? The Emperor of Tang asked in a worried tone. If the six nations did not take the initiative to cooperate, It would take at least decades for the Empire of Tang to unify the world. Agree? Su Qin handed the 6 tokens to the Emperor of Tang and said, if they don't agree, just take out the tokens. Yes. The Emperor of Tang took the tokens. The 6 tokens added up to less than half a pound, but they seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds in his hand. Inside the Longevity Temple, the Emperor of Tang kept looking at the 6 tokens in front of him. These 6 tokens were very ordinary, and the texture was very rough. He couldn't see anything unusual about them. If it weren't for the fact that Su Qin had personally given them to him, the Emperor of Tang would never have looked at them. Third brother said that if the 6 states don't agree to submit, take out the tokens. But why don't I see anything different about these 6 tokens? The Emperor of Tang looked at them for a long time and didn't find anything, so he stopped looking. The Emperor of Tang had absolute trust in Su Qin. Since Su Qin said so, there must be a reason for it. Come. The Emperor of Tang pondered for a while and said, Your Majesty. Eunuch Lu bowed and walked in. You and the other 5 take these 6 tokens and go to the 6 states. Give them 2 choices, the Emperor of Tang said in a deep voice. 2 choices? Eunuch Lu raised his head and looked at the Emperor of Tang in confusion. That's right. Submit or die. If the 6 states don't agree, take out the tokens. The Emperor of Tang repeated Su Qin's words without missing a word. As you wish. Eunuch Lu's heart was heavy. Although he didn't know why the Emperor of Tang's attitude was so tough that he didn't even bother to talk about conditions and directly showed them 2 choices. In fact, in Eunuch Lu's view, these 2 choices were not so much persuading the 6 states to surrender, but angering them. But as a subject, of course he couldn't refuse the decree. Soon. Eunuch Lu called the other 5 eunuchs. Eunuch Lu glanced at the 5 eunuchs and said, Now you all understand what His Majesty means. In this trip to the 6 states, our lives are a small matter, but the dignity of the Empire of Tang is a big matter. No matter how the 6 states force us, we can't back down. Eunuch Lu said word by word. On this trip to the 6 nations, Eunuch Lu was already prepared to face death with equanimity. Although he is a grade 1 great grandmaster, if he goes deep into the imperial palace of the 6 countries and has a tough attitude, he will definitely anger the 6 countries. Although the 6 countries do not dare to fight against the Empire of Tang, in order to vent their anger, it is not a problem for them to attack a grade 1 great grandmaster. The other 5 eunuchs looked at each other with heavy hearts. However, even at this time, they did not think of refusing. As eunuchs in the palace, their life and death depended on His Majesty. If His Majesty wanted them to live, they would live. If His Majesty wanted them to die, none of them would dare to live. Right. Everyone will be given a token. If the 6 nations refuse, then take it out. Eunuch Lu followed His Majesty's instructions and handed the tokens to the 5 eunuchs. Finally, he also took a token and left the palace, heading to the 6 states. Nanming. The Imperial Palace. Ming Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression uncertain. Do you think that person in Chang'an City will agree to my conditions? Ming Emperor frowned and thought for a while and then said. Your Majesty. It's just a promise. My Nanming dominates the southeast. If Your Majesty does not intend to surrender, it will take at least 20 years for the Empire of Tang to pacify Nanming. A promise in exchange for 20 years of the Empire of Tang. How can they not agree? The commander of the Bright Gown Guards said respectfully. That's right. Ming Emperor nodded slightly. What he wanted was just a promise from the person in Chang'an City. It was not excessive at all. The Empire of Tang had no reason to refuse. At this time, a minister couldn't help but ask, what if the other party doesn't agree? When this came out, the Great Hall suddenly quieted down. Even Ming Emperor's expression became gloomy in an instant. Don't agree? I've already made enough concessions. Ming Emperor glanced around. If the Empire of Tang really doesn't agree, I'd rather fight to the death. At worst, I'll escape overseas and not stay on the mainland. There are countless overseas islands. With my navigation skills in Nanming, I can conquer some islands and then establish my own country. What's so difficult about that? Ming Emperor's words were full of strong dominance. Nanming was close to the sea and often sent ships to explore the sea. Naturally, he had some understanding of the situation overseas. But in Ming Emperor's view, even if the Empire of Tang had a martial arts legend, Nanming was not without a way out. In the worst-case scenario, they would abandon the southern Ming dynasty's territory and flee overseas. Of course, if he had a choice, Ming Emperor would not choose this path. After all, life overseas was not as pleasant as life on the mainland. At this time, an imperial guard hurried into the Great Hall, stopped by Ming Emperor's ear, and whispered a few words. A smile appeared on Ming Emperor's face. He looked at the other officials in the Great Hall and said, "The envoy of the Empire of Tang is here." When the officials heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. The Empire of Tang probably sent an envoy to Nanming at this time for this matter. "Let him in," Ming Emperor said lightly. A moment later, Eunuch Lu walked into the Great Hall. "Ming Emperor." Eunuch Lu cupped his hands slightly to Ming Emperor. It was neither too respectful nor impolite. "What's the Emperor of Tang's reply?" Ming Emperor was too lazy to talk nonsense and asked bluntly. "His Majesty told me." Eunuch Lu straightened his back and looked at Ming Emperor. "Oh?" Ming Emperor looked at Eunuch Lu with interest. The rest of the officials also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. "Either submit," Eunuch Lu looked around and said, "or die." As soon as Eunuch Lu finished speaking, the whole Great Hall fell into a dead silence. A terrifying pressure slowly enveloped the whole Great Hall. After a long time, Ming Emperor slowly got up, looked down at Eunuch Lu, and said word by word, "Good. Very good. I didn't expect that the Emperor of Tang would dare to look down on me like this." Emperor Ming was infuriated. If the Emperor of Tang had refused him in a more tactful way, he would not have been so angry. Since the Emperor of Tang doesn't know what's good for him, I don't have to care about his feelings. Ming Emperor squeezed a few words from between his teeth. "Take all the gold and silver in the country, empty the national treasury, and go overseas with me." Once Ming Emperor took away all the gold and silver in Nanming, it would inevitably cause chaos among the people. But at this moment, Ming Emperor could not care about this. "As for you?" Ming Emperor looked coldly at Eunuch Lu and said, "Guards, take him down and kill him." As soon as Ming Emperor's voice fell, vaguely, several figures approached Eunuch Lu without making a sound. The aura of these figures is far beyond Grade 1. Obviously, they are all peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. Since the recovery of the Vitality Tide, not only have several peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters been born in the Emperor of Tang's palace, but a large number of powerhouses have also been born in various countries. "You?" Eunuch Lu's face turned pale. He only has Grade 1 strength, how can he stop several peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters? Just as Eunuch Lu was about to fight to the death, he suddenly thought of the token on his body. The Emperor of Tang asked him to take out the token after Nanming refused, and now, it is obviously the time. Although Eunuch Lu did not know how an ordinary token could block so many powerhouses of Nanming, Eunuch Lu still did as the Emperor of Tang said. The next moment, Eunuch Lu took out the token, as if holding the most precious treasure, and raised it above his head. "You're acting recklessly. Do you think a mere token can save your life?" A trace of sarcasm appeared on Ming Emperor's face. He wanted to see Eunuch Lu get smashed into meat paste under the hands of several peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters of Nanming. Wang! The token in Eunuch Lu's hand suddenly burst out with light, like a divine sun in the sky, bright and blazing, illuminating the entire Nanming Imperial Palace. At that moment, the whole world seemed to stop. In everyone's eyes, they vaguely saw an incomparably tall figure slowly raising his head, as if he was looking at them from a distance. "This is?" Ming Emperor only felt his hands and feet go cold, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Nanming Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was majestic. Many Imperial guards were patrolling back and forth with sharp eyes. The person who just went in to see His Majesty should be the envoy of the Empire of Tang, right? An Imperial guard lowered his voice and asked cautiously. "Apart from the envoy of the Empire of Tang, who else can see His Majesty at this time?" Another imperial guard next to him glanced around and replied casually. So that's how it is. The imperial guard who had just spoken nodded slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a worried tone, I think that the envoy of the Empire of Tang is hiding his aura. He is obviously a grade 1 great grandmaster. If we let him go in to see His Majesty, what if he has evil intentions and wants to assassinate His Majesty? Assassinate? Another imperial guard's mouth cracked open, revealing a smile. You don't know His Majesty's means. Now, His Majesty has many powerhouses around him. There are even more than one peak grade 1 great grandmaster. If a mere grade 1 great grandmaster wants to assassinate His Majesty, it is tantamount to a fool's dream. The guard's expression was resolute, and he was absolutely certain. The Empire of Tang has a legend, but it is impossible for them to attack His Majesty from tens of thousands of miles away. My Nanming dominates the southeast and has millions of soldiers. How can the Empire of Tang bully us at will? The guard's face was filled with arrogance as he spoke word by word. The imperial guard who spoke first was shocked and felt that Nanming was indeed so. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the Great Hall and instantly enveloped the entire Nanming Imperial Palace. Under this pressure, all the imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs knelt on the ground as if they were facing heaven's might. This is? The two imperial guards who were talking to each other were shocked. They looked at the hall where Emperor Ming was in disbelief. Inside the Great Hall, Ming Emperor, who originally looked at Eunuch Lu as if he was looking at a dead man, looked as if he had seen a ghost at this moment. The other civil and military officials also saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. The token held high by Eunuch Lu suddenly shone brightly. Amidst the endless light, a figure sitting cross-legged looked at them from an endless distance away. Boom! A monstrous pressure shrouded the imperial palace. From Ming Emperor to the civil and military officials, all knelt down, as if they could not bear even the gaze of this figure. You are? Emperor Ming was dumbstruck. He stammered, unable to speak. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the token in Eunuch Lu's hand would be so resplendent and dazzling. Is it the legend of the Tang Empire? In the blink of an eye, Emperor Ming guessed something and his heart trembled. Is this a legend martial expert? Several peak grade 1 great grandmasters next to the Ming Emperor knelt and bowed their heads, not even daring to raise their heads. Originally, with the help of the recovery of the vitality tide, he stepped into the realm of peak grade 1 great grandmaster and thought that he was already standing at the top of the world. Even if he was still far inferior to a legend, he could at least look up a little. But now? Let alone looking up at the legend of the Empire of Tang, they can't even bear the other party's shadow that is tens of thousands of miles away. The gap is too big. It's so big that an ant wants to look up at the vast sky. Compared with the shock and fear of the other people in the Great Hall, Eunuch Lu was completely dumbfounded. It's the imperial uncle. Eunuch Lu was overjoyed, and immediately bowed deeply towards the shadow in the endless light emerging from the token. At this moment, the token no longer needed Eunuch Lu to hold it. It floated in the air by itself. You dare to refuse? Su Qin slowly walked out of the endless light. This was just a wisp of divine sense he placed on the token. Although its power is far inferior to his real body, it has no problem suppressing the Nanming Imperial Palace. Since you refuse, then go to hell. Su Qin looked at Ming Emperor and slowly raised his right hand. At this moment, Ming Emperor only felt that his whole body was trembling to the extreme. The endless light in front of him gave him an unprecedented pressure. This was not the pressure of the level of power, but a kind of pressure of the essence of life. Ming Emperor immediately knew that if he continued to remain silent, he would probably never have to speak again. Your Excellency. I have something to say. Ming Emperor took a deep breath and shouted, since Your Excellency has taken action, you must be very willing to see the Empire of Tang unify the world. But the world is vast. Even with a legend like Your Excellency, it will take at least decades for the Empire of Tang to unify the world. Su Qin stopped pressing his right hand and looked at Ming Emperor with interest. Seeing this, Ming Emperor was slightly happy and immediately continued, but if I live, I can help the Empire of Tang. At least, it won't take long for the Empire of Tang to unify the Ming Kingdom. Ming Emperor spoke very quickly, fearing that Su Qin would slap him. The Ming Kingdom dominated the southeast, and the situation in its territory was complicated. If it were not for Ming Emperor's suppression, it would have been in chaos. Therefore, if Ming Emperor was willing to take the initiative to sort out many forces for the Empire of Tang, it would definitely be of great help to the Empire of Tang in conquering Nanming. This was also why Ming Emperor dared to put forward the conditions when he knew that the Empire of Tang had a martial arts legend like Su Qin. Because Ming Emperor had enough value. Is that so? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Ming's body suddenly trembled, and then he turned into powder and disappeared. Surrender or die. Choose for yourself. After killing Ming Emperor with a thought, Su Qin looked at the others in the hall. After leaving these words, his figure disappeared, and the endless light suddenly converged into the token. We surrender. I'm willing to submit. Your Excellency, don't kill me. All the officials were scared out of their wits. They knelt on the ground and cried to Eunuch Lu, or to be precise, to the token in Eunuch Lu's hand. Even ants would drag out their lives, let alone these officials who enjoyed high positions. After witnessing Ming Emperor turn into nothingness, these officials did not dare to think of resisting. Perhaps there were some loyal officials, but now the general situation was gone. If they dared to continue resisting, the outcome would not only be Ming Emperor turned into powder, but also the entire Nanming royal family. One day later, the new Emperor of Nanming ascended the throne and immediately submitted a letter of surrender to the Empire of Tang. He was willing to submit to the rule of the Empire of Tang forever. At the same time, the other 6 countries, including the northern Song and Tubo, submitted their letters of surrender almost at the same time and did not dare to make any more conditions. Under the suppression of absolute power, neither Ming Emperor nor the other kings dared to resist at all. As for the confidence they had and the value they showed, it was not worth mentioning. If they did not surrender, they would choose someone who was willing to surrender to be the emperor. The royal families of the 6 countries had many children, and there would always be some who did not have a backbone. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Inside the Long Life Temple. The Emperor of Tang listened to Eunuch Lu's report, and his heart was in turmoil. Especially when Eunuch Lu said that when the Ming Emperor was about to make a move, Su Qin's shadow suddenly walked out of the token, which was even more unbelievable. Third brother, how strong is the third brother? After a long time, the Emperor of Tang sighed softly and muttered to himself. If Su Qin killed the imperial teacher of the Meng Yuan Empire and wiped out 5 million troops with a thought, it would be understandable. After all, since ancient times, the records left about legends were that they were not afraid of armies. As long as a legend was given time, he could destroy an army no matter how large it was. But now, Su Qin was sitting in the imperial palace, but he could suppress the 6 countries from tens of thousands of miles away and make them bow and surrender. This kind of means was simply unprecedented. The imperial uncle, he. Eunuch Lu swallowed his saliva and said in a shocked tone, I'm afraid he is really invincible in the world. Invincible in the world. The Emperor of Tang was silent. Invincible in the world? Throughout the ages, no legend Arhat could compare to Su Qin. However, with the third brother taking action, the 6 countries will no longer dare to play tricks and will all surrender. The Empire of Tang will unify the world. The Emperor of Tang smiled and said excitedly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Eunuch Lu immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. No need to congratulate me. The unification of the world has little to do with me. If it weren't for the third brother, I wouldn't have been able to do it even if I were given another 100 years. The Emperor of Tang shook his head and said. If it weren't for Su Qin's strength, let alone the 6 countries, even the small countries would not have surrendered. The world was unified. When the news spread from the Empire of Tang, the whole world was shocked. For hundreds of years, the various countries had been divided and at odds with each other, causing countless people to suffer. Now that the world was unified, it was a great thing for the people. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about when war would break out or if they would be forced to conscript. Furthermore, with the unification of the world, there were no more barriers between the various countries, and there was mutual commerce. This had a huge impact on the development of the world. Compared to the excited commoners, the original royal families of the Six Nations were not feeling very good. The surrender of the Six Nations was equivalent to giving up their royal status. From now on, there would be no other royal family in the world except for the Emperor of Tang's clan. Although the royal families of the Six Nations could still live comfortably with their past accumulations, some of the royal family members could not accept the loss of their royal status. His Majesty surrendered just like that? Moreover, the whole country surrendered. With such humiliation, they might as well give up their territory and expand beyond the Great Wall. That's right. If we go beyond the Great Wall, we can at least rebuild our country and maintain our royal status. However, surrendering is equivalent to handing our lives over to the Empire of Tang. No, we have to join forces to resist the imperial edict and ask His Majesty to take back the surrender. Many of the royal family members kept talking. They were very dissatisfied with the decision to surrender. In their opinion, even if they really wanted to surrender, they should let the Empire of Tang pay a price. They should not directly submit the surrender like now. What was this? The imperial cities of the various countries had not been breached yet. The armies of the various countries were still within their borders. How could he surrender without even putting up a fight? And it was such a complete surrender? When this voice reached the ears of the emperors of the various countries, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. ****. The king of Tibet was shocked and furious. He almost crushed the wine cup in his hand. Those imperial family disciples were scattered in other places and had never personally experienced the kind of pressure that was contained in the token brought by the Tang Empire's envoy. If the king of Tibet had not surrendered without hesitation, he would have followed in the footsteps of several peak grade 1 great grandmasters around him. His body would have turned into powder and he would have been completely annihilated. Investigate. Investigate for me. Where did this kind of talk come from? The king of Tibet was furious. Finally, his expression became gloomy. Also, all the royal family members who spread this kind of talk should be given a cup of poisoned wine. If he had not seen the token brought by the envoy of the Empire of Tang, the king of Tibet might have had the same idea as these royal family members. At worst, he would just expand beyond the Great Wall. Even if he could not deal with the legends of the Empire of Tang, he could still hide. But after clearly experiencing the horror of the token, even if the king of Tibet had 10 times the courage, he would not have such absurd ideas. Escape beyond the Great Wall? How could he escape? Since the legend of Chang'an City could kill them from tens of thousands of miles away with a token, even if he really escaped beyond the Great Wall, what was the use? And at this time, Su Qin, who made the various countries fearful and uneasy, was walking slowly on the green path of the imperial palace. The reason why Su Qin helped the Emperor of Tang to suppress the various countries was because of the recovery of the vitality tide. Heaven and earth will usher in an unprecedented great era. In this case, the Empire of Tang will clear the obstacles as much as possible and unify the world. For Su Qin, it will also save some trouble. Otherwise, if the vitality completely recovers and martial arts powerhouses are born one by one, it will give the 6 countries the confidence to form alliances and fight against the Empire of Tang. If the Empire of Tang can cope with it, then it will be fine, but what if it can't? Will Su Qin make a move or not? In order to avoid trouble in the future, Su Qin directly suppressed the various countries and made a move once to avoid countless moves in the future. Third brother, how strong are you? Su Yueyun, who was next to Su Qin, couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, the 2 brothers Su Sungho and Su Qingyu couldn't help but pricked up their ears and listened carefully. In fact, not only them, but the whole world wanted to know how strong Su Qin was. First, he killed the Mangyuan Empire's imperial teacher, who was also a legend, with 1 finger, then burned 5 million Mangyuan soldiers, and finally, he divided into 6 and suppressed the various countries at the same time from tens of thousands of miles away. How strong is Su Qin? I have also read the ancient books collected by the Empire of Tang, and there are also records of legends. Su Yueyun whispered, legends can indeed ignore the army and fight 1 million, but if they want to destroy 5 million soldiers like third brother, it will take at least half a day. But third brother only took a while, and there is also the battle between legends, unlike the ninth grade martial arts, where life and death can be determined in a few moves. Legends involve the power of heaven and earth. Even if one side has the advantage and can defeat the other side, it is very difficult to kill the other side. It's not impossible, but at least it will take a lot of time to slowly wear down the power of heaven and earth. The more Su Huiyun said, the more shocked he was, and the more he felt that Su Qin was unfathomable. How strong am I? Su Qin stopped, looked up at the sky, and said lightly, I also want to know. P.S. There are still 2 more chapters, don't panic, I'm writing and will post it around noon in fact. Since stepping into the martial Dao, Su Qin has only used his full strength once. In the past, at the foot of the southern Witch Mountain, in order to resist the avalanche, Su Qin even pulled out a little bit of power from the golden Buddha that symbolized the inheritance of Buddha's palm. At that time, Su Qin did not hold back. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin grasped the qi between heaven and earth and finally successfully stepped into the realm of Venerable Arhat. However, at that time, Su Qin was just a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, and now Su Qin is already a 7th heavenly layer Venerable Arhat. The gap between the two is like the sky and an ant. Therefore, Su Qin really doesn't know how strong he is. The only thing he knows is that even a legend like the imperial teacher can't stop him from casually pointing his finger. Su Huiyun, Su Sengho, and Su Qingyu looked at each other with shock on their faces. If someone else said this, they would never believe it, but it was Su Qin who said it. After chatting for a while, the brothers Su Sengho and Su Qingyu ran back to the East Palace to continue cultivation. As for Su Huiyun, he returned to the Cunning Palace. The incarnation of the cave world has been busy these 2 days, so I didn't have a chance to sign in. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The suppression of heaven and earth in the cave world is far beyond that of the human world. Even if Su Qin is at the 7th heavenly layer, he can't travel hundreds of miles in an instant. And to some extent, the current human world, with the intensification of the recovery of the world essence qi, has gradually begun to change towards the cave world. Of course, all this has no effect on Su Qin. Because the speed at which he becomes stronger is faster than the recovery of the world essence qi. Unknowingly, Su Qin came to the front of the stargazing tower. Let's sign in here today. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and he silently said, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained 5 Thunder God Fist. 5 Thunder God Fist? Su Qin's expression froze slightly. A fist technique related to thunder? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as one thought after another flashed through his mind. The next moment, Su Qin's understanding of the 5 Thunder God Fist merged into his mind. A moment later, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be thunder exploding in the depths of his eyes, bursting forth with billions of flashes of lightning. The 5 Thunder God Fist draws in the power of thunder and transforms it into the fist and palm. Every movement of the fist is like a thunder god descending upon the world, possessing boundless power. Su Qin was overjoyed. This 5 Thunder God Fist was almost beyond the level of martial arts. It could even trigger the power of thunder. Just this point alone was enough to rank it in the top 100 of Su Qin's martial arts. According to the comprehension instilled by the system, the 5 Thunder God Fist was divided into 5 levels. From low to high, they were respectively fighting, water, cloud, earth, and heaven. Although the first 4 levels were terrifying, it was still acceptable. The thunder that was triggered was only similar to lightning. But once it reached the heavenly thunder realm, it would be able to trigger real thunder. It was terrifying beyond compare. Of course, Su Qin valued this fist technique not because of its power. Although the 5 Thunder God Fist was terrifying, there were many divine arts that were comparable or even suppressed by Su Qin. What Su Qin was really interested in was a secret art in the heavenly thunder level of the 5 Thunder God Fist. Once the 5 Thunder God Fist was cultivated to the heavenly thunder realm, it would be able to trigger real thunder and use it to refine the body. Thunder Body Refining Art. Thunder Body Refining Art? Su Qin's eyes lit up. Ever since he entered the 7th heaven, his physical body's progress had almost stopped. Not to mention the 5th physical body transformation, it was extremely difficult to strengthen his physical body even slightly. Maybe I can use this thunder body refining art to transform my physical body and achieve the fifth physical body transformation? The more Suqin thought about it, the brighter his mind became. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even a martial arts legend, they would be extremely cautious when it came to thunder. A martial arts legend was not afraid of ordinary thunder. But if a martial arts legend were to let down his physical defense and let the thunder enter his body, he would probably be terrified. Thunder represented destruction. If it entered the body, even a martial arts legend's body would collapse and he would die on the spot. The secret art in the five thunder god fist allowed people to refine their bodies with thunder because it would constantly weaken the thunder that entered the body through the fist technique, so that it could achieve the effect of refining the body. However, even so, the five thunder god fist warned later cultivators that it was best not to refine their bodies with thunder unless it was a last resort. Even if it was weakened by the fist technique, how terrifying was the power of thunder? If they were not careful, even if they did not die, their physical body would be damaged and they would be unable to improve for the rest of their lives. However, these so-called risks were nothing to Suqin. Suqin's body had already undergone 4 transformations and was far beyond other martial arts legends. Coupled with the divine ability of flesh and blood rebirth, unless Suqin dived into the sea of thunder, there would be no problem. If I want to refine my body with thunder, I need at least the 5 thunder god fist at the heavenly thunder level. Suqin's thoughts turned quickly. Suqin had already reached the heavenly thunder god fist at the heavenly thunder level when the system instilled it. The only shortcoming was that although Suqin had reached the heavenly thunder level of the 5 thunder god fist, his physical body was not familiar with the 5 thunder god fist. But this was easy to solve. Suqin only needed to spend some time to master the 5 thunder god fist. As for the rest, it was best to refine his body with thunder when dark clouds were gathering. Only then, when the power of thunder between heaven and earth gathered, could the body be stimulated to a greater extent and achieve the effect of thunder refining. Dark clouds? Suqin thought to himself. Usually, this kind of weather would come once every 10 days or half a month. Suqin only needed to wait patiently for a few days. Next, besides continuing to condense the micro-territory, Suqin continued to familiarize himself with the 5 thunder fist. The existence who created the 5 thunder fist had obviously reached the mythical level and had reached the deepest level of the mythical level. Otherwise, how would an ordinary mythical level dare to think about thunder? Therefore, while Suqin was familiarizing himself with the 5 thunder god fist, all kinds of insights kept surging into his mind. It was as if Suqin had truly become the creator, as he once again unleashed the 5 thunder god fist step by step, shocking the world. Finally, a few days later, Chang'an City was covered by dark clouds, and a storm was brewing as if it was about to rain. Now, Suqin stood above Chang'an City and looked up at the endless dark clouds. Rip! Light blue lightning flashed past, and it traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, bursting forth with destructive power. Compared to heaven and earth, the power of an individual is ultimately insignificant. Suqin sighed softly, and his expression was slightly solemn. He slowly raised his right hand, clenched his palm into a fist, and gently punched forward. Boom! In an instant, traces of terrifying thunder gathered, colliding and lingering between Suqin's fist. Rumble! Suqin continuously punched out the 5 thunder god fist. With the 5 thunder god fist at the heavenly thunder realm, he immediately attracted wisps of lightning power. Suqin's expression changed slightly. He could feel that as the lightning continued to surge into his body gradually became numb, as if billions of ants were constantly gnawing on him. My physical body is getting stronger. Suqin was shocked and joy appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that his body, which had been stagnant, was actually improving at a slow but firm speed. A moment later, Suqin had completely adapted to this level of lightning entering his body. It's too slow, too slow. Suqin shook his head and frowned slightly. If his physical body improved slowly at this speed, he could indeed complete the 5th transformation, but that would take at least a few decades. After all, this improvement would only happen when it was rainy and lightning gathered. And such weather might not happen even once in a few dozen days. Thinking of this, Suqin looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. With my physical body, even without the 5 thunder god fist weakening it, it will be fine to withstand some lightning. Besides, I have the flesh rebirth ability, so I don't need to be so cautious. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. Originally, he was going to adapt for a few hours before thinking about other things and going further with the thunder body tempering art. But now, Suqin already knew where the limit of the thunder body tempering art was. The thunder body tempering art is not difficult for me at all. There is no need to adapt at all. Suqin stopped the 5 thunder god fist and looked up at the endless dark clouds. Directly enter the dark clouds and proceed with the last step of the thunder body tempering art. Boom! Suqin turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the dark clouds. Whoosh! Lightning exploded and surged like dragons and snakes. Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. Suqin's eyes were burning. Feeling the rapid improvement of his physical body, he began to perform the 5 thunder god fist again. At the same time, just as Suqin rushed into the dark clouds and used the thunder body tempering art, a man in a blue robe slowly walked into Chang'an City. Is this the capital of the Empire of Tang? The blue-robed man was none other than the martial arts legend who had returned from overseas. During this period of time, the blue-robed man had roughly walked around the continent and learned that the Empire of Tang was the most powerful country in the world. Therefore, if the blue-robed man wanted to control the continent under his feet, the simplest way was to control the Empire of Tang. After all, even if he was a martial arts legend, it was impossible for him to build a force that could sweep across the mainland in a short period of time. Since that was the case, why not just take over the Empire of Tang directly? It would be easy and simple. This was the purpose of the blue-robed man's visit to Chang'an. As for whether the Empire of Tang would agree or not, the blue-robed man didn't even consider it. In his opinion, as a martial arts legend from overseas where martial arts flourished, he wanted to enter the Empire of Tang. What ability did the other party have to refuse? It is said that the Empire of Tang has given birth to a legend? The blue-robed man thought absent-mindedly. During this period of traveling around the continent, he didn't do nothing. At least he heard some information, especially about the legend in Chang'an City. In the rumors that the blue-robed man heard, the legend in Chang'an City could shatter heaven and earth with a raise of his hand, and his divine power was like that of a god. Humph! A group of fools. Casually treating a new legend as an immortal god. A trace of contempt appeared on the blue-robed man's face. Martial arts flourished overseas. Although legends were also rare, there were many in the major sects, and in addition to the major sects, there were also many legends rogue cultivators. How could it be like the Empire of Tang, where only one legend was born every few hundred years? But even the existence of the leader of the major sects dared not compare himself to a god. The road to legend is difficult. Many of the major sects control the martial arts resources, but even so, most of the legends in these major sects stop at the third heaven. As the blue-robed man walked, he thought in his heart. However, this legend of the Empire of Tang was able to enter the legend realm in this barren continent. Obviously, he has some aptitude and comprehension. The blue-robed man nodded slightly to express his affirmation. Before the recovery of the Yuan-Chi tide, the Yuan-Chi on this continent was scarce, and there was almost no spiritual opportunity. To be able to take that step in such an environment where almost all methods were cut off, not to mention other things, just the determination to go against the current was praiseworthy. If I meet this legend later, I may not necessarily kill him. If the other party is willing to follow me, I can give him a chance. The blue-robed man thought in his heart. From the beginning to the end, the blue-robed man had never considered whether he had enough strength to kill the other party. For the blue-robed man, he came from overseas where martial arts flourished. Over there, whether it was the secret arts or the vision, he didn't know how much better it was than this continent. Not to mention that the blue-robed man had already reached the third heavenly layer of the mythical realm. Even overseas, he was considered a powerhouse, second only to the elders and guardians of the great sects. How could he not be able to deal with a mythical realm native from a small place? But, why haven't I felt the aura of that legend until now? The blue-robed man suddenly frowned. Could it be that the other party is not here, but has left? the blue-robed man guessed in his heart. Forget it. Go directly to the Emperor of Tang Palace. Whether the legend is there or not, I will directly suppress with absolute force. Thinking of this, the blue-robed man turned and walked toward the Emperor of Tang Palace. With the strength of the blue-robed man, it was naturally easy to avoid the patrolling forbidden army. In less than a moment, the blue-robed man had already entered the palace. The next moment, the blue-robed man rose into the sky and stood above the palace, overlooking the entire palace. Not bad. There are a few peak grade 1. The blue-robed man constantly scanned with his divine sense. Huh? There is a physique with clear meridians? Even if he were to be placed overseas, he would still be able to join those great sects. The blue-robed man's divine sense instantly focused on Li Wan. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a place of great strife. The blue-robed man was very satisfied. Why is there a place where my divine sense can't penetrate? The blue-robed man seemed to have noticed something and looked in the direction of the East Palace. Heaven and earth formation? The blue-robed man muttered to himself. It seems that the legend is hiding in the heaven and earth formation. No wonder I can't feel his aura. Just when the blue-robed man was ready to break the heaven and earth formation and then suppress the legend of the Empire of Tang and give the other party a chance to follow him. Walala. One drop of rain after another kept pouring down. An invisible barrier appeared on the blue-robed man's body, blocking all the rain outside. It's raining? The blue-robed man subconsciously looked up at the sky and looked at the cloudy sky. However, the blue-robed man's calm expression froze in an instant as he looked at her. Under the blue-robed man's shocked gaze, he saw that in the depths of the endless dark clouds, a blurry figure was constantly punching out one punch after another. Each punch had a large number of lightning entwined and collided, bursting out countless rays of light. The blurry figure was like a thunder god descending, personally demonstrating the fist technique in the sea of lightning. The aura of the Supreme Yang shot straight into the sky. What is this? The blue-robed man was stunned on the spot and trembled all over. P.S. Thank you to the Alliance Master of I Am Li Gu from Qidian for the reward. I only saw it today. I am ashamed. Thank you to the author for the reward. Thank you to the author for the reward. Thank you Chang'an City. The man in the blue robe was dumbfounded and his face was full of horror. In the dark clouds, lightning was everywhere. Even if it was a legend who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, if they rushed in, they would be annihilated. Even the man in the blue robe didn't dare to approach the dark clouds with his divine sense, for fear of being attacked by the lightning and damaging his divine sense. But at this moment, what the man in the blue robe dreamed of was that someone had entered the dark clouds, ignored the lightning, and demonstrated a fist technique. If this were to spread to the overseas martial arts world, it would definitely make a group of legends horrified. Illusion? The man in the blue robe rejected this idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. If it was an ordinary person, they might have hallucinations, but he was a third heavenly layer legend with perfect essence, chi, and spirit. How could he have hallucinations? Is there really a god in this world? The man in the blue robe thought quickly and felt his whole body stiffen. As a martial artist, especially a legend, logically speaking, his martial arts will was firm, and he only believed in himself and not external things, but the scene in front of him was too sensational. No. It's not a god. At this moment, the man in the blue robe seemed to have discovered something, and his face changed again. Because he saw one terrifying lightning after another constantly pouring into the body of the vague figure. This vague figure in the endless dark clouds was like a black hole that devoured everything, constantly absorbing the lightning. In front of the blurry figure, the lightning that could make an ordinary legend take 3 steps back was extremely obedient, and did not go berserk. Lightning body refinement, this is lightning body refinement. The man in the blue robe swallowed his saliva, and his heart trembled. Could it be that this lord is one of the ancestors of Raytheon? The man in the blue robe couldn't help but think. Raytheon was one of the major sects in the overseas martial arts world, and it controlled countless overseas martial arts cultivation resources. It was said that Raytheon's core cultivation method was to control lightning and punish on behalf of the heavens, which was extremely terrifying. However, What puzzled the man in the blue robe was that Raytheon's disciples, even the sect master, only controlled lightning and did not devour it. But in any case, at this moment, the vague figure standing in the endless dark clouds was the most similar to Raytheon overseas, and the man in the blue robe could only rely on Raytheon. Damn it. Didn't Raytheon's group always look down on the Tianji sect? Why are you reacting so quickly this time? The blue-robed man felt bitter in his heart. Originally, he had thought that since he was the first to arrive on this continent, he would be able to lay out his plans in advance. Once the origin energy recovered and the battlefield revealed its extraordinariness, he would be able to obtain enough benefits. At that time, even if the major sects overseas reacted, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, Raytheon's reaction was even faster than his. Long before he set foot on this continent, Raytheon had probably already taken control of the Empire of Tang. What should I do now? The blue-robed man's thoughts fluctuated. Facing a colossus like Raytheon, no matter how unwilling the blue-robed man was, he could only concede. When the senior comes down, I'll give in. We're both overseas myths, so even Raytheon shouldn't make things difficult for me. The blue-robed man made up his mind and prepared to wait patiently for a while before greeting the thunderbolt-devouring senior Raytheon in the endless dark clouds. The blue-robed man wanted to turn around and leave now, but at this moment, he had already broken into Raytheon's territory. If he left directly, it would obviously be a provocation to Raytheon. In that case, he might as well stay. Besides, the blue-robed man vaguely sensed that he had been enveloped by a faintly discernible aura. Even if he wanted to leave, he was afraid that he couldn't. A few hours later, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Under the respectful gaze of the man in the blue robe, Suqin slowly walked down from the void, neither hurriedly nor slowly. Rogue cultivator Wanqing greets Senior Raytheon. The blue-robed man Wanqing bowed. Suqin didn't speak, but quietly experienced the changes in his body. After being refined by thunder, his body at this moment was faintly flashing with lightning, which made people's hearts palpitate. When the blue-robed man Wanqing saw this, he became even more respectful. Although he didn't know why Suqin could devour thunderbolts, in Wanqing's eyes, Suqin was at least one of Raytheon's most ancient ancestors. This time, Raytheon had invited Suqin out of his deep slumber in order to seize the great struggle. Raytheon? I'm not Raytheon's man. Suqin carefully sensed for a while, then looked at the blue-robed man Wanqing and casually said. What? Senior isn't from Raytheon? The blue-robed man Wanqing's expression stiffened. In his eyes, besides Raytheon, no one could compare to Suqin's ability to immerse himself in the endless sea of lightning. If Suqin wasn't Raytheon's senior, then which great sect did he come from? Then which great sect did senior come from? The blue-robed man Wanqing stammered and mustered his courage to ask. Great sect? Suqin shook his head slightly. I'm not from any great sect either. As soon as these words came out, the blue-robed man Wanqing was suddenly stunned. In a flash, an incredible thought suddenly flashed through Wanqing's mind. Senior, are you the legend who oversees Chang'an City? The blue-robed man Wanqing asked in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Suqin glanced at Wanqing with a faint smile and didn't answer. However, Suqin's expression, in Wanqing's view, was no different from admitting it. At this moment, Wanqing's heart went cold. If Suqin was a legend from overseas, he might have let him go. But now, Suqin had revealed his identity as the legend who had been overseeing Chang'an City, so there was no reason to let him go. Okay. I'll give you two choices. Suqin looked at Wanqing with interest. The first is to die, and the second is to serve me. Choose one. Although Suqin had been refining his body with thunder in the depths of the dark clouds, he had been watching Wanqing's every move after entering Chang'an City. Although Suqin didn't know Wanqing's purpose, he could feel that he didn't have any good intentions. Under such circumstances, Suqin naturally wouldn't let him go. The reason why he gave Wanqing the second choice was because he was a level 3 legend. Although a third heavenly layer divine realm cultivator was still not worth mentioning in Suqin's eyes, he could barely be considered a powerhouse. Before Suqin, there hadn't been a legend in the world for hundreds of years. A level 3 legend like Ruanqing, the blue-robed man, would definitely be able to shake the world in normal times. Su Qin had subdued Ruanqing, so if there was anything in the future, he didn't need to do it himself. He could just leave it to Ruanqing. The blue-robed Ruanqing's expression changed as he struggled internally. He completely believed that Su Qin had the means to kill him. Disregarding the ability to bathe in lightning earlier, just the aura that Su Qin casually revealed was enough to make Ruanqing feel as if he was facing the vast sky. In the end, Ruanqing's desire to live overcame everything. He bowed to Su Qin and said, "I'm willing to serve Senior." "Good. Don't resist." With a thought, Su Qin separated a strand of divine will and planted it into Ruanqing's body. This strand of divine will was created by Su Qin based on the Great Tao Heart demonic seed art in the Heavenly Devil Tome. It could be deeply rooted in Ruanqing's mind. In the future, if Ruanqing had any thoughts of betrayal, this strand of divine will would explode and destroy Ruanqing's divine will. Of course, it was not that Ruanqing did not have a way to break it. If Ruanqing could surpass Su Qin in terms of cultivation level, he could temporarily suppress this strand of divine will. But with Su Qin's cultivation speed, this method was almost impossible to achieve. "Master." Ruanqing felt a strange aura settle down. He sighed in his heart and said respectfully to Su Qin. In fact, Ruanqing still had a trace of hope, but now, he had completely surrendered. "All right. Let's talk when we get back." Su Qin glanced at the sky. Now that the clouds had passed, it would soon be daytime. Thinking of this, Su Qin brought Ruanqing back to the Eastern Palace. The moment they entered the Eastern Palace, the world changed. Vitality was abundant, and qi filled the air. It was as if they had arrived at a paradise. "This is?" Ruanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. There are at least dozens of heaven and earth great formations superimposed on everything. With so many heaven and earth great formations fused perfectly, even those true formation masters overseas cannot compare to this. Ruanqing was extremely shocked. When he first entered the palace, he had sensed the heaven and earth great formation enveloping the Eastern Palace. But at that time, because of the heaven and earth great formation, Ruanqing could not discover more. However, after entering the heaven and earth grand formation, Ruanqing was completely astonished. He originally thought that Su Qin was only proficient in the Tao of Lightning, but now it seemed that Su Qin's involvement in array formations had also reached an unimaginable level. It should be known that the more heaven and earth formations there were, the better. This was because different heaven and earth formations would repel each other. Su Qin was able to perfectly merge dozens of heaven and earth formations together without any conflict. This was simply incredible. At the very least, Ruanqing had never heard of such an array master overseas. The vitality qi is so dense, and the qi is so pervasive. It's not any weaker than the outer seas. The more Ruanqing looked, the more shocked she became. It should be noted that the reason why overseas martial arts had been thriving all year round and gave birth to one martial arts legend after another was because of the rich vitality and pervasive qi. But now, Ruanqing suddenly realized that the Eastern Palace, which was enveloped by the heaven and earth formation, could almost be seen as a smaller version of the overseas martial arts world. "Have you seen enough?" Su Qin glanced at the dumbfounded Ruanqing and said indifferently. "Master, I've seen enough." Ruanqing's face turned pale, and he immediately bowed and stood still. "Since you've seen enough, I have a few questions for you." Su Qin raised his head slightly, and suddenly the air in all directions began to distort, completely isolating them from the outside world. Su Qin's purpose of subduing Ruanqing was not only because of his strength, but also because he was an overseas legend. "How is the situation overseas now?" Su Qin asked casually. "What is Master referring to?" Ruanqing asked cautiously. "Just saying." Su Qin said lightly. "Okay." Ruanqing thought for a while, as if organizing his words. Now, the overseas martial arts world is controlled by the major sects, and in addition to the major sects, there are also some itinerant cultivators. These itinerant cultivators are unwilling to join the major sects and work for them, so they formed their own forces. Some time ago, the divine predictor of this generation of the Tianji sect predicted that the recovery of the tide of vitality was imminent, and pointed out the location of the great battle during the recovery of the Tide of Vitality. When Wanqing said this, she couldn't help but glance at Su Qin, and continued, although Tianjizi's prophecy has spread throughout the entire overseas, no one believes it. It's just that I once found a few words left behind by a powerful overseas powerhouse on an island, and realized that Tianjizi's prophecy is likely to be true, so I rushed to this continent. You mean, this continent is the place of the great battle? Su Qin continued to ask thoughtfully. Exactly. Wanqing bowed. The divine predictor's prophecy is vague, but I checked countless ancient books and locked onto this place among the many continents. I just didn't expect that Master's means are so great that you found this place so long before the divine predictor. Wanqing said respectfully. At this moment, in Wanqing's heart, Su Qin must have known something, so he came to this continent early. Otherwise, with Su Qin's ability, even if he went to the overseas martial arts world, he would be worshipped by the sect masters of the major sections. How could he stay on this continent? Many continents? Su Qin repeated. Yes, Master. But almost all of these continents have thin vitality, far inferior to the overseas martial arts world. Wanqing immediately replied. What is the strength of those major sects, and what is the level of the strongest expert? Su Qin suddenly changed the topic and asked. This was also what Su Qin had always wanted to know. Originally, he thought that the strongest expert overseas was at most the 5th or 6th heavenly layer, but listening to Wanqing, the overseas martial arts world seemed to be far more prosperous than he thought. Master. The major sects overseas have a deep heritage and have been passed down for thousands of years. There are many legends in the sect, and the deputy sect masters and elders are generally 4th heavenly layer legends. As for the sect master, only a 5th heavenly layer legend is qualified to be the sect master. 5th heavenly layer? So weak? Su Qin's expression didn't change. What else? Su Qin continued to ask. In addition to these, it is said that in the depths of the various high sects, there are their own ancestors in deep slumber. These ancestors are extremely powerful and are the final foundation of the high sections. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the high sects will absolutely not awaken the ancestors in their sections. Wanqing said truthfully. When he first saw Su Qin, he thought that Su Qin was Raytheon's ancestor. But now, it seemed that Wanqing had given up this idea. This was because the old ancestors of the exalted sects were all nearing the end of their lifespans. It was impossible for them to be as vigorous as Su Qin. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Then Su Qin asked about the strength of these ancestors, but Wanqing didn't know. The only thing he knew was that they were very strong, at least more powerful than the 5th heavenly layer legends. In the end, Su Qin looked at Wanqing with a solemn expression and asked in a deep voice. Then do you know if there is an Earth Immortal overseas? P.S. There are still 2 more chapters, don't panic, it will be released around noon according to Wanqing. In the overseas martial arts world, the sect masters who are in charge of the major sects are only at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. As for the 7th heavenly layer, perhaps the ancestors sleeping in their respective sects have reached this level. But from beginning to end, Wanqing never mentioned Earth Immortals, as if Earth Immortals were also a taboo in the overseas martial arts world. Earth Immortals. Wanqing's face turned pale. Master, even overseas, Earth Immortals have not shown their traces for thousands of years. It seems that every existence who steps into this level will not stay overseas for long, as if they want to go somewhere else. Maybe those great sects know more, but I really don't know. Wanqing said with a sad face. At first, when Su Qin asked about the overseas martial arts world, Wanqing was relieved because Su Qin's questions were not unanswerable to him. But after a few sentences, Su Qin changed the topic and talked about Earth Immortals, which made Wanqing want to cry. It's not that he didn't want to answer, but he really didn't know how to answer. What kind of existence are Earth Immortals? How could a mere 3rd heavenly layer legend know about it? Forget it. You don't know either. Su Qin glanced at Wanqing and didn't continue to ask. You just said that the reason why you came here is because of the prophecy of Tianjizi? Su Qin touched his chin and asked casually. That's right. Seeing that Su Qing didn't mention Earth immortals, Wan Qing immediately said, Tianjizi sect is very special overseas. They don't compete for resources and have few disciples. This generation's Tianjizi has prophesied about the land of great battle, but few people believe it. When Wan Qing said this, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, however, Master, as time passes, the recovery of the vitality tide will become more and more obvious. The sect masters of the major sects will definitely notice it. At that time, they will definitely interfere here. Oh, I see. Su Qing wasn't worried at all. Su Qing was already at the 7th heavenly level, and he was not far from condensing the micro-realm. Even if all the powerful sects from overseas were to come, Su Qing would not be afraid at all. However, in order to be absolutely safe, it's better to condense the micro-domain as soon as possible and break through to the 8th heaven or even the 9th heaven. Actually, it's best to reach the great Arhat realm. However, even if the vitality tide recovers and cultivation becomes easier, it shouldn't be easy to reach the great Arhat realm. Su Qing thought to himself as he asked Wan Qing to leave. Initially, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. After all, Su Qing was different from ordinary martial arts legends. He had 1,000 years of Shouyuan, so he could cultivate leisurely. But now, Su Qing had a sense of urgency in his heart. The lightning body tempering technique is best cultivated during rainy weather. There is no need to waste time on it at all other times. Right now, my main focus is to condense the micro-domain. The 7th heaven with the micro-domain and the 7th heaven without the micro-domain are two completely different levels. As long as I can condense the micro-domain, it will be a qualitative change to my fighting ability. Su Qing thought to himself. In addition to condensing the micro-domain, I also need to enter the 8th heaven as soon as possible. Although the improvement from entering the 8th heaven is not as great as the improvement from the 6th to the 7th heaven, it is still a leap in realm. Su Qing made up his mind. Next, Su Qing mainly focused on condensing the micro-domain, improving his realm, and cultivating the lightning body tempering technique. Among them, the lightning body tempering technique depended on the amount of rainy weather. As for the first two, it would depend on Su Qing to spend a lot of time. Thinking of this, Su Qing's figure flashed and returned to the majestic underground palace to cultivate. As for Wan Qing, she was thrown to the East Palace by Su Qing to guide the family Su, Li Wan, and the others. Although Wan Qing trembled in front of Su Qing and did not even dare to speak too loudly. But in fact, Wan Qing was a 3rd heaven legend. This kind of strength was enough to guide the family Su who had not even reached the 9th grade of the martial path. And for the family Su, perhaps at first, they were not used to Wan Qing's existence. But as time passed, they got used to it and knew that Wan Qing was Su Qing's servant. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In the majestic underground palace, Su Qing sat cross-legged. His physical aura was restrained and he looked like a block of wood. But inside his body, his blood surged and roared like the Yangtze River. In addition, whether it was his bones, muscles, or organs, they all bloomed with traces of gold. I didn't expect that before I even condensed the micro-domain, my physical body would transform in advance. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes and whispered to himself. In the past few months, more than half of the time was rainy. Because of this, Su Qing had to go to the dark clouds to bathe in the thunder every other day. After dozens of days, his physical body that had endured the thunder body tempering art completed the 5th transformation. After the 5th transformation, the trace of gold is obviously much stronger. Su Qing nodded slightly and was satisfied. After the 4th transformation, Su Qing's body gave birth to a trace of gold. This trace of gold was related to the legendary Buddha's golden body and symbolized eternity and immortality. And now after the 5th transformation, Su Qing's body gave birth to a trace of gold again. I wonder what level my physical body has reached now. Su Qing raised his right hand and felt the surging power in his body as he thought to himself. Since the transformation of my physical body is complete. Next, the main thing is to condense the micro-domain. Su Qing's expression turned serious as his thoughts fluctuated. Once the micro-domain was condensed, the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles would be compressed to 100 or 1,000 meters. It would cause a qualitative change. Cave world. Suqin and Mohim finally arrived in front of the demon cloud city. In fact, if Suqin hadn't deliberately slowed down along the way to see if there were other places where he could sign in, they would have arrived long ago. Master. The demon cloud city is in front. Mohim said respectfully, with a complicated look on her face. She paid a huge price to barely escape from the demon cloud city. She didn't expect to return to the demon cloud city now. Suqin didn't speak, he just looked at the demon cloud city quietly. The demon cloud city was a very magnificent city. It stood tall, as if it was standing above the clouds. A powerful aura emerged one after another, making people fearful. Master, we can sneak into the demon cloud city quietly. Mohim said cautiously. No need. Suqin shook his head slightly. Just now, he had roughly scanned the demon cloud city with the celestial aura gazing technique and knew the background of the demon cloud city. Naturally, he wouldn't waste time. No need? Mohim blinked, not knowing what Suqin meant. However, the next moment, under Mohim's incredulous gaze, Suqin casually took a step forward, raised his right hand, and slashed down towards the demon cloud city. Rumble. A bright sword light formed and slashed down from the sky. In the demon cloud city. The demon cloud city lord was sitting high on the throne with a gloomy expression. The demon king level demons below also had ugly expressions, and an oppressive aura enveloped the entire hall. Since Mohim escaped from the demon cloud city, whether it was the demon cloud city lord or the other demon king level subordinates, they had been furious. Mohim had a rare purine body. She was a gift prepared by the demon cloud city lord to the cathode city lord. But now, the cathode city lord was waiting for him to deliver Mohim, but she was gone? At the thought of angering the cathode city lord, the faces of the demon kings changed. City lord. What should we do now? Mohim is your junior. She escaped from the demon cloud city. You should know, right? A demon king with dark pupils said. Yes, city lord, if we don't find Mohim and miss the appointed date with the cathode city lord, how can we face the anger of the cathode city lord? Yes, city lord, didn't you leave any means on Mohim? Several demon kings looked at the demon cloud city lord and asked. After a long time, the demon cloud city lord said, I did leave a wisp of demonic will on Mohim. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the demon kings were overjoyed. With the strength of the demon cloud city lord, if he really left a wisp of demonic will on Mohim, even if the other party escaped to the ends of the earth, he could still track her position. It's just. The demon cloud city lord glanced at the crowd and shook his head, my wisp of demonic will has been dispelled. What? Who dares to dispel the city lord's demonic will? Several demon kings were in disbelief. The demon cloud city lord's power was monstrous. Which demon dared to dispel the demon cloud city lord's demonic will? Besides, even if ordinary demons wanted to dispel the demon cloud city lord's demonic will, they couldn't do it. Only a powerful demon king whose strength was close to the city lord's, or even the same as the city lord could do this. Don't worry. Although the demonic will has been expelled, I still have another method to locate Mohim. However, this method can only be used once. The demon cloud city lord said, I've invited a few friends. When they arrive, we'll start using this method. When the demon cloud city lord said this, he snorted coldly. I want to know who dares to put their hands on my things. The demon cloud city lord's eyes were cold. At first, when Mohim escaped from the demon cloud city, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he asked a few of his subordinates to go to the location locked by the demonic will and capture Mohim. However, what the city lord didn't expect was that the subordinates he sent out not only died on the spot, but even the wisp of demonic will he planted in Mohim was forcibly expelled. When the city lord learned about this, he immediately realized that this might be the doing of one of his great enemies. Therefore, he did not do anything. Instead, he was going to invite a few of his good friends over. When the time came, they would attack together and completely eliminate that great enemy. The words of the city lord shook the spirits of the other demon kings. They praised one after another. The city lord's approach is really foolproof. Yes, no matter who secretly expelled the demonic will of the city lord, how can he defeat the city lord? This time, let him know that offending the city lord won't end well. The Demon King sneered again and again. City Lord, I've been cultivating recently, and I need powerful demon blood. Essence. When I take down that demon, can you give me his body? A Demon King said. In the eyes of these Demon Kings, it was as if they could already see the scene of the other party wailing under the suppression of the City Lord. Body? The City Lord frowned. The body of a Demon King of the same level was also of great benefit to him, not to mention that he had to pay a price to invite his good friends. The City Lord did not reply, and the Demon King who spoke no longer mentioned this matter. I really want to see the appearance of the Demon King who secretly attacked, begging for mercy at the feet of the City Lord. Another Demon King licked his lips. Suddenly. At this moment. A sharp light that could destroy everything enveloped the entire Demon Cloud City. Not good. There's a sneak attack. The City Lord of the Demon Cloud City changed greatly. He released his demonic will and found a sword light that seemed to split heaven and earth. Damn it. The other Demon Kings also had ugly looks on their faces. The next moment. The Demon Cloud City Lord and several Demon Kings disappeared from the hall. Outside the Demon Cloud City. When Suqin used his fingers like a sword and slashed out that sword light, the entire Demon Cloud City shook. Countless auras emerged, turning into a black barrier, wanting to block this sword light. Master. Mohim was dumbfounded. She originally thought that even if Suqin wanted to deal with the City Lord, he would choose a suitable time to do it. But now? Suqin directly slashed out a sword light towards the Demon Cloud City. This was simply preparing to suppress the entire Demon Cloud City with his own strength. Mohim knew that Suqin was very strong and was likely to be a high-level Demon King, but even a high-level Demon King wouldn't dare to make a move like this. In the Demon Cloud City, there was not only the City Lord, but also the City Lord's subordinates, as well as other Demon Kings who lived in seclusion. In addition, the Demon Cloud City has existed for thousands of years, and who knows how many great arrays have been arranged by the previous City Lords. Suqin's move was equivalent to ignoring the previous City Lords. How arrogant was this? Rumble. As the sword light continued to press down. The black barrier formed outside the Demon Cloud City became deeper and deeper, and the great arrays were activated one after another under the threat of the sword light, gathering infinite power and pouring into the black barrier. At this moment, several figures appeared outside the Demon Cloud City. They were the City Lord and the subordinates of the Demon Kings. Block it for me. The City Lord's expression was ferocious, and he instantly mobilized the power of the entire Demon Cloud City, wanting to block the sword light that Suqin slashed down. Rumble. The Demon Cloud City shook, and demonic energy emerged, condensing into thousands of layers of black barriers, blocking in front of the sword light. Crack. The sword light cut through more than 5,000 layers of black barriers in a row, leaving only a few hundred thin layers of black barriers, before slowly dissipating. Blocked it? The City Lord broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't imagine that if he hadn't blocked this sword light and allowed it to slash down, the entire Demon Cloud City would have been cut in two. Finally blocked it. The City Lord only felt weak. Just now, he not only used the power accumulated by the Demon Cloud City for so many years, but also burned his blood essence to barely block the sword light. It can be said that at this moment, the City Lord's blood essence was damaged, and it would take decades for him to recover. Blocked it. City Lord, we finally survived. The other Demon Kings breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on their faces. And at this moment, Suqin glanced at the Demon Cloud City in surprise. The next moment, Suqin raised his right hand and gently pressed it towards the City Lord and the other Demon Kings. The void trembled as demonic energy gathered. It was as large as the sky, as if a hand could cover the sky. Outside Demon Cloud City. Suqin's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and pressed down gently. Grab. In an instant, it was as if the Milky Way was pouring down, the sun and the moon were overturned, and a giant palm appeared. This was purely the condensation of world energy that Suqin gathered from dozens of miles around. It was mighty and suppressed everything. The demon kings of the cave world correspond to the legend level of Venerable Arhat. They also use world energy as a means of fighting. No? When the demon Cloud City Lord saw the giant palm coming down from the sky, his hands and feet went cold. In order to block the sword light just now, he had already paid a huge price. How could he block the giant palm that was even more powerful than the sword light? All of you, go. The demon Cloud City Lord's eyes were scarlet. He glanced at the demon kings who were about to escape behind him and stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, these demon kings only felt their bodies stiffen, and the blood in their bodies began to riot uncontrollably. In an instant, their figures skyrocketed, and they completely lost their minds and rushed towards the giant palm. Rumble. After sacrificing several demon kings, the giant palm only paused for a moment before it continued to crush down. Seeing this, the demon Cloud City Lord didn't dare to stay for a moment. He directly turned into a demonic light and jumped a few miles away. Huh? When Su Qin saw this scene, with a thought, the giant palm that shrouded the demon Cloud City slowly dissipated. He came to the demon Cloud City for the purpose of signing in. If he wiped out the demon Cloud City with a single palm, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? In the demon Cloud City, countless demons only felt that they had walked on the edge of life and death. In the cave world, not all demons were born powerful. There were also weak demons. But at this moment, whether it was the weak demons or the demon kings, they all looked at Su Qin in shock. Who is he? He's too powerful, even the city lord is not his opponent. Not only is he powerful, but the city lord couldn't even block a single blow from him. This is not just powerful. Countless demons trembled in their hearts, and fear appeared on their faces. Su Qin naturally didn't care about the thoughts of these demons. He turned his eyes slightly and looked a few miles away. The demon Cloud City Lord, who had turned into a demonic light, stopped there. If your excellency wants Mohim, just say it. I will give it to you. Why do you have to do this? The city lord stared at Su Qin and said word by word. At this time, when the city lord saw Mohim hiding behind Su Qin, how could he not understand the whole story? He cried bitterly in his heart. He never thought that a powerhouse like Su Qin, who was close to a high-level devil king, would actually make a move for Mohim. For Mohim? Su Qin saw that the demon Cloud City Lord had misunderstood, but he didn't want to explain. He came to the demon Cloud City just to find a place where he could sign in for a long time. As for avenging Mohim, he didn't even think about it. Even without Mohim, Su Qin would still come to the demon Cloud City. Sir, you must be from another large region, right? Do you know that behind my demon Cloud City stands the Cathode City Lord? Seeing that Su Qin didn't speak, the city lord was overjoyed. He continued to speak, faintly revealing a threat. His position was several miles away from Su Qin. Even if Su Qin made a move, the city lord was confident that he would have enough time to escape. Go to hell. Su Qin was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly slashed out a sword light. Whoosh! A bright sword light formed in an instant and slashed towards the city lord. Not good. The moment the sword light formed, the city lord's scalp exploded. His figure turned into a demonic light and fled into the distance. Damn it. He was still hiding his strength just now. The city lord felt the shocking sword intent emitted by the sword light. There was no threat at all. He burned his blood essence again, and his speed continued to skyrocket. Burning my blood essence twice in a row has greatly damaged my foundation. I'm afraid there is no hope for me to go any further. The city lord's heart was filled with sorrow, and he couldn't help but speed up again. When I see the Cathode City Lord, I must ask the city lord to avenge me. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on the city lord's face. His future was cut off, and it was not an exaggeration to say that his hatred for Su Qin was monstrous. Even if he had to pay a high price, he must ask the Cathode City Lord to help him. He should have escaped by now, right? The city lord's speed had reached the limit at this moment, and he subconsciously glanced back. However, with just a glance, the city lord's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a sword light arriving in an instant, slashing towards the city lord. The city lord's body quickly disappeared. His demonic essence, flesh, blood, and bones all disappeared. After a long time, A dark demonic will emerged, condensing into an illusory figure. I'm not willing. The city lord's body was destroyed, and now only a wisp of demonic will was left. He would not survive for long. However, before the city lord could recover from the blow of losing his body, he felt a faint sword intent in the depths of the demonic will. This sword intent was getting bigger and sharper, and finally directly cut the city lord's demonic will into several pieces. That sword light not only destroyed my physical body, but also my demonic will? At the last moment of losing consciousness, the demon cloud city lord suddenly woke up, and then completely disappeared. Outside the demon cloud city. After Suqin casually slashed out a sword light, he no longer paid attention to it. This? Mohim next to him was stunned. Everything just happened too fast. From Suqin's palm pressing down on the demon cloud city to the city lord being forced to escape, only a few moments passed. Master, you. Mohim was shocked speechless. After a while, Mohim reluctantly calmed down and couldn't help but say, Master, the city lord is vengeful. If he escapes, he will definitely come back for revenge in the future. After the city lord burned his blood essence, he flew at least hundreds of miles away, so Mohim didn't see that the city lord's body and demonic will were completely destroyed by Suqin's sword light. Don't worry. He can't escape. Suqin didn't care, and looked at the demon cloud city again. I hope there is enough Dao accumulation for the system to sign in. Suqin thought silently in his heart. The Dao accumulation needed by the system was not the Dao of the righteous path, but the Dao of the origin of all things, the Dao of the primal chaos. The Dao here included all things. The righteous path belonged to the Dao, the evil path belonged to the Dao, and the demonic path also belonged to the Dao. No one should stop me from signing in this time. Suqin glanced at the demon cloud city, took a step into the air, and appeared on the city wall of the demon cloud city, overlooking the entire demon cloud city. Countless demons were terrified. The city lord, who was invincible in their hearts, couldn't even block a single move from Suqin, let alone them. At this moment, a demon king suddenly shouted and bowed deeply to Suqin, Greetings, city lord. In the cave world, the strong were respected. Suqin killed the city lord and became the new city lord of the demon cloud city. Greetings, city lord. Greetings, city lord. Greetings, city lord. Countless demons reacted quickly and bowed respectfully to Suqin. City lord? Suqin raised his eyebrows. Master. At this time, Mohim hurried over and quickly explained to Suqin. Not only in the demon cloud city, but everywhere in the cave world knew this. If you have the ability to kill the demon god in the depths of the world, you can become a new demon god. So that's how it is. Suqin nodded slightly. In fact, becoming the city lord of the demon cloud city could be regarded as barely achieving Suqin's goal. As the city lord of the demon cloud city, the entire demon cloud city was like Suqin's private property. In this case, who would dare to disturb Suqin's quiet sign-in? Next, Suqin came to the great hall that symbolized the city lord. This great hall was located in the center of the entire demon cloud city. It was the absolute core of the demon cloud city. With this great hall, the successive city lords knew the demon cloud city like the back of their hands. Suqin just glanced at it and knew that this great hall was faintly connected to the array of the entire demon cloud city. I'll leave everything else to you. Suqin glanced at Mohim behind him and ordered. Although Suqin did not refuse to become the city lord of the demon cloud city, he was too lazy to care about other trivial matters of the demon cloud city, so he directly handed them over to Mohim. Mohim had a wisp of divine sense planted by Suqin. Life and death were only in Suqin's hands, so he did not dare to betray Suqin. Mohim grew up in the demon cloud city. Although he was imprisoned most of the time, his understanding of the demon cloud city was obviously far above Suqin's. Letting Mohim replace Suqin in managing the demon cloud city was the best choice. Everything is done. It's time to sign in. Suqin walked along the great hall and kept going deeper. After a while, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Suqin's eyes. An ancient tree that was at least 1,000 meters tall stood there quietly. The ancient tree swayed, covering the sky and the sun. Endless demonic energy gathered, emitting waves that made one's heart palpitate. This is a branch from the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world? The moment Su Qin saw the ancient tree, he released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. Before coming to the demon cloud city, Su Qin heard that there was a branch of the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world in the demon cloud city. According to Mohim, the ancient demon tree was the oldest thing in the cave world, supporting the entire cave world. Even the demon gods lived on the ancient demon tree. Just a branch is already so huge. If it was the real ancient demon tree, how glorious would it be? Su Qin raised his head and looked at the ancient tree that was 1,000 meters above the ground, his thoughts fluctuating. Originally, when Su Qin heard Mohim say that the ancient demon tree in the depths of the cave world was supporting the entire cave world, he didn't believe it and thought that it was just a rumor. After all, even in the human world, there were many myths and legends that were made up by people. But now, after seeing this ancient tree, Su Qin realized that the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world might be real. It's just a branch, but it can gather so much demonic energy. If it was the real ancient demon tree, the demonic energy it would gather would be like a mountain or a sea. No wonder even the demon gods are willing to live on the ancient demon tree, because the benefits are too great. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Although Su Qin didn't know what level of powerhouse the demon gods were, they were definitely far beyond the legend realm. However, if the legend is true, the ancient demon tree supporting the entire cave world, I'm afraid its existence is almost the same as the world. After such a long time of accumulation, how much Dao accumulation is left on it? Su Qin's eyes suddenly became hot. Forget it. If there's a chance in the future, I can go and take a look, but now. Su Qin shook his head slightly. No matter how competent Su Qin was, he didn't think that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon gods at this moment. Even just by relying on Mohim's words, Su Qin knew that the ancient demon tree was definitely a taboo for the demon gods in the depths of the world. Any demon who dared to approach the ancient demon tree would be killed without mercy. Although I can't sign in front of the real ancient demon tree, its branch shouldn't be too bad. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and he once again used his divine sense to scan the ancient tree not far away, and then used the celestial observation technique and the eye of truth to confirm that there was no danger before slowly approaching. System, sign in. Su Qin stopped and said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received Demon God's Blade. Demon God's Blade? Su Qin's face lit up with joy. Although he didn't know how powerful this demon god's blade was, since it was related to the demon god, it definitely wasn't simple. At least, it was much stronger than the thousands of demon origin fruits he had obtained over the years. Thinking of this, Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and quickly found the demon god's blade in a corner. The demon god's blade wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was a strange long blade shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. The demon god's blade was pitch black, and the surface of the blade was incomparably deep, like a black hole that could devour everything. Even Su Qin's mind was slightly shaken the moment he saw it. If Su Qin's divine sense hadn't been stabilized by the moon-forging divine sense, I'm afraid it wouldn't be just a slight shock at this moment. This is a demonic blade. Su Qin's mind quickly calmed down, like an eternal ice heart, without any ripples. Buzz. Su Qin's mind moved, and the demon god's blade left the system space and appeared in Su Qin's hand. Without the suppression of the system space, the demon god's blade suddenly began to rise, and a trace of terrifying fluctuations filled the void. This saber is alive? Su Qin held the hilt of the demon god's blade with his right hand and muttered to himself. The demon god's blade wasn't like other weapons. It seemed to be slowly breathing, and endless demonic energy was constantly pouring into the blade. Not bad. Su Qin gently clenched his right hand with a satisfied expression. So far, among the many weapons Su Qin has obtained, only the Nine Yao Bao can compete with this demon god's blade. It's just that the Nine Yao Bao is a pure spiritual weapon, while the demon god's blade exists in reality. Although the two are both weapons, they are two completely different categories. In the future, I don't need to fight with my bare hands. Su Qin nodded slightly, playing with the demon god's blade, and thought in his heart. If it was other demons, even a powerful demon king like the demon Cloud City Lord, they would have to be careful in the face of the demon god's blade, for fear of being affected by it. After all, this is a demonic blade, which can lead the mind of creatures to fall into the abyss. Even a demon king is no exception. But in Suqing's view, it's just SOSO. No matter how strong the demon god's blade is, it's not stronger than the system. Since the system has obtained this demon god's blade, it has completely recognized Suqing as its master, so there's no need to worry about anything. Let's try the power of this demon god's blade. After playing with the demon god's blade for a while, Suqing's heart moved. He held the hilt and gently slashed down. P.S. Don't panic, there are still 2 chapters left. I'm writing. It will be released at about 12 noon tier. An incomparably bright light flashed from the dark blade. Suqing raised his right hand and blocked the pitch-black blade light. Suddenly, a slight wound appeared on Suqing's skin. In addition, an aura that seemed to come from the abyss spread from the wound, trying to spread to Suqing's whole body. Just by relying on the sharpness of the blade itself, it has such power? Suqing's mind moved, his thoughts fluctuating. When Suqing held the demon god's blade just now, he didn't use any power. He just relied on the sharpness of the demon god's blade. But the result shocked Suqing. Suqing's body at this moment is not comparable to a divine weapon, but it is not much worse. But even so, it was still easily broken by the demon god's blade. One can imagine its power. Although this wound was not worth mentioning for Suqing, the slash just now did not display the true power of the demon god's blade. In addition to its sharpness, the most terrifying thing about this demon blade is the aura of the abyss. Suqing felt the aura coming from the wound and thought in his heart. This aura of the abyss was all-pervasive, like a maggot. If it weren't for Suqing's strong body suppressing this aura, the consequences would be unimaginable. Simply put, if the demon Cloud City Lord was cut by the demon god's blade, even if it was only a slight wound, the aura of the abyss would spread wildly, and within a few hours, the demon Cloud City Lord would die miserably. Although the aura of the abyss hell that was everywhere like maggots in one's bones was not a lethal poison, it was more than a few times stronger than a lethal poison. Not bad. After Suqing roughly judged the power of the demon god's blade, he operated his divine ability Flesh Regeneration, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the demon god's blade was terrifying, how many cards did Suqing have in his hands? How could he be stumped by a mere weapon? However, this demon god's blade gives me a feeling that it is not so simple. It should have other uses? Suqing touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking of this, Suqing casually waved the demon god's blade and threw it into the system space. Although the demon god's blade can improve Suqing's fighting ability, at least when he encounters a demon king like the demon Cloud City Lord in the future, Suqing only needs to slash once. But in any case, whether it was the demon god's blade or the 9 luminaries' bow, after all, they were external objects. In order to become truly powerful, one had to rely on oneself. Next, I will focus on entering the 8th heavenly layer. Suqing sat cross-legged, and the devil Buddha golden body slowly circulated. Large amounts of demonic chi poured into his body, continuously transforming it. No matter if it was Suqing's original body or his incarnation, they all shared the same realm. As long as one of them broke through to the 8th heavenly layer, the other would naturally step into the 8th heavenly layer. Just as Suqing was slowly cultivating, Mohim quickly walked into the city lord's hall. Master. When Mohim saw that the city lord's hall was empty, he did not panic. Instead, he said respectfully. After a while, a calm voice suddenly sounded in Mohim's ears. Go inside. Yes. When Mohim heard this, he did not doubt him and immediately began to walk towards the depths of the hall. Soon after, Mohim saw Suqing sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree. Suqing was sitting there quietly, but the whole ancient tree swayed with Suqing's breathing. Demonic chi filled the sky. Even Mohim, who was not even a demon king, could realize the horror of it. A wisp of aura emitted by Suqing could suppress a demon king outside. Master is getting more and more terrifying. Mohim immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Suqing. Have the matters of the demon Cloud City been dealt with? Suqing slowly opened his eyes and looked at Mohim. Although Suqin was the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City, in fact, Suqin was too lazy to take care of those trivial matters. Basically, he left them to Mohim. "Master, it has been dealt with." Mohim replied immediately. "Oh? No one is making trouble?" Suqin asked casually. "Making trouble?" Mohim smiled bitterly. "Master is powerful, how could anyone dare to make trouble?" "Say it, what are you looking for me for?" Suqin asked faintly. Mohim specifically looked for him, certainly not just to talk about the Demon Cloud City. "Master, I've discovered something. The Demon Cloud City Lord has a great relationship with the Cathode City Lord." When Mohim said this, her pretty face became extremely dignified. "Master has taken over the Demon Cloud City. The Demon Cloud City Lord will probably not let it go. He will definitely invite the Cathode City Lord." Even now, Mohim didn't know that the Demon Cloud City Lord had died under Suqin's sword light. "Cathode City Lord?" Suqin's expression remained unchanged. "Master, the Cathode City Lord is one of the strongest powerhouses in the vicinity." Mohim was full of worry. The Cathode City Lord's aura was monstrous. Compared with the Cathode City Lord, the previous Demon Cloud City Lord was as weak as a baby. "Is the Cathode City Lord very strong?" Suqin asked casually. After he obtained the Demon God's Blade, Suqin's fighting ability has greatly improved. As long as it's not a 9th Heavenly Layer Demon King, or an Earth Immortal, Suqin doesn't care too much. Even if Suqin condenses the miniature domain, with all kinds of trump cards, even if it's a 9th Heavenly Layer Demon King, Suqin can ignore Suqin. Very powerful. It is said that the Cathode City Lord was a high-level Demon King as early as 200 years ago. Now, even if he is not a real peak Demon King, I'm afraid he is not far away. Mohim said in a deep voice. "Oh? I see." Suqin said slowly without raising his eyes. A high-level Demon King is equivalent to a 6th Heavenly Layer Demon King. As for a peak Demon King, it's equivalent to a 7th Heavenly Layer Demon King. The strength of the Cathode City Lord is close to a peak Demon King. It is indeed far beyond the Demon Cloud City Lord. No wonder he can shake the entire area. But in front of Suqin, it's a joke. "Master." Mohim's face was still full of worry. In her opinion, Suqin should be from another large region. He doesn't know the terror of the Cathode City Lord. If the Cathode City Lord really comes, who in the Demon Cloud City would dare to stop him? "Master, let's leave the Demon Cloud City." Mohim thought for a long time and said. Although the Cathode City Lord is powerful, if Suqin leaves the Demon Cloud City with her, the Cathode City Lord will have no way to stop him. Is it possible that the Cathode City Lord is willing to spend a lot of time searching for Suqin? "Leave?" Suqin shook his head. He finally found such a good place to sign in, how could he leave? "Don't worry, if the Cathode City Lord really dares to come, I will kill him." Suqin said casually, as if the Cathode City Lord, who Mohim was afraid of, was just a cat or dog on the road. When Suqin attacked the Demon Cloud City, he didn't hide it in the slightest. He crushed the entire Demon Cloud City with one palm, and then forced the City Lord to flee like a stray dog. There was no news about him until now, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This scene was witnessed by countless demons in the Demon Cloud City. Therefore, the news that the Demon Cloud City had a new City Lord was not concealed, but quickly spread in all directions. Cathode City. In the main hall, there were more than a dozen figures sitting upright. Who was the Demon King who attacked the Demon Cloud City? Why have I never heard of such a powerhouse? A demon sitting on the right with a cold face said. His aura was deep, as obscure as the abyss. He turned out to be a powerful demon not weaker than the Demon Cloud City Lord. I don't know. However, the Demon Cloud City is full of arrays. In this range, the strength of the Demon Cloud City Lord is almost close to that of a high-level Demon King. The other party can sweep the entire Demon Cloud City like this. I'm afraid he's a real high-level Demon King. Another demon said calmly. High-level Demon King? I haven't heard of it? Yes, we know all the high-level Demon Kings within a million miles. How did such a person suddenly appear? The rest of the demons looked at each other, full of puzzlement. One must know that even in the cave world, high-level demon kings were extremely rare, and it was impossible for one to appear casually. Every high-level devil king could be traced, and their growth path was more or less clear. Could it be? Is he from another major region? A demon whispered. Other major regions? The faces of the rest of the demons changed slightly. Indeed. This was the only possibility that could explain the sudden appearance of a high-level demon king. City Lord, what should we do now? At this time, the cold demon who spoke first looked at the Cathode City Lord sitting high above. As soon as these words came out, many demons who were talking suddenly quieted down, and they also looked at the Cathode City Lord. The Cathode City Lord was wearing a robe, and his aura was restrained. If it weren't for the dark demonic light in his eyes, I'm afraid no one would think of him as the Cathode City Lord. The Demon Cloud City Lord promised me that he would offer me a purine body. The Cathode City Lord's voice was hoarse, like iron pieces rubbing against each other. I have been waiting for 20 years, and I can't wait to devour that wisp of purine energy. As a result, the Demon Cloud City has a new City Lord? The Cathode City Lord's words faintly revealed his dissatisfaction. The demonic arts he cultivated were too extreme and required purine energy to make up for it. Now, the Cathode City Lord only needed one purine body to gather 99 purine bodies and condense 99 strands of purine chi. Then, he would perfect his demonic arts in one fell swoop and completely enter the next realm. But what the Cathode City Lord didn't expect was that the last purine body would have an accident. I don't care who is the City Lord of Demon Cloud City. The Cathode City Lord slowly stood up, walked out of the hall, and looked up at the gray sky, but the purine body must be handed over. When the Cathode City Lord said this, he turned around and looked at the demon kings. Come with me to the Demon Cloud City. As soon as the Cathode City Lord finished speaking, the faces of the demon kings changed slightly. Although the Cathode City Lord didn't say what he was going to do in the Demon Cloud City, it was obvious that he wanted to force the new Demon Cloud City Lord to hand over the purine body. City Lord, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to do this. A demon king braced himself and said, after all, the current Demon Cloud City Lord is likely to be a high-level demon king. If it was the previous Demon Cloud City Lord, it would be fine to force them, but the current Demon Cloud City Lord is powerful. If they continue to force them, they might annoy the other party. The Cathode City Lord wasn't afraid, but what about them? Don't worry. A sneer appeared on the Cathode City Lord's face. My demonic arts are almost at great accomplishment, and it's not like I haven't killed a high-level demon king. When the rest of the demon kings heard this, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly got up and stood behind the Cathode City Lord, trembling with fear. At the same time, under Chang'an City, in the underground majestic hall, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his aura was flowing, and the Millennium Bodhi heart was floating, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. It's about time. Su Qin opened his eyes leisurely. His eyes were calm as he whispered to himself. After nearly 2 years of hard work, with the help of the Millennium Bodhi heart, Su Qin was only one step away from being able to condense the miniature domain. Once I condense the miniature domain, I can quickly break through to the 8th heavenly layer and the 9th heavenly layer, and spend more time on the shackles of Great Arhat. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he silently thought in his heart. For Su Qin, whether it was condensing the miniature domain or the bottleneck of the 8th heavenly layer or the 9th heavenly layer, it was nothing. The only thing that Su Qin valued was the shackles of the Great Arhat realm. Let's get started. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes, and his aura began to fluctuate again. East Palace. Ruanqing stood in front of the Right Spring Square, guiding the family Su's martial arts cultivation. Since Ruanqing agreed to serve Su Qin, she basically never left the Imperial Palace. She has been guarding Chang'an City for Su Qin. Master hasn't summoned me for several months. Ruanqing walked out of the East Palace, thinking. In the beginning, Su Qin would occasionally appear in the Imperial Palace, but in recent months, Ruanqing did not feel a trace of Su Qin's aura at all. If it weren't for Ruanqing being able to detect that the divine sense planted by Su Qin still existed in her heart, she would have thought that something had happened to Su Qin. Just as Ruanqing was about to return to the East Palace, suddenly, The primordial chi of the entire Chang'an city suddenly shook. Endless primordial chi of heaven and earth from all directions, up and down, madly gathered toward Chang'an city. 10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. 50 miles. 100 miles. The primordial chi of heaven and earth covered far more than 100 miles. In an instant, with Chang'an city as the center, the primordial chi within a radius of several hundred miles was shaking, as if a storm had occurred. This is... Wanqing looked at this scene, dumbfounded, as if she had seen a ghost. As a martial arts legend, Wanqing naturally knew what it meant to shake the primordial chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred miles. Master, it's Master's doing. Wanqing immediately reacted, almost as if she had witnessed a myth. One must know that a martial arts legend like Wanqing could control the power of heaven and earth, but the range of the power of heaven and earth was only about 10 miles. But now, the shaking of the primordial chi of heaven and earth had spread to several hundred miles. What is Master's strength? How can he control the power of heaven and earth in such a range? Wanqing was so shocked that she could barely hide it. Under the shaking range of the power of heaven and earth, Wanqing only felt that her connection with heaven and earth had been completely cut off. At this moment, Wanqing, except for her body, divine will, and true essence, which were at the level of a martial arts legend, almost instantly fell to the level of a rank 9 martial artist. And just under Wanqing's incredulous gaze, the primordial chi shaking that had spread to several hundred miles suddenly began to shrink. In just a moment, everything returned to normal. Under Chang'an city. In the majestic underground palace. Suqin slowly opened his eyes. Domain. A smile appeared on Suqin's face. It's finally done. P.S. It's the end of the month, I need a monthly vote. If you don't vote soon, it will expire in the majestic hall. Suqin was overjoyed. 2 years, although it's a bit long, but condensing the micro-domain is not a waste of time. Suqin nodded slightly and thought to himself. If the sect masters of the major overseas sects knew what Suqin was thinking, their eyes would probably turn red with jealousy. For them, even if it took 80 or 100 years to condense the micro-domain, they would still be ecstatic and would want to invite overseas legends to celebrate. As for the 2 years, these sect masters probably wouldn't even think about it. Because it was too incredible. What could he do in 2 years? He could easily go into seclusion for more than 2 years. Not to mention condensing the micro-domain, even if he just sorted out his true essence a little, 2 years would pass. Condense. Suqin's mind moved. Suddenly, an invisible force, with him as the center, spread out to a radius of 100 feet. This 100 feet radius is my domain. Within it, any power is under my control. Suqin carefully felt the subtleties of the domain, a thoughtful look on his face. There was an essential difference between a domain and the power of heaven and earth. For example, if 2 legends fought, no matter where and when, they could control the power of heaven and earth as a means to suppress each other. After all, the power of heaven and earth came from heaven and earth. As long as one was a legend, they could control it, at most the difference was the size of the domain. But a domain was different. If a legend was in the domain, even if he was at the peak of the 5th or 6th level, he would be shocked to find that he couldn't control the power of heaven and earth at all, as if he had fallen from the legend realm. To put it simply, within the domain, Suqin was the only master. As long as Suqin didn't want to, no legend could borrow a trace of power from his domain. Not bad, not bad. No wonder they say that a legend who has condensed a domain and a legend who hasn't condensed a domain are on a completely different level. Suqin looked amazed. Although Suqin was still at the 7th level. But with the support of the domain, even if he was besieged by dozens of legends of the same level, he was fearless. If the besieging legends of the same level fell into his domain, their life and death would be under Suqin's control. Of course, no 7th heavenly layer legend would be so stupid as to barge into a domain. After all, Suqin's domain had just been formed, and it only covered a radius of 1,000 feet. For an ordinary person, a range of 100 feet might be very large, but in the eyes of a legend, it was just a matter of a thought. The myth warriors were not fools. It was impossible for them to rush forward when they knew that they were no match for the enemy. What a pity. If only the range of the domain was a little bigger. A hint of regret appeared on Su Qin's face. Compared to Su Qin's world energy that spanned 100 miles, the domain of 100 zhang had shrunk significantly. However, this thought only flashed through Su Qin's mind. Compared to an impenetrable domain, the so-called power of heaven and earth was a joke. It was like the difference between 10 taels of cotton and 1 tael of gold. It said that as long as one steps into the earth immortal realm, the micro-domain will transform into a great domain, instantly enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Su Qin was lost in thought. The domain that he had condensed now, to be precise, was just a micro-domain. It could even be said that it was the prototype of a domain. But even so, it had such great power. One could imagine how earth-shattering the great domain of the earth-immortal Great Arhat would be. Next, Su Qin continued to experience the various magical effects of the micro-domain, and finally, his mind slowly calmed down. That's right. Let's see if the demon god's blade that I obtained in the cave world can break through the domain. Su Qin suddenly thought. The demon god's blade was the sharpest weapon among all the weapons that Su Qin had ever seen. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even Su Qin couldn't block the demon god's blade with just the strength of his body. Of course, Su Qin couldn't block it, but the demon god's blade couldn't do anything to Su Qin. Because with Su Qin's strength, he wouldn't let the demon god's blade touch him at all. Besides, Su Qin also has the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Unless the demon god's blade can completely annihilate Su Qin in an instant, otherwise, Su Qin is immortal and can recover indefinitely. Buzz. A strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon appeared in Su Qin's hand. In an instant, a deep aura filled the air, making people feel as if they were in the abyss of hell. Not bad. Su Qin held the hilt and waved it casually. Even if Su Qin didn't use any power, when he waved the demon god's blade, he could feel the extremely sharp blade aura filling the air, almost piercing through the air. Domain. Su Qin's mind moved, and the misty power of the domain wrapped around the demon god's blade. Clang! The demon god's blade let out a blade cry, and Su Qin waved it gently, and a dark and deep blade light appeared, breaking through the power of the domain, and finally slowly dissipating. The demon god's blade can break through the domain, but the domain can also wear down the demon god's blade. Su Qin touched his chin and judged in his heart. It had to be said that the demon god's blade was very terrifying. It could even break through the invisible and intangible domain. It must be known that even 7th or 8th heavenly layer gods and demons can't do anything to the domain without condensing a miniature domain, but since the demon god's blade can cut through the power of the domain, it can be seen how sharp it is. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he put the demon god's blade back into the system space. The system space was unique. As long as Su Qin in the cave world put the treasures he obtained from signing in into the system space, Su Qin in Chang'an City would be able to take out the demon god's blade from the system space. And vice versa. The domain has just been formed, it needs to be stabilized. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes again and fell into cultivation again. Su Qin spent 2 years to condense the miniature domain. Naturally, he planned to completely stabilize the domain before considering other things. And after Su Qin continued his seclusion, Ruanqing outside the East Palace was inexplicably shocked. Just now, the heaven and earth essence qi within a radius of hundreds of miles shook together. If Ruanqing hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Even for a mythical warrior, the limit of control of the heaven and earth essence qi is 100 miles. As for hundreds of miles, I'm afraid that only the real peak mythical warriors can reach it. Master is too strong. Ruanqing sighed softly, her face full of awe. In the past year or so, Su Qin didn't stop Ruanqing from cultivating. On the contrary, in the first year, he often guided Ruanqing. And now, with the help of the Eastern Palace's cultivation environment, which was not inferior to overseas, coupled with the recovery of the vitality, and Su Qin's occasional guidance, Ruanqing's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Ruanqing even had a faint illusion that if he was given a few decades or 100 years, he was confident that he could break through the shackles and enter the 4th heaven. It should be known that even overseas, a 4th heaven mythical warrior was enough to serve as an elder protector of the high sex, and could be said to be an expert second only to the sect master and the vice-sect master. Wanqing originally thought that he had no hope of entering this level in his lifetime, but in less than 2 years in Chang'an City, he saw hope. The recovery of the vitality tide is becoming more and more obvious. Wanqing looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Although a large part of the reason why he could improve so quickly was because of Su Qin's guidance, the influence of the environment was also not small. It's been almost 2 years. The recovery of the vitality tide is much faster than I thought. The sect masters of the high sects overseas should have noticed it by now, right? A trace of worry appeared on Wanqing's face. Even if the sect masters of the high sects did not believe in the existence of the land of great battles at first and thought that overseas would continue to prosper, as time passed and the vitality tide became more and more intense, with the ability of those sect masters, they must have realized something. However, with master strength, even in the face of the high sects with thousands of years of inheritance, he should be qualified to negotiate. Wanqing guessed in his heart. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion and the world was gradually falling into peace, a man in a blood-red robe appeared out of thin air, walking in the air. Wherever he passed, his aura shrouded and suppressed all things. All the martial artists were terrified. Under the aura of the man in the blood-red robe, they did not even dare to raise their heads and knelt down one after another, as if welcoming a supreme monarch. It was only after the man in the blood-red robe had completely left that the martial artists reluctantly straightened their backs. Who is he? Why is his aura so terrifying? Riding the wind, could it be that he is a martial arts legend? Countless martial artists trembled in their hearts and kept talking. Even if the vitality has recovered and cultivation has become easier, the existence of a martial arts legend is still unattainable. Since the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire was killed by Su Qin outside Chang'an City, no new martial arts legend has been born in the world. But now, this man in a blood-red robe set off a huge wave in everyone's heart. At this moment, another news came out. Isn't he the Blood Kill Gates legend from 200 years ago? As soon as this news came out, the entire martial arts world was in an uproar. The legend of the Blood Kill Gate had crossed the sea more than 200 years ago and disappeared. Not only the legend of the Blood Kill Gate, but all the legends who crossed the sea have never returned. The world is going to be in chaos again. An old warrior thought sorrowfully. And at this moment, the legend of the Blood Kill Gate in a blood-red robe came outside the headquarters of the Blood Kill Gate. No one? The legend of the Blood Kill Gate frowned. His terrifying divine sense covered inch by inch and finally found a disciple hiding nearby. Ancestor, you are finally back. The Blood Kill Gate disciple immediately burst into tears. Every disciple of the Blood Kill Gate has to kneel and worship the portrait of the legend of the Blood Kill Gate. Therefore, this disciple recognized the legend of the Blood Kill Gate at first sight. What the hell happened? The legend of the Blood Kill Gate frowned. Ancestor, our Blood Kill Gate was forced by the legend of the Empire of Tang to disperse our disciples. The Blood Kill Gate disciple hurriedly told what had happened over the years. The Empire of Tang? A legend? Not bad. I didn't expect another legend to be born in the 200 years I was gone. The legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple nodded slightly, as if he was appreciating the younger generation. However, since you dare to provoke my Blood Kill Gate, you are courting death. A strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of the legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple's eyes. Ancestor, the legend of the Empire of Tang once killed 3 of our peak grade 1 experts from thousands of miles away. Ancestor, you have to avenge us. The Blood Kill Gate disciple said again. What? Thousands of miles away? The legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple's calm expression finally changed. P.S. Also, don't panic, don't worry, I am writing and will post it around noon. In addition, I am looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. A legend was high up in the air, riding the wind like an immortal. However, no matter how similar it was just similar, not a real immortal. A legend was also a human, and they had their own limits. For example, a third heavenly layer legend like the Patriarch of Blood Kill, even if he went all out, he could only be 10 or 20 miles away. As for the martial arts legend in Chang'an City, it was simply inconceivable and unheard of for him to attack from thousands of miles away. Even in the endless sea where martial arts flourished, Patriarch Bloodkill had never heard of such an incredible scene. A bunch of nonsense. The Patriarch of Bloodkill's expression was uncertain, and finally he sneered, "Did you see that scene with your own eyes?" When the Patriarch of Bloodkill said this, the Bloodkill Gate disciple was slightly stunned and immediately replied, "Patriarch, I also heard that." "Humph. I understand." The Patriarch of Bloodkill coldly snorted, "Your level is too low, you don't know the means of a legend." The Patriarch of Bloodkill's expression returned to normal, and he instantly figured everything out. How could the Patriarch of the Bloodkill sect not know of such a thing? For example, when two legends fought, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the aftermath spread dozens of miles away. If this scene was seen by ordinary people, they would definitely think that it was a fight between gods and immortals, and then the more they talked about it, the more ridiculous it became. But in fact, in the eyes of a legend like the Patriarch of Bloodkill, it was just a fight between powerhouses of the same level. It was nothing at all. According to the Bloodkill Gate disciple, the legend of Chang'an City may have some ability, but the means to attack from thousands of miles away were far inferior. "Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for the Bloodkill Gate, but now is not the time. I have to wait for the permission of those people." The Patriarch of Bloodkill pondered for a while and said lightly, "Those people?" The Bloodkill Gate disciple's face suddenly turned pale. In his eyes, the Patriarch of Bloodkill was already a godlike figure, but now, the Patriarch of Bloodkill actually called them those people. "There's no harm in telling you." Patriarch Bloodkill glanced at the disciples of the Bloodkill Gate and casually said, "This time, I didn't return to this continent alone. I came back with several distinguished characters." As the Patriarch Bloodkill spoke to hear, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Those several great characters all have venerated statuses. If you encounter them, you absolutely cannot overstep your boundaries. Otherwise, not only will you be annihilated, but I might also be implicated." Patriarch Bloodkill warned. "Yes." The Bloodkill Gate disciple's face was as pale as paper as he bowed his head and replied. The Bloodkill Gate's mythological ancestor had appeared. This news quickly spread throughout the world like lightning. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified all the countries, their power was unparalleled. The Bloodkill Gate was forced to dismiss their disciples in order to avoid the purge of the Empire of Tang. At this time, the appearance of the mythical ancestor of the Bloodkill Gate was tantamount to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for the disciples of the Bloodkill Gate who were hiding everywhere like stray dogs. "Why is the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate back?" "I don't know. Did he come back because of the Bloodkill Gate?" "It's over. The return of the Bloodkill Gate has greatly boosted the prestige of the Bloodkill Gate. Our good days are coming to an end." Countless martial artists in Jianghu were worried. For a long time, the Bloodkill Gate had taken pleasure in provoking the countries in the world and driving a wedge between the Jianghu and Jianghu. The prosperity of the Bloodkill Gate meant that there would be more killings in the world. However, I don't know what the mythological ancestor of Chang'an City thinks about his return. Someone couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, all the martial artists were silent. 3 Peak Grade 1 of the Bloodkill Gate fell in the hands of the mythological expert of Chang'an City. In addition, the Bloodkill Gate was forced to dismiss their disciples because of this. How could the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate ignore such grievances? Who do you think is stronger between the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate and the mythological expert of Chang'an City? A martial artist asked with great interest. "I think it should be the mythological expert of Chang'an City, right? After all, a few years ago, the imperial teacher of Mengyuan City was killed by the mythological expert of Chang'an City. The imperial teacher of Mengyuan City is just a legend. How can he be compared with the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate?" Yes, the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate became a legend 200 years ago. Now that he has been abroad for 200 years, his strength must have improved a lot. The mythological expert of Chang'an City can kill the imperial teacher of Mengyuan City, but he may not be able to defeat the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate. Countless martial artists talked quickly. In their view, Su Qin's strength was unfathomable, but the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate was also not weak. Especially in the past 200 years, God knows how high the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate had reached. In my opinion, the mythological expert of Chang'an City should not be the opponent of the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate. An old martial artist made the final decision. Although Su Qin was able to suppress the world, the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate was invincible 200 years ago. In the absence of a head-on fight between the two, everyone felt that the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate was stronger. After all, when it comes to martial arts cultivation, one side has 200 years more than the other. Who is stronger and who is weaker is obvious at a glance. Just as the world was talking about it. Chang'an City. Inside the Imperial Palace. It is indeed the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate. The Emperor of Tang's expression was dignified as he looked at the information in his hand and said in a deep voice. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified the world, as early as the first appearance of the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, the relevant information was passed to the Emperor of Tang. However, at that time, the Emperor of Tang still had doubts in his heart. But as time passed, more and more information came, and the Emperor of Tang had no choice but to believe it. Your Majesty, what should we do now? A minister stood up, looked at the Emperor of Tang, and asked. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a while, and then said, I will mobilize the army and strengthen the patrol of Chang'an City. When the other ministers heard this, they looked at each other, opened their mouths, but did not continue to say anything. In fact, they could only do as the Emperor of Tang said. Otherwise, what else could they do? Could they take the initiative to find the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate and take him down? Not to mention whether the Empire of Tang could take down the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, who could be sure of the whereabouts of the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate? A legend could ride the wind and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. Maybe one day he was in the far west, and the next day he would be in the far north. After the end of the court meeting, the Emperor of Tang hurried to the East Palace. Mr. Wan, hasn't the third brother contacted you yet? The Emperor of Tang found Wan Qing and asked. Although Wan Qing claimed to be Su Qin's servant, the Emperor of Tang did not dare to really treat a legend as a servant. Instead, he called him Mr. In the Empire of Tang, Mr. was an honorific, such as teacher. No. Wan Qing glanced at the Emperor of Tang and asked doubtfully, do you have something to say to Master? For some reason, the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate from 200 years ago has returned. The Emperor of Tang roughly told him what he knew. It seems that the great sects overseas have begun to intervene. Wan Qing thought for a while and sighed softly. Then what should we do now? The Emperor of Tang did not know what the great sects meant, but he knew it was not a good thing. If it was just the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate alone, I could deal with him, but in addition to the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, those great sects must have sent other disciples. Wan Qing shook his head. Now, we can only wait for Master to come out. Wan Qing said helplessly. Almost at the same time, all kinds of incredible news spread all over the world. For example, someone once saw a woman in white flying in the ice field of the extreme north, like a fairy from the upper realm. Someone saw a man in blue with a sword on his back, hundreds of meters in one step, as if he was measuring the world. Someone also saw a Taoist standing above the clouds, indifferently overlooking all living beings, as if he was looking for something. For a time, the world was shaken. If the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate who appeared out of thin air at the beginning was just shocking, then the appearance of these suspected legends one after another made people panic. What the hell happened? Could it be that these people, like the patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, returned from overseas? That's the only possibility, otherwise, it's rare for a legend to appear in an era. How could so many appear now? Many martial artists were frightened and uneasy. And at this moment, on a high mountain, there were several figures standing leisurely. Among these figures, there was a woman in white like a fairy, a man in blue with a sword on his back, and a Taoist in a Taoist robe and so on. At this moment, because of the existence of these figures, the entire top of the mountain was faintly shrouded in an inexplicable aura. How's the investigation? The woman in white's voice was crisp and clear. She was the contemporary goddess of the snow god palace from overseas, named Bing Ling. This time, she came on the order of her master to determine whether this continent was the legendary land of the Great Battle. As for the others, they were also heaven's prides from overseas. Although the current vitality of this continent is still far inferior to our sex overseas, its growth rate is far faster than overseas. The man in blue with a sword on his back paused for a while and continued, according to the current trend, in 100 years at most, the vitality of this place will be comparable to overseas, and in 200 years, it will completely surpass overseas. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we join forces and take over the Empire of Tang, completely control this continent, and then welcome our sex? A rough man said loudly. When the people on the scene arrived, they knew that this continent was ruled by a country called the Empire of Tang. Take over the Empire of Tang? The Taoist in a Taoist robe frowned slightly. But I heard that there seems to be a legend in Chang'an City of the Empire of Tang, and his strength is not weak. Not weak? The rough man grinned and said, compared to overseas, this place is not even considered immortal. Any legend can be invincible for an era. But in front of the disciples of our sex, it is nothing. Any one of us can sweep this place. The rough man's tone was full of pride. That's right. The man in blue with a sword on his back nodded slightly. As disciples of the sex, whether it is cultivation methods, secret skills, or heritage, how can this place be compared to the mortals? That's good. Bing Ling, the contemporary goddess of the Snow God Palace, nodded slightly. In that case, let's go to Chang'an City. If that legend is sensible and takes the initiative to lower his head, we can spare his life. If not, we can kill him directly. Under Chang'an City. In the majestic hall. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. The domain is finally almost stable. Su Qin's face flashed with satisfaction. Su Qin sat cross-legged with a smile on his face. During this period of time, Su Qin, in addition to stabilizing the newly formed miniature domain, also often experienced the various magical effects of the domain. As a means that only myths of at least the seventh heaven could master, the domain was far more than just killing the enemy. At least, Su Qin found that the domain had various effects such as protection, concealment, and saving people. In addition, Su Qin also found that if he wanted to, the domain could cover far more than 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet was only the range that Su Qin could completely control. Within this 1,000 feet, Su Qin was the creator, omnipotent. And once the domain covered more than 1,000 feet, Su Qin's control began to decline. Simply put, if a myth of the seventh heaven fell into Su Qin's domain, he would not be able to borrow any power and would still be slaughtered by Su Qin. He would not even be able to escape. But if Su Qin expanded the domain to 10,000 feet, if a myth of the seventh heaven fell into it, although he would still be greatly suppressed, he would not be unable to resist. At least he would struggle a few times. Next, in addition to continuing to practice hard, I have to continue to compress the power of heaven and earth to supplement the domain, so that the range of the domain will continue to increase. Su Qin's mind was filled with thoughts. At his current height, although the road ahead was not clear, he had a rough idea of how to proceed. Of course, for the vast majority of myths, knowing how to go and being able to go were two completely different things. For example, a level 9 official in the Empire of Tang knew that as long as he worked hard and worked for the Empire of Tang, he would be able to become a level 3 official in the imperial court. But among the thousands of level 9 officials in the Empire of Tang, how many could climb to the position of a level 3 official? Martial arts practice, especially the road to myth, was extremely difficult. Knowing may not be able to do it. Seeing may not be able to touch. Another 2 months of closed-door training. Su Qin was ready to familiarize himself with the power of the domain and was not in a hurry to go out. In any case, Chang'an City now had Ruan Qing, a third heaven legend, overseeing it. Generally, there would not be any problems. Su Qin was also happy to cultivate in seclusion. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion, the Emperor of Tang was in the Taiji Palace, discussing state affairs with his officials. Suddenly, a member of the Forbidden Army hurriedly rushed in, walked up to the Emperor of Tang, and whispered to him. What? The Emperor of Tang's face changed dramatically. The Emperor of Tang did not have time to attend the court meeting. He quickly walked out of the Taiji Palace and arrived at the imperial city. Them? The Emperor of Tang's expression was extremely ugly. High up in the sky, 6 figures were faintly discernible. The 6 figures looked down on Chang'an City and the Emperor of Tang as if they were high and mighty creatures overlooking all living things. Who are they? The Emperor of Tang asked in a low voice after taking a deep breath. Your Majesty, I don't know. The commander of the Forbidden Army next to him looked dignified. After a moment of silence, he whispered, however, these people should be martial arts legends. Only martial arts legends could control the qi and soar in the wind. Therefore, even if the commander of the Forbidden Army had not seen the 6 figures in the sky, he knew that they were at least martial arts legends. As soon as the commander of the Forbidden Army said this, the Emperor of Tang's face suddenly turned pale. In the past, the appearance of one martial arts legend was already shocking, but now there were 6 outside Chang'an City at the same time. How could the Emperor of Tang be calm? Your Majesty, the one on the far left should be the founder of the Blood Kill Gate. The commander of the Forbidden Army seemed to have discovered something and quickly whispered. When the Emperor of Tang heard this, he immediately focused his eyes on the left and saw a figure in a blood-red robe standing in the void. Trouble. The Emperor of Tang felt a chill in his heart. If the founder of the Blood Kill Gate was not there, the Emperor of Tang still had a glimmer of hope that these 6 martial arts legends might just be passing by. But now, the Emperor of Tang felt like he was falling into an abyss. Your Majesty. What should we do now? The commander of the Forbidden Army asked in a low voice. Wait. The Emperor of Tang was powerless. Let's see what they want to do. What else could they do but wait? The 6 martial arts legends stood in the void. An ordinary army could not even touch them, let alone surround them. Although Chang'an City had a large number of bows and crossbows, who would dare to use them against the 6 martial arts legends? Once the crossbows were used, it would be tantamount to completely falling out with the 6 martial arts legends. At that time, if the other party wanted to kill, who could stop them? One martial arts legend could ignore 1,000,000 troops, let alone 6. At this moment, high in the sky, several disciples from the major overseas sects were looking at Chang'an City below in boredom. There is a level 3 aura. I think it must be the martial arts legend in Chang'an City, the man in green with a sword said lightly. Level 3? Amazing. The Taoist in a Taoist robe nodded slightly. To be able to enter the martial arts legend realm in this barren continent, and even a level 3 legend, regardless of talent or temperament, was the best choice. Unfortunately, as a martial arts legend, his foundation has been set. He will never be able to join our sect, a cold man in a black robe said. Well, what should we do now? Directly suppress them, the burly man said unhappily. Suppress them? Bing Ling, the woman in white, thought for a while and said, let's inform them first. If they refuse, it won't be too late to kill them. Bing Ling was the current goddess of the Snow God Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, she would inevitably become the palace lord of the Snow God Palace in the future. She was the person with the highest status in the field. In that case, go down and tell them. The cold man in black swept his eyes and looked at the Patriarch of Blood Kill in the corner. In terms of status, the Patriarch of Blood Kill was not on the same level as them. Whether it was the cold man in black or the others, they were all proud sons of heaven from various major sections. As for the Patriarch of Blood Kill, he was just a rogue cultivator. Although he had the strength of a level 3, he was far from being in their eyes. If they didn't need someone to lead the way, the Patriarch of Blood Kill happened to be a martial arts legend from this continent, so they wouldn't be with him. Yes. The Patriarch of Blood Kill respectfully said. Soon. The Patriarch of Blood Kill took a step forward and appeared on the city wall. Everyone, the Empire of Tang has given you 2 choices. The Patriarch of Blood Kill looked at the Emperor of Tang and the others and said lightly, the first is to surrender, and the second is to be suppressed by this lord and then surrender. Think about it in half an hour and then give your reply. The Patriarch of Blood Kill didn't even look at the Emperor of Tang and turned to leave. Surrender? Then surrender after being suppressed? The Emperor of Tang's face was livid and trembled with anger. Your Majesty. The commander of the Forbidden Army next to him also had a heavy expression. Instead of giving them two choices, it was better to say that the Patriarch of Blood Kill directly asked them to surrender. Has the third brother appeared? The Emperor of Tang took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, we haven't found the Imperial uncle yet. The commander of the Forbidden Army shook his head. As soon as these words came out, the Emperor of Tang's face turned pale again. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy the Empire of Tang? The Emperor of Tang's face was pale. At this moment, high in the sky, the man in black with a long sword on his back frowned. Half an hour has passed, has the Empire of Tang replied? My lord, no. The Patriarch of Blood Kill bowed. In that case, just suppress them. The cold man in black said. Humph. I already said to suppress them, but you just had to waste half an hour. The burly man snorted coldly, took a step forward, and stomped his foot fiercely. Suddenly, the world's Xianxia shook and slowly pressed down on the imperial city. At this moment, the same world's Xianxia emerged and blocked the blow of the burly man. Yuanqing slowly walked out of the East Palace, came to the city wall, and looked at the legends. Mr. Yuan. The Emperor of Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I can only do my best, but whether I can stop them or not, I can only leave it to fate. Yuanqing said with a tragic face. In Yuanqing's eyes, these disciples of the greater sects had been cultivated by the sects since childhood. Whether it was cultivation methods, secret techniques, or even foundation, they were far superior to rogue cultivators like Yuanqing. Let me try. I haven't fought in a long time. High in the sky, a Taoist in a Taoist robe stood out. Seeing this, Yuanqing also stood in the air and fought with the Taoist in a Taoist robe. However, the result was just as Yuanqing expected. He was no match for the Taoist at all. After just 10 moves, he was suppressed. After 20 moves, Yuanqing spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. And this was because the Taoist had deliberately held back. Otherwise, Yuanqing would have at least been seriously injured, if not killed on the spot. Ha 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 ha. I told you to submit and suffer less. Why struggle? The burly man looked down at the Emperor of Tang and the others and sneered. The Emperor of Tang's face was ashen. He clenched his hands tightly and dared not refute. Because he knew that the lives of countless people in Chang'an City depended on the burly man's thoughts. Humph. The burly man sneered and scanned the imperial palace with his divine sense. Huh? At this moment, the burly man was surprised and his divine sense instantly focused on someone. Meridians clear, a genius. Come back with me obediently. The burly man stretched out his right hand and gathered a huge Xianxia palm and grabbed at a certain place in the imperial palace. Not good, it's Waner. The Emperor of Tang was shocked and recognized the place where the burly man's right hand was grabbing. It was the residence of Imperial Princess Li Wan. What is this? Li Wan was cultivating when she saw a huge palm quickly grabbing at her. Not good. Li Wan realized that something was wrong and wanted to avoid it. However, Li Wan was just a martial artist in the Middle Realm. How could she escape the grasp of a legend? Just when Li Wan's face was full of despair, the burly man's huge palm was about 3 feet away from Li Wan when it was suddenly blocked by a faint barrier. Huh? There is another legend? The burly man immediately recognized the barrier on Li Wan's body. It was the means left by a legend. But so what? The burly man's face was ferocious and he was about to break the barrier. Under Chang'an City, in the majestic hall, Su Qin silently opened his eyes. The divine sense I left on Li Wan was triggered? Su Qin looked up at the sky and his huge divine sense swept over in an instant. You're courting death. Su Qin's eyes were calm. He stretched out his right hand and pulled out a strange sickle-shaped long blade that was curved like a full moon. The long blade was as black as ink, and the blade was incomparably deep, like a black hole that swallows all living things. The next moment, Su Qin held the demon god's blade and gently slashed. Tear. No one could describe the sharpness of this blade. The sky and the ground turned into a pitch-black sea. A long and narrow black crack appeared in space. The pitch-black saber light seemed to be able to cut the world apart as it shot out in an instant. P.S. Looking for monthly votes, there are no more below. Although I have updated 3 chapters today, the word count is close to 10,000 words. Should it be considered an extra update? Finally, looking for a guaranteed monthly vote. It's the beginning of the month, I know you must have some in stock. The word count in the PS is free. Inside the palace, Li Wan was still in shock. She looked at the barrier that enveloped her and quickly found the source of the barrier. It was the piece of wood with a sword mark engraved on it. At this moment, this piece of wood was emitting a dim light, like a candle in the dark. Third uncle? Li Wan blinked. This piece of wood was given to her by Su Qin, and the sword mark engraved on it was also left by Su Qin. And at this moment, the burly man standing high in the sky frowned slightly. This barrier. Suddenly, the rough man seemed to have noticed something and suddenly looked in another direction. A pitch-black saber light arrived in an instant. This pitch-black saber light seemed to have torn open a long and narrow crack in space. The moment the burly man saw it, it was already within 10 meters of him. No. The boorish man was indeed a descendant of a great overseas sect. At this critical moment of life and death, he activated a forbidden secret technique. His body suddenly expanded by a large margin, turning into a small giant more than 5 meters tall. A wild and heavy aura began to spread out. The overseas sect that the rough man belonged to was known for their physical strength. At this moment, he used a forbidden secret technique as a guide and burned his essence and blood to enhance his physical strength to a certain extreme. The next moment, before the boorish man could react, a voice rang out. That long, narrow, and pitch-black blade light arrived. Crack. This long and narrow blade light easily cut through the rough man's flesh and blood and cut through his bones. The body that the rough man was proud of was like a piece of paper under this blade light. Rip. The rough man's body was cut in two and fell from the sky. A large amount of blood of a legend spilled down. At the same time, as soon as the rough man's divine sense was about to escape, he felt an aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell frantically spread. In an instant, his divine sense was completely decayed and his body and soul were destroyed. This is? Not far away, several disciples from the exalted sects from the outer seas narrowed their eyes, including Bing Ling, the goddess of Snow God Palace. As legends, their divine sense could cover the surrounding dozens of meters at any time, but even so, no one noticed why the burly man was suddenly cut in two. What exactly happened? The azure-robed man with a long sword on his back was horrified. He retreated several hundred meters and looked around vigilantly. Now that the boorish man had died, they were at most shocked. However, the boorish man's death was so inexplicable that there wasn't even the slightest sign of it. This was terrifying. Someone has made a move. Bing Ling, the current goddess of the Snow God Palace, said with a solemn expression. When the others heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes. The boorish man had died without a complete corpse. Of course, they knew that someone had done it. But the question now was, who was the culprit? Compared to the uneasiness of the disciples of the major sects, the Emperor of Tang and the others were ecstatic. Third brother, it's the third brother, the Emperor of Tang said with certainty. Although he didn't see Su Qin from the beginning to the end, he had a feeling that the person who killed the boorish man was Su Qin. Master? Wan Qing stood up with a pale face. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight with the Taoist in a Taoist robe and was sent flying in the end, he wasn't seriously injured because the Taoist had been merciful. At this moment, he was barely able to stand up. And at this moment, a tall and slender figure walked over step by step. This figure held a strange long saber in his right hand that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. The tip of the saber was pointed to the ground as he walked over unhurriedly. Who is he? The current goddess of the Snow God Palace noticed this figure immediately and her eyes quickly focused on him. The other disciples of the major sects also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The death of the boorish man just now was too strange. Although these disciples of the major sects were arrogant, they were not stupid. It's the third brother. The Emperor of Tang heaved a sigh of relief. Until now, the Emperor of Tang was completely relieved. You must be the legendary warrior in Chang'an City, right? The cold-looking man in a black robe forced a smile and cupped his hands toward Su Qin. His attitude was extremely humble, without the slightest arrogance of a disciple of the major sections. In fact, Su Qin had just killed the boorish man silently. Just based on this point alone, his strength had surpassed them and was at least close to the master of the major sections. "Since you are here, we won't disturb you," the cold-looking man in a black robe said. In his view, they had taken the initiative to retreat, which was already considered as giving in. If Su Qin had a little bit of insight, he wouldn't pursue the matter. "Humph. When I return to the sect, I will ask Master to kill all the living beings in this city," the cold-looking man in a black robe thought quickly in his heart, but his expression became more and more humble. The sect he belonged to was not the righteous path, so killing living beings was normal. The current goddess of the snow god palace, Bing Ling, and the others looked at Su Qin, wanting to see Su Qin's reaction. "Third brother." The Emperor of Tang looked at Su Qin with a worried expression. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qin finally spoke. "Want to leave?" A trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face. "You broke into this place and still want to leave alive?" As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, he gently waved the demon god's blade in his right hand at the cold-looking man in a black robe. "You?" The cold-looking man in a black robe was shocked. Then, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This sense of danger was even greater than the one he felt when he was still in the depths of the sea. It was a primordial sea beast that seemed to have survived from the ancient times. The next moment, the cold-looking man in a black robe saw a blade light as black as ink coming at him in an instant. "Disperse." The cold-looking man in a black robe did not have time to think about why Su Qin would act so decisively. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. "Live. I must live." The black-robed man's body suddenly turned pitch black, as if he was turning from real to illusory. Illusory devil body? The current goddess of the snow god palace's expression changed. Illusory devil body was the fundamental cultivation method of the sect that the cold-looking man in a black robe belonged to. When cultivated to a certain level, one could change between real and illusory at will, thus achieving the effect of ignoring all attacks. Rip. At this moment, Su Qin's black blade light slashed through the darkness that the cold-looking man in a black robe had turned into. Instantly, the originally illusory darkness was directly cut in two. The body of the cold-looking man in a black robe materialized and fell straight from the sky. Dead? The current goddess of the snow god palace's expression suddenly changed. Run. The patriarch of the blood kill sect was terrified. Without hesitation, he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Su Qin's expression was neither happy nor sad. Holding the demon god's blade, he slashed at the patriarch of the blood kill sect. Crack. The black blade light that was like a crack cut across the sky. Without any suspense, the patriarch of the blood kill sect was cut in two, entering the path of the rough man and the cold-looking man in a black robe. "And you?" Su Qin's gaze turned and looked at the man in a black robe with a long sword on his back. Die. Su Qin held the demon god's blade and slashed down casually. 10,000 swords return. The man in a black robe with a long sword on his back suddenly went crazy. He had seen 3 legends die in a row. How could he not know that it was his turn next? The long sword on the man in a black robe suddenly bloomed with a bright sword light. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Almost instantaneously, it split into countless sword lights and blocked in front of him. Not bad, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Crack. The black blade light instantly broke through the layers of sword lights and directly cut the long sword that the man in a black robe had pulled out from his back in two. Finally, it slashed through the man in a black robe. There was dead silence. Everyone's face was full of horror. They never dreamed that the high and mighty legends of this era would be slaughtered like chickens in front of Su Qin, one slash after another. Third brother is too strong. The Emperor of Tang was also stunned. In the Emperor of Tang's eyes, Su Qin might have taken advantage of the sneak attack of the rugged man who died at the beginning, but the other 3 legends were killed by Su Qin head-on. Just as everyone was shocked. Su Qin's expression didn't change at all. He slowly looked at Bing Ling, the current saintess of the Snow God Palace. You still have the courage to stand here? Su Qin looked at Bing Ling with interest. At this moment, although the current saintess of the Snow God Palace was also frightened, she didn't run away in a hurry like the patriarch of Blood Kill. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying. Even if I run, I can't escape. Bing Ling, the current saintess of the Snow God Palace, took a deep breath and said calmly. Let me guess. You didn't run not because you're not afraid of death, but because you have some kind of trump card. Did your sect give it to you? Su Qin naturally didn't believe in the saying, if you can't escape, then don't run. Even ants craved for life, let alone these heavenly talents from the great sects. How do you know? Bing Ling's expression changed drastically. She did have a life-saving item given to her by one of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace. However, the price of using this life-saving item was too high. Bing Ling had to abandon her physical body and use her divine will to teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. At that time, the patriarch of the Snow God Palace warned Bing Ling not to use this trump card unless it was a matter of life and death. This was because the loss of one's physical body would have an unprecedented impact on any martial artist. Even if she eventually took over a new physical body, her future achievements would be limited due to compatibility issues. In serious cases, her strength would plummet by several levels. However, the patriarch also said that as long as she used this trump card, no one in the world could stop her. This was the reason why Bing Ling was still standing there. She wasn't like the others who would die if they didn't run. She had other options. At worst, she would use this trump card to save her life. Losing her physical body was better than dying completely. Your Excellency is very powerful. I'll take my leave first. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. When the current goddess of the Snow God Palace saw that Su Qin had seen through her confidence at a glance, she didn't dare to stay any longer. Without hesitation, she activated a certain aura in her body. Instantly, Bing Ling felt her consciousness rise infinitely. With all her divine will, she left her physical body and fled toward the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. You're indeed very fast. Su Qin nodded slightly and commented. Even he couldn't compare with her in terms of pure speed when she abandoned her physical body and only used her divine will. However, do you want to run away in my domain? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. With a thought, an invisible force spread out. The patriarch said that as long as I activate that aura and abandon my physical body, even a 7th heaven or 8th heaven legend won't be able to catch up with me. Bing Ling's thoughts fluctuated. She only felt that she was completely safe. When I return to the Snow God Palace, I must inform the patriarch and avenge me. Before Bing Ling finished her thought, she was stunned. Because she was still in the palace after fleeing for such a long time. This is? Bing Ling vaguely felt an invisible force enveloping her. Under this force, the space was stretched infinitely. Lord! Bing Ling suddenly thought of a record in the Snow God Palace. Her heart was in turmoil. However, before Bing Ling could say those two words, she felt her vision go black. Her thoughts fell into endless darkness. In front of the palace, Su Qin raised his right hand. The divine sense of the current goddess of the Snow God Palace floated above his palm. If Su Qin did not have a domain, Bing Ling might have escaped. Unfortunately, within the domain, Su Qin was the master of all things. He could overturn space and move the world with a single thought. No matter how fast Bing Ling was, unless he could break through space and break through the domain, it was meaningless. That aura. Su Qin looked at Bing Ling's divine sense. To be precise, he was looking at the aura that enveloped Bing Ling's divine sense. Bing Ling had relied on this aura to separate his divine sense from his physical body and reach a terrifying speed in an instant. Unfortunately, it's only effective against divine sense. Su Qin glanced at it and lost interest. If this aura could be carried with the physical body, Su Qin would be interested. However, if it was only divine sense, Su Qin did not even bother to look at it. Then, Su Qin turned Bing Ling's divine sense into dust. He looked up at the last Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. At this moment, he was the only one left among the people from the overseas great sects. Other than Su Qin, he was the only one standing there. This is too terrifying. When he saw Su Qin looking at him, the Taoist priest in a Taoist robe trembled. He felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Su Qin had reduced these arrogant disciples to ashes with a wave of his hand. This was especially true for the current goddess of the Snow God Palace. She had obviously used some method to escape and had even abandoned her physical body. However, she still fell into Su Qin's hands. This was an unprecedented blow to the Taoist priest. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Su Qin's tone was flat. However, to the Taoist priest, it was like a clap of thunder. My lord, if you want to know anything, please ask away, the Taoist priest replied respectfully. You're smart. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Come with me. Su Qin spared the Taoist priest's life for this reason, but more importantly, the Taoist priest was the only one who did not have any killing intent in his heart. Even when he fought with Ruan Qing, he did not go overboard and did not seriously injure Ruan Qing. Very soon. After Su Qin spoke a few words with the Emperor of Tang, he brought Ruan Qing, the Taoist priest, and the others back to the Eastern Palace. The Emperor of Tang calmed himself down and began to mobilize the army to stabilize the chaotic situation caused by the arrival of the 6 mythical creatures. In the Eastern Palace, Su Qin glanced at the terrified Taoist and said casually, "Tell me everything you know." Yes. The Taoist priest bowed and said, "My name is Xianxia. I come from the Taoist sect overseas." Tao One School? Ruan Qing's expression changed slightly. You know of the Tao One sect? Su Qin glanced at Ruan Qing and spoke indifferently. Master, the Tao One sect is famous in the overseas martial arts world, how could I not know? Ruan Qing said respectfully, even among the many powerful sects overseas, the Tao One sect is enough to be ranked in the top 5. The Taoist master of each generation of the Tao One sect has monstrous strength, suppressing many overseas mythical creatures. I heard that 3,000 years ago, the Tao One sect had an earth immortal. Ruan Qing quickly told him everything she knew about the Tao One sect. Earth immortal? It seems that this Tao One sect is quite strong? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. At Su Qin's level, he naturally knew how difficult it was to step into the earth immortal level. When Ruan Qing heard Su Qin's evaluation of the Tao One sect, his scalp went numb. The Tao One sect was a great sect overseas, with tens of thousands of years of history, and who knows how many powerhouses had come out. But in Su Qin's words, it was only quite strong. Moreover, Ruan Qing faintly sensed that even if the evaluation was quite strong, Su Qin did not say it to the Tao One sect, but to the earth immortal of the Tao One sect from 3,000 years ago. As for the Tao One sect, Ruan Qing did not know if it was an illusion, but he faintly sensed that Su Qin did not put this great sect in his eyes at all. The Taoist priest Xianxia smiled bitterly. He did not think as much as Ruan Qing. At this moment, Xianxia was very clear that his life and death was only in Su Qin's hands. No matter how strong the Tao One sect was, it was useless. Continue. Su Qin just sighed and didn't say anything more. For Su Qin, becoming an earth immortal was just a matter of time. It was nothing at all. The current goddess of the Snow God Palace, the Xianxia's disciple Xianming and others, and I came to this continent under the orders of our sect to determine the location of the great battle in the recovery of vitality. Xianxia honestly revealed their origins, their purpose, and everything else. He did not dare to leave anything out. This was because Xianxia knew that in front of a powerhouse like Su Qin, who was at least close to the level of a sect master, any little trick was equivalent to courting death. Su Qin's expression did not change, but Ruan Qing's expression changed as he listened. Especially when he heard that the woman in white was the current goddess of the Snow God Palace, his face turned even paler. Master, something big has happened. Ruan Qing's scalp exploded as he said in a trembling voice. He originally thought that the people who came here this time were all ordinary disciples of the great sects overseas, or at most, core disciples. However, Ruan Qing did not expect that the people who came with Xianxia were actually these geniuses. Ruan Qing knew in his heart what these people represented. If they were ordinary disciples, Su Qin could kill them. Even if the great sects were dissatisfied, they would not clash with a powerhouse like Su Qin for ordinary disciples. But now? These people were ordinary disciples? Especially Bing Ling. As the current goddess of the Snow God Palace, she was regarded as the future Snow God Palace Lord. Even she was dead. At the very least, the relationship between the Snow God Palace and Su Qin would definitely be irreconcilable. There was no room for reconciliation. As for the other disciples, they were all legacy disciples of the great sections. Although they were not the only ones, the death of one was still a great loss. Su Qin killing these people was equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the great sects overseas. Under such circumstances, no matter how confident Ruan Qin was in Su Qin, he was still terrified. No matter how strong Su Qin was, he was only one person. How could he defeat all the great sects overseas? It's fine. Su Qin waved his hand and said nonchalantly. According to what Yan Hai said just now, the leaders of the great sects were only legends of the fifth or sixth heaven. Su Qin could kill any number of such martial artists with a slap. As for the ancestors in slumber in their respective sects, there might be a few of them who had stepped into the seventh or eighth heaven. However, their qi and blood must have deteriorated and their strength was greatly reduced. If they encountered Su Qin, they would be killed easily. In Ruan Qing's eyes, the great sects were as high as the sky, but to Su Qin, they were nothing more than something he could easily sweep away. By the way, the great sects don't know about the death of these disciples, right? Ruan Qing looked at Yan Hai expectantly as if he had seen some hope. Yan Hai hesitated for a while and said honestly, the disciples of the great sects will turn a trace of divine thought into life fire and enshrine it in the depths of the sect. Once they die in the outside world, the life fire will be extinguished. I'm afraid that the news of the death of Goddess Bing Ling and the others has already spread to their respective sects. Ruan Qing's hands and feet turned cold when she heard this. That's enough. Su Qin interrupted the conversation between Ruan Qing and Yan Hai. He looked at Yan Hai and said bluntly, I'll give you two choices. Surrender or die. Yan Hai was silent when he heard this. Although his position in the Daoyi sect was not the highest, it was not low either. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the pride of the heavens. But now, between his dignity and his own life, Yan Hai was in a dilemma. Sir, I choose to surrender. Finally, Yan Hai sighed and bowed. Not everyone had the courage to face death, especially legends. They were high up and enjoyed everything in the world. How could they bear to die? Don't resist. Su Qin's mind moved and a trace of divine thought was separated and planted into Yan Hai's body. Greetings, Master. Yan Hai composed himself and bowed to Su Qin. Compared to Ruan Qing, Yan Hai was more aware that the trace of divine thought that Su Qin planted in his body was directly connected to his mind. If he dared to have any other thoughts, this trace of divine thought would definitely explode and perish together with Yan Hai. You may leave. Su Qin waved his hand and said. Yes. Yan Hai and Ruan Qing looked at each other, bowed, and retreated. After the two had completely left, Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked toward the sea. His eyes were calm and distant. The great sects of the sea. Just as Su Qin killed a few disciples of the great sects overseas, Su Qin's eyes lit up. In the depths of the sea, in a towering and huge palace made of ice crystals, the Snow God Palace Lord and several elders were sitting cross-legged and talking to each other. We must be careful about the matter of the great battle. This concerns the legacy of the Snow God Palace for 10,000 years. The Snow God Palace Lord's voice was crisp and clear, but it was as cold as an iceberg. Yes, Palace Lord. The elders looked solemn and said solemnly. Although they were not as strong as the Snow God Palace Lord, they could faintly feel that the recovery of the vitality tide in the sea was slowing down. Not only that, but the heaven and earth essence chi and endless spiritual vigor were also flowing away. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, when this matter first appeared, the sect masters of the many great sects of the sea gathered together to discuss it. In the end, they came to a conclusion. The prophecy of Tianjizi of the Tianji sect should be true. The rumored land of great struggle really did exist. Don't worry, Palace Lord. Bing Ling has already gone to the great battle. With her help. An elder was about to speak. Suddenly. At this moment. A disciple of the Snow God Palace hurriedly ran in. Palace Lord, elders, bad news, bad news. This disciple's face was full of panic and even a trace of fear. What happened? The Snow God Palace Lord frowned and looked at this disciple. Palace Lord, Her Highness Goddess's her vital fire has been extinguished. This disciple of the Snow God Palace said in a trembling voice. The moment these words came out, the Snow God Palace Lord's expression froze. Then, with the Snow God Palace Lord as the center, the temperature of the entire palace made of ice crystals dropped rapidly. At this moment, all the disciples of the Snow God Palace and the Ice Crystal Palace felt a bone-chilling coldness. Oh no! What's going on? The Palace Master is angry. The disciples of the Snow God Palace turned pale with fright. They hastily knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. In their eyes, the Snow God Palace Master was like a god. She was high and mighty, and she dictated the life and death of all the disciples. If the Snow God Palace Master was angry, it would be as if the sky was falling for these disciples. Why is the Palace Master angry? Nothing has happened to our Snow God Palace in the past few decades. Some of the disciples were puzzled. Could it be related to Her Highness, the goddess? One of the disciples' expression changed. Some time ago, Her Highness, the goddess, was ordered by the Palace Master to go to the place where Tianjizi had predicted the great battle. However, not long after, the Snow God Palace Master was angry. Many disciples could not help but guess if there was a connection. Just as the disciples of the Snow God Palace were guessing and feeling uneasy, the depths of the Ice Crystal Palace seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. The power of ice rose like an ocean. Palace Master, please spare my life. The disciple of the Snow God Palace who came in to report that the goddess life flame had been extinguished felt his body stiffen. The circulation of his blood and inner force slowed down. Even his consciousness started to blur. Although the cultivation methods cultivated by the disciples of the Snow God Palace were of the cold attribute, it did not mean that they could ignore the cold. Palace Master, the Palace Master's strength has improved again. The elders beside her were able to hold on. At this moment, they exchanged glances with one another, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. For the Snow God Palace Master to cause such an impact with just her aura, even if she had not reached the legendary height of the seventh heaven, she was probably not far from it. Humph. The Snow God Palace Master glanced at the disciple. She retracted her aura and said coldly, "Bring me Ling Er's life flame." Yes. The Snow God Palace disciple shuddered and quickly retreated. Soon, she returned with a candlestick that looked like an ice crystal. It's extinguished. The master of the Snow God Palace glanced over in silence. The extinguishment of the life fire meant that the owner of the life fire had completely died. Even his divine telekinesis could not escape. Who is it? Who is it? The Snow God Palace Master was expressionless, but his words were filled with killing intent. Goddess Bing Ling was a disciple that she had personally chosen to nurture as the next Snow God Palace Master. It could be said that the master of the Snow God Palace had spent a lot of effort on Bing Ling. But now, Bing Ling was dead? Palace Lord. At this moment, an elder at the side braced himself and said, "Her Highness the Goddess has already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer. Coupled with the various secret techniques of our Snow God Palace, even if she encounters an ordinary fourth heavenly layer legend, she will have no problem escaping if she can't defeat them." That's right, Palace Lord. To be able to kill Her Highness the Goddess, his strength is at least at the level of the sect leader. Another elder opened his mouth to analyze. Sect Master? The master of the Snow God Palace narrowed her eyes, which glowed faintly. Ling Er has a life-saving item that the ancestor gave her. Once it's activated, even a seventh heavenly layer legend might not be able to stop her. As soon as the master of the Snow God Palace finished speaking, the pupils of the elders suddenly shrank. Seventh heavenly layer? Could it be that the ancestor of some large sect has shamelessly awakened and attacked Her Highness? Impossible. Do you know how much those old farts cherish their lives? It's impossible for them to use up their remaining shouyuan to attack Her Highness. Then tell me, what's the situation now? The elders immediately began to argue. At this moment, the elder who had been silent all this while said, "Perhaps Her Highness the Goddess didn't have time to use her life-saving item?" As soon as he said this, the elders looked at each other, feeling that this was very likely. Didn't use it? The master of the Snow God Palace's eyes flashed. In fact, she also thought that this was the most likely possibility. A seventh heavenly layer legend was extremely rare. Even if they wanted to attack, they would attack the sect master of a large sect like her. As for Goddess Bing Ling, to some extent, Bing Ling was not worthy of a seventh heavenly layer legend attacking her. However, to be able to make Ling or unable to use her life-saving item, the master of the Snow God Palace pondered. Palace Master. The elder who spoke last seemed to have thought of something and said carefully, "There are also disciples of other large sects who went to the battlefield with Her Highness the Goddess. Something happened to Her Highness the Goddess. They definitely know better than us. Instead of guessing who did it, why don't we go directly to those large sects and ask them?" I understand. The master of the Snow God Palace's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and disappeared. Just as the large sects overseas were in an uproar, Su Qin was strolling leisurely in the palace. Since he had come out of seclusion, Su Qin did not intend to go back immediately. Vitality tide, huh? Su Qin raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the depths of the void. Suddenly, Su Qin caught a ball of misty gas in his palm. This ball of misty gas was formless and intangible. It constantly circulated and changed, trying to escape from Su Qin's palm. If there were legends at the level of a large sect overseas who saw this scene, they would be shocked to discover that the ball of misty gas in Su Qin's hand was Heaven and Earth Spirit Opportunity. Heaven and Earth Spirit Opportunity was different from Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. Compared to Essence Chi, Spirit Opportunity was more illusory. It was more like a special substance that was scattered between heaven and earth. Even a seventh heavenly layer legend would find it difficult to capture a trace of it. But now, Su Qin was actually playing with a large ball of spirit essence in his hand, which was simply shocking. What a pity. There's only this much spirit opportunity in a radius of dozens of miles. Su Qin took a light breath. This ball of spirit opportunity flowed into his mouth and nose like fish. Just as Su Qin was strolling leisurely in the palace, everything that happened in Chang'an City began to spread quickly to the world. Even if the Emperor of Tang ordered that it was not allowed to be spread, the battle was too shocking. 5 legends fell in a row in front of everyone. Even if the Emperor of Tang wanted to suppress it, it was impossible. He couldn't completely block Chang'an City, right? As the news continued to spread, the whole world was shocked again. 6 legends came to Chang'an City to suppress the Empire of Tang, but the legend of Chang'an City only slashed a few times and these legends fell one after another. Countless people were dumbfounded. This had exceeded the limit of their imagination. What kind of existence was a legend? Not even one would appear in an era. But now, not only had 6 of them suddenly appeared, they had also been killed so quickly. This was simply unbelievable. Is it true? The last time the imperial teacher fell in the hands of the legend of Chang'an City, it could be explained by the fact that he had just broken through and his realm was unstable. But now there are 6 legends. How can the legend of Chang'an City kill them? Some martial artists questioned. You still don't believe it? At that time, I was outside Chang'an City. The aura of the 6 legends enveloped the entire palace. I felt like I was in heaven. Then the legend in the palace came out. In less than a few moments, 5 of the 6 legends fell. A martial artist patted his chest and said, swearing that he saw it with his own eyes. 5 fell, a total of 6. Doesn't that mean that one of them escaped? Someone keenly grasped this point and asked. No. That surviving martial arts legend was intentionally left alive by the Lord Legend in the palace. He should be useful for something. When the martial artist said this, he paused for a while and lowered his voice. There's one more thing. Among the 6 legends who came to Chang'an City, one of them should be the founder of the Blood Kill Gate. As soon as this was said, suddenly, it caused another uproar. The founder of the Blood Kill Gate was a legend from 200 years ago. Whether it was strength or means, he was far from being comparable to the imperial teacher. Even such a powerhouse in the legend realm had no ability to resist in front of the legend in the palace. Wasn't this too incredible? How strong is the legend in the imperial palace of the Empire of Tang? Finally, a martial artist couldn't help but ask. Whether it was the imperial teacher or the 6 legends, they seemed to be as fragile as babies in front of the legend in the imperial palace. In this case, naturally, some martial artists were curious about Su Qin's strength. How strong is he? The martial artist who personally experienced the battle in Chang'an City was silent for a while, and said seriously. Only the fallen legends know how terrifying this is. Maybe these legends don't know. The martial artist added in his heart. Su Qin naturally didn't know that at this moment, countless creatures in the world were shocked by him killing several legends. The ancient tree in the demon cloud city can no longer sign in. Su Qin sighed lightly, walked out of the underground hall, and came to the imperial palace. In the cave world, the ancient tree in the demon cloud city is known as a branch of the ancient demon tree that supports the heavens and earth. Originally, Su Qin thought that this branch could support his sign-in for a few decades. As a result, it didn't even last for 2 years, and its Dao accumulation was exhausted. However, in the past 2 years, I did get a lot of good things from that ancient tree. Su Qin touched his chin with a satisfied expression. In addition to thousands of demon origin fruits, he also got demon energy crystals, heavenly demon liquid, demon god's blood, and many other treasures. Several of them were not inferior to the demon god's blade. After all, it's just a branch of the real ancient demon tree. I'm afraid it's not even 1/1,000,000th of the real ancient demon tree. It's already very good to get so many things. Su Qin nodded slightly and comforted himself. I don't know what treasures I can get by signing in front of the real ancient demon tree. Su Qin was fascinated. However, Su Qin also knew that it was impossible for him to go to the depths of the cave world in a short time. Since I can't sign in the cave world, let's just make do here. Su Qin stopped and looked at the white jade square in front of him. System, sign in. Su Qin thought for a while and said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the magical ability Call Wind and Summon Rain. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Magical ability? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Imperial Palace. In front of the white jade square. Su Qin was overjoyed. After signing in for decades, he had only obtained 2 kinds of divine powers. The first was the Eye of Truth, and the second was Flesh Rebirth. Both of these divine powers have brought great help to Su Qin. The former allowed Su Qin to easily see through all things, while the latter helped Su Qin condense an incarnation to explore the cave world. Especially the latter, in the past few years, Su Qin, through his incarnation, has harvested a lot of wool from the cave world. Even a branch of the ancient demon tree in the demon cloud city, which was claimed to come from the depths of the world, was harvested by Su Qin. Of course, the harvest was also very gratifying. And now, Su Qin has finally signed in and obtained the 3rd divine power. Thinking of this, Su Qin turned and returned to the underground majestic hall. However, the divine ability this time sounds a little weak. Su Qin sat cross-legged, thinking silently in his heart. The magical power he got from signing in at the White Feather Square was called Call the Wind and Summon the Rain. For ordinary people, and even in the eyes of martial artists of the 9th level, he was definitely like an immortal. If he wasn't an immortal, then what was? But once you reach the level of legend, the so-called Call the Wind and Summon the Rain is a joke. For example, Su Qin can bathe in thunder through the 5 Thunder God Fist. Although other legends can't do what Su Qin can do, it's impossible for them to be afraid of a mere Call the Wind and Summon the Rain. The joy on Su Qin's face gradually converged, and he began to ponder the new divine ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, in his mind. After a long time, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. This divine ability is not simple. Su Qin's eyes lit up, he was obviously in disbelief. The divine ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, to be precise, is composed of 2 small divine abilities. One is the Call the Wind technique, and the other is the Summon the Rain technique. And when Su Qin was comprehending the divine ability, call the wind and summon the rain, he discovered that the call the wind technique in this divine ability was not ordinary wind, but the nine heavens astral wind. What is the nine heavens astral wind? It was a terrifying storm in the boundless sky that separated the world from the void. Su Qin had once ascended infinitely in order to grasp the changes in the recovery of the vitality tide overlooking the continent from the nine heavens astral wind. At that time, Su Qin already knew how terrifying the nine heavens astral winds were. With Su Qin's strength at that time, he could certainly traverse the nine heavens astral wind, but he would also be injured. Not to mention that Su Qin had only seen the shallow nine heavens astral wind. The higher he went, the more terrifying the nine heavens astral wind was. In fact, the nine heavens astral wind at the highest point could even disperse the crowd. The terrifying effects of the flame of life. Legends ran amok in the world without fear. Even an avalanche could not threaten a legend. But the nine heavens astral wind was different. High-level legends were still okay. They could rely on their strong true essence and physical body to block it. But if a first or second heavenly layer legend was blown by the nine heavens astral wind, even if they didn't die on the spot, it would be extremely troublesome. It could be said that the summon the wind divine ability was a legend-level killing weapon. Even if Su Qin could summon the highest level of the nine heavens astral wind, it would be enough to sweep away the myth realm and even threaten the earth immortals. Of course, if he wanted to summon the highest level of the nine heavens astral wind, Su Qin would need to at least step into the level of Great Arhat. No matter what kind of divine ability it was, whether it was the Eye of Truth or the Flesh Rebirth, they would all increase with the increase of the user's strength. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin looked satisfied. Just now, he thought that the summon the wind divine ability was only summoning ordinary wind, but he didn't expect it to be the nine heavens astral wind. Summon the rain. Su Qin's thoughts turned and he fell into deep thought. If Su Qin could understand the summon the wind divine ability, then Su Qin was a little confused about the summon the rain divine ability. According to the divine ability, the summon the rain divine ability summons the murderous intent of heaven and earth, condensing the murderous intent into raindrops and destroying everything. Su Qin's face was thoughtful. The next moment, Su Qin said softly, "Summon the rain." Buzz. In front of Su Qin, the void suddenly condensed, and a crystal-like raindrop emerged. This raindrop was like blood, red, exuding a piercing murderous intent. This raindrop is enough to kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a legend. Su Qin stared at the raindrop suspended in front of him and judged in his heart. Kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a legend. It may sound like nothing for an existence like Su Qin, but it must be known that the real summon the rain divine ability summons more than just this raindrop. Instead, it was endless raindrops that filled the sky like a real rainstorm. Under the rain summoning technique, even a high-level mythic would find it difficult to move forward, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly, and with a thought, the raindrop full of murderous intent dissipated. Finally, I have a true offensive abijna. Su Qin sighed in his heart. Whether it is the true eye or flesh rebirth, they are all auxiliary divine abilities and belong to the passive category. However, the summoning wind and summoning rain technique was a completely offensive divine ability. At least Su Qin has one more means that he can use actively. Now that the body has completed the fifth transformation, the miniature domain has also been condensed. The next energy is mainly focused on improving the cultivation realm, striving to step into the 8th or 9th heavenly layer as soon as possible and break through the bottleneck of the Great Arhat. Su Qin made a decision in his heart. The next moment, in front of Su Qin, a large number of divine elixirs, spirit fruits and ancient medicines were all placed in piles. These are some of the treasures that Su Qin has obtained over the years. Su Qin classified all the treasures and took out the treasures that are beneficial to his current cultivation and placed them in front of him. As for the low-level pills such as the small revitalizing pill that Su Qin obtained in the early days of signing in, they were taken out by Su Qin and placed in the East Palace for the family Su to use for cultivation. Anyway, the small revitalizing pill is only useful for martial artists in the lower and middle realm. As for the upper realm, it basically loses the effect of improving strength, not to mention a 7th heavenly layer legend like Su Qin. Suqin casually swallowed a mouthful of world's essence qi, and it was countless times stronger than the small revitalizing pill. Instead of putting it in the system space to collect dust, it would be better to use it to improve the strength of the family Su. There are a total of 9,892 devil origin fruits and 8,350 vermilion fruits here. Suqin calculated in his heart. Although the world's essence qi has recovered and the environment of heaven and earth has changed in the direction of easier cultivation, it doesn't mean that pills and spirit fruits have lost their effect. On the contrary, as the world's essence qi recovery intensifies, the effect of these pills and spirit fruits will only increase. These divine elixirs and spirit fruits are enough to push me to the 9th heavenly layer realm, but the shackles of entering the great Arhat realm are not something that can be helped by external forces. At present, I only know that if I want to enter the great Arhat realm, I must condense the miniature domain. As for other things, I know nothing. Suqin's eyes were faint. The great Arhat realm is too rare. If a martial arts legend can be born in a few generations, then great Arhat realm or earth immortal realm is unheard of at all. Even overseas, where martial arts have flourished for countless years, earth immortals are legends and have not appeared in front of the world for thousands of years. Forget it. There's no need to think so much. If worst comes to worst, after I enter the 9th heavenly layer, I will personally go overseas and ask the sect masters. Suqin shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. According to his current knowledge, the peak combat power overseas today is the old ancestors who are sleeping in their respective sects. These old ancestors' qi and blood are declining, and they can only rely on sleeping to survive. Although they have the 7th or 8th heavenly layer realm, their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. If Suqin encounters them, he can just suppress them casually. Besides, if Suqin really enters the 9th heavenly layer Arhat realm, with all kinds of magical powers, let alone these old ancestors, even if he really faces an earth immortal, there is still hope that he can escape if he can't defeat them. However, among the many treasures I signed in the cave world, the most precious is not the nearly 10,000 demon origin fruits, nor is it the demon god's blade, but this. Suqin's eyes narrowed, and he saw a drop of blood suddenly appear in front of him. Although this drop of blood was quietly suspended in front of him, Suqin's divine sense and domain completely lost their effect. It was as if this drop of blood didn't exist at all. I can only see it with the naked eye, but my divine sense and domain are useless. Is this the demon god's blood? Suqin exclaimed in his heart. If the heaven and earth great array can block the divine sense, then under the cover of the domain, any heaven and earth great array can be seen with the flip of a hand. Since Suqin condensed the domain, he has never seen a treasure that can avoid the detection of the domain. But the demon god's blood is an exception. No matter how Suqin enveloped it with the domain, he couldn't feel the demon god's blood at all. Demon god, what level of existence is it? Suqin looked carefully at the drop of demon god's blood in front of him. This drop of demon god's blood didn't emit any aura, but it seemed to be independent of the space and could only be seen with the naked eye. Originally, I thought that the demon god of the cave world was at most stronger than the earth immortals, but now it seems that the demon god is far above the earth immortals. Suqin thought silently in his heart. Suqin is now in the 7th heavenly layer, and he can roughly estimate the height of the earth immortals after condensing the domain. But the demon god? Suqin didn't know before, but now that he saw this drop of demon god's blood, he realized that the demon god was definitely an incredible creature. Over the years, I've only received 7 or 8 drops of demon god's blood. Suqin kept the drop of demon god's blood in front of him into the system space, thinking in his heart. The demon god's blood is of no use to me for the time being, at least until I enter the great Arhat realm. For now, it's better to cultivate. Suqin slowly closed his eyes, and every once in a while, he would consume a demon origin fruit or dozens of vermilion fruits, constantly improving his realm. At this moment, just as Suqin was cultivating in seclusion, on an island in the overseas martial arts world, the palace master of the Snow God Palace, the Xianxia sect master, the Daoi sect master, and the other leaders of the overseas sects gathered together. On a certain island overseas, several figures stood in different places. These figures had different auras. Some were as cold as an iceberg, some were as deep as the darkness, and some were as sharp as divine swords. They stood there quietly, giving people the illusion that they were facing heaven and earth. After a long time, a Lao Dao cultivator wearing a Taoist robe and a wine gourd on his waist hurried over. The Snow God Palace Master frowned and said, "Sect Master, you're late. We encountered a rare sea beast on the way." The Lao Dao was delighted and stayed for a while to subdue it. "We're preparing to brew wine. Please don't take offense." The Lao Dao cultivator patted the wine gourd on his waist and said with a smile, "Humph." The Snow God Palace Master snorted and didn't pursue the matter. At their level, they could look down on the entire overseas. Their strength was similar, and neither could do anything to the other. Not to mention that the Lao Dao cultivator was late. Even if the Lao Dao cultivator didn't come, the others couldn't do anything. "That's enough. Snow God Palace Master, why didn't you call all of us here to talk?" A man with an aura as deep as the abyss spoke in a hoarse voice. He was the Xianxia sect master. If one were to ask who had the biggest reputation here, it would undoubtedly be the Xianxia sect master. This wasn't because the Xianxia sect master was powerful, but because he had killed the most people. Whether it was the Snow God Palace Master or the other sect masters, although they were lofty and looked down on all living beings as ants, they wouldn't really kill without restraint. However, the Xianxia sect master was different. He had once killed millions of people because he failed to break through, and there was no lack of legends among them. However, the Xianxia sect master was smart. He only killed ordinary living beings and legends. He didn't cross the line of the other great sections. It's simple. The Snow God Palace Master was silent for a while, then said, "The goddess of my Snow God Palace is dead. Before she died, she went to the battlefield with the disciples of your sections." After the Snow God Palace Master finished speaking, he stared at the others. "Palace Master, it's not just the goddess of your Snow God Palace who died. The life fire of my disciple was extinguished as well." The man with a long sword on his back shook his head. "My Xianxia disciple is also dead," the Xianxia sect master said in a low voice. Soon, one after another, the sect masters spoke up. A moment later, the palace master of Snow God's palace and the others looked at each other, frowning. It was because the disciples they sent to the land of great battles had all died. This was simply inconceivable. Right. The 10,000 Sword sect leader turned his gaze towards the old Taoist who was fiddling with the wine gourd on his waist. The other sect masters also looked at the old Taoist when they heard this. The Lao Dao master looked embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, "Yanhai is not dead. If Yanhai died, the life fire in the Daoist sect would be extinguished. As the sect master, he would be the first to know." Unfortunately, until the Lao Dao master left the Daoist sect, Yanhai's life fire was still burning slowly and showed no signs of extinguishing. "What?" As soon as the Lao Dao master finished speaking, Zhang Jiao's expression changed. The way they looked at the Lao Dao master suddenly became subtle. Many disciples went to the battlefield together. Except for the Daoist sect's disciples, all the other disciples died. It was strange no matter how they looked at it. "You don't think it was Yanhai who killed your disciples, do you?" The Lao Dao master shook his head. "I know Yanhai's strength. Even if he was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to do this." As soon as these words came out, the sect masters quickly realized what was going on. Indeed, the disciples they sent to the battlefield this time were all the elites of their sections. They were at least disciples of inheritance. The Snow God's palace, in particular, sent their own goddess. Could it be that a sect master level martial artist secretly made a move? The Xianxia sect master's tone revealed a trace of killing intent. There were many overseas mythical realm martial artists. Only those who had reached the 5th heavenly layer were qualified to be called sect master level martial artists. In fact, most of the sect masters of the major sects were at this level. "It shouldn't be," the Lao Dao master of the Daoist sect said. "I probably know where all the overseas sect master level martial artists are. No one has gone to the battlefield during this time. Perhaps a sect master level martial artist has been born in the battlefield?" The Wanjian schoolmaster guessed. Impossible. The Snow God Palace Master was the first to speak. The battlefield has only appeared in the past few years. How could a fifth heavenly layer be born so quickly? Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the battlefield was just a barren continent. There were only a few mythical realm martial artists. Even if the vitality tide recovered, it still took decades or hundreds of years to settle down before there was a chance of a fifth heavenly layer martial artist being born. Even if it's not the fifth heavenly layer, I'm afraid it's not too far away. The Xianxia sect master whispered. Well, what should we do now? The Xianxia sect master's eyes flickered. He looked at the other sect masters and said, I will send Mingyu of the Xianxia to the battlefield personally to investigate this matter. Mingyu? The sect masters heard this and looked at each other. In the overseas martial arts world, sect master level martial artists were high and mighty. But below the sect master level, there were still a few amazing mythical realm martial artists. And Mingyu of the Xianxia was one of them. Mingyu was known as one of the mythical realm martial artists closest to the sect master level. Even if the several sect masters present wanted to defeat Mingyu, it would take a lot of effort. The fundamental cultivation technique of the Black Origin sect, the illusory demonic body, allowed one to freely switch between reality and illusion. Mingyu had even cultivated the illusory demonic body to the point where it was close to the great accomplishment stage. Ordinary legends simply couldn't touch Mingyu, let alone defeat him. We will also send a mythical realm martial artist to go to the battlefield with you, Mingyu of the Xianxia. The sect masters thought for a while and said, I'd like to see who dares to make a move against my disciples. The Xianxia sect master's eyes flashed with a faint light. A smile appeared on the faces of the Snow God Palace Master and the others. In the overseas martial arts world, the major sects were the absolute rulers. Now that several sect masters had joined forces, not to mention the battlefield that had just begun to recover, even if the overseas martial arts world was included, how many people could stop them? Cave world. The sky was dark. The Cathode City Lord and more than a dozen demon kings quickly rushed towards the demon cloud city. City Lord. At this time, a demon king couldn't help but say, Are we really going to deal with the high-level demon king in the demon cloud city? Huh? The Cathode City Lord stopped, turned around, and glanced at the other party. You don't believe in my strength? Of course not. The demon king's face turned pale. It's just that there are countless great arrays in the demon cloud city. Even if the city lord is powerful, if the other party always hides in the city and presides over the great arrays in the city, wouldn't we be helpless? As soon as these words came out, the other dozen demon kings nodded secretly. Although the Cathode City Lord had stepped into the high-level demon king realm hundreds of years ago, even among high-level demon kings, he was definitely a powerhouse. But the one in the demon cloud city was also a high-level demon king. Even if there was a gap between the two, it wouldn't be as big as a moat. If the other party sincerely stayed in the demon cloud city and didn't come out, what could the Cathode City Lord do? The layers of great arrays in the demon cloud city were arranged by the previous demon cloud city lords. If there were only these great arrays, they wouldn't be able to stop the Cathode City Lord. But if there was a high-level demon king in the great arrays, it would be different. With a high-level demon king personally presiding over these great arrays, the power of these great arrays would skyrocket by more than 10 times. At that time, it would be difficult for the Cathode City Lord to break through the great arrays of the demon cloud city. Are you worried about this? The Cathode City Lord shook his head slightly, hesitated for a while, and said, It's not impossible to tell you. When the Cathode City Lord said this, he raised his right hand, and a dark bracelet appeared on his wrist. This bracelet was small and exquisite, but it faintly exuded an inexplicable and profound aura. This is? The demon kings looked at each other, and a trace of horror appeared on their faces. Even if they looked at the small and exquisite dark bracelet on the wrist of the silver-armored city lord from a distance, they felt as if their minds were being sucked into it. City Lord, what is this? The demon king who had just spoken asked in a trembling voice. This is the war machine of my demon race. The Cathode City Lord's voice was low, revealing a trace of awe. War machine? The demon kings looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Yes. The Cathode City Lord nodded slightly. 200 years ago, when I entered the high-level demon king realm, I went to the depths of the world to worship several demon gods. And this war bracelet was given to me by one of the demon gods. The Cathode City Lord's tone seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory, and slowly said, in ancient times, the human world experienced several recoveries of vitality. It was a great era, and powerhouses came out in large numbers, suppressing the world. But even so, my demon race was still able to set off wars and constantly invade the human world. Do you know what we relied on? The Cathode City Lord looked at the demon kings. Could it be? The demon kings subconsciously looked at the dark bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist. Yes. The Cathode City Lord nodded slightly and said, it was this kind of war machine. The Cathode City Lord raised his hand again and showed the dark bracelet. Don't look at this small, but inside the bracelet, there are tens of millions of demon race puppets. Tens of millions of demon race puppets? The pupils of the more than a dozen demon kings shrank suddenly, and they looked at the small dark bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist in disbelief. In fact, my war bracelet can only be regarded as a defective product. The real war machine has at least hundreds of millions of demon race puppets. The Cathode City Lord sighed. In addition, the demon race puppets in the bracelet were innately engraved with an ancient demon array. This ancient demon array can connect tens of millions of troops as a whole, and any attack received will be distributed to the army. As soon as the Cathode City Lord said this, the more than a dozen demon kings swallowed their saliva in disbelief. If it was only an army of tens of millions, with the demon king's ability to control the power of heaven and earth, it would only be a little troublesome at most. After all, a casual blow from a demon king, under the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, can at least sweep away tens of thousands of troops. How long can an army of tens of millions last in front of a demon king? However, the appearance of the ancient demon array cut off the ability of a demon king-level powerhouse to fight against millions. Under the shroud of the ancient demon array, the army of tens of millions is like a whole. Even if a demon king's attack is earth-shattering, if it is divided into tens of millions, how many can it kill? 100? 200? Therefore, this ancient demon array is a killing weapon that completely restrains the existence of demon kings. With the ancient demon array, even a demon king can hardly shake an army of tens of millions. Countless years ago, when the demon race invaded the human world, they relied on an endless army of demon race puppets to force the supreme powerhouses of the human world to retreat. When I get outside the demon cloud city, I will release the demon race puppet army. At that time, even if the great array is fully opened, what can the trivial demon cloud city use to resist? The Cathode City Lord was full of confidence. The City Lord is invincible. The more than a dozen demon kings were convinced and bowed in worship. Demon Cloud City. Deep in the City Lord's hall, under the ancient tree, Xianxia sat cross-legged, slowly opened the eyes of truth, and looked at the entire Demon Cloud City. He saw countless wisps of aura, far or near, strong or weak, as if they were endless. I didn't expect that the spiritual ability True Eye is also effective in the cave world. Xianxia roughly scanned the Demon Cloud City with the spiritual ability True Eye and nodded slightly. Spiritual ability was not a cultivation method, nor a secret technique. It was more like an innate instinct. Therefore, as long as Xianxia mastered a spiritual ability, the incarnation would naturally master it. Next, it's time to try to condense a domain with this incarnation. Xianxia's face was solemn, and he took out the Millennium Bodhi heart from the system space. The main body has already condensed a domain once. Now it's not difficult for me to condense it again. Even without the Millennium Bodhi heart, it can be condensed smoothly in a year or two at most. Xianxia's thoughts fluctuated. It was like Xianxia had already walked a road once, and when he walked it again the second time, of course, it would be much faster. The same was true for condensing a domain. With the help of the Millennium Bodhi heart, a month or two is enough. Xianxia looked at the Millennium Bodhi heart in front of him that was exuding a holy light. If Xianxia was really just a demon, naturally, he wouldn't be able to use this Buddhist sacred artifact. However, Xianxia could use the Devil Buddha golden body to transform all his demonic arts into Buddhist true essence. Then, after condensing a domain, he could convert it. However, before converting it into Buddhist true essence, I have to set up a heaven and earth array here to prevent the aura from leaking. Suqin narrowed his eyes slightly. The cave world was full of demonic energy. If a wisp of Buddhist aura suddenly appeared, it would be as dazzling as the sun, and it was very likely to attract the attention of other demon kings. Although Suqin didn't care about this, he didn't want to be too troublesome. Thinking of this, Suqin's mind moved, and one heaven and earth array after another was arranged around him. Under the heaven and earth array, the aura in the depths of the entire hall became faint. Any creature that intruded would only get lost and couldn't enter at all. It's almost done. Suqin took a breath, slowly closed his eyes, and slowly condensed a domain. At the same time, Mohim stood on the wall of the demon cloud city, looking at the dim sky. I wonder when Master will come out. Mohim's thoughts ran wild. At this time, a demon king quickly walked in and bowed. Vice City Lord, the many scouting formations in the city are in operation. As long as a demon king level energy fluctuation approaches, we will immediately know. I understand. Mohim glanced at the demon king. Suqin had also planted a strand of demonic will in this demon king. He was absolutely loyal and was one of Mohim's current generals. Mohim was able to control the entire demon cloud city so quickly. In addition to his own ability, he also relied on the several demon kings under his command. Master's methods are unfathomable. Even the demon king is so obedient. Mohim was shocked. Mohim naturally knew that whether it was the demon king in front of her or the other demon kings, the reason why they were so respectful to her was entirely because of Suqin's orders. Otherwise, Mohim alone would have been eaten alive by these demon kings, let alone commanding them. No, I have to work hard and help Master as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid the future won't be easy. Mohim's heart suddenly tightened. Mohim knew very well that the reason why she was now the Vice City Lord of the Demon Cloud City was entirely because she was useful to Suqin. If one day, Suqin thinks that Mohim is useless, then what awaits Mohim is to be abandoned. Just when Mohim was about to go back to cultivation, suddenly, the entire Demon Cloud City was in an uproar. Rays of light shot up into the sky one after another, protecting the entire Demon Cloud City. What's going on? Mohim's face changed. The demon king next to him looked dignified. A demon king is approaching, at least a high-level demon king. Otherwise, all the arrays wouldn't be activated. High-level demon king? Mohim's face was extremely ugly. At the moment when the arrays in the entire Demon Cloud City were activated, more than a dozen figures appeared a few miles away from the Demon Cloud City. It was the Cathode City Lord and the others. Ha 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 ha. Originally, I thought about whether I could sneak in, but now it seems impossible. A smile appeared on the Demon Cloud City Lord's face. For the City Lord, as long as you come here, the fate of the Demon Cloud City is already decided. The demon kings next to him immediately said respectfully. They had already seen the confidence of the Cathode City Lord. At this moment, in the eyes of these demon kings, the Demon Cloud City was already a dead city. At this time, Mohim and several demon king subordinates also found the Cathode City Lord and his party 10 miles away. Cathode City Lord. Mohim's heart was cold. She expected that the Cathode City Lord would avenge the Demon Cloud City Lord, but she didn't expect the other party to come so soon. Go to the City Lord's hall and tell Master that the Cathode City Lord is here. Mohim said quickly. Yes. A demon bowed slightly and immediately ran towards the City Lord's hall. And at this moment, the Cathode City Lord's voice suddenly sounded, resounding in the ears of every demon. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to hand over the purine body, and the other is that after I destroy the Demon Cloud City, I will personally take away the purine body. The Cathode City Lord's tone was extremely overbearing. The purine body. Mohim's face was pale. At this moment, how could she not know that the Cathode City Lord was looking for her? And at this time, the Cathode City Lord was already impatient. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The Cathode City Lord was too lazy to test whether the high-level Demon King was still in the Demon Cloud City. He directly raised his right hand and merged his mind into the dark bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly, A dense, locust-like army of tens of millions of demon puppets appeared on the ground. These demon puppets were everywhere, filling the field of vision, endless. If you look down from the Cathode City Lord's point of view, you will find that the dense army of tens of millions of demon puppets was like a black sea, and the demon cloud city was an isolated island in the sea, which could be overturned by the waves at any time. This is it. This is the war machine of the demon race. Personally refined by the demon gods, the war machine that conquers the surface world. The Cathode City Lord's eyes were fanatical as he muttered to himself. Although the Cathode City Lord had not seen it with his own eyes, when the demon race and the surface world fought, the endless demon puppets swept through the world. But at this moment, through this war bracelet, he could roughly see how magnificent the army of locust-like devil puppets from countless years ago was. One must know that the war bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist at this moment was only a broken war machine. The number of demon puppets carried by the real complete war machine was at least in the hundreds of millions. In the past, when the demon race rushed to the surface and killed their way into the human world, it was unknown how many war machines they used. The demon puppets released by the war machines were enough to fill the entire human world. These demon puppets were not afraid of life and death, nor did they know pain. Moreover, they were shrouded in ancient demon arrays. They could completely hold back one legend after another, and even Earth immortals. When the more than 10 demon kings beside the Cathode City Lord saw this scene and saw the endless army of tens of millions of demon puppets, they swallowed their saliva hard. At their level, they couldn't touch the real secrets of the cave world at all. Army? On the demon cloud city. Mog heaved a sigh of relief. Although the demon army looked shocking and even terrifying, in Mohim's view, it was fine as long as the Cathode City Lord didn't personally take action. Mohim knew that Suchin was not presiding over the many great arrays in the Demon Cloud City, so at this moment, the Demon Cloud City couldn't stop the Cathode City Lord at all. But the army. For Mohim, although the army of 10 million was a lot, it was still an army after all. A Demon King-level existence could ignore the human wave tactic. No matter how large the army was, as long as a few Demon Kings were sent, they would be killed sooner or later. What does the Cathode City Lord want to do? Mohim looked at the army of 10 million carefully and finally found something different. This army is not a real demon, but a puppet. Mohim muttered to himself, becoming more and more puzzled. Whether it was the demon army or the puppet army, for a Demon King-level existence, they could be swept away. Just as Mohim was thinking, the army of 10 million was slowly approaching the Demon Cloud City. You guys take action. Mohim calmed down and looked at the Demon Kings next to him. Yes. These Demon Kings were planted with demonic will by Suchin and dared not violate any of them. Not to mention the army of 10 million, even if they were asked to take action against the Cathode City Lord, they could only bite the bullet. An army of 10 million? Even if it's an army of 10 million, it's not worth mentioning in the eyes of us Demon Kings. These Demon Kings rose into the sky, their aura skyrocketed, and they struck at the army of 10 million. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged and turned into a shocking blow, crushing down on the army of 10 million. Just when a smug smile appeared on the faces of these Demon Kings, the army of 10 million demon puppets suddenly exuded a layer of black light. This layer of black light directly scattered the blow of several demons into tens of thousands of pieces and fell on each demon puppet. This is? The Demon Kings of the Demon Cloud City widened their eyes in disbelief. Just now, their all-out blow hit the army of 10 million, but it didn't kill a single one. Not good. At this time, the faces of the Demon Kings of the Demon Cloud City changed. Directly, a layer of black light appeared on the army of 10 million demon puppets again, and a pressure like the falling of the sky shrouded them. Poochie. Several Demon Kings spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell towards the Demon Cloud City. What's wrong with you? Mohim quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Deputy City Lord, there's something wrong with this army. One of the Demon Kings said with a pale face while spitting out blood. There's a problem. Mohim looked at the army of 10 million again. At this moment, if Mohim didn't know that there was a problem, he would be really stupid. Scatter. The blow of the Demon Kings has been scattered infinitely. Mohim clearly saw the layer of black light that appeared on the army of 10 million demon puppets just now. It was by relying on that layer of black light that the power of the blow of several demon kings was scattered, resulting in the failure to kill any demon. At this moment, the Cathode City Lord's laughter came. Ha ha ha, now you know the horror of war machines? It's too late. Today, I will trample on the demon Cloud City and let you know the price of disobeying me. The Cathode City Lord's laughter filled the world and spread infinitely, spreading to every corner of the demon Cloud City. At this moment, all the creatures in the demon Cloud City were terrified, as if they were facing the end of the world. In fact, once the demon Cloud City was broken, what they faced was no different from the end of the world. Deputy City Lord, I can't enter the City Lord's Hall at all. At this time, the demon who went to the City Lord's Hall hurried over and said quickly. Forget it. Mohim sighed softly. After seeing the horror of the army of 10 million demon puppets, Mohim didn't think that Su Qin could stop it. Suddenly, at this moment, a calm voice came into Mohim's ears. Are they the ones who disturbed my retreat? Master? Mohim was shocked and quickly looked to the side. She saw that Su Qin was already standing beside her, looking at the army of 10 million outside the demon Cloud City. Master, this army of 10 million. Mohim quickly told Su Qin some information she guessed. Master, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, once the army of 10 million is delayed, coupled with the Cathode City Lord, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Mohim seemed to think of something and said anxiously. In Mohim's view, Su Qin's strength was definitely not much weaker than the Cathode City Lord. As long as Su Qin got rid of the army, the Cathode City Lord would not be able to do anything to Su Qin. Leave? Su Qin didn't comment. Ha 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 ha, you are the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City? The Cathode City Lord, who was 10 miles away, obviously noticed Su Qin and said disdainfully, if you are willing to swear to the demon god and submit to me forever, I can spare your life. The Cathode City Lord's tone revealed a sense of charity, as if it was a great honor for Su Qin to submit to him. Reckless. Su Qin's eyes quickly swept over the army of 10 million demon puppets and said lightly. Good. Very good. The Cathode City Lord was furious. He didn't expect that Su Qin would be so arrogant. Under the pressure of the demon race war machine, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. In that case, don't blame me. The Cathode City Lord's mind moved. Suddenly, the army of 10 million demon puppets below burst out with a rich black light. These black lights turned into layers of light curtains, like an inescapable net, completely sealing off all directions. Although this will greatly consume the source of the war machine, and it can't be used for at least 20 years. But you will die. The Cathode City Lord gloomily said. It's over. Mohim looked at the layers of light curtains in all directions and looked at Su Qin in despair. When the other demon kings saw this, they also fell to the bottom. Just when Mohim was ready to let Su Qin admit defeat and hand her over to the Cathode City Lord in exchange for her life. I almost figured it out. Su Qin's eyes slowly moved away from the army of 10 million demon puppets and looked at the Cathode City Lord in the distance. In that case, you can go to hell. Just when the Cathode City Lord was laughing wildly, under the desperate eyes of everyone, Su Qin took a step forward and said softly, call the wind. As soon as his voice fell, the void suddenly solidified. High up in the sky, there was a roaring wind. This wind was black and filled the air. It swept across and immediately turned into 9 black dragons. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, they swallowed the army of 10 million demon puppets. Outside the demon Cloud City, as soon as the 9 huge black dragons condensed, they roared towards the sky. The sound waves rolled as if they came from the 9th heaven, instantly covering everything on the battlefield. What's that? Next to the Cathode City Lord, more than a dozen demon kings were full of doubts. They looked at the 9 black dragons that were still high in the sky and talked to each other. Is this the method of the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City? Some demon kings guessed. At their level, naturally, they would not be frightened by the black dragons condensed from the black wind. Even in the depths of the world, it was impossible for a real black dragon to exist. At most, it was a flood dragon. Such a large area? The Cathode City Lord frowned slightly. The area covered by the 9 black dragons was simply too large, almost encompassing the entire army of devilish puppets. However, just as the Cathode City Lord was thinking, the 9 black dragons above the sky swooped down. Whoosh! A wisp of black wind blew slowly, as if a spring breeze was blowing. This is? The Cathode City Lord's face changed wildly. He could clearly feel that under the blow of this black wind, his demonic will, demonic chi, and even his body were slowly and firmly melting. The Cathode City Lord was like this, not to mention the more than a dozen demon kings next to him. The more than a dozen demon kings looked horrified. Under the blow of the black wind, their demonic will and demonic chi quickly melted. What is this? Damn it, let's go. The more than a dozen demon kings were shocked and angry. They used all kinds of methods, but at most, they could only slow down the speed of their melting. Rise. At this time, the Cathode City Lord took out a black crystal that looked like a heart. This black crystal suddenly exuded a dazzling brilliance, enveloping everyone. Suddenly, the black wind was isolated from the dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? The Cathode City Lord's expression was uncertain, but his heart was horrified. He has been a high-level demon king for more than 200 years and has seen many methods. However, he has never heard of something like this. Just by blowing the black wind, it caused such great power. Fortunately, I have this demon heart, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Just as the Cathode City Lord breathed a sigh of relief, he found that the black crystal-like heart in his hand, with a click, had an almost invisible crack. Seeing this scene, the Cathode City Lord's heart sank. Although the black crystal heart could still be used even if there was a crack, if the black wind continued to blow, the black crystal heart would completely turn into dust in a few hours. Just as the Cathode City Lord's face was as solemn as water, thinking about whether he could repair this black crystal heart, a demon king beside him said with a trembling voice, "City Lord, War Machine, War Machine." As soon as he said this, the Cathode City Lord was shocked. If it were any other time, the Cathode City Lord would naturally not be worried about the war machine. With the protection of the ancient demon army, not to mention a high-level demon king, even a pinnacle demon king might not be able to do anything to it. But now, after seeing the strangeness of black wind, the Cathode City Lord's heart went cold. The next moment, the Cathode City Lord's demonic will swept across the land and saw an unforgettable scene. Under the endless black wind, the countless devil race puppets were quickly reduced to nothingness as if they were made of paper. During this period, the demon puppets burst out with black light, trying to disperse the power of the black wind with the ancient demon array. But unfortunately, the black wind did not cover part of the demon puppets, but all of them. No matter how the ancient demon array dispersed the power, it was still dispersed to the demon puppets in the end, which was equivalent to having no effect. Finally, in just a few moments, at least 2 million demon puppets were completely turned into nothingness under the Call the Wind technique. Demon Cloud City. All the demons were dumbfounded. Including Mohim, they looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. They never dreamed that the demon race puppet army, which could easily flatten the Demon Cloud City, would be so vulnerable in front of Su Qin. Just 2 words were enough to cause such a rout. Master. Mohim raised his head and looked at Su Qin in awe. At this moment, Su Qin's eyes were calm, looking leisurely outside the Demon Cloud City. Since obtaining the magic power, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Su Qin has not really used it, because the power of this magic power was too great. If it was used on the surface, it would definitely cause great suffering. But in the cave world, Su Qin didn't care about this. Although Su Qin was operating the demonic essence in his body at this moment, no different from a real demon, he never regarded himself as a demon. City Lord, what should we do now? At this time, the faces of the more than 10 demon kings next to the Cathode City Lord changed greatly, and they trembled all over. Although they were temporarily safe under the protection of the Cathode City Lord, these demon kings were afraid. They were worried that the endless black storm would come to deal with them after it killed all the devil puppets. What should we do? The Cathode City Lord watched the demon puppets dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his heart was bleeding. I'm going to kill him. The Cathode City Lord said word by word. What? The more than 10 demon kings were shocked. Stupid. The Cathode City Lord glanced at the demon kings and said coldly, "This black wind can blow away everything, even the war machines. Do you think the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City won't have to pay a price?" Speaking of this, the Cathode City Lord looked at the Demon Cloud City in the distance. In order to maintain this move, he must have exhausted his energy. At this moment, his strength must be at a low point. If we take action at this time, we have a good chance of killing him. As long as the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City dies, the black wind will naturally dissipate. As soon as the Cathode City Lord's words fell, the more than 10 demon kings looked at each other and suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. "City Lord, what do you need us to do?" one of the demon kings asked cautiously. "It's very simple," the Cathode City Lord said solemnly. "I will force my way into the Demon Cloud City. You just need to help me block the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City. Don't worry, it won't take long, just a few seconds," the Cathode City Lord said. He wants to kill Xianxia with all his strength, so he can't divert his energy. That's why he let more than 10 demon kings resist the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City. Okay. The demon kings gritted their teeth. Although the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City were terrifying, they were still confident that they could delay it for a few seconds. In that case, the Cathode City Lord glanced at the black crystal heart in his hand. At this moment, the black crystal heart was already broken by half, and obviously couldn't hold on for long. The next moment, the Cathode City Lord and his party suddenly turned into a demonic light, and in the black windstorm, rushed towards the Demon Cloud City at a terrifying speed. "I'm coming. I'll kill you." The Cathode City Lord came to the Demon Cloud City with monstrous killing intent. The void solidified, as if a peerless demon king had descended. Not good. Mohim's face changed greatly. Even with the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City, she still felt a piercing pressure. In front of the Cathode City Lord, the existence below the Demon King realm didn't even have the qualifications to resist. "Master." Mohim looked at Xianxia and said eagerly. However, facing the Cathode City Lord, Xianxia not only did not have the slightest fear, but also his expression didn't change. He just spat out 2 words softly. "Summon the rain." In an instant, within a radius of 100 miles, translucent, crystal-like raindrops immediately appeared in the void of the world. These raindrops were like blood, red, exuding killing intent. Buzz. Endless raindrops fell, and when each raindrop fell on the remaining demon puppet army, it directly melted the other party. The raindrops were endless, filling the field of vision, as if it was really a rainstorm. Tear. Tear. The black heart in front of the Cathode City Lord suddenly cracked, and half of it instantly shattered, leaving only a small part of it exuding a candlelight light. The area covered by the black heart was greatly reduced, only covering the Cathode City Lord. As for the dozen or so demon kings, they were completely exposed to the endless raindrops. Ah! Ah? What is this? More than a dozen demon kings suddenly screamed. Although a raindrop of the summon the rain technique can only kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a demon king. But at this moment, the raindrops that fell on more than a dozen demon kings were more than tens of millions. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Coupled with the summon the wind technique, these demon kings only lasted for a while before completely melting. Not good. The Cathode City Lord's scalp exploded as he looked at the black crystal in front of him that was shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the Cathode City Lord was a high-level demon king, he did not think that he could last long under the raindrops covering the sky. Run! Run! At this moment, the Cathode City Lord did not have the thought of killing Xianxia. He only wanted to escape from the area covered by the endless raindrops before the black heart was completely shattered. Whoosh! The Cathode City Lord's figure turned into a faintly discernible shadow, rushing towards the distance. The Cathode City Lord escaped? Many demons widened their eyes. Mohim's eyes were dull, unable to believe it. Want to escape? Xianxia stretched out his right hand and pulled out a strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. Whoosh! A pitch-black blade light disappeared in an instant, as if turning into a black crack. Almost there. Almost there. The Cathode City Lord looked at the remaining half of the black heart in front of him and relaxed slightly. With his speed, it would only take a moment to escape hundreds of miles away. Now, the Cathode City Lord was about to leave the area covered by the endless raindrops. However, just as a smile appeared on the Cathode City Lord's face, crack! A ray of pitch-black blade light flashed. This ray of pitch-black blade light easily broke through the light curtain of the black heart and easily cut through the Cathode City Lord's body. Boom! The black heart in front of the Cathode City Lord was completely shattered. You are a peak demon king? The Cathode City Lord stopped, looked back at the demon Cloud City, and a trace of extreme despair appeared on his face. Then, his body quietly split apart, and finally melted under the endless raindrops. The Cathode City Lord had fallen. The demon kings of the demon Cloud City looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Who was the Cathode City Lord? He was famous within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. As early as 200 years ago, he had stepped into the high-level demon king level. Even more than 200 years ago, the Cathode City Lord went to the depths of the world to worship the demon gods and was bestowed by the demon gods. It was incredible that such a powerhouse died in the hands of Xianxia. Master. The demon kings bowed deeply. Previously, Xianxia had forcibly enslaved them with his demonic will. Even if these demon kings obeyed his orders, they still had some resentment in their hearts. But now, the Cathode City Lord, who was like a mountain in their eyes, had fallen in the hands of Xianxia. These demon kings had completely surrendered at this moment. The cave world was a place where the strong were respected. When Xianxia's strength was strong enough to override everything, naturally no demon dared to be hostile. Xianxia ignored the awe on the faces of the demon kings. He turned his gaze and looked outside the demon Cloud City. At this moment, under the cover of the magic ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, the tens of millions of demon puppets on the field had almost melted. Seeing this, Xianxia's mind moved, and the magic ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, began to dissipate. Nearly 10% of my demonic chi was consumed. Xianxia's heart sank. Magic abilities were divided into two categories, one was actively released, and the other was passively operated. The former consumed, while the latter had no consumption. For example, the magic ability Eyes of Truth was a passive magic ability. As long as Xianxia was willing, he could open Eyes of Truth 24 hours a day. As for offensive magic abilities like Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, most of them consumed True Essence, Divine Sense, and even both. Huh? Xianxia raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something, and looked in the direction of the Cathode City Lord's fall. The next moment, a dark bracelet flew over and landed in front of Xianxia. This is? Xianxia looked at the black bracelet, a thoughtful look on his face. This black bracelet gave Xianxia a feeling similar to the demon god's blade. Of course, it was just a feeling. The aura of the pitch-black bracelet was far inferior to the aura of the demon god's blade. It was similar to an incomplete product. Demon god's item? Xianxia stroked his chin and guessed. In addition, Xianxia also sensed a trace of aura from the tens of millions of demon puppets outside the demon Cloud City. Interesting. After repeatedly confirming that the black bracelet had not been tampered with, Xianxia put it away, turned around and left, returning to the depths of the City Lord's hall. Master. A trace of disappointment appeared on Mohim's face. From the moment Xianxia appeared to the moment he left, he didn't even spare her a glance. This made Mohim feel uneasy in her heart. She wondered if she had done something wrong. At this moment, a calm voice rang in Mohim's ears. You come here too? Yes, master. Mohim's eyes lit up, and she immediately took a brisk step and walked towards the City Lord's hall. And at this moment, the news of the Cathode City Lord's death instantly spread in all directions like a clap of thunder. As a famous powerhouse within 1,000,000 miles, the whereabouts of the Cathode City Lord naturally attracted the attention of many demons, especially the old rivals of the Cathode City Lord. In the cave world, except for the depths of the world, high-level demon kings were still rare in other areas, especially when two high-level demon kings were fighting. In addition, the battle between Suqin and the Cathode City Lord was not concealed. Instead, they fought in front of many people in the Demon Cloud City. Therefore, not long after the fall of the Cathode City Lord, the news had already spread to the ears of the other city lords. How can the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City be so strong? It doesn't make sense. The Cathode City Lord has been in the high-level Demon King realm for more than 200 years. Why didn't he escape before he died? A tall figure wearing a large black robe, shrouded in darkness from head to toe, asked puzzledly. City Lord, there are many rumors that the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City can summon a storm. The Cathode City Lord and more than a dozen demon kings under his command were all buried in the storm. A chubby demon next to him said. Buried in the storm? The figure in a large black robe shook his head slightly, non-committal. Even he felt that this rumor was too outrageous. What kind of storm could make a high-level demon king fall? In any case, the fall of the Cathode City Lord is a fact. The new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City must not be provoked. The figure in a large black robe thought for a while and ordered. He didn't care what happened during this period, but since the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City killed the Cathode City Lord, it showed that he was stronger than the other party. The Cathode City Lord had been in the high-level Demon King realm for more than 200 years. The fact that the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City could kill him showed that the other party was very close to the peak Demon King realm. Even the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City was a peak Demon King. A peak Demon King was enough to move unhindered in a large region. Even the high and mighty domain lords were willing to personally recruit them. It was far from what city lords like them could compare to. Only in this way could it be explained why the Cathode City Lord didn't even escape and fell completely. It should be known that defeating a high-level Demon King was easy, but killing a high-level Demon King was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Demons who can become high-level Demon Kings are not fools. Once they realize that they can't win, they will definitely run away. And if a high-level Demon King wants to escape, unless the gap is too big, they can survive. Yes. The chubby demon bowed and said. In other big cities, there were also Demon Kings with dignified expressions. The Cathode City Lord, I have seen him. His strength is good, and he is expected to enter the peak Demon King realm within 100 years. Unfortunately, he died in the hands of the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City. Do you know the origin of the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City? I don't know, I haven't heard of him before. Several Demon Kings with deep auras were talking to each other. At their level, they probably knew each other. Now that a powerhouse of the same level suddenly appeared, they were naturally curious. Maybe, after a while, I have to go to the Demon Cloud City and pay a visit to the new City Lord? One of the Demon Kings said in a low voice. The visit in his mouth was, of course, not a provocation, but a normal visit. My Demon Flower region suddenly has such a powerhouse who is suspected to be a peak Demon King. Maybe it's the secret arrangement of other big regions. It seems that this matter has to be reported to the region lord. On a steep cliff, a demon with blurred facial features muttered to himself. Although this demon with blurred facial features did not reveal any aura, standing there, the usually extremely violent demonic energy of heaven and earth was extremely docile. And just as the outside world was discussing and putting Suqin on the list of people who must not be provoked, Suqin had returned to the depths of the City Lord's Hall. The ancient tree swayed, and a large amount of demonic energy gathered and poured into Suqin's body. What a pity. I can no longer sign in here. Otherwise, it would be a cultivation treasure land. Suqin sighed softly. This ancient tree was a branch of the real ancient demon book. It naturally had the effect of condensing demonic energy. Cultivating under the ancient tree would have twice the effect with half the effort for any demon. This was also the reason why there was a demon king in every big city. Countless years ago, the demon gods in the depths of the world scattered the fallen branches of the ancient demon god to various parts of the cave world. With the branches as the core, they built a big city to suppress the cave world. Just as Suqin was thinking, Mohim walked in respectfully. Master. Mohim looked hesitant, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Master killed the Cathode City Lord, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Region Lord. Region Lord? Suqin raised his eyebrows. Yes. Mohim said quickly, "Of course, Master doesn't have to worry." "What kind of existence is the Region Lord?" "He has half a foot in the Demon King realm." For the Region Lord, not to mention the death of one Cathode City Lord, even if hundreds or thousands of Cathode City Lords die, he won't be moved in the slightest. Suqin listened for a while and roughly figured out what the Region Lord of the cave world was. In the cave world, except for the depths of the world, a large region was formed every tens of thousands of miles. Whether it was the Demon Cloud City or the Cathode City, they all belonged to the Mahua region. As for the Region Lord of the Mahua region, he was the strongest person in the entire Mahua region, almost surpassing the Demon King realm. Almost surpassing the Demon King realm? Half-step Earth Immortal? Suqin thought for a moment and didn't think much about it. As long as the Region Lord of the Mahua region hasn't completely surpassed the Demon King realm, Suqin didn't care too much. With his various means and trump cards, especially now that he has condensed a domain, even if he really encountered the Region Lord of the Mahua region, he had the confidence to resist. "Okay. I called you over because I have something to inform you." Suqin looked at Mohim and said lightly. "Master, please speak." Emoji replied immediately. "I will leave the Demon Cloud City and go to the Cathode City." Suqin said unhurriedly. Since he couldn't sign in the Demon Cloud City, Suqin naturally had to go to other places to take a look. It just so happened that the Cathode City Lord died in his hands, so he simply went to the Cathode City. Anyway, the big cities in the cave world all have a branch of the ancient demon tree. After Suqin finished plucking the branches of the ancient demon tree in the Demon Cloud City, he continued to pluck another one. Huh? Mohim's eyes widened, she couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that Suqin was going to leave the Demon Cloud City. "I'll give you two choices." Suqin glanced at Mohim and continued, "One is to stay in the Demon Cloud City, and you can continue to be the Deputy City Lord. Wherever Master is, Mohim will be there." "Master, don't abandon Mohim." Mohim's big eyes were filled with tears. Mohim certainly knew that the reason why she could be the Deputy City Lord of the Demon Cloud City was entirely because of Suqin behind her. "In that case, you can follow me." Suqin thought for a while and said. For Suqin, although Mohim didn't have much strength, at least during his retreat, she managed the Demon Cloud City in an orderly manner. At least he wouldn't be disturbed after just a short retreat. And this time, Suqin went to the Cathode City, he estimated that he would need to retreat. At this time, if there was someone like Mohim to help him deal with the trivial matters of the Cathode City, it would save him a lot of energy. At the same time, Chang'an City. In the underground palace. Suqin suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. "That is?" "That's." Suqin touched his chin and pondered. Just now, Suqin faintly felt an ancient aura flashing above the East Sea. This aura was vast and boundless. It wasn't a living thing, but it did exist. If it weren't for Suqin's Yuan revolving celestial being looking at aura, he would have ignored this aura. Is it related to the recovery of the vitality tide? Suqin's face was thoughtful. Before the ancient aura above the East Sea appeared, the vitality tide between heaven and earth soared again. Suqin guessed that it was because of the surge of the vitality tide that led to the appearance of the aura. Interesting. It seems that I have to go to the East Sea. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. At Suqin's level, in addition to crossing the Great Arhat bottleneck, the only thing left was to find a sign and location with enough Dao accumulation. And the aura above the East Sea was extremely ancient. If Suqin found it and sign in there, he would definitely gain a lot. It might even be helpful for Suqin to break through the Great Arhat realm. East Sea. Suqin whispered a few words to himself. The East Sea was a large sea near the east side of the continent. Since ancient times, there were countless myths and legends about the East Sea, such as the East Sea Dragon Palace and the East Sea Immortals. Suqin smiled at this. The so-called immortals, in Suqin's eyes, were just some powerful martial artists. For ordinary people, what was the difference between a legend who could fly in the air and an immortal who could live for 1,000 years and a real immortal? Thinking of this, Suqin took a step forward and disappeared from the majestic underground hall. He directly appeared 1,000 meters above the ground, overlooking the entire Chang'an city. Now, in Chang'an city, there are 2/3 heavenly layer gods, Wan Qing and Yan Hai, guarding it. It can be said to be impregnable. Even if a great enemy appears, they can at least hold on for a while, enough for Su Qin to rush back. The next moment. Whoosh! Su Qin tore through the air and flew in the direction of the East Sea. If it was a first heaven or second heaven immortal, flying in the air for a long time may consume too much energy, but for a seventh heaven like Su Qin, who had condensed a domain, the so-called flying in the air was like instinct. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Soon. In less than an hour, Su Qin came to the East Sea. And this was Su Qin deliberately slowing down on the road, otherwise he would have been even faster. This is the East Sea. Su Qin looked down at the vast sea and whispered to himself. According to the ancient records, there was not only the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but also the 10 continents and 3 islands. Immortals lived on these islands. Countless talented emperors sent people out to sea when they were old and weak, hoping to find immortals and live another life. Unfortunately, none of the emperors were able to do as they wished. It was as if the so-called 10 continents and 3 islands really only existed in legends. If the 10 continents and 3 islands really do exist, and it is the dojo of a legend or even an immortal, it will definitely be shrouded in layers of heaven and earth formation. Ordinary mortals, no matter how many there are, can never find it. Su Qin walked on the East Sea and thought quickly. This is troublesome. Su Qin suddenly felt that it was a little tricky. If the aura he felt really came from the legendary 10 continents and 3 islands, with the heaven and earth formation covering it, it would be difficult to find it with divine will alone. If divine will doesn't work, then I'll use a domain. Su Qin thought about it and made a decision in his heart. The heaven and earth formation could hide from divine will detection, but under a domain, there would be nowhere to hide. What was a domain? Within a domain, Su Qin was the only master, controlling everything. How could a mere heaven and earth formation hide from him? But, if I really want to search with a domain, then it can't just cover a radius of 100 feet. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. The domain of 100 feet was Su Qin's strongest range of control. Within this range, Su Qin could easily strip a legend's control of the power of heaven and earth and knock them down to 9th grade martial arts. And once the domain spread, Su Qin's control of the domain would continue to decline. For example, within 100 feet, Su Qin could cut off the connection between a 6th heaven legend and heaven and earth with a thought. But if the domain expanded to 1,000 feet, it would be difficult to do so. Of course, Su Qin was just using the domain to explore at the moment, not to deal with the enemy, so he didn't need to control the domain too much. Then let's expand the domain to 10,000 feet. Su Qin's mind moved, and the domain within 100 feet continued to expand. If he still searched with 100 feet domain, with the vastness of the East Sea, he might not find it even next year. And the 10,000 feet domain was already the limit of Su Qin's control. Within this range, Su Qin could feel almost all the heaven and earth formations in the world. Now, I just need to wait. Su Qin found a small island and casually cut down a few ancient trees to make a raft. He sat on the raft and drifted along the sea. The sun shone down, and for ordinary people, it could be said to be extremely hot. But when it shone on Su Qin's body, it only made Su Qin feel a little warm. The raft floated and floated, and the range covered by Su Qin's domain grew larger and larger. In just a few days, it had already swept through half of the East Sea. And in these few days, it wasn't that Su Qin didn't sign in. His daily sign-in opportunities were all used up by his incarnation in the cave world. At this speed, I will be able to sweep through the entire East Sea in 2 days at most. Su Qin lay on the raft, drifting with the waves, thinking slowly. In the past few days, he didn't cultivate, nor did he go into seclusion. He just lay on the raft, looking at the endless sea and the sky, feeling very comfortable. During this period, he did encounter some sea beasts that had designs on Su Qin, but under the aura that he casually released, they were scared out of their wits and avoided Su Qin like crazy. Compared to the human race, these beasts were more sensitive to danger. The recovery of the vitality tide is getting more and more intense, and even these sea beasts are beginning to develop intelligence. Suqin silently thought as he gazed at the clear blue sea. The recovery of the vitality tide is a great opportunity that is hard to come by in thousands of years for the human race, but it's not just the human race that will benefit from the recovery of the vitality tide. Suqin's eyes were deep. According to his speculation, in a few years at most, as the recovery of the vitality tide intensifies, there will definitely be beasts that will enter the path of cultivation and become the legendary monster race. It seems that the myths and legends are not completely fictitious. Suqin nodded slightly. The so-called monster race was recorded in many ancient books, but Suqin had been the venerable Arhat for so many years, but he hadn't seen any monster race. But now, it seemed that the reason why Suqin hadn't seen any was because the environment didn't allow it. And now, with the recovery of the vitality tide, the environment of heaven and earth had become more abundant, and the birth of the monster race was only a matter of time. Just as Suqin was thinking, a fishing boat slowly sailed over. On the fishing boat stood a young girl. This young girl's skin was a little dark, and there was a hint of wild beauty. "Big brother. Come on up, we'll take you back." The young girl waved at Suqin and shouted. In the young girl's opinion, Suqin should be a fisherman on another fishing boat, but there was a storm at sea, and the fishing boat sank to the bottom of the sea. He had no choice but to make a raft and use it to go back. That was why the young girl suggested to take Suqin with her. The sea was full of danger, and even a fishing boat as big as hers was in danger of sinking, let alone the raft under Suqin's feet. He was afraid that the raft would be destroyed by a single wave. And if he lost the raft, even if Suqin didn't drown, he would fall into the stomach of the sea beast sooner or later. "No need." Suqin waved his hand and said something rare. "No need?" The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Adu, since he wants to stay and feed the sea beasts, let's leave him alone." A young man walked over and glanced at Suqin and said. "But, if we leave, this person won't survive." The young girl named Adu couldn't bear to see this happen. "Father, let's help him." Adu turned to look at a middle-aged man. "Help him?" The middle-aged man looked hesitant. They were people who made a living on the sea and believed in karma. If they could save someone, they would. But Suqin refused to help. "How about this? We'll follow him for half a day, and according to the storm, his raft will capsize in half a day at most. At that time, without the raft, he'll definitely come back." The middle-aged man thought for a while and said, "Thank you, father." Adu smiled. Sigh. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I hope that in the future, if we're in trouble, there will be someone to save us." Next. The fishing boat followed Suqin from afar. Suqin naturally noticed this, but he couldn't be bothered. As long as they didn't disturb him from searching the 10 continents and 3 islands. Soon. A few hours later. On the fishing boat, the middle-aged man felt that something was wrong. Finally, he seemed to have discovered something, and his face turned pale. "Let's go. Let's leave." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. "Father, what's wrong?" Adu quickly walked to the middle-aged man's side and asked, "Aren't we going to save him?" The other young man also walked over, his face full of curiosity. "Save him?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "We're already very lucky to be alive." "What do you mean, father?" The young man's expression changed. "Look." The middle-aged man calmed down and suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in a low voice, "Is there any water on the raft?" "And that Lord, is there any water on him?" When the middle-aged man called Suqin, he used Lord instead, and his tone showed great awe. The young man and Adu didn't notice the change in the middle-aged man's tone, and their expressions also changed. "Indeed, this person's body is very clean." The young man muttered to himself, feeling that it was unbelievable. Even if they were on the fishing boat, they would still be hit by the water. But Suqin was only on a wooden raft, and there wasn't a single trace of water on him. This was simply unbelievable. "Also, ever since we followed that lord, have you seen a sea beast, or felt a trace of movement on the surface of the sea?" The middle-aged man swallowed and said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, whether it was Adu or the young man, everyone's expression changed. "Father, you mean?" Adu looked at Su Qin, who was still lying on the raft in the distance, and said, "This lord, I'm afraid he's not the kind of fisherman we thought he was, but a real immortal." The middle-aged man thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Let's go now, we can't disturb the immortal." The middle-aged man was terrified. "Okay." Adu and the young man also realized the seriousness of the matter, and looked at each other and immediately said, "However." At this moment, Su Qin, who was lying on the raft in the distance, suddenly had his eyes light up. "Ha ha ha ha. I've finally found you." The raft exploded, and under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qin stepped out step by step, as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder. He stood in the air and looked into the distance. The sun shone down and covered Su Qin's body, and his aura spread out like a god. East Sea. This? The people on the fishing boat were dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in front of them in horror. This is really an immortal." The young man stuttered. Just now, he had doubts and thought that the middle-aged man was exaggerating. After all, he had been out at sea for so many years and had not seen many other people, let alone immortals. The East Sea was too vast. But now, the young man wanted to slap himself. At this moment, Su Qin was flying in the air, and his aura made people's hearts palpitate. If this is not an immortal, then what is? And the girl Adu next to him had her mind blank. She suddenly remembered that she had asked Su Qin to board the ship, but he had refused. At that time, Adu was wondering why Su Qin would choose to die when there was a way out. But now, seeing the other party like an immortal, how could Adu not know that Su Qin really did not need her to save him? Huh? What is he going to do? Just when the girl Adu's pretty face was full of shock, she saw Su Qin standing in the air, stretching out his right hand, and grasping towards the depths of the void. Suddenly, a strange long blade shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out. When she saw this long blade that was like an abyss, the girl Adu only felt that her mind began to fall. Crack. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Su Qin held the demon god's blade in his hand and slowly slashed at the empty sea in the distance. A pitch-black saber light flashed, and slashed out in an instant. Halfway through its slash, it seemed to have come into contact with something, and issued a gotcha sound. Then, the space shook, and ripples appeared. It was as if a stone had fallen on the water's surface. "It's really here." Su Qin's eyes lit up. When he covered the area with his domain just now, he found that there was a faint repulsive force here, resisting the domain invasion. Now, after Su Qin's blade test, how could he not know that there was a problem? To be able to block my domain invasion and withstand my blade without being destroyed, it is at least a heaven and earth formation set up by a ninth heaven legend, or even a dojo of an earth immortal. The more Su Qin thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Unfortunately, this grand formation has existed for far too long. It can't even conceal its aura. How could it possibly stop me? Thinking of this, Su Qin raised the demon god's blade and slashed out more than 10 times in a row. In an instant, the whole world was filled with pitch-black saber light. It was as if the space had cracked open, and a terrifying aura was spreading wildly. This formation was indeed set up by an earth immortal, a peak earth immortal. If it were any other time, Su Qin would not be able to shake this heaven-earth formation even if he tried his best. However, thousands of years had passed, and the power of the formation had long been severely damaged. Even a part of the most important formation base had collapsed. This was also the reason why Su Qin could feel the aura emanating from this place even though he was far away in Chang'an. It's too terrifying. On the fishing boat in the distance, several people felt as if they had experienced the end of the world. Whether it was the girl Adu or the others, they only felt that the world began to darken, and the sea, which was originally calm, suddenly began to rise. As Su Qin slashed out more than 10 times, he completely activated the power of the incomplete formation, and an island with a radius of 100 miles faintly appeared. It should be the legendary 10 continents and 3 islands. However, which of the 10 continents and 3 islands is it? Su Qin touched his chin and did not attack again. It was not because Su Qin had exhausted his vital essence, but because he was worried that if he continued to attack, not only would the heaven-earth formation collapse, but the immortal island enveloped by the heaven-earth formation would also be destroyed. It seems that I can't rely on brute force alone. Suqin slowly opened the eyes of truth and then activated the celestial being observation technique. Suddenly, the heaven-earth formation in front of Suqin began to break down. It's mainly a concealment effect? Suqin's face was thoughtful. In fact, for thousands of years, if it were not for the heaven-earth formation, this island would have been discovered long ago. Although the East Sea was vast, it could not stop generations of fishermen from exploring. In addition, there were martial arts legends coming from time to time. How could it be hidden? Here? Suqin raised the demon god's blade according to the eyes of truth and the celestial being observation technique and slashed at a certain location. Rumble. The heaven and earth great formation suddenly rumbled. Within the great formation, the indistinct island became clearer and clearer. Just as Suqin was about to slash a few more times to completely break the heaven-earth formation. Buzz. The heaven-earth formation suddenly shook, forming an entrance that vaguely connected to the formation. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the entrance. The beautiful figure was dressed in red. Her teeth were as white as jade, and her skin was fair. Her black hair was tied up high, adding a different kind of attractive temperament. She walked out gracefully and bowed slightly to Suqin. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The beautiful figure's voice was very pleasant, as if it had some kind of magnetism. Oh? There are other creatures on the island? Suqin stopped and looked at the beautiful figure with interest. This island is the East Sea Fairy Island. Even if the vitality tide is silent and the Dharma has withered, the impact on the island is not great. Naturally, there are creatures. The beautiful figure smiled and continued, I thought that the outside world was in a period of decline, but I didn't expect that a powerhouse like you would be born. I would like to invite you to enter the island and sit down to discuss Tao. What do you think? The beautiful figure moved slightly to the side and made way for Suqin to enter. You want me to go in? Suqin looked at the deep entrance. Although the entrance was connected to the island, it was still filled with the power of the formation, which blocked divine sense, and even the domain could not penetrate it. However, the divine sense domain could not, but the eyes of truth and the celestial being observation technique could use this entrance to see everything on the island in an instant. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Suqin did not know what he found, but a smile appeared on his face. He put away the demon god's blade and walked leisurely toward the entrance. Fellow Taoist, please. A strange light appeared on the beautiful figure's face, and she quickly lowered her head. Crack. As Suqin entered the entrance, the passage that appeared out of thin air quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared at all. Humph. Until now, a trace of pride appeared on the face of the beautiful figure in red who had been respectful, as if her plan had succeeded. Suqin entered the formation unhurriedly. An island surrounded by clouds and mist appeared. This island had a radius of hundreds of miles, and it was full of strange flowers and herbs. The essence chi of heaven and earth was rich, and spiritual vigor was everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth. In front of the island there was a huge black stone tablet with 2 words engraved on it. Ing Island. These 2 words were not in any language Suqin knew, but after Suqin saw it, he quickly understood its meaning. This is the legendary Ing Island of the 10 continents and 3 islands? Suqin thought to himself as he looked down. Under the black stone tablet, there was a group of women in veils. These women were enchanting and had graceful figures. Their skin was sparkling and lustrous, and they had an unparalleled charm. In front of all the women was a woman with an otherworldly temperament. Her eyes were like water, as if they were covered with mist, and she gave off a dreamy feeling. Compared to the other women who were charming and seductive, this woman had an additional aura of holiness. This woman's temperament, which was completely different from that of a pure and holy woman, was actually completely fused together on this woman. I am Qingqiu Qingling. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The woman in the lead bowed slightly to Suqin. Qingqiu Qingling? Suqin's eyes were calm, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, you must be here to explore the ancient secrets, right? Qingqiu Qingling said. In ancient times, the vitality tide was at its peak. At that time, there were thousands of races and powerhouses. Unfortunately, they were invaded by the cave world. Qingqiu Qingling sighed softly and said slowly. Oh? Su Qin was slightly interested. Originally, he was going to suppress them directly after coming in, but now that he heard Qingqiu Qingling say this, he was no longer in a hurry. As early as when Su Qin split out his avatar and entered the cave world, he learned from Mohin that the cave world would invade the surface world. But Su Qin had never seen any records of this. Now that Qingqiu Qingling was willing to explain, he was naturally happy to listen. In that battle, the puppet army of the cave world covered the sky and the sun. In the end, although the cave world was defeated, the powerhouses of the human world were wiped out. In addition, the vitality tide turned from prosperity to decline, and the Vipralopa end period arrived. Countless inheritances were cut off and dissipated in the years. When Qingqiu Qingling said this, she did not continue speaking. How do you know all this? Su Qin suddenly asked. The Yingzhou Immortal Island is not like the outside world. The inheritances here are still relatively complete, so of course I know. Qingqiu Qingling said. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Fellow Daoist, to be able to reach such a height in the Vipralopa end period, you are absolutely talented. I am willing to give up the Yingzhou Immortal Island and hand it over to you. Qingqiu Qingling's tone was full of fatal temptation. The Yingzhou Immortal Island was one of the 10 continents and 3 islands. It was once the place of a land immortal. This place was enveloped by the heaven and earth great array, forming a world of its own. It was full of vitality and spiritual vigor, like a paradise on earth. No matter if it was a legend, even if it was a 7th layer, 8th layer, or even a 9th layer legend, when they heard Qingqiu Qingling's words, they would be ecstatic. To be able to obtain such a paradise on earth, it was worth it even if they had to pay a high price. Not to mention, according to Qingqiu Qingling, she intended to give it to Su Qin for free. Which warrior would refuse such a good thing? Fellow Daoist, come down quickly, hold this black stone tablet, and obtain the Great Array Hub. The Yingzhou Immortal Island is yours. Qingqiu Qingling looked at the black stone tablet engraved with the words Yingzhou behind her and continued to tempt. I think I am weak and can't keep this immortal island, so I want to hand it over to you. I hope that you will protect me in the future. Qingqiu Qingling looked pitiful, as if she was really a weak girl seeking Su Qin's protection. However, Su Qin shook his head. Qingqiu Qingling, if I were an ordinary warrior, I would have been deceived by you. But I am not an ordinary warrior. The smile on Su Qin's face gradually faded, and finally revealed a cold expression. You talk about the Yingzhou Immortal Island on the left and the Yingzhou Immortal Island on the right. But in my opinion, instead of calling it the Yingzhou Immortal Island, it is more appropriate to call it the Yingzhou Demon Island, right? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, the place suddenly fell silent. Qingqiu Qingling, who was originally pitiful and harmless like a little white rabbit, heard this and a trace of unprecedented coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Just as Su Qin mentioned the words Yingzhou Demon Island, Qingqiu Qingling's aura suddenly changed, and her originally delicate and pitiful expression transformed into a kind of coldness. How do you know? Qingqiu Qingling said lightly. Her voice was still clear and melodious, but it no longer contained any emotion. How do I know? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and he did not speak. Qingqiu Qingling's aura was concealed very well, and there was no difference between her and an ordinary person. Even her every move was seductive and holy, and it was difficult to suspect her. However, although Qingqiu Qingling could conceal her aura, it was difficult to conceal her unique aura. The aura was different from the aura. The aura was easy to conceal, but the aura was innate. Humans had aura, animals had aura, plants had aura, as long as there was life, there would be aura. And under the insight of Su Qin's eye of truth, whether it was Qingqiu Qingling, the group of women behind her, or even the beautiful figure in red who had just come out to invite him in, the aura exuded was completely different from that of humans. Su Qin had only seen similar aura in some beasts. But Qingqiu Qingling's aura was stronger and more profound than that of ordinary beasts. It was very similar to the legendary demon race. Yingzhou Island, as one of the 10 continents and 3 islands, was a mythical island, but at this moment it was occupied by a group of demons, and Su Qin called it the Yingzhou Demon Island. The only thing that Su Qin was surprised was that the demon race had appeared so early. In his view, with the recovery of the Yuan-Qi tide, although some beasts had developed spiritual intelligence, it did not mean that they were demons. If the demon race really wanted to be born, it would be at least a few years or decades later. However, Su Qin thought that Yingzhou Island was left behind by the recovery of the Yuan-Qi tide of the previous era, and coupled with its isolation from the world, it was understandable that there were some demons remaining. The reason you want me to touch the black stone tablet is because there is a killing formation there, and you want to lure me over, right? Su Qin immediately saw through Qingqiu Qingling's plan. With the eye of truth combined with the celestial seer technique, his divine sense, and his domain, there were very few things in the world that could be hidden from Su Qin. Lady Qingqiu did not hesitate to use a mortal abode island as bait to lure Su Qin over. It seemed to be flawless, but in Su Qin's eyes, it was as easy as flipping one's palm. Qingqiu Qingling's face became more and more unsightly. If Su Qin had only seen through their identities, it could be considered a coincidence. However, now that Su Qin even knew the location of the killing formation on Yingzhou Island, it was no longer a coincidence. What a pity. Qingqiu Qingling took a deep breath and calmed herself down. I don't know where you got this information from, but since you're already here, you might as well stay. The qi and blood of a pinnacle mythic is enough to push my strength to a higher level. Qingqiu Qingling licked her red lips and looked at Su Qin with longing in her eyes. You're right. There's indeed a killing formation here. However, the area covered by the killing formation isn't the black stone tablet. The reason why I asked you to come here is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Truth be told, you've been within the range of the killing formation since you came in. At this point, Qingqiu Qingling stomped her foot and shouted, Rise! In an instant, the world darkened. The essence qi of heaven and earth was torn apart. The power of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, spread and filled every inch of the air. What do you think? If you beg for mercy now, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the pain of your qi and blood being devoured bit by bit and death gradually descending upon you. Qingqiu Qingling sneered. At this moment, the killing formation enveloped them. Qingqiu Qingling felt that victory was in her hands. Even if Su Qin wanted to run now, it was too late. This killing formation is interesting. Su Qin ignored Qingqiu Qingling and kept looking at the killing formation that enveloped them. This killing formation was based on the power of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The five elements rotated endlessly. If it weren't for the yin and yang foundation in the middle that gathered the power of the five elements, it might have caused some trouble for Su Qin. You deserve to die. A trace of killing intent appeared on Qingqiu Qingling's face. She directly controlled the killing formation to crush Su Qin. Rumble. The five elements rotated like a giant millstone of heaven and earth, crushing down. However, all the power of the five elements dissipated rapidly when it came within 100 feet of Su Qin. It was as if no one could invade within 100 feet of Su Qin. He was like an immortal god. Is this a domain? Qingqiu Qingling's face changed drastically and she couldn't believe it. She had never thought that Su Qin could condense a domain. Qingqiu Qingling had already found out that Su Qin was a seventh heaven legend through some means of the monster race. As for the mythical level of the seventh heaven, theoretically speaking, they should be able to condense a miniature domain. But in fact, Qingqiu Qingling had never heard of a seventh heaven legend who could condense a miniature domain. Even when the vitality tide was at its peak in the previous era and there were endless monsters, only a few geniuses who gathered the general trend of the world could barely condense a miniature domain when they were at the peak of the seventh heaven. But those geniuses condensed a miniature domain when the vitality tide was at its peak. But what about Su Qin? Although the vitality tide was recovering, it was still far from its peak. It was simply shocking that Su Qin could condense a domain in such an environment. Big secret. You must have a big secret. Qingqiu Qingling's eyes were burning, and she couldn't wait to swallow Su Qin alive. But as long as you are dead, your secret will be mine. Qingqiu Qingling's tone was extremely excited. She originally thought that Su Qin was just a seventh heaven legend, but she didn't expect that. You have a domain to protect your body, so the killing array can't do anything to you. But as long as the killing array is running, you can't escape. Qingqiu Qingling licked her lips and said passionately, you are the Shouyuan of the human race, a legend, at most 500 years. Even if I have to waste time, I will exhaust you to death and then get your big secret. Qingqiu Qingling had already made a decision. As a member of the demon race, especially the demon fox clan, Qingqiu Qingling's Shouyuan was far superior to the human legends. Although it was painful for her to spend hundreds of years, it was not worth mentioning compared to the big secret of being able to condense a domain in the seventh heaven. Or, I will give you a choice. Hand over your big secret and I will let you live. Otherwise, you can wait to die of old age here. Qingqiu Qingling changed the topic and pretended to be charitable. In fact, Qingqiu Qingling had never thought of letting Su Qin go. The reason why she said this was just to give Su Qin a glimmer of hope. Oh? Let me live? However, at this time, a trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face, and he looked at Qingqiu Qingling with interest. Don't you want to know why I still came in knowing that Yingzhou Island is occupied by the demon race and there is a killing array inside? When Su Qin said this, Qingqiu Qingling's face changed slightly. Yes. If Su Qin knew that there was danger here, why would he still come in? The more Qingqiu Qingling thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Su Qin knew that it was dangerous, but he still came in. There were only two possibilities. First, stupidity. Second, fearlessness. Su Qin was able to cultivate to the seventh heaven, so naturally, he was not stupid. So, only the latter. However, before Qingqiu Qingling could react. That's because I was worried that you would all die inside. Su Qin shook his head slightly, took a step forward, and said lightly, but now, you can't even die together. In an instant. Su Qin raised his hand and pulled out the demon god's blade, poured his true essence and divine thought, and slashed forward. Rumble. Su Qin was like a real demon god, and his aura surged like the ocean, constantly spreading rapidly in all directions. At this time, outside Immortal Abode Island, the beautiful figure in red stretched and glanced at the slowly fluctuating heaven and earth great formation. It seems that the clan leader and the others have already made their move. The beautiful figure in red was called Xianxia Xianxian, and she was also from the Qingqiu Fox clan. I don't know why the clan leader wants to use the killing formation on the island. It would be better to do it directly. Wouldn't using the killing formation consume the primordial chi of the island? Qingqiu Qianqian shook her head and continued to talk to herself, but this is a seventh heaven legend after all. The clan leader wants to use the killing formation to be foolproof. Qingqiu Qianqian thought casually. In Qingqiu Qianqian's view, Su Qin was already a dead man as long as he entered Immortal Abode Island. Under the killing formation, Su Qin could not escape at all. Eh? How many mortals are there? Qingqiu Qianqian glanced at a fishing boat not far away and said casually, you guys go quickly. To Qingqiu Qianqian, she did not care to attack mortals who were like ants. Plus, she was in a good mood, so she decided to give them a way out and spare their lives. On the fishing boat, the young girl Adu and the others were trembling in fear. When they heard Qingqiu Qianqian's words, they were immediately relieved. Fairy. The young girl Adu bit the bullet and said, just now, when did that big brother come out? The young girl Adu was referring to Su Qin who had entered Immortal Abode Island. Fairy? A smile appeared on Qingqiu Qianqian's face. As a fox, she stayed on Immortal Abode Island all year round. Since when was she called a fairy? He's probably dead. Qingqiu Qianqian was patient for once. Dead? The young girl Adu's heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In his view, whether it was Su Qin or the seductive Qingqiu Qianqian, they were all immortals. And Qingqiu Qianqian said that Su Qin was dead. It was obviously a battle between immortals. In a battle between immortals, mortals like them might die without a complete corpse if they even got close, let alone interfere. Let's go back. Let's go back quickly. The middle-aged man was uneasy. The young girl Duo seemed to be unwilling to give up. She looked up at Qingqiu Qianqian and continued to ask, Fairy, is that big brother really dead? Of course he's dead. The killing array shrouded him and the patriarch attacked. He should have been drained of all his qi and blood. He can't be more dead. Xianxia frowned and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly. Rumble. A black blade light slashed out as if it was going to cut the entire immortal abode island in half. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the disheveled Qingqiu Qianling was sent flying. Her green blood spilled and dyed the seawater a light green color. This is? Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Shouldn't the patriarch be devouring the qi and blood of that seventh heaven legend? And at this moment, Su Qin walked out of Immortal Abode Island unhurriedly with the demon god's blade in his hand and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. He said calmly, I told you, you don't even have the right to die. Immortal Abode Island. Su Qin walked out step by step. His aura was profound like that of a deity. The heaven and earth formation behind him that enveloped the entire Immortal Abode Island began to collapse. Su Qin took the initiative to enter the heaven and earth formation because he was worried that the demons on Immortal Abode Island would choose to destroy the heaven and earth formation in desperation and destroy the entire Immortal Abode Island. One should know that the reason why Su Qin traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to the East Sea and spent a few days searching for Immortal Abode Island was because of the Dao accumulation on the island. If Immortal Abode Island was destroyed, wouldn't Su Qin's efforts be in vain? That was why Su Qin came in on purpose to destroy the demons on Immortal Abode Island from the inside. On the fishing boat, Adu and the other two were stunned. They had just heard from Qingqiu Qianqian that there was a clan leader on Immortal Abode Island who was trying to kill Su Qin. Now that Su Qin walked out of Immortal Abode Island slowly, could the figure that flew out be the clan leader that Qingqiu Qianqian mentioned? How is this possible? Qingqiu Qianqian was shocked. Qingqiu Qingling was the clan leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Although most of her strength was sealed, she was not to be underestimated. Moreover, there was a killing formation on Immortal Abode Island. Logically speaking, it should be safe to deal with a legend like Su Qin. However, Qingqiu Qingling flew out at that moment, and the heaven and earth formation on Immortal Abode Island began to collapse. It was unbelievable. However, although Qingqiu Qianqian was shocked, she was not too worried because she knew that Qingqiu Qingling would not die so easily. I wonder if the clan leader can deal with this human. Qingqiu Qianqian tried to look at Immortal Abode Island, but unfortunately, the formation had collapsed and she could not see anything at all. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying wail was heard. Qingqiu Qingling slowly floated up. Her clothes were tattered, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. However, at this moment, wisps of terrifying aura slowly spread out. These strands of aura were extremely terrifying. They were actually constantly neutralizing the power of Su Qin's domain. Human, you've truly angered me. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? Qingqiu Qingling's black hair gradually turned white, and 3 huge fox tails appeared behind her. Although Qingqiu Qingling still maintained her human form, she no longer looked like a human. Instead, she looked like a gigantic fox demon standing there. This was Qingqiu Qingling's real body. 3-tailed demon fox. The patriarch is really angry. Not far away, Qingqiu swallowed his saliva. Under the stillness of the vitality tide, the demon race had to seal most of their strength to prevent their realm from falling. Qingqiu Qingling had revealed her true body. Although she had obtained the strength of her peak, she would be suppressed by heaven and earth in a few days at most, and her strength would drop by a level. Qingqiu Qingling was willing to pay such a price. It was obvious that she was furious and could not wait to kill Su Qin. Human. Even during the peak of the vitality tide, the demon fox race had once dominated the world. Although we have declined now, we still have our heritage and strength. Qingqiu Qingling paused after every word. At the end, she suddenly wailed. With her as the starting point, a terrifying wave of energy covered Su Qin. This is the Patriarch's Divine Will secret technique? Qingqiu Qianqian quickly retreated a few hundred meters. The Divine Will secret technique did not distinguish between friend and foe. If Qingqiu Qianqian was too close, she would probably be affected. The Divine Will secret technique only targets Divine Will. If you can block it, you will live, but if you can't, you will die. Although this human is powerful and can force the patriarch to reveal his true body, he should not be very old. How strong can his divine will be? Xianxia looked at Su Qin expectantly. She could almost see Su Qin falling under the divine will secret technique. However, the next moment, under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, the terrifying divine sense secret technique swept past in an instant. However, Su Qin still stood there with an indifferent expression and a steady aura. If she had not personally seen Qingling release the divine sense secret technique, she would have thought that nothing had happened. He blocked it? Xianxian could not help but exclaim. Compared to Xianxian, Qingling, who had released the divine will secret technique, was shocked. How can your divine will be so stable and powerful? Qingling could not believe it. She had only sensed Su Qin's divine will and vaguely felt the vast divine will that seemed to be infinite, but she was already stunned. Divine will? Su Qin shook his head. Not to mention that he had already cultivated the moon-forging divine art to stabilize his divine will. The giant golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows alone ensured that Su Qin was invincible in terms of divine will. Su Qin's eyes were calm. Then, he raised the demon god's blade and slashed at Qingling. Oh no! Qingling was startled. She had seen Su Qin use the strange demon blade to split open the killing array and the heaven and earth array on Yingzhou Island a while ago. Now that Su Qin was using the same trick again, how could Qingling not be afraid? Whoosh! Qingling's body flashed and she barely managed to avoid the blade light from the demon god's blade. Human! What kind of ability is that to rely on a weapon to stand? Qingling was shocked and angry at the same time. That blade light was too fast. Just now, he was almost hit by the blade light. Given the terrifying power of the blade light, if it had really hit Qingling, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As soon as Qingling finished speaking, Su Qin stopped. He thought for a while and nodded. You're right. I haven't fought in a long time. Su Qin put away the demon god's blade. Then, Su Qin raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. In that case, take my punch. What? Are you really going to give up on using that terrifying weapon? Qingling was slightly stunned. She had just said it casually and she didn't expect Su Qin to really do as she said. Ha 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 ha. Human, you've been fooled. Qingling laughed hysterically. Su Qin had given up on the advantage of a weapon and wanted to fight her with his physical body. It was foolish of him. One had to know that the demon race's physical body was innately strong. Although the fox demon race wasn't good at physical body, that was only in comparison to other demon races. In the eyes of the human race, the fox demon race's physical body was still unstoppable. This human is dead meat. Xianxian, who was hundreds of meters away, shook her head slightly. She also knew that Su Qin was indeed very strong. Even if Qingling revealed her true form, she couldn't defeat Su Qin and was even suppressed by Su Qin. But for Su Qin to be able to do this, it was not because of the terrifying weapon in his hand. From the beginning to the end, Xianxian had never seen Su Qin use any other means. Now that Su Qin had given up on the terrifying weapon and turned to fight Qingling with his physical body, it was tantamount to using his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It was foolish of him to do so. Big brother. On the fishing boat, the young girl Adu clenched her fists. For some reason, she really hoped that Su Qin would win. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qin gently punched out with his clenched fist. When he first punched out, it was sparse and ordinary, and even a child could imitate it. However, the moment he completely punched out, there was an explosion of lightning. In an instant, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed through the dark clouds one after another, streaking across the sky. The aura of extreme yang shot straight to the ninth heaven. This is? Qingling's pupils constricted continuously. Under her shocked gaze, Su Qin's entire body seemed to have transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of her and gently pressed his fist against her body. Rip! Qingling's demon fox body trembled violently after receiving the punch. With Su Qing's fist as the center, cracks appeared on her body. These cracks continued to spread and split until they finally covered every corner of Qingqiu Qingling's body. Finally, a cool breeze blew past. Qingqiu Qingling's physical body began to disintegrate and completely disappear from this world. Everyone was dead silent, especially Qingqiu Xianxia. Her eyes were glazed over and filled with disbelief. Qingqiu Qingling was very powerful, especially when she revealed her fox demon form. The aura she exuded could even dissolve Su Qing's domain power. Otherwise, with Su Qing's control of the domain, he could have killed her without even lifting a finger. Apart from that, Qingqiu Qingling was also unbelievably fast and could barely dodge the blade radiance of the demon god's blade. Unfortunately, she met Su Qing, who had many trump cards such as the 5 Thunder Divine Fist, Moon Spirit Forging Technique, and a body that had undergone 5 metamorphoses. In terms of physical strength alone, Su Qing could rival or even surpass a great demon of the same level. Qingqiu Qingling thought that Su Qing was extremely foolish to give up on using the demon god's blade. However, the truth was that for Su Qing, using the demon god's blade was a restriction that limited 99% of his strength. That's impossible. Qingqiu Qianqian's face turned ashen in disbelief. She knew how powerful Qingqiu Qingling was. The demon race had always respected the strong, and as the clan leader of the Green Hill Fox clan, Qingqiu Qingling was naturally the most powerful of the current generation of the Fox clan. However, Qingqiu Qianqian did not expect that Qingqiu Qingling could not even withstand a single punch from Su Qing and was completely annihilated. Qingqiu Qianqian had thought of other scenarios, but from the beginning to the end, she had never expected this outcome. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Su Qing withdrew his right fist. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the sun shone down like the sun after the rain. It's a pity that the 5 Thunder Divine Fist draws upon the power of the heavenly thunder. Your ghostly techniques are useless. Su Qing shook his head and muttered to himself. The moment he destroyed Qingqiu Qingling, he vaguely sensed a wave of divine consciousness in her body that wanted to abandon her physical body and escape. However, before the divine consciousness could leave her body, it was destroyed by the power of the heavenly thunder that followed her like a shadow. At that thought, Su Qing turned his gaze and looked at Qingqiu Qianqian, who was not far away. The Green Hill Foxes on Immortal Abode Island had already perished the moment Su Qing split open the killing formation. The only survivor, Qingqiu Qingling, was also annihilated by Su Qing with a single punch. Simply put, the only surviving Green Hill Fox was Qingqiu Qianqian. It's over. When Qingqiu Qianqian saw Su Qing's gaze on her, she fell into an abyss. Just when Qingqiu Qianqian's legs went soft and she was almost frightened to the point of sitting down, a calm voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Do you want to live? Or die? This voice resounded in Qingqiu Qianqian's ears, causing her to be shocked. At this moment, how could Qingqiu Qianqian not know that her only chance of survival had come? She immediately became extremely respectful. Sir, I want to live. Qingqiu Qianqian said without hesitation. The Green Hill Foxes had always liked to rely on the strong, and during the peak of the previous vitality tide, the Green Hill Foxes had relied on a certain human expert of the present age to rule the land. Although Su Qing had slaughtered all the Green Hill Foxes on Immortal Abode Island, Qingqiu Qianqian did not dare to have any thoughts at that moment. Humans might have the concept of clans, but the foxes were demons. As long as they could survive, they were willing to do anything. Since you want to live, come in with me. Su Qing glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian before turning to enter Immortal Abode Island. Before he split open the killing formation in Immortal Abode Island, he intentionally did not affect Immortal Abode Island itself. Therefore, although it looked like the Heaven and Earth Great Formation outside Immortal Abode Island had collapsed, Immortal Abode Island itself was not affected at all. Yes. Qingqiu Qianqian followed behind Su Qing respectfully. From the beginning to the end, Qingqiu Qianqian had never thought of running away. That was because she knew that in front of an expert who could kill Qingqiu Qingling with a single punch, running away was simply a joke. Soon, the two of them arrived at Immortal Abode Island. This is? Qingqiu Qianqian's heart trembled when she saw that the island was still filled with vitality and spiritual vigor. When she saw the Heaven and Earth Great Formation being split open, she thought that Immortal Abode Island was destroyed as well. However, when she came in to take a look, she realized that Immortal Abode Island was not affected at all. This level of control over power was simply unheard of. Xianxia mustered her courage and looked up at Su Qin's back. She quickly lowered her head and became even more respectful. This black stone tablet is the core of Immortal Abode Island's great formation, right? Su Qin stopped in front of the black stone tablet and said calmly. Yes, sir. Xianxia said respectfully, the stone tablet is the core of the great formation. After refining the stone tablet, you can easily control the entire island. It's just that. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the depths of Immortal Abode Island, there's a cave abode with a 9-layered formation outside the secret chamber. Within the 9 layers of formations, every single one of them is a supreme killing formation. Even after spending hundreds of years, the patriarch still hasn't managed to break through the first layer. Xianxia told him everything she knew without hesitation. Cave abode? 9-layered killing formation? Su Qin touched his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. In fact, when Su Qin first entered Immortal Abode Island and saw through the entire island with his Eye of Truth and Heavenly Man aura observation technique, he discovered that there was an aura of a formation in the depths of the island. However, Su Qin did not pay too much attention to it at that time. However, it seemed that the cave abode in the depths of Immortal Abode Island was not simple. This Immortal Abode Island doesn't belong to the Fox clan? Su Qin looked at the black stone tablet and used his divine will to slowly refine it while asking casually. If the Green Hill Fox clan was the real owner of Immortal Abode Island, of course there would be no killing formation that couldn't be dealt with. Xianxia smiled bitterly when she heard this. Sir, you must be joking. This Immortal Abode Island was the dojo of the famous Donghai True Lord. How can it be owned by the Fox clan? The Green Hill Fox clan is just a demon beast that Donghai True Lord casually raised on the Immortal Abode Island. If it weren't for Donghai True Lord's disappearance, we wouldn't dare to occupy it. Xianxia whispered. Donghai True Lord? Is he very strong? Su Qin turned his head to look at Xianxia and asked casually. During the heyday of the last vitality tide, Donghai True Lord was not the strongest in the world, but he was quite famous. It is said that Donghai True Lord was already at the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. If it weren't for the invasion of the cave world, Donghai True Lord might have been able to break through the Earth Immortal Realm and step into an even more incredible realm. Xianxia said truthfully, not daring to hide anything. Peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Su Qin nodded slightly. Although Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal, he could imagine how difficult it was to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Even during the heyday of the Vitality Tide, Earth Immortals were peerless powerhouses that were 1 in a billion. Are you sure that Donghai True Lord has fallen? Su Qin thought for a while and continued to ask. I'm not sure. Xianxia said truthfully, Donghai True Lord is extremely powerful. Even if he really fell, he might have a way to resurrect. If he returns and sees that his immortal abode is occupied by us, I'm afraid he won't spare us. Speaking of this, Xianxia carefully raised her head and looked at Su Qin. Therefore, my Fox clan ancestors waited for almost 2,000 years before they dared to occupy this immortal abode island. 2,000 years? You Fox clan are really cautious. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. The Earth Immortal Shouyuan was only 1,000 years old. Even if Donghai True Lord had the means to extend his lifespan, 400 to 500 years was the limit, and that did not include the time that Donghai True Lord had spent cultivating. The Green Hill Fox clan waited for almost 2,000 years before they dared to make a move. Even if the demon race's Shouyuan was far superior to the human race, waiting for such a long time was probably several generations for the Fox clan. Of course, the more cautious the Green Hill Fox clan was, the more it showed how terrifying Donghai True Lord was at that time. Even if the Fox clan leader at that time thought that Donghai True Lord had most likely fallen, he only dared to wait until Shouyuan's lifespan before he mustered up the courage to occupy Immortal Abode Island. A peak Earth Immortal. Su Qin's thoughts wandered. Although he was confident that he could become an Earth Immortal and reach the peak, it would probably be hundreds or thousands of years before he took that step. What do you think of that immortal abode? Su Qin sighed for a while and asked. My lord. Xianxia immediately said, the clan leader thinks that immortal abode is Donghai True Lord's lifelong treasure. Unfortunately, she can't break the killing formation outside. The Fox clan leaders of the past were all helpless against the 9-layered killing formation. They could only watch as the treasure is beneath their feet, but could not touch it. Xianxian said in a low voice. Treasure? Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although he did not know how long it had been since the peak of the Vitality Revival, it was at least 10,000 years ago. Tens of thousands of years had passed. What kind of treasure could withstand such a long period of time? It's almost refined. Su Qin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the black steel before him and stomped his foot. Rise. All of a sudden, layers of heaven and earth great formations shook and shrouded the entire immortal abode island once again. For a time, the power of the great formations shrouded immortal abode island, hiding it from the East Sea and turning it back into a paradise. The heaven and earth great formation that Su Qin split open before was only the power of the great formation that shrouded the island, but it did not destroy the foundation of the formation. Therefore, when Su Qin reactivated the black steel, the heaven and earth great formation that had been shattered was restored once again. Moreover, compared to the heaven and earth great formation controlled by the Green Hill Fox clan, the heaven and earth great formation operated by Su Qin this time was more comprehensive and perfect. The Green Hill Fox clan was only a demon after all. Even if they were innately intelligent, it was impossible for them to completely control the human great formation left behind by Donghai True Lord. Su Qin, on the other hand, had signed in a lot of array encyclopedias over the years. His accumulation of array Dao had already reached the Grandmaster level. In addition, he had the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man Aura observation technique to grasp the Qi movement of the Great Formation. At this time, the heaven and earth great formation that shrouded immortal abode island was simply mighty. Even if it was still not comparable to its peak, it was much stronger than the one controlled by the Fox clan before. This is? Xianxian swallowed her saliva and was dumbfounded. If she hadn't heard Su Qin ask so many questions and confirmed that Su Qin had nothing to do with Donghai True Lord, she would have thought that Su Qin was the successor of Donghai True Lord. It's done. It's almost done. Su Qin patted the water and looked at the heaven and earth great formation that rose again with satisfaction. At this moment, he had completely refined the black steel, which was equivalent to becoming the new owner of Immortal Abode Island. Other than the mysterious cave abode in the depths of the island, no other details could be hidden from Su Qin. Accompany me to that cave abode. After Su Qin took control of Immortal Abode Island, he said to Xianxian. Yes. Xianxian bowed and said. Just as Xianxian was about to bring Su Qin to the mysterious cave abode in the depths of Immortal Abode Island, Su Qin suddenly stopped. I almost forgot. When Su Qin's gaze fell on the black steel again. The most important reason why Su Qin left Chang'an City to search for Immortal Abode Island was to find a new sign in place. As one of the 10 continents and 3 islands, Immortal Abode Island has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It must have accumulated a huge amount of Dao accumulation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he immediately said in his heart, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the 12 Divine Beasts diagram. The painting of the 12 Divine Beasts? Su Qin frowned. The Divine Beasts had always existed in myths and legends. But no matter what, every divine beast represented the pinnacle of a certain power. Just as Su Qin was thinking. A lot of understanding about the painting of the 12 divine beasts appeared. You wait by the side. Su Qin glanced at Xianxian and sat in front of the black stone tablet. He then set up a triple killing array with the help of the black stone tablet. The triple killing array was based on the black stone tablet. Even if Qingling was reborn, she wouldn't be able to break it. Yes. Xianxian bowed and said. Although she wondered why Su Qin didn't go to the cave abode deep inside Immortal Abode Island. But at this moment, Su Qin's words were like an imperial edict to Xianxian. She couldn't wait to obey, so why would she question it? Xianxia immediately stood 10 feet away from Su Qin, stopping any living beings that might disturb Su Qin. The Green Hill Foxes weren't the only living beings on Immortal Abode Island. There were also other living beings, but they were all beasts that didn't even have intelligence. At the same time, Su Qin sat in front of the black stone tablet with his legs crossed. The painting of the 12 divine beasts. 12 stone diagrams suddenly appeared in Su Qin's mind. These 12 stone diagrams were entrenched in the depths of his mind, spinning slowly and emitting an ancient and desolate aura. Even if the painting of the 12 divine beasts isn't as good as the Buddha's palm, it's comparable to the 9 notes of the fiend path. Su Qin was shocked. That was why he immediately sat down to study the painting of the 12 divine beasts. Su Qin hadn't seen a divine art that was close to the Buddha's palm in 10 years. Now that he saw it, he would of course study it immediately. As for the cave abode deep inside Immortal Abode Island, it was there anyway and couldn't run away. It didn't matter if it was a bit earlier or later. The Green Hill Foxes had survived for almost 10,000 years, so Su Qin certainly didn't care about this bit of time. However, among these 12 stone diagrams, I can only see the first one clearly. As for the other 11, Su Qin's eyes swept across the 12 divine beast diagrams. 11 of them were shrouded in a misty fog. Whether it was his eyes or his divine sense, everything was blocked by the fog. Looks like I have to master the first stone diagram before I can see the rest of the stone diagrams clearly. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking of this, Su Qin's gaze fell on the first stone diagram. The stone diagram was ancient and boundless, as if it came from countless years ago. Above the stone diagram, there was only a slowly burning sun, as if it wanted to incinerate the world. This is the first stone diagram of the 12 divine beast diagrams, the diagram of the great sun? Su Qin was enlightened, and every bit of information about the great sun painting flowed into his mind. But what does the sun have to do with the divine beast? Just as this thought appeared in Su Qin's mind, he felt a terrifying suction force from the great sun diagram, sucking in his consciousness. Where is this? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he was no longer in his mind, but in a vast void. And in front of him, there was a slowly burning sun. I've been pulled into the stone diagram? Su Qin immediately understood his situation. Just as Su Qin was thinking about how to leave. Screech! A terrifying roar could be heard. In the depths of the slowly burning sun, a 3-legged divine bird with flames all over its body flew out. This 3-legged divine bird was extremely terrifying. Every wisp of flame on its body burned the void, leaving behind a gray, pitch-black crack. Even so, this gray, pitch-black crack continued to burn, as if anything in the world could be burned in front of this 3-legged divine bird. Compared to this 3-legged divine bird, Su Qin's 9-yang divine skill was as weak as a candle flame. Even if the 9-yang divine skill was cultivated to the extreme, it could only condense 9 huge fireballs. How could it compare to the real sun? Is this the legendary divine beast of fire, the 3-legged golden crow? Su Qin stared intently at the 3-legged divine bird and said in a low voice. The 3-legged golden crow was the legendary divine beast of fire. It was born from the sun and could even transform into the sun to illuminate the 3 realms. The 3-legged golden crow's divine fire of the great sun could burn anything. Even among the divine beasts, only the divine fire of the phoenix and a few other divine fires could compare. The picture of the great sun recorded the cultivation method of the 3-legged golden crow. As long as I follow the instructions and completely master the picture of the great sun, I can obtain the power of the 3-legged golden crow. Su Qin could not imagine. He originally thought that the picture of the 12 divine beasts was only related to the divine beasts in the myths and legends. But now it seemed that the first picture of the great sun alone could make him a real 3-legged golden crow. It was simply shocking. It should be known that Su Qin's transformation was not a simple transformation. It could allow him to obtain all the power of the 3-legged golden crow, including the divine fire of the 3-legged golden crow that could burn everything. Of course. Even if Su Qin had mastered the picture of the great sun, because of his own strength, what he had was not the power of the adult 3-legged golden crow. At most, it was only a juvenile 3-legged golden crow. But, the creator of this divine art, how much hatred did he have with the divine beasts? Su Qin shook his head slightly. To create this divine art that could easily transform into the most powerful divine beasts, one must at least have a great understanding of these divine beasts. And of course, this understanding was indispensable to capture these divine beasts and observe them at close range. The first picture is the legendary three-legged golden crow, the most powerful divine beast of fire. Then what about the other pictures? Which divine beasts are they? Su Qin's mind slowly moved away from the picture of the great sun. He looked at the other 11 stone pictures shrouded in misty fog. If Su Qin really mastered the 12 divine art pictures, he could easily transform into the 12 most powerful divine beasts. The terrifying power it would bring was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, although the 12 divine art pictures are incredibly powerful, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to master. Su Qin sighed softly. Not to mention the other 11 pictures, just the first picture of the great sun alone would require a sea of resources to master, and they were all fire attribute spiritual medicines and divine pills. Even Su Qin, who thought he was rich, felt his scalp go numb after seeing it. Even if I don't cultivate the first picture of the great sun and just meditate on it, it seems to be of great help to me in comprehending the power of fire. At least it can raise my 9-yang divine art, which has been stagnant for a long time, by several levels. Su Qin's mind spun quickly. His mind once again entered the picture of the great sun and meditated on the three-legged golden crow that was born from the great sun and could burn the heavens and cook the earth. My lord has been sitting for a day. Xianxia carefully looked back at Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged under the black stone tablet. I don't know how my lord will deal with me. Xianxia glanced at him and her heart sank. At this moment, her life depended on Su Qin. If Su Qin wanted to kill her, Xianxia would not be able to resist at all. As for taking advantage of Su Qin's seclusion to escape. Now that the entire immortal abode island was covered by the heaven and earth formation, Xianxia could not escape even if she wanted to. Besides, even if Xianxia could escape, what could she do? When Su Qin came out and found that she was gone, wouldn't she be dead by then? Suddenly. At this moment. Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a slowly burning sun appeared. This sun grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it even spurted out of his eyes and appeared above Su Qin's head. And in the center of the sun, one could vaguely see a three-legged divine bird flying freely. Every time the three-legged divine bird flapped its wings, a terrifying flame would burst out, as if it could burn and incinerate all things. This is? Xianxia, who happened to see this scene, was instantly stunned. This is the three-legged golden crow? Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the legendary supreme fire-type divine beast recorded in the ancient books of the Green Hill Fox clan actually existed. One had to know that although the mythological beasts were far superior to the demon clan, to some extent, the demon clan had a trace of the mythological beast's bloodline. For example, if the Green Hill Fox clan grew 9 tails and purified their bloodline to the extreme, they might be close to the legendary divine beasts. Unfortunately, 9-tailed demon foxes were extremely rare. Even Qingling, who had fallen not long ago, was only 3-tailed. As for 9-tailed, perhaps it did not even exist. Could it be that my lord is not human, but a 3-legged golden crow? Xianxian calmed herself down and quickly thought. Just as Xianxian was in shock, the sun floating above Su Qin's head slowly dissipated and returned to Su Qin's eyes. After comprehending the picture of the great sun, my 9-yang divine art faintly carried a trace of the divine fire of the great sun. Legends of the 4th and 5th levels could not withstand the burning of the 9-yang divine art. Su Qin stood up unhurriedly. Although he could not cultivate the picture of the great sun for the time being, he could improve the power of the 9-yang divine art by several notches. I only comprehended it for a while, and I've already improved so much. If I really cultivate the picture of the great sun, how powerful would it be? Su Qin sighed slightly in his heart. It's been a day? Su Qin glanced at Xianxian, who was stunned not far away, and looked at the black stone tablet again. Unfortunately, I can't continue to sign in. Su Qin shook his head slightly. It seemed that signing in the picture of the 12 divine beasts had exhausted the Taoist connotation of immortal abode island and could not support Su Qin to continue signing in. But, this trip was worth it since I got the picture of the 12 divine beasts this time. Su Qin nodded slightly and was extremely satisfied. Su Qin had signed in for decades and did not lack ordinary pills and spirit fruits. The picture of the 12 divine beasts alone was enough to offset countless of them. It's time to go to that cave abode. Su Qin's heart moved as he looked at the depths of immortal abode island. According to the Xianxia Fox clan's guess, that cave abode was the cave abode of Lord Donghai. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, no one knew what was left inside. My lord, you've come out of seclusion. Qingqiu Qianxian immediately walked to Su Qin and carefully asked the question in her heart, My lord, are you from the Golden Crow clan? She had just seen a three-legged divine bird flying in the flames that gushed out of Su Qin's eyes. It was very similar to the legendary three-legged golden crow. That was why she mustered the courage to ask. The Golden Crow clan. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianxian and shook his head. I'm not. Although he could transform into a golden crow after cultivating the great sun painting of the 12 divine beasts painting, he would be no different from the real three-legged golden crow. Su Qin also had the divine powers that the three-legged golden crow had. However, Su Qin was still a human. The so-called golden crow transformation was just some kind of divine skill. No. A hint of disappointment appeared on Qingqiu Qianxian's face. If Su Qin was really from the Golden Crow clan, he might have let her go because she was a demon. However, Su Qin denied it now. Qingqiu Qianxian did not think that Su Qin would lie to her. With Su Qin's strength, he would have killed her long ago if he wanted to. Why would he lie to her? My lord. I'll take you to that cave abode. Qingqiu Qianxian immediately said respectfully, wanting to show off. Soon. Su Qin and Qingqiu Qianxian arrived at the depths of immortal abode island. In truth, even without Qingqiu Qianxian, Su Qin could still lock onto the location of that cave abode. The entire immortal abode island was only so big. It would take some time at most. However, no matter what, the Qingqiu Fox clan had occupied this place for such a long time. They definitely knew more than Su Qin. My lord. That's where the cave abode is. Qingqiu Qianxian pointed ahead. In the depths of immortal abode island was a lake that was more than 10 miles wide. The lake water was extremely clear. In the center of the lake was a small island. This island within the island was not as vast as immortal abode island. It was only a few miles wide, but all the heaven-earth yuan qi on immortal abode island gathered towards this small island. My lord, this lake doesn't seem to have any ripples, but if a living being were to step into it, they would definitely die. Qingqiu's shallow tone revealed a trace of fear. The killing array is at the bottom of the lake? Su Qin looked at the lake with great interest. He had already scanned the entire lake with his Eye of Truth and Celestial Seer technique. Indeed, he found a faint power lurking under the lake. This power was extremely obscure, and ordinary spiritual sense would not be able to detect it. Even if one was enveloped by the power of one's domain, they could still overlook it if they were not careful. Only Su Qin's Eye of Truth, which allowed him to observe the qi in the world, and the celestial being aura gazing technique, could sense that something was wrong. True Lord Donghai, TSK. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although he had never seen true monarch Donghai before, through the killing formation under the lake, he felt that true monarch Donghai liked to trick people. Generally speaking, a true guardian array would display its power to the extreme, and make people retreat at the sight of it. However, true monarch Donghai was different. He had restrained the power of the killing formation to the extreme. This way, living beings who did not know would definitely enter the lake in ecstasy, and then be killed by the power of the killing formation. My lord. There are 9 layers to the killing formation in the lake. True monarch Donghai's methods are all of the flame Dao, and the killing formations he set up are all based on flames. The first layer of the killing formation will be a sea of fire. The sea of fire is endless, and to pass through the first layer of the killing formation, one must withstand the burning of the sea of fire. But that's impossible. Even an Earth Immortal level expert might not be able to withstand the sea of fire set up by true monarch Donghai. Xianxia whispered. Over the last 10,000 years, the Green Hill foxes had always been stopped before the first killing formation. In fact, 6,000 years ago, a certain 9 foxes who had grown 4 tails had attempted to force their way through, only to be incinerated into nothingness by the sea of fire. It should be noted that the strength of a 4-tailed fox was not far from that of an earth immortal, and yet she could not withstand a single blow from the first layer of the killing formation. From that, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. Of course, it was precisely because of that the ancestors of the foxes believed that the island at the center of the lake must contain true monarch Donghai's most important item. Otherwise, why would true monarch Donghai spend so much effort to set up so many killing formations on the lake? How does the foxes plan to deal with the killing formation here? Su Qin did not act immediately, and instead kept observing the killing formation beneath the lake with his eye of truth. "Milord, our ancestors had already noticed that the killing formation's power was weakening thousands of years ago. According to our ancestors' speculations, they wanted to wait for the killing formation's power to weaken to a certain level before doing anything." At that, a hint of bitterness flashed across Xianxia's face. That wait had lasted thousands of years, and even after thousands of years, the Xianxia foxes were still on the same spot, and could not even pass through the first layer of the killing formation. Not a bad idea. Su Qin nodded slightly. The killing formation was a type of heaven and earth formation. Since it was a heaven and earth formation, if its owner did not maintain it for a long time, it would weaken and eventually become a useless formation. A killing formation set up by a first or second heaven legend would lose its effect after a few decades or 100 years. The higher the strength of a legend, the longer the heaven and earth great array would last. For example, a heaven and earth formation set up by a 9th heaven legend could last for at least thousands of years. As a peak earth immortal, true monarch Donghai's killing formation could last for thousands of years without any problem. In addition, the abundant vitality on Immortal Abode Island extended the duration of the killing formation. However, even so, whether it was the heaven and earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island or the 9-layered killing formation in the lake, they were still slowly weakening. According to Su Qin's estimation, all the heaven and earth formations would fall into a trough and be on the verge of collapse in a few hundred or 1,000 years. "I've almost figured it out." Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. The Eye of Truth, Heaven's Man Aura technique, and Su Qin's understanding of the black stone tablet outside, had almost understood the upper limit of the killing formation's power. If it was a few thousand years ago when the killing formation's power had just begun to weaken, Su Qin would not dare to break into the formation. But now, Su Qin took a step forward and walked on the surface of the lake without any waves. Not good. Xianxia's pupils constricted when she saw this scene. She never thought that Su Qin would be so impulsive and break into the killing formation. "Sir, come back quickly, I still have a lot of things about the killing formation that I haven't told you." Xianxia shouted anxiously. In the past 10,000 years, the Xianxia fox clan had fallen many times here, and Xianxian had not even told him the countless bloody lessons. In Xianxian's opinion, even if Su Qin really wanted to break into the killing formation, he would have to wait until she told him all these things. This way, he would have a better understanding of the killing formation. Even if he could not break through, at least he could guarantee that he would come out alive. However, at this moment, kaboom! Extremely terrifying flames rose into the air and quickly enveloped the surroundings, turning into a sea of fire that covered Su Qin. "It's over." Xianxia's limbs turned cold. Su Qin had planted a strand of divine thought in her body earlier. Once Su Qin died in the killing formation, that strand of divine thought would explode, and she, Xianxian, would definitely die with him. Just as Xianxian closed her eyes and waited for death. The endless sea of fire was rapidly diminishing, and finally Su Qin's figure appeared. All the flames turned into pillars of fire and surged into Su Qin's mouth and nose. Under Xianxian's shocked gaze, Su Qin slowly walked out of the sea of fire. All the flames could not get within 3 feet of him, and the sea of fire was devoured in a frenzy. It surrounded him 3 feet around him, as if he was a god of fire. He just stood there, but he gave off the feeling of an eternal sun that shone through the ages. this is? Xianxia's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The first killing formation was an endless sea of fire. Who knew how many Fox clan ancestors had been burned, and even a Fox clan expert with 4 tails had died inside. But now, the endless sea of fire was like an obedient white rabbit in front of Su Qin, which completely shattered Xianxia's understanding of the killing formation. Su Qin was indeed very strong. To be able to kill the current clan leader of the Green Hill Fox clan, Qingqiu. But to Xianxian, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he could only break through the killing formation. But now? Xianxian was dumbfounded. However, next, an even more unbelievable scene happened. Too little. Just this little flame? Su Qin frowned. Although he did not complete the Great Sun picture, he had comprehended it for a while and slightly comprehended the power of the 3-legged golden crow's sun god fire. Under such circumstances, the so-called flame, to Su Qin, not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also a kind of nourishment. Nourishment to promote the cultivation of the Great Sun picture. Thinking of this, Su Qin's gaze turned slightly and looked at the remaining 8 killing formations. Rumble. Su Qin stepped out step by step and directly appeared in the deepest part of the lake, only a few meters away from the small island in the middle of the lake. Instantly, the killing formation below the lake went crazy, endless flames rose, and even the void began to faintly distort. On a mortal abode island, a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi surged, constantly replenishing the killing formation's needs. However, in the depths of the endless flames, Su Qin looked comfortable. A large amount of flames were swallowed into his body, and slowly circulated according to the cultivation method of the Great Sun picture. In an instant, a huge stone picture appeared behind Su Qin. On this stone picture, a large sun was faintly engraved, emitting thousands of light spots. These light spots were densely packed and extremely dim. And at this moment, as a large amount of flame surged in, among the thousands of light spots, a light spot at the edge was slowly lighting up. However, this light spot had just lit up halfway when it stopped, and once again fell into darkness. Because at this moment, there were no more flames around Su Qin and above the lake. The entire lake was empty, and the 9-layered killing formation that had blocked the Qingqiu Fox clan for nearly 10,000 years had completely become history. This? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out, and she stood dumbfounded on the spot, falling into a huge shock. He's too strong. Xianxian swallowed her saliva. She was so shocked that she almost couldn't speak. Su Qin had broken through True Lord Donghai's 9-layered killing array in an instant. Even at the peak of the previous vitality tide, such a method was shocking enough. Who was True Lord Donghai? Even if he wasn't the strongest person in the world at that time, he was still quite famous. The killing array that he had personally set up was broken just like that? Even after nearly 10,000 years, the killing array's power was less than 10%, but the scene in front of her was really unbelievable. If Su Qin knew what Xianxian was thinking, he would definitely laugh. If the 9-layered killing array in the lake was of other attributes, Su Qin might be stumped. But the killing array of the Flame Dao was completely nourishment for Su Qin. The most powerful divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow, was born from the Great Sun and fed on the Great Sun divine fire. Although Su Qin was far from a real 3-legged golden crow, after comprehending the Great Sun picture, he could almost simulate a trace of the 3-legged golden crow's aura and could ignore most flames in the world. If I have tens of thousands more of these 9-layered killing arrays, I should be able to cultivate the Great Sun picture. Su Qin roughly estimated, and his face suddenly darkened. The 9-layered killing array in the lake was personally set up by a peak earth immortal like True Lord Donghai. Not to mention tens of thousands, even 10 of them would not be enough. Su Qin's heart was heavy. Just the first picture of the Great Sun alone required a mountain of resources. What could he use to cultivate the other 11 stone diagrams? According to what Su Qin knew from the 12 divine beasts picture, the further one cultivated the 12 divine beasts picture, the higher the demand for resources. For example, the first Great Sun picture required 1 cultivation resource, then the second stone picture required 10, and the third one 100. I knew there was a problem. Su Qin sighed softly and felt helpless. When Suqin first obtained the 12 Divine Beasts diagram, he only knew that it required a large amount of cultivation resources, but he didn't know exactly how much. Suqin only knew a lot. At the very least, the current Suqin was unable to satisfy them. However, he did not know to what extent they had reached. But now, through the comparison of the 9-layered killing formation, Suqin only felt extremely bitter in his heart. Not to mention the stone diagrams behind the 12 Divine Beasts diagram. According to the current consumption of the first stone diagram, if Suqin wants to cultivate the third stone diagram, he's afraid that even if he drains the resources of the entire world, he may not be able to succeed. However, once I succeed, even if it's just the first Great Sun picture, it will definitely be of great help to me. Suqin thought for a moment and his expression relaxed. The diagram of the 12 Divine Beasts indeed consumed a lot of energy, but only by consuming it could one obtain it. If Suqin could really transform into the Golden Crow, even if it was only a young Golden Crow, it would be enough to suppress an Earth Immortal. The killing array has been broken as well. Let's go in and see what true Lord East Sea left behind. Suqin swept his gaze across the small island a few meters away and took a step forward, appearing on it. Compared to the lake that was filled with danger, the small island was extremely safe. Perhaps in the eyes of true Lord East Sea, no one could break through the 9-layered killing formation beneath the lake. My lord. Wait for me. Gritting her teeth, Xianxia walked across the lake and followed behind Suqin. The Green Hill Foxes had been coveting the cave abode in Immortal Abode Island for almost 10,000 years. Unfortunately, they had always been blocked by the killing array. Now that Suqin had broken through the killing array, Xianxia naturally wanted to know what was on the small island. It was not that Xianxia wanted to obtain what was on the small island. She merely had an obsession to see what the Green Hill Foxes had been yearning for almost 10,000 years. Soon, Xianxia stepped onto the small island. Walking here, Xianxia was already in an extremely unfamiliar environment. It was a link that countless Green Hill Foxes had never come into contact with in the past 10,000 years. Xianxia herself had seen this small island from afar many times before. However, this was her first time stepping on it. What rich heaven and earth essence qi! Xianxia said softly. 60% of Immortal Abode Island's heaven and earth essence qi is gathered here. How can it not be rich? Suqin glanced at Xianxia and said casually. Although Suqin had already stepped onto the small island, he still did not walk in immediately. Although the small island appeared to be extremely safe and true Lord East Sea should not have laid down a killing array on the small island, Suqin would never entrust his safety to others. Several hours later, Suqin scanned the entire small island hundreds of times with his true eye and heavenly being aura-gazing art. In the end, he used at least dozens of methods such as divine thought to test it out. Only after confirming that it was truly safe did he slowly take his first step. As for Xianxia, she followed behind Suqin curiously and kept looking at everything on the small island. Suqin could not be bothered with her and walked into the small island unhurriedly. There's nothing on the island. Xianxia looked at it for a long time and muttered softly. Soon, the two of them came to the depths of the small island. A cave abode appeared in front of them. This is true Lord East Sea's cave abode? Xianxia looked at it blankly and felt extremely emotional. Sir, the palm print at the entrance of the cave abode should have been left behind by true Lord East Sea. Xianxia immediately noticed the fiery red palm print on the black stone door of the cave abode. Master, there must be something left behind by true Lord East Sea. You must be careful. Xianxia looked nervous. Since they had already come this far, Xianxia naturally did not want to fail. However, the next moment, under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, Suqin only raised his hand and pressed it on the palm print. The black stone door of the cave abode let out a roar and slowly opened. This? Xianxia was stunned. It's not that complicated. Suqin shook his head slightly. This palm print is indeed connected to the killing formation and the heaven and earth great formation outside. However, now that the killing formation has been broken and the heaven and earth great formation is under my control, this palm print is really just a simple palm print. Su Qin shook his head slightly and gave a rare explanation. At this moment, Su Qin was also looking forward to it. This cave abode was clearly made of some special material that could block Su Qin's divine telekinesis field. Hence, before the stone door was completely opened, Su Qin did not know what was inside the cave abode. After the stone door was opened, what entered his eyes was a huge stone room. There were indeed many bottles and jars in the stone room. There were even many ancient books and secret manuals. However, it was a pity that after almost 10,000 years, everything had decayed and nothing was left. Especially those bottles and jars. The medicinal effects of the elixirs and miraculous medicines in them had all dissipated. Now, only some dregs were left. That's all. Xianxia's pretty face was filled with disappointment. The Qingqiu Fox clan had been thinking about this cave abode for almost 10,000 years, hoping that there would be some shocking elixir or peerless skill in it. However, from the looks of it now, even if true Lord Donghai had indeed left those things behind, after so many years, the medicinal effects of the shocking elixir would have dissipated and the peerless skill would have decayed. Under the mighty power of time, there was not much left. In fact, after hundreds or thousands of years, the Heaven and Earth Great Formation and the Killing Formation on Immortal Abode Island would also decay and become useless formations. Just as Xianxia was surveying the cave abode, she suddenly saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the cave abode. This figure was wearing a red Taoist robe. His eyes were downcast as he sat there quietly as if he was looking at her. That's true Lord Donghai. Xianxia's face was as pale as a sheet. Her voice trembled as she looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. Immortal Abode Island still had a portrait of true Lord Donghai. Hence, Xianxian recognized him immediately. Just as Xianxia's legs went weak and she was about to kneel on the ground, a calm voice came from the side. Don't worry. True Lord Donghai is already dead. Su Qin's gaze remained calm as he spoke casually. Almost 10,000 years had passed. Even if true Lord Donghai had broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, he would have been deader than dead by now, let alone a mere Earth Immortal. Apart from the true immortals and Buddhas in myths and legends, Su Qin had never heard of any living being that could live for 10,000 years. Perhaps a certain special tribe among the demons could do it, but true Lord Donghai was clearly a human expert. Furthermore, Su Qin had observed the world's qi activity with the eye of truth. He did not discover any trace of the qi activity of living beings in the cave abode. Hence, he concluded that true Lord Donghai was already dead. Dead? Xianxian was still in shock. She braced herself and glanced at true Lord Donghai again. Only then did she realize that the other party was indeed dead. True Lord, so true Lord passed away here. Xianxian composed herself and said with a trembling voice. For almost 10,000 years, the Green Hill Fox clan thought that true Lord Donghai had died outside. However, he had never left Immortal Abode Island. The thought that the Green Hill Fox clan might have occupied Immortal Abode Island right under true Lord Donghai's nose. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Compared to Xianxia's shock, Su Qin was much calmer. Perhaps in the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan, true Lord Donghai was once the supreme master who ruled over the life and death of the Green Hill Fox clan. To Su Qin, true Lord Donghai was merely a Earth Immortal. Although he was worthy of respect, there was nothing to be said about fear. After all, given enough time, it was only a matter of time before Su Qin stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. Did he cultivate some sort of body-tempering technique to maintain his body for almost 10,000 years? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that true Lord Donghai's divine will and consciousness had long since dispersed. What was left was merely a body. Generally speaking, a physical body would exist for a shorter period of time than a divine will. For example, the devil Buddha who was suppressed by the mountain behind the Shaolin temple. His physical body had long decayed, and only his devil will remained. Now that true Lord Donghai had allowed his physical body to exist for so long, it was clearly a little strange. Eh? Just as Su Qin was thinking, his gaze inadvertently swept across the item in true Lord Donghai's hand. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. That's... Su Qin's eyes narrowed. In this cave, except for... The body left behind by true Lord Donghai, all the elixirs, divine arts, and mystic arts had decayed over the past 10,000 years. However, Su Qin found that there were two things in true Lord Donghai's hand, but they didn't decay along with the other treasures. Grab and seize. These two things were an ancient scripture and a piece of jade. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and repeatedly scanned the ancient scripture and jade with the Heavenly Man Aura technique. There's no danger. LOLM. Su Qin's mind moved, and the ancient scripture and jade in true Lord Donghai's hand rose into the air and floated in front of Su Qin. This ancient scripture. Su Qin first looked at the ancient scripture. The ancient scripture was obviously made of a special material, like gold, but not gold, like copper, but not copper. Even after 10,000 years, it still barely maintained its original appearance, and the words recorded on it could be recognized. Su Qin just glanced at it and lost interest. This ancient scripture recorded a cultivation method called Eastern Sea True Lord. This cultivation method was the foundation of Eastern Sea True Lord's cultivation method. Once cultivated to a high level, one could enter the realm of earth immortals. There was even a faint hope that one could break through the shackles and advance further. If other legends obtained this ancient scripture, they would definitely treat it as a treasure and study it day and night. But in Su Qin's eyes, it wasn't as precious as a fire attribute spirit fruit. Su Qin had signed in for decades and obtained countless divine arts and mystic arts. As the fundamental cultivation technique of earth immortals, this cultivation technique could barely squeeze into the top 100 among the many divine arts that Su Qin had mastered. It was indeed precious. If it was before, Su Qin might have taken a few more glances at it. But now, Su Qin comprehended the great sun painting and experienced the legendary three-legged golden crow. The so-called, of course, wasn't worth mentioning. Even if he cultivated it to the limit and managed to condense Li fire, what was Li fire compared to the solar true flame that could burn everything? Qingqiu Qianxian saw Su Qin toss the ancient scripture to the side and thought that it was not important. She gathered her courage and asked, "Sir, what is this?" "It's just a cultivation technique." Su Qin didn't even raise his head as he began to size up the jade in front of him. Cultivation technique? Qingqiu Qianxian opened her eyes wide and secretly glanced at the ancient scripture. When she saw the words divine fire technique written at the front of the ancient scripture, she was stunned. "Master, this is not an ordinary technique. This is the strongest technique that Eastern Sea's true monarch cultivated." Qingqiu Qianxian hurriedly explained when she saw that Su Qin did not place much importance on the ancient scripture. Qingqiu Qianxian thought that Su Qin had not discovered the terror and felt that she had to remind him. The Green Hill Foxes were once enslaved by true Lord Eastern Sea, so they naturally knew of true Lord Eastern Sea's divine art that could incinerate mountains and boil seas. "Oh." Su Qin casually said, "I know." Qingqiu Qianxian blinked her eyes and felt that something was wrong. Su Qin treated true Lord Eastern Sea's fundamental cultivation technique too casually, and there was even a hint of disdain. Disdain? Qingqiu Qianxian was dumbfounded. Even during the peak period of the previous vitality recovery, it was still a well-deserved divine art. Even for experts that had transcended the realm of earth immortals, it was still very valuable. Why did Su Qin not even bother to look at it and directly toss it aside? If Qingqiu Qianxian was not aware of Su Qin's terrifying means, she would have thought that Su Qin did not realize the importance of this divine art at all. However, since Su Qin did not care much, Qingqiu Qianxian did not dare to continue speaking and obediently stood beside Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin looked at the jade in front of him as his divine sense slowly merged into it. All of a sudden, a message flowed into Su Qin's divine sense from the jade. "Since the invasion of the cave world, we martial artists have tried our best to suppress it. It took us decades to force back the devil race. But..." At this moment, in the depths of the cave world, a terrifying creature called Demon God opened its eyes and looked at the human world. Su Qin's expression was solemn as he quickly absorbed the information in the jade. This jade was left behind by true Lord Eastern Sea, recording his life, especially the final invasion of the cave world and the battle between the martial artists and the devil race. According to true Lord Eastern Sea, the invasion of the underground devil race had indeed brought great losses to the world. The devil race's puppet army was endless, and with the help of many devil kings, the martial artists of the human world had just begun to retreat. However, under the recovery of the vitality tide, the path of cultivation had become easier. Coupled with the oppression of the devil race, powerhouses were born one after another. These powerhouses joined forces to suppress, and after paying a huge price, they barely stopped the devil race and drove many devil race back to the cave world. But at this time, there was finally a change. Seeing this, Suqin frowned. A certain demon god in the cave world opened his eyes and instantly severely injured several powerhouses of the human world. True Lord Eastern Sea was only on the edge of the battlefield at that time, but he was also affected by the gaze of the demon god. Although he did not die and barely managed to rush back to the Immortal Abode in Immortal Abode Island, he died soon after due to the backlash of his injuries. Suqin was silent. From the beginning to the end of the devil race's invasion, the demon gods did not make a move. Perhaps their own strength was too great, and they would have to pay a huge price to cross the boundary? Suqin quickly guessed in his heart, until the end, when the devil race's defeat was certain, one of the demon gods could not help but open his eyes and look at the human world. Out of anger, he severely injured a large number of powerhouses of the human world at that time. Suqin touched his chin and roughly grasped the whole story. Of course, this was also Suqin's guess. He did not experience it personally and did not know much about it. The demon gods of the cave world are actually so strong? After Suqin browsed the information in the jade, his thoughts fluctuated. Although through the demon god's blade and the demon god's blood, Suqin had already overestimated the demon gods, and believed that the demon gods were peerless creatures far beyond the level of earth immortals. But according to the description of the Eastern Sea's true monarch, it was far from enough. Separated by two realms, with just a gaze, he severely injured many powerhouses of the human world at that time. This kind of means is probably no different from a real immortal god. Fortunately, I didn't let the incarnation take the initiative to go to the depths of the cave world. Grab and seize. Suqin was a little glad in his heart. When Suqin obtained a large number of treasures from the branch of the real ancient demon god in the demon-clad city, he really planned to go to the depths of the cave world and sign in front of the real ancient demon god. But at this moment, it seems that before he could get close to the ancient demon god, he would be discovered by the ancient demon god. BXWXC. Although the one in the cave world was only Suqin's incarnation, and even if it falls, it can be restored, but in the end, it will consume a lot of Suqin's divine sense and blood. Let's not talk about the invasion of the cave world for the time being. In the current era, although the vitality tide has begun to recover, it is still at least hundreds or thousands of years away from the real heyday. During this period of time, the cave world should disdain to invade. Suqin thought silently in his heart. The recovery of the vitality tide is not overnight. It is like a tide, slowly rising, and it takes time. For the demon race of the cave world, only when the human world is in the heyday of the recovery of vitality does it make sense to invade. In addition to these, the Jade Stone records the insights of the Eastern Sea True Lord when he broke through from the myth realm to the earth immortal realm. Suqin was shocked. Whether it was the invasion of the cave world or the true eye of the demon god, they were too far away from Suqin. Compared to these, Suqin was more willing to know some details of the breakthrough in cultivation. According to the experience of the Eastern Sea True Lord, there are two prerequisites to enter the earth immortal realm. First, I have to condense a microdomain. This is the most important point. If I don't have a domain to protect me, I will definitely die when I break through. Suqin thought silently in his heart. This was not difficult for him at all. He had already condensed a microdomain. The second point is to transform the divine sense into a primordial spirit. Only with the power of a primordial spirit and the protection of a domain can I have a chance to enter the earth immortal realm. Suqin thought to himself. The so-called primordial spirit was easy for Suqin to understand. It was just an aggregation of spiritual power formed by shrinking and condensing the divine sense to the extreme. In fact, as early as after Suqin finished cultivating the moon spirit forging divine sense and stabilized his divine sense, he faintly felt that his divine sense could shrink again. However, divine sense was related to the foundation of the body. If the body was damaged, it could be recovered by external forces, but divine sense could only rely on oneself. Therefore, since Su Qin had such a feeling at that time, he did not act rashly. But these are all things after entering the 9th heaven. I'm only at the 7th heaven now, so I'm not in a hurry for the time being. Su Qin was not in a hurry to condense a primordial spirit. Generally speaking, the stronger the divine sense, the stronger the primordial spirit condensed. Now, Su Qin was only at the 7th heaven, and his divine sense was far from the limit. When he reached the peak of the 9th heaven, his divine sense could not grow any further, then he would consider condensing a primordial spirit. Primordial spirit. Domain. Su Qin pondered slightly. Compared to breaking through to the mythical realm, which required 3 transformations of the body, inner strength, and divine sense, when entering the earth immortal realm, only the primordial spirit and domain were needed. Right. Although this island is located in Immortal Abode Island, it is actually completely independent of Immortal Abode Island. I signed in outside Immortal Abode Island and obtained the 12 Divine Beasts diagram, which exhausted the Tao accumulation of Immortal Abode Island. But there might still be some Tao accumulation left in this cave abode? Su Qin's eyes lit up. True Lord Donghai's cave abode was located in the middle of the lake deep in Immortal Abode Island, and was surrounded by killing arrays. Logically speaking, it should not belong to Immortal Abode Island. This was also the reason why the Green Hill Fox clan could not do anything to this cave abode even though they occupied the entire Immortal Abode Island. Since it did not belong to Immortal Abode Island, it meant that there was still Tao accumulation. With that thought, Su Qin looked around again and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the Divine Lihua pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Divine Lihua pill? Su Qin's mind merged into the system space. In a corner, he found a pill burning with flames. This pill was the size of an adult man's fist, and a terrifying heat was constantly emitting. This is the Divine Lihua pill? The moment Su Qin saw this pill, for some reason, a desire arose in the depths of his heart. It seems that this Divine Lihua pill is very beneficial for me to cultivate the Great Sun painting. Su Qin nodded slightly, a satisfied look appeared on his face. He was worried about the mountains and seas of resources needed to cultivate the Great Sun painting, and in the end, he signed in for a Divine Lihua pill. He was simply extremely lucky. However, Su Qin thought about it again. This cave abode belonged to Lord Donghai, and Lord Donghai was an earth immortal who cultivated the Tao of Fire. Even if he didn't sign in for the Divine Lihua pill, he would sign in for other fire-type spirit pills. The Divine Lihua pill was completely within his expectations. Su Qin calmed down and suppressed the desire to immediately swallow the Divine Lihua pill. He turned his gaze and looked at Xianxia, who was standing obediently beside him. Seeing that you brought me here honestly and didn't try to play any tricks, I'll give you a chance. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said lightly. As long as Sir is willing to spare my life, Xianxia can do anything for Sir. Xianxia said without hesitation. Oh? I slaughtered the Green Hill Fox clan, don't you hate me at all? Su Qin looked at Xianxia with interest. Sir, the Green Hill Fox clan has always respected the strong. The patriarch and the others didn't know what was good for them and wanted to attack Sir. They deserved such an outcome. Xianxia immediately said. Okay. Su Qin's smile faded as he said, if that's the case, I'll leave Immortal Abode Island to you while I'm in seclusion. The reason why Su Qin spared Xianxia's life was not without this intention. Although the Immortal Abode Island was covered with heavy formations, these heaven and earth great formations were connected to the outside world. Now that the tides of vitality were fluctuating, it was highly possible that it would affect the operation of the great formations. This was the reason why Su Qin had sensed a trace of aura from the array when he was far away in Chang'an. Although the Green Hill Foxes of Immortal Abode Island managed to stop the aura from leaking out in time, it was already too late for an expert like Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin planned to hand over the task of maintaining the formation to Xianxia. As for whether Xianxia would have other thoughts, such as taking revenge for her own people. First of all, the control of the core heaven and earth great formation of Immortal Abode Island was still in Su Qin's hands. Su Qin only needed a thought to strip Xianxia of everything. Moreover, the divine will that Su Qin planted in Xianxia's heart was based on the great Tao heart demonic seed art of the heavenly devil technique. It could sense Xianxia's thoughts at all times. If Xianxia had any bad thoughts about Su Qin would know immediately. By then, Su Qin would not even need to do anything himself. That divine will would just explode and destroy Xianxia's soul. Yes, master. Xianxia said respectfully. After living on a mortal abode island for so many years, she was naturally familiar with the heaven and earth great formation. There was no problem at all for Su Qin to let her operate part of the great formation. Master, apart from true Lord Donghai's body, nothing else in this cave abode can be used. Xianxia looked at the bottles and jars on the ground and said regretfully. With true Lord Donghai's strength, the elixirs that could be left in the cave abode must be extremely rare. It was a pity that these elixirs had all turned into ruins at this moment. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment. Long before he entered this cave abode, Su Qin felt that not many things would be preserved in the cave abode. After all, 10,000 years was too long. Is it not? Xianxia blinked her eyes. Her pretty face was full of confusion. At this moment, when Xianxia learned that Su Qin was not going to kill her, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Even her tone was much lighter. What do you think is the most precious thing in the entire cave abode? Su Qin faintly smiled and said with a profound meaning. What is the most precious thing? Xianxia looked at the bottles and jars, then looked at the divinely fire skill that Su Qin casually threw aside. She did not dare to speak. It's precisely this cave abode. Su Qin could not be bothered with Xianxia. He raised his right hand and pressed down fiercely. In an instant, a section of the cave abode's ground exploded, revealing a dark cave entrance. Within the cave, large amounts of spiritual vigor gathered, forming a spring that was completely condensed. Spiritual vigor was gushing out in all directions slowly. The reason why Immortal Abode Island's vitality and spiritual vigor was so abundant was not only because of the heaven and earth great formation that cut off contact with the outside world to prevent spiritual vigor and vitality from leaking out. Most importantly, this spiritual vigor spring was constantly producing vitality and spiritual vigor to replenish the island's consumption. Otherwise, if Immortal Abode Island's spiritual vigor and vitality was really so little, it would have been depleted by the Qingqiu foxes long ago. How could it still have such abundant vitality and spiritual vigor after 10,000 years? True Lord Donghai found this spiritual vigor spring in the extreme north. Then, after much effort, he moved it to the cave abode. A joyful smile appeared on Su Qin's face. The so-called spiritual vigor spring was formed by a large amount of spiritual vigor. Generally, it could only be born during the peak of the recovery of the vitality tide. Although Su Qin had faintly sensed a huge energy fluctuation under the cave abode when he first entered, he did not know what it was. It was only until Su Qin learned about the spiritual vigor spring from the jade stone that true Lord Donghai left behind. This is? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never thought that there would be another world under the cave abode. Although Xianxia did not know what the spiritual vigor spring in front of her was. But Xianxia only stayed for a while and felt comfortable in her body. Even her cultivation began to improve. This is the real treasure left behind by true Lord Donghai. Su Qin's eyes were slightly fiery. Of course, for Su Qin, apart from the spiritual vigor spring, the chance to sign in the cave abode was equally important. It was even more important than the spiritual vigor spring. Unfortunately, after nearly 10,000 years of consumption, this spiritual vigor spring is about to be exhausted. Su Qin shook his head slightly and sighed softly. If this spiritual vigor spring was still in its heyday, it would probably be able to withstand the consumption of Su Qin's 8th heavenly layer, 9th heavenly layer, or even the earth immortal level. The reason why true Lord Donghai returned here was to rely on this spiritual vigor spring to extend his life. However, the demon god in the depths of the cave world was too terrifying. With just a gaze, and what true Lord Donghai suffered was only a trace of the aftermath of the gaze, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even the spiritual vigor spring could not save him. However, even if it's about to be exhausted, it's enough for me to enter the 8th heavenly layer. Suqin roughly estimated and thought quickly in his heart. Originally, according to his calculations, it would take at least a few years to enter the 8th heavenly layer. But now, with this spiritual vigor spring, this process was greatly shortened. The spiritual vigor spring was not the world's essence Qi. Instead, it was a higher power between heaven and earth. Suqin once grasped all the spiritual vigor within a radius of several miles in Chang'an City with one hand, but it was only the size of a palm. But now, the spiritual vigor spring in front of him, no matter how weak it was still like a real spring, constantly gushing out. It was precisely because of this that Suqin dared to be confident that this spiritual vigor spring was enough to push him to the 8th heavenly layer. You can go out first. Suqin glanced at Xianxia and said. Yes. Xianxia said respectfully and left the cave. After Xianxia left, Suqin sat cross-legged next to the spiritual vigor spring, preparing to begin his seclusion. It just so happens that during my seclusion, I can sign in here and see if I can get another divine Lihua pill. Suqin's mind moved, and a pill burning with hot flames appeared in front of Suqin. I don't know if this divine Lihua pill can completely light up the light spot on the edge of the stone diagram. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. On the Great Sun Stone diagram, in addition to the Great Sun Stone diagram, there were also tens of thousands of light spots. As long as Suqin completely lit up these light spots, he would be able to cultivate the Great Sun Stone diagram and transform into a real three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Suqin looked at the divine Lihua pill. Suddenly, the fist-sized pill that was burning with flames exploded, turning into flames and entering Suqin's body. Just as Suqin began to cultivate in seclusion. Overseas. Outside Xianxia. Several figures were waiting quietly. What is the meaning of this, Mingyu? The sect masters asked us to join forces and go to the battlefield, but he made us wait for more than a year and still hasn't come out. A woman with an icy temperament said coldly. Her name was Shuiyu, and she came from the Snow God Palace. She was the youngest elder of this generation of the Snow God Palace, and was expected to become a sect master in the future. Don't be anxious, fellow Taoist Shuiyu. Fellow Taoist Mingyu is in seclusion. It's fine if we wait a little longer. A man with a long sword on his back said. Wait a little longer? Shuiyu sneered, his time is time, but my time is also time. Suddenly. At this moment. An extremely gloomy shadow instantly appeared from the depths of the Black Origin sect. This dark shadow seemed to be hidden in the void, and it quickly approached Shuiyu and the others. Just as this dark shadow was about 10 meters away, a Taoist in a Taoist robe seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he said this, the others were slightly surprised, and their eyes kept sweeping around. Hee hee. An extremely hoarse voice sounded, I haven't seen you for decades, but the methods of the Dao One sect are still disgusting. As this figure came out, a man in a black robe slowly walked out. Mingyu? Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace's pupils shrank slightly. Although she just showed that she didn't care about Mingyu, in fact, Mingyu of the Xianxia, as one of the legends closest to the sect master level in the overseas martial arts world, had a deterrent force that could be imagined. The sect master has already told me. Mingyu ignored Shuiyu's fear, and looked at the others, and said lightly, however, according to the ancient records of the Xianxia, in the last Vitality Tide recovery era, in the direction of the land of great battle, was the cave of Lord Donghai. Normally, Lord Donghai's cave is covered by a large array, and we can't find it at all. But now that the Vitality Tide has recovered again, and under the great changes of the world, Lord Donghai's cave may be exposed. Therefore, before entering the land of great battle, I must first find Lord Donghai's cave. Mingyu said unhurriedly. Donghai true lord? The elders of the major sects looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. They were all from the major sects, and their legacies were complete. Of course, they knew about Donghai true lord when the last Vitality Tide recovered. Even at the peak of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, Earth Immortals were extremely rare, let alone Donghai true lord, an invincible expert who stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal level. How did the Xianxia know about Donghai true lord's cave abode? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace stared at Mingyu and asked. Donghai True Lord's cave abode must be extremely secretive. Even if someone knew about it, it must be an earth immortal of the same level. As for the Kuragenkyo, if the other major sects overseas had produced earth immortals, then the Kuragenkyo had never produced an earth immortal expert because of their cultivation method. If it weren't for the Kuragenkyo's strange methods and the fact that many of their ancestors were in hibernation, they would have been removed from the major sects long ago. Hee hee. The black-robed Mingyu sneered. Thousands of years ago, the leader of the Kuragenkyo accidentally found a descendant of one of Donghai True Lord's disciples and invited him into the Kuragenkyo. Then, the other party told us everything truthfully. Mingyu didn't mind telling them these things. Donghai True Lord's cave abode was extremely secretive. Even if the Kuragenkyo's method was used, it would only work under certain circumstances. Even if others found the cave abode, they wouldn't be able to enter. The elders of the major sects shivered when they heard this. Although Mingyu said it very casually and invited the descendant of Donghai True Lord into the Kuragenkyo, in fact, with the Kuragenkyo's methods, the other party was probably tortured to the point where he would rather die than tell the secret of Donghai True Lord's cave abode. Aren't the Kuragenkyo afraid of Donghai True Lord's revenge? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace frowned slightly. Revenge? The black-robed Mingyu let out a strange laugh. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Donghai True Lord's body and soul have probably been destroyed. How can he take revenge on the Kuragenkyo? As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Indeed. Even if he was an earth immortal, he was only 1,000-year-old Shoyuan. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the last vitality tide, and Donghai True Lord had naturally passed away long ago. The abode of a peak land immortal. Mingyu, who was dressed in a black robe, couldn't help showing greed in his eyes. Kuragenkyo had no hope of stepping into the realm of earth immortals due to the shackles of their techniques. However, as a peak earth immortal, True Lord Donghai might have a way to solve the shackles of Kuragenkyo's techniques in his cave residence. Even without these, the cave abode of a pinnacle earth immortal was enough to make any legends fight for it. Nowadays, the overseas sect masters needed to oversee their respective sects, and they couldn't leave easily. This was especially true for a notorious sect like Kuragenkyo. That was why the Kuragenkyo Lord had asked Mingyu to try and take the abode of True Lord Donghai. Mingyu was one of the mythical martial artists in the entire overseas martial arts world who was closest to the sect master level. He was good at survival, and even the sect masters might not be able to take him down. He was the most suitable person to take action. Once we enter True Lord Donghai's abode, if you listen to my orders, I might be able to give you some of his treasures. Mingyu glanced at them coldly, and said slowly. This was his ultimate goal for saying so much. No matter what, True Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal. Even after almost 10,000 years, the means he left behind still made Mingyu uneasy. At this time, if the elders of the other great sects made a move, they would have a higher chance of obtaining True Lord Donghai's treasures. Give us some of his treasures. The elders of the great sects looked at each other, and were extremely tempted. As elders of the great sects, they naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. However, True Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal. How could the treasures he left behind be ordinary? In that case, we'll have to trouble you this time, Taoist Mingyu, said the man with a long sword on his back from the 10,000 Swords sect. The others nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with Mingyu's suggestion. Even the arrogant Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace didn't refuse. At their level, they had no other pursuits other than advancing further. True Lord Donghai's cave abode contained the treasures that he had collected throughout his life. Even if it could not help them enter the Earth God Immortal realm, it would be easy for them to become sect master level martial artists. Then let's go now. A smile appeared on Mingyu's face. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the abode. Of course, Suqin didn't know that someone had set their sights on Immortal Abode Island. At this moment, Suqin sat cross-legged in front of the spirit fountain. 8 or 9 burning divine pills floated in front of him. They were the divine Lihua pills. Just as Suqin expected, this abode could indeed be used repeatedly. During this period, Suqin had signed in a total of 52 divine Lihua pills. Unfortunately, it seemed that signing in 52 divine Lihua pills had exhausted the abode's Dao accumulation. After that, Su Qin couldn't sign in here anymore. Crack. Crack. At this time, the 52 divine Lihua pills placed in front of Su Qin exploded, turning into 52 fire dragons and entering Su Qin's body. At the same time, a huge stone diagram appeared behind Su Qin. On the stone diagram, there were thousands of light spots. At this moment, at the edge of the stone diagram, the invisible light spot suddenly lit up by more than half, and then slowly dimmed. 9 killing arrays and more than 50 divine Lihua pills can't fill up a single light spot. Su Qin opened his eyes and sighed softly. At this moment, he once again felt the difficulty of cultivating the Great Sun diagram. With such a huge amount of resources, it was enough to satisfy a group of mythical warriors for hundreds of years, but it couldn't even fill up a single light spot. However, Su Qin thought about it and it was understandable. After all, after cultivating the Great Sun diagram, Su Qin could transform into the legendary three-legged golden crow, the most powerful mythical beast of the fire element, and master all kinds of terrifying divine abilities such as the Great Sun divine fire. If he could really cultivate it so casually, Su Qin would wonder if there was something wrong with it. However, I can feel that the light spot is about to be filled up. As long as there are a few hundred more divine Lihua pills, it will be almost done. Su Qin roughly estimated, his thoughts fluctuating. It seems that in the future, I have to sign in more places with sufficient fire element power, so that the probability of getting divine Lihua pills will be higher. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. After signing in for decades, Su Qin also roughly figured out the rules of signing in. Generally speaking, wherever Su Qin signs in, he will receive corresponding treasures. For example, Su Qin has signed in at the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years, and most of the treasures he received were Buddhist treasures. Of course, nothing is absolute. Su Qin also signed in at the Thousand Buddha Hall of the Shaolin Temple, the Eye of Truth, a divine ability that obviously has nothing to do with Buddhism. However, these are only a minority. If Su Qin really wants to get a large number of divine pills of the fire element, it is more reliable to find a place with sufficient fire element power and enough Dao accumulation to sign in. Forget it. I definitely won't be able to cultivate the Great Sun diagram in a short time. Let's break through to the 8th heavenly layer first. If I delay any longer, the spiritual opportunity of the spiritual opportunity spring will probably be lost again. Su Qin glanced at the spiritual opportunity spring in front of him and made a decision in his heart. The spiritual opportunity spring was being consumed every moment. If he delays any longer, Su Qin will feel distressed. Let's begin. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the spiritual opportunity spring that was originally quietly gushing out suddenly began to vibrate. Countless spring water floated out of thin air and poured into Su Qin's body. Outside the cave. After carefully inspecting the heaven and earth great formation, Xianxia turned her head and looked at the small island in the center of the lake. Is my lord really not from the Golden Crow clan? Xianxia blinked her eyes, full of doubts. During this period, every once in a while, Xianxia would faintly feel a terrifying heat coming from the small island in the center of the lake. It was as if a terrifying sun was being nurtured inside that small island. My lord is really too scary. Xianxia only looked for a while, then hurriedly lowered her head and stood aside respectfully, paying attention to the operation of the heaven and earth great formation. The reason why Su Qin spared her life was to operate the heaven and earth great formation on Immortal Abode Island. If Xianxia couldn't even do such a small thing, when Su Qin comes out of seclusion, her fate could be imagined. Therefore, in order to satisfy Su Qin, Xianxia put almost all her attention on the heaven and earth great formation, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Underground cave world. The sky was dark and oppressive. Master, that's the Cathode City. Mohim walked to Su Qin's side and pointed forward. On top of a huge underground volcano, a magnificent city was quietly standing there. This big city was several times larger than the Demon Cloud City. The city walls were dark and faintly exuded a deep aura. Cathode City is actually built on a volcano? Su Qin's mind moved. He looked at the Cathode City and muttered to himself. Even though Suqin was still dozens of miles away from the cathode city, he could still feel the hot air blowing on his face. "My lord," Mohim immediately explained, "the cathode city lords all cultivated the ultimate in demonic art. If you want to achieve great accomplishment in the demonic art, in addition to collecting purine qi, you also need to be in the ultimate yang environment realm. Only then can there be hope. So that's how it is." Suqin nodded slightly. When he was in the 9th grade martial Dao, he realized the importance of the coexistence of yin and yang. However, for other creatures, the coexistence of yin and yang was not absolute. For example, the divine beast three-legged golden crow was born from the great sun. However, divine beasts like the three-legged golden crow were a minority. Most creatures were born after birth, and it was impossible for them to always specialize in one path. Even an earth immortal like the Eastern Sea's true lord had more than just fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the word sea to appear in the Eastern Sea's Taoist name. The underground volcano is full of fire element power, and the cathode city is a big city in the cave world. There must be a branch of the ancient demon tree with sufficient Dao accumulation. If I sign in again, I'm afraid I can get a lot of divine pills of the fire element. In this way, I can speed up the cultivation of the great sun painting. Suqin's eyes lit up. Dozens of miles away from the cathode city. Suqin's eyes were fiery, and his thoughts were turning quickly. For Suqin, once he cultivates the great sun diagram, he can transform into the strongest mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow. Even if it's just a three-legged golden crow cub, it's enough to suppress a martial Dao powerhouse like an earth immortal. It was a pity that, although there are no bottlenecks in cultivating the great sun diagram, the resources required are like mountains and seas. Of course, once Suqin cultivates the great sun diagram, the qualitative change brought about will be difficult to find in the world. Originally, Suqin was thinking of looking for a place with abundant fire elemental power to sign in, so that he could prepare to cultivate the great sun diagram. As a result, the cathode city appeared. How could he not be happy? "Master." The cathode city lord led many demon kings under his command and died outside the demon cloud city. Now, there shouldn't be any powerhouses in the cathode city, Mohim said cautiously. Got it. Suqin nodded slightly and headed towards the cathode city. Since leaving the demon cloud city, Suqin did not immediately go to the cathode city. Instead, he roughly strolled around the Mahua territory to determine other places where he could sign in. After more than a year, he arrived outside the cathode city. When Mohim saw Suqin leaving, he immediately followed. Soon, Suqin came to the cathode city. Compared to the demon cloud city, the cathode city was much more prosperous. Even if the cathode city lord hasn't returned for a long time, there are still a large number of demons coming in and out every day. 8 demon kings? Suqin opened the eyes of truth and casually glanced around, and he knew the details of the cathode city at this moment. Currently, the entire cathode city has only 8 demon kings, and these 8 demon kings are the kind of demons who have just entered the demon king realm. When Suqin appeared in front of the cathode city, he did not hide his figure. Therefore, soon after, a group of demons rushed out of the cathode city, and then stood in front of Suqin and respectfully said, "We greet the demon cloud city lord." It has been more than a year since Suqin killed the cathode city lord and many demon kings outside the demon cloud city. The news has already spread throughout the Mahua region. Of course, the cathode city has also received the news. Therefore, for the past year or so, the remaining demon kings of cathode city had been worried day and night. They were deeply afraid that Suqin would suddenly come and kill them one by one, just like how he dealt with the cathode city lord. As such, these devil kings had long issued orders to have the devil clansmen keep watch outside the city. Once there was any suspicious figure of Suqin, they were to be informed immediately. "Oh? You know me?" Suqin glanced at the respectful demon kings and said casually. "The city lord's fame has long spread throughout the Amohua territory. Who doesn't know of you?" The leader of the demon kings said respectfully, "We are here to wait for the city lord to take over cathode city." "You're quite tactful." Suqin glanced at the leader of the demon clansmen and walked straight into cathode city. As Suqin entered, the demon kings who came out to greet him breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Su Qin would directly kill them without saying a word. In this way, they wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. Now that Su Qin has spared their lives, as long as they don't court death, there should be no danger. Haha. Mohim glanced at the demon kings of Cathode City, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Next, Mohim and the demon kings quickly followed behind Su Qin. After they completely disappeared. Outside Cathode City, there was a complete uproar. Many demons who came in and out were stunned. It was the first time they saw the demon kings of Cathode City being so humble. Facing Su Qin, these demon kings couldn't wait to kneel down on the spot. Humph. What do you know? That person just now is the city lord of Demon Cloud City, a peerless powerhouse who killed the Cathode City lord. A demon who obviously recognized Su Qin said in a low voice. What? He is the city lord of Demon Cloud City? When the rest of the demons heard this, their pupils shrank, and their faces were full of horror. Although they didn't immediately recognize Su Qin, how could they not have heard of Su Qin's prestige? The Cathode City Lord was one of the strongest powerhouses in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Now that he suddenly fell, it had already caused an uproar. Then what should we do? This city lord won't start a massacre, right? A timid demon couldn't help but ask. What should we do? Another demon sneered, if the Demon Cloud City Master really wants to kill, what can you do? Yes, although the city lord is decisive, he should disdain slaughtering the weak. Otherwise, Demon Cloud City would have long been reduced to a dead city. The third demon nodded and said. However, this time a big shot really came to my Cathode City. The demon who spoke first sighed in a low voice. The rest of the demons were silent, looking in awe. Just when the Cathode City was in an uproar because of the arrival of Su Qin. Su Qin had already arrived at the city lord's hall, and all the demon kings, including Mohim, were waiting outside the city lord's hall. You can all go down. If Master needs anything, I will inform you. Mohim glanced at the many demon kings who were uneasy and said. Yes. The demon kings looked at each other, bowed, and retreated. At this time, deep in the city lord's hall, an ancient tree swayed, and a little bit of demonic light bloomed. It was extremely extraordinary. Compared with the ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City, the ancient tree in the Cathode City had red branches and leaves, and a hot aura slowly filled the air. The branches of the ancient demon tree are so different? Su Qin stood under the ancient tree, with a thoughtful look on his face. The ancient tree in the Cathode City was also a branch of the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world, but for some reason, the state of this ancient tree was like this. Is it because of the volcano underground, or because the real ancient demon tree is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Su Qin touched his chin, his thoughts fluctuating. Forget it. Don't worry about this. Let's just sign in and try it. Su Qin pondered for a moment, and said in his heart, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtained the red flame demon pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Red flame demon pill? Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and found a red pill in the corner. This red flame demon pill was not as good as the Lihua divine pill in terms of aura, but it was not much worse. What made Su Qin more concerned was that the number of sign-ins here should be far more than the Immortal's Cave Mansion on Immortal Abode Island. The ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City was enough for Su Qin to sign in for several years, not to mention that the one in the Cathode City was obviously much bigger than the one in the Demon Cloud City. Not bad, not bad. Maybe my hope of cultivating the Great Sun diagram is here. Su Qin smiled and thought with satisfaction in his heart. From today onwards, I will stay here and sign in all the time. Su Qin made a decision in his heart, and directly informed the Mohim outside with his demonic sense, then sat down cross-legged and fell into cultivation. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the Immortal's Cave Mansion. Su Qin's aura slowly calmed down. I'm finally at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Now I'm ready to break through to the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief and thought quickly in his heart. This time, entering the peak of the 7th heavenly layer consumed nearly 1/10 of the spirit spring. The remaining should be enough for me to enter the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged and thought secretly. This spirit fountain has saved me at least 5 years of hard work. Su Qin nodded slightly. Martial Dao cultivation, especially the cultivation of a legend, was not just about swallowing world's essence qi. World's essence qi was everywhere in the world. Even during the quiet period of the world's essence qi, there was still a lot. But for a truly powerful legend, swallowing world's essence qi could at most make up for the consumption. As for going further, it was impossible to even think about it. If a legend wants to break through, in addition to perceiving the world, the most important thing is the world's essence qi. And essence qi will only appear in large quantities when the world's essence qi tide recovers. The spirit spring is the aggregation of countless essence qi. Even during the peak of the world's essence qi tide, there were not many spirit springs. The East Sea's true monarch was able to get one, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his good luck. Otherwise, even if you have the strength to destroy the world, if you can't find the spirit spring, what can you do? Over the years, I have comprehended many divine arts and secret arts, and experienced the vast world. My accumulation in the realm is already enough. Breaking through is completely a matter of course. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. As the world's essence qi tide recovers, more and more powerhouses will appear, such as the overseas martial Dao world and immortal abode island, a secret place that has existed since the last world's essence qi tide. Although Su Qin was still fearless, he was still worried about accidents. For example, the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch, Xianxia Qingling. It seemed that Su Qin killed him with a punch. But in fact, if the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch was a few thousand times stronger, Su Qin would have a hard time killing him with a punch. Still need to become stronger. If I can reach the height of Buddha, I can directly suppress any evil in the world. Su Qin closed his eyes again, and the aura in his body continued to condense and shrink. The spirit spring turned into countless essence qi and poured into Su Qin's body. At the same time, at the edge of the East Sea, Xianxia's Mingyu and the elders of the overseas exalted sects arrived. According to the news that the Xianxia has received, Lord Donghai's residence is in this region of the sea. The black-robed Mingyu said excitedly. The sea here is so vast. How do we know where Lord Donghai's residence is? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace frowned. The others nodded slightly. Indeed. The East Sea was too big. The Lord's residence must be covered by a heaven and earth array to avoid being scanned by immortal will. Did they have to search the entire East Sea inch by inch? If so, it would take them a few hundred years to search the entire East Sea even with the speed of a legendary martial artist. Don't worry. The black-robed Mingyu glanced at them and said, I have a secret art. As long as we are within a mile of Lord Donghai's residence, we can lock on to its exact location. P.S. We have to prepare for the new year. All authors have to save up 2 chapters a day. We will resume updating on the 4th or 5th of the new year. Last but not least, monthly votes. 1 mile? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the others relaxed a little when they heard this. Although 1 mile was still a drop in the ocean compared to the vast East Sea, it was still much better than searching inch by inch. However, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The heaven and earth array of Lord Donghai's residence should have collapsed. Without the protection of the heaven and earth array, would this residence have been discovered long ago? The Taoist from the Dao One sect thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed slightly. This was indeed a possibility. After all, even the world had changed after 10,000 years, let alone a mere residence of a perfected Lord. As for the heaven and earth array, after such a long time, the so-called heaven and earth array would have been destroyed and couldn't protect the residence. Even an ordinary person could enter the residence and take away the treasures of the perfected Lord. Impossible. The black-robed Mingyu flatly denied. True monarch Donghai once found a spirit essence spring in the extreme north. With true monarch Donghai's array Dao skills and this spirit essence spring, the heaven and earth great array could last until now. As long as the heaven and earth array is still there. Even if it has declined, it's impossible for outsiders to enter. Mingyu said word by word. Spirit Essence Spring? The pupils of Elder Shuayu of the Snow God Palace shrank slightly. As an exalted sect, the Snow God Palace naturally knew what a Spirit Essence Spring was. It was the condensation of the spirit essence of heaven and earth. If an ordinary legend obtained it, he would definitely soar to the sky. Even for an earth immortal, the Spirit Essence Spring was an extremely precious treasure. If it really is a Spirit Essence Spring, I'm afraid that Lord Donghai's residence can indeed survive until now. The old Taoist from the Tao One sect sighed as his expression changed slightly. Taoist Mingyu, if that's the case, why don't you tell us the secret method to search for the residence? If we get the secret method, we can search separately and save time. The man with a long sword from the Wanjian school said. Hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up and they all looked at Mingyu. You want the secret method? Mingyu, who was wearing a black robe, sneered, do you think I will give you the secret method? This mystic technique was the key to finding the Eastern Sea True Monarch's residence. If Mingyu told others about it, and if someone found the cave residence first and used the mystic technique to sneak in, Mingyu wouldn't even have a place to cry. Cough, cough. The man from Wanjian school with a long sword coughed softly and said with a little embarrassment, since you don't want to tell us the secret method, we won't force you. The others' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. In terms of strength, Mingyu was one of the mythical warriors closest to the sect leader in the entire overseas martial arts world. Moreover, he was good at life-saving means. If Mingyu was unwilling to hand over the secret method, they could do nothing about it. The black-robed Mingyu was too lazy to care about the thoughts of the other great sect's elders. The reason why he told them about the cave abode of True Monarch East Sea was that he wanted to use these elders. He wanted the elders of the great sects to test the killing array in True Monarch East Sea's residence and scout the way for him. This was Mingyu's plan. In fact, it was no longer a plan, but an overt conspiracy. Whether it was Elder Shuayu of the Snow God Palace or the man with a long sword from Wanjian school, who didn't know that Mingyu was using them? But so what? They would even consider risking their lives for the cave abode of a peak earth immortal, let alone using it. Now that the Essence Chi tide had begun to recover and the great world was about to begin, they would be caught up by the overlord sooner or later. All right. Let's get started. The black-robed Mingyu's eyes were still cold. He took out a piece of jade and suddenly crushed it. Suddenly, wisps of blood-red light emerged from the jade. What's this? The Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoi sect stared at the blood-red light and was puzzled. This is a bloodline extracted from the descendant of True Monarch East Sea's disciple by the Kuragenkyo. I refined it with a secret Kuragenkyo art. As long as it is within a mile of True Monarch East Sea's residence, it will glow. It was rare for Mingyu to explain. He glanced at everyone and continued, follow me closely. At the same time, on Yingzhou Island, Su Qin's breakthrough had also reached a critical moment. Su Qin sat cross-legged. As he breathed, the spirit spring quickly collapsed and turned into endless spirit chi, which Su Qin swallowed. The consequence of a large amount of spirit chi entering his body was that Su Qin felt as if his body was about to explode as a terrifying energy wave reverberated in his body. If True Monarch East Sea came back to life, he would definitely be dumbfounded when he saw Su Qin using the spirit spring. The spirit spring was a condensation of spirit chi of heaven and earth. Even an expert at the level of an earth immortal would slowly absorb it. However, Su Qin took a breath and the spirit spring was reduced by a section. If not for the fact that Su Qin's body had undergone 5 transformations and was extremely powerful, he would definitely explode and die. Even his divine will would be reduced to ashes under the pressure of the terrifying spirit chi. It's about time. Su Qin's expression was extremely solemn. Although breaking through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven was not a qualitative change like breaking through from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, it was still not to be underestimated. At this level, every breakthrough was a transformation of one's life. Even someone as powerful as Su Qin was extremely cautious and did not dare to ignore it in the slightest. This was because Su Qin knew that any neglect in martial arts cultivation would cause unimaginable hidden dangers. If not for a treasure like the Spirit Spring, Su Qin was prepared to use 5 to 6 years to slowly grind his way up. The next moment, The true essence in Su Qin's body boiled and fused with countless spirit qi as he began to break through the bottleneck of the eighth heaven. Boom! An incomparably terrifying sound that was completely on the spiritual level resounded in Su Qin's ears. Under Su Qin's full impact, the originally impregnable bottleneck of the eighth heaven began to shake and loosen. In a spurt of energy, Su Qin did not stop. Instead, he once again gathered all of his true essence and divine will and continued to break through the bottleneck of the eighth heaven. At this time, the importance of the spirit spring was reflected. If not for the spirit spring, Su Qin could at most break through once, twice, or thrice before his true essence and divine will were exhausted and he would need to recuperate for a period of time. But now, with the spirit spring to replenish his energy, Su Qin could continuously break through. In the following time, Su Qin kept breaking through the bottleneck of the eighth heaven. As long as the spirit spring was not exhausted, Su Qin would not stop. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. The spirit spring that was originally gushing out began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the bottleneck of the eighth heaven began to crack silently. Now's the time. Su Qin's eyes lit up. He immediately devoured the last of the spirit spring. Then, he took out hundreds of divine pills and spiritual liquids and consumed them all. He gathered all of his energy and made the final impact. Buzz. It was as if the entire world had quietened down. The bottleneck of the eighth heaven was gradually broken. Su Qin's aura suddenly began to skyrocket and filled every inch of air in the cave abode. As time passed, Su Qin's aura silently broke through the seal of the cave abode and shrouded the entire immortal abode island. On Immortal Abode Island. What realm has my lord cultivated to? Why do I feel that the vitality and spiritual vigor of the entire Immortal Abode Island is decreasing? Xianxia's face was filled with shock. She had lived on Immortal Abode Island for so many years. Naturally, she knew how much vitality and spiritual vigor there was on the island. If it was just a little less, Xianxia might not have noticed it. But now, it was not just a little less. It was greatly decreasing. The only possibility that Xianxia could think of was Su Qin. Could it be that Master has completely devoured the spirit spring? Xianxia was in disbelief. Although she did not know how precious the spirit spring was, she could vaguely sense how vast the spirit vigor and vitality contained in the spirit spring was just from the moment she came into contact with it. The spirit spring had supplied Immortal Abode Island for nearly 10,000 years. Even if there was not much left in the end, it was still not something that an ordinary legend could devour. Just as Xianxia was in doubt. Rumble. A vast aura rushed out from the small island in the middle of the lake and quickly spread to the entire Immortal Abode Island. Under this aura, Xianxia only felt as if she was facing the endless sky. She did not even have the courage to look directly at it. The next moment. Under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, the vast aura that rushed out from the cave abode began to shake the heaven and earth formation that shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island. Not good. Xianxia was instantly shocked. She quickly began to use the method that Su Qin gave her to slowly operate the heaven and earth formation. However, unfortunately, no matter how Xianxia tried to stop it, the vast aura still blasted a crack in the heaven and earth formation and leaked out a trace of Immortal Abode Island's aura. Xianxia looked up at the sky and muttered to herself, "It's just a trace of aura. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" At this moment, the people of the overseas major sects were quickly searching the East Sea. Daoist Mingyu, the East Sea is too vast. If we continue to search like this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find it even after several years of delay. By then, what should we do about the mission given by the sect masters? The Lao Dao master of the Daoi sect frowned slightly. They had been searching in the East Sea for nearly a month, but to no avail. When the black-robed Mingyu heard this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the wisp of blood floating in front of him. He pondered for a while and said, 1 month. Search for another month. After a month, if there are no clues, we will go to the battlefield and find out the cause of death of our disciples. The others heard this and nodded. The cave abode of a peak Earth Immortal was an unprecedented opportunity, but the premise was that they could find it. Suddenly. At this moment. In front of Mingyu of the Kirigenkyo, the wisp of blood suddenly boiled and rushed in a certain direction. When Mingyu saw this scene, his face changed slightly and then he was overjoyed. Found it, I found the cave abode of the East Sea True Lord. You found perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode? The other elders of the large sects looked at each other in shock. They had been searching in the East Sea for more than a month, and now they had found it? Mingyu seemed to know everyone's doubts and quickly explained, this blood light was made by the Kirigenkyo by extracting the blood of the descendant of perfected Lord Donghai's disciple with a secret technique. As long as you are within 1 mile of the cave abode, you can lock onto it. Also, once the aura of perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode leaks, you can also roughly sense it. Mingyu smiled and continued, originally, when the essence chi recovered, I only guessed that the heaven and earth grand array in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode would leak, but I wasn't sure. But now, it seems that I was right. Mingyu's voice was filled with excitement as he spoke. Since the aura of the cave abode had leaked until now, it meant that it had been in operation before. As long as the heaven and earth grand array set up by a peak earth immortal hadn't been completely destroyed, who could force their way in when the essence chi was still? Therefore, Mingyu judged that the treasures in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode should still be there and hadn't been taken by others. In that case, Taoist Mingyu, what are we waiting for? The man with a long sword from Wanjian school immediately said. No hurry. With the bloodline lock, we can't escape. Mingyu leisurely followed behind the blood-red light while the rest of the elders followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a vast and empty sea. This is it? When Mingyu saw the blood light spinning, he was sure that perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode was nearby. Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace and the other elders looked around and frowned. Why can't I feel the aura of the Grand Array? Humph. Mingyu sneered. Perfected Lord Donghai is a powerful being. With his attainments in Array Dao, how can you sense the Grand Array he set up? That's right. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoi sect nodded slightly. According to our sect's records, perfected Lord Donghai is extremely powerful and is second only to the ultimate overlords. If it weren't for that battle back then, perfected Lord Donghai would have been able to enter the ranks of the ultimate overlords. That battle. Mingyu looked at the old Taoist of the Daoi school with great interest and asked, which side won the war? Compared to other sects overseas that had been passed down since the last essence chi recovery, the Daoi sect's legacy. The Black Origin sect's legacy was much shorter. Even after so many years of collecting information, they only knew that the Great War back then had been extremely fierce. Many of the so-called strongest martial artists, who had surpassed the Earth God Immortal realm, had fallen. Otherwise, even if the essence Chi-Chi-Chi-Chi's overlord Lord. Of course, we won. The old Taoist from the Daoi sect shook his head and said, otherwise, this world would have been occupied by the devil. Race long ago. Would we even have a chance to speak here? At this point, the old Taoist from the Daoi sect paused for a while and sighed, however, although our world repelled the cave world back then, we also paid a terrible price. Especially at the end of the war, we angered a certain demon god from the cave world. The other party opened his eyes from the depths of the cave world and looked at the human world. Under that terrifying gaze, the battlefield collapsed directly. Many of the strongest fell, and some were seriously injured. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoi sect looked emotional. After such a long time, the truth could no longer be restored. Even the great sects could only deduce what had happened from the ancient books in their respective sections. I see. Mingyu's expression turned solemn. Although the Kirigenkyo's illusory devil body was known as the strongest life-saving ability, Mingyu also knew his own limitations. The so-called strongest life-saving ability was only relative. If he really went back to 10,000 years ago, facing the gaze of the devil overlord, even if the Kirigenkyo's grandmaster came back to life, he would definitely be dead. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's break the formation quickly. Mingyu pondered for a while, then grabbed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, a cloud of black gas appeared. Buzz. This cloud of black gas was directly scattered in front of him. In an instant, a hazy heaven and earth formation emerged, revealing itself under the sprinkling of the black gas. It's really here? Mingyu looked delighted. The heaven and earth formation set up by Lord Donghai was indeed hidden enough. Even in front of them, they couldn't sense it at all. But just because they couldn't sense it didn't mean it didn't exist. Mingyu only needed to confirm that it was here through the blood light. Such a vast heaven and earth great formation, compared to the mountain protection great formation of our sects, isn't it? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi sect nodded slightly and whispered in amazement. What should we do now? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace asked directly. You guys stand in these positions, then attack the formation with all your might. Mingyu had no intention of concealing the truth. He said, these places are the blind spots of the heaven-earth formation. With our strength, if we attack with all our strength, we can break the formation in at most an hour. Mingyu glanced at everyone. This was the most valuable information he had obtained from the descendants of Lord Donghai's disciple in the Kiragenkyo. Except for Lord Donghai's closest disciples, how could anyone else know the blind spots of the formation set up by Lord Donghai? That's good. The man with a long sword in Wanjian school heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to break the heaven and earth formation set up by a peak earth immortal, it would be like ants trying to shake the sky. They might even be seriously injured by the power of the formation. However, now, nearly 10,000 years had passed, and the power of the formation had begun to decline rapidly. In addition, Mingyu had told him about several blind spots in this heaven-earth formation. It was really possible to break this heaven-earth formation in an hour. Let's start now. Mingyu stood in a certain position with a solemn face, raised his right hand and attacked a certain spot of the heaven and earth formation. The other elders of the major sects looked at each other and made up their minds. Suddenly, the elders of the major sects attacked together. In a flash, the heaven and earth formation covering Yingzhou Island let out a bright light. At the same time, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, silently circulating the cultivation method of the demon race in her body. Someone is breaking the formation? Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, there were faint ripples in the sky, like a stone falling into the water. Xianxia saw a few people attacking the heaven and earth formation. It's not even 1% as powerful as when Master broke the formation. Xianxia shook her head. When Su Qin was outside Yingzhou Island, he almost split the entire island in half with the Fiend God's blade. The power caused by that was more than earth-shattering. However, the humans who broke the formation aren't weak. If I capture them alive, I might be able to make Master happy. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know how to show her usefulness in front of Su Qin, but then a few people came out. Just as Xianxia was about to take down Mingyu and the other elders with the power of the formation, her face suddenly changed. No. How did these people know about the blind spots of the formation? Xianxia was in disbelief. The heaven and earth formation of Yingzhou Island was personally set up by true Lord Donghai. Other than those close to true Lord Donghai, it was impossible for outsiders to know about the blind spots of the formation. This was because the blind spots of the formation were equivalent to the formation's flaws. As long as they grasped the blind spots, breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Even with Xianxia presiding over the formation, it could only be delayed for a while. They would have to break the formation sooner or later. These people must have come prepared. Xianxia's expression was solemn. She turned around and walked toward the island in the center of the lake without hesitation. I should inform Master about this as soon as possible. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he told Xianxia that she could look for him if there was anything she couldn't solve. However, for Xianxia, this was something she couldn't solve. Inside the cave abode in the center of the lake, Su Qin opened his eyes leisurely. Currently, his aura had been retracted, and he looked like an ordinary person. However, only Su Qin knew how terrifying the power contained in his body was. I've finally entered the 8th heaven. Su Qin sighed, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. During this trip to the East Sea, not only did he obtain the 12 divine beasts diagram, the strongest divine art that was second only to the Buddha's palm, but his strength had also increased by a level. How could Su Qin not be happy? Currently, Su Qin was only a step away from the 9th heaven. Once he entered the ninth heaven, he could prepare to condense his primordial spirit and break through to the earth immortal realm. It's a pity for this spiritual fountain. Suqin lowered his head and glanced at it. He saw that the spiritual fountain that was originally gushing out had completely withered. The spiritual vigor of heaven and earth that was gushing out was now left with only a few strands. If I wait for thousands of years and experience the peak period of the recovery of the vitality tide, this spiritual fountain might be able to recover again. Suqin stroked his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. The reason why the spiritual fountain was called the fountain was because it was like a real fountain that could continuously spurt out spring water. As long as the fountain was continuous, there would be a day when it would recover. At most, it was a matter of time. I can move this withered fountain to Chang'an City and use the heaven and earth array to nurture it. Maybe it will recover faster? Suqin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. Back then, the Lord of the East Sea found this spiritual fountain in the extreme north and moved it here. Now, Suqin could naturally bring the spiritual fountain back to Chang'an City. Just as Suqin was thinking slowly, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Suqin raised his eyebrows. Come in. Suqin moved his mind and the black stone door of the cave residence slowly opened. Lord, bad news. Someone broke in? Xianxian walked quickly into the cave residence and stood in front of Suqin respectfully and said anxiously. Someone broke in? Suqin was slightly surprised. He looked at the sky and started to cover the surroundings with his powerful divine will. Outside Immortal Abode Island, Mingyu of Xianxia was overjoyed. The formation is about to break. They were all elder-level figures of the overseas exalted sects and were second only to the sect masters. Regardless of whether it was their methods or abilities, they were extremely extraordinary. At this moment, as they joined forces, the heaven-earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island suddenly showed signs of breaking. Rip! The hazy heaven and earth formation cracked. Mingyu of Xianxia and the others saw this and immediately escaped into Immortal Abode Island through the crack. We're finally in. This heaven and earth formation is too terrifying. If we didn't know the blind spots, we would have been suppressed by the formation. The man from Wanjian School with a long sword on his back said with a face full of fear. The rest of the group also had palpitations on their faces. They had experienced the vast power of the formation just now and were even more in awe of Lord Donghai 10,000 years ago. What kind of person was he that the formation he left behind was still so terrifying after such a long time? Humph. If I wasn't alone, even if I knew the blind spots of the formation, I wouldn't have been able to break it. How could I have let you in and share the treasure with me? Mingyu of Xianxia glanced coldly at the crowd. Xianxia disciples had always been selfish, let alone him. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, Mingyu wouldn't have told the others about the secret of this cave abode. What a pity. Mingyu of Xianxia looked at the gradually fading blood light in front of him and felt a little heartache. This blood light was refined from the blood of the descendant of Lord Donghai's disciple of Xianxia. Once used, no matter what the result was, it would dissipate and disappear from the world. Fortunately, we found Lord Donghai's cave abode. This secret bloodline treasure has done its job. Even if it doesn't dissipate, it won't be used in the future. Mingyu of Xianxia thought to himself. At this moment, the few of them looked at Immortal Abode Island at the same time. The essence chi and spiritual vigor of this island are far better than the outside world. Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace looked thoughtful. Although Suqin had almost completely devoured the spiritual vigor spring and Immortal Abode Island had lost its source of essence chi and spiritual vigor, the essence chi and spiritual vigor that existed on the island wouldn't dissipate instantly but slowly decreased. Not bad. The environment here is comparable to some of the secret realms overseas. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoi school nodded slightly in agreement. Alright, let's cut the crap. Let's go to the center of the island. East Sea True Monarch's cave abode is right there. Remember, there should be a killing formation hidden beside the cave abode. Be careful and don't trigger it. If that happens, I won't be able to save you. Xianxia Mingyu warned. If the heaven and earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island was said to have a slim chance of survival, then the so-called killing formation would have no chance of survival. Got it. The other elders of the great sects nodded. The so-called killing formation was purely for killing. With true Lord Donghai's attainments in the Tao of formations, the killing formation that he set up would definitely be terrifying. Next, the few of them headed straight for the depths of Immortal Abode Island. Everyone was a legend, and they could control their chi to fly in the air. Immediately, they turned into several rays of light and shot away. Eh? Suddenly, Kirajenkyo Mingyu stopped, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. The man carrying a long sword on his back from Wanjian School asked, "Brother Mingyu, why did you stop?" "Something's wrong." Kirajenkyo Mingyu's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. According to my understanding of the Kirajenkyo, this island is called Immortal Abode Island, and it's the dojo of East Sea True Monarch. The island is full of essence chi and spiritual vigor. Logically speaking, there should be living beings on this island. But now, we haven't seen any living beings on our way here. Kirajenkyo Mingyu frowned and said. The living beings he mentioned weren't just referring to the human race. Now that you mention it, I also feel it. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoi school said, I just checked with a secret technique and confirmed that there was the aura of living beings on this island not long ago. But now, the Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoi school didn't continue. There were living beings, but they didn't find them. There was obviously something wrong. Humph. After a while, Kirajenkyo Mingyu sneered. Sneaky. If there were living beings on this island that could easily suppress us, they would have done it when we broke the array. Why would they wait until now? Kirajenkyo Mingyu turned into a jet of black light again and darted toward the depths of Immortal Abode Island. When the others heard this, they looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed. At this point, the cave abode of the true monarch was right in front of them, and they almost saw the hope of breaking through. No one would be willing to retreat at this time. Besides, just as Mingyu said, if there were living beings that were far more powerful than them on the island, how could they be allowed to break in? Soon, they came to the lake in the depths of Immortal Abode Island. Is that it? Kirajenkyo Mingyu stared at the small island in the middle of the lake excitedly. At this time, the other elders of the major sects also rushed over and followed Mingyu's gaze to the small island in the middle of the lake. Is this the cave abode of the true monarch? Even the cold elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace had a burning gaze at this moment. Who wouldn't be excited when the cave abode of a peak earth immortal was right in front of them? Let me tell you, this lake is a killing array set up by the true monarch of the East Sea himself. No living being can cross it, let alone enter the small island in the middle of the lake. The Black Origin Sect's Mingyu had just finished speaking. Boom! A roar suddenly came from the small island in the middle of the lake. A black stone door slowly opened, and a slender man with calm eyes walked out from within. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the man with a long sword from the 10,000 Swords sect, whose face turned pale. East Sea. True monarch of the East Sea? The man with a long sword said these 4 words in an almost groaning tone. The others were all shocked. According to Kirajenkyo Mingyu, the lake was a killing array set up by the true monarch of the East Sea, and no one could cross it. At this time, the cave abode of the true monarch suddenly opened and a man walked out. Everyone would think that this man was the true monarch of the East Sea. It's been almost 10,000 years. Even 10 true monarchs of the East Sea would have died of old age. Kirajenkyo Mingyu was the first to react. He stared at Su Qin and said coldly, "Who are you?" Elder Shuiyu and the others of the Snow God Palace also reacted. Indeed. No matter how powerful the true monarch of the East Sea was, he couldn't have lived to this age. Even the overlords who had surpassed the Earth immortal state would have died of old age after 10,000 years, let alone the true monarch of the East Sea. Who am I? Su Qin didn't bother to answer this question. He had just entered the 8th heavenly level and was in a good mood. He only felt that the whole world had become clearer. The understanding that he didn't understand at first was now completely understood, as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was clear. Not talking? Dark Origin Sect's Mingyu's expression flickered. His rationality told him that he should leave now. Even if the man in front of him wasn't the true monarch of the East Sea, he was obviously unfathomable since he could quietly cross the heaven and earth array outside and enter the cave abode. But he really couldn't accept it. Ever since the Xianxia caught the disciple and descendant of the true monarch of the East Sea, they had been waiting for this day, waiting for the environment to change and for the true monarch's cave abode to reveal its aura. In the end, all of this had happened, but someone had beaten them to it before the Xianxia. My lord, it's them. They broke in here and knew the blind spots of the heaven and earth array outside. They must have been prepared. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded from beside Su Qin. Xianxia whispered to Su Qin. Demon clan? Xianxia Mingyu glanced at Xianxia, and his heart skipped a beat. In the overseas martial arts world, the demon clan was not a secret. However, in the war with the cave world 10,000 years ago, the demon clan's losses were far greater than the human clans, and their lineage was almost cut off. If it weren't for the fact that some of the demon clan's lineage came from their bloodline, they would have gone extinct long ago. The killing formation in the lake should have collapsed. Xianxia Mingyu sensed it with a secret method, and his face suddenly eased a little. If the killing formation in the lake was still there, and Su Qin broke through true monarch of the East Sea's killing formation and entered the cave abode, Mingyu would immediately turn around and leave without saying a word. Breaking through the heaven and earth array outside and breaking through the killing formation set up by true monarch of the East Sea were two completely different concepts. For ordinary mythical martial artists who were good at formations, even if they did not know the blind spots of the heaven and earth array outside, as long as they spent decades studying it day and night, and no one was controlling the formation, there was still hope to break it. But the killing formation. Breaking through the killing formation represented absolute strength. Even if 10,000 years had passed, the killing formation set up by true monarch of the East Sea was not something that anyone could break through. Those who could break through the killing formation, even if they were not Earth immortal powerhouses, were probably not far from it. But now, Mingyu clearly felt that the killing formation had collapsed. In this way, Su Qin's strength might not be as terrifying as they thought. You must have gained a lot from entering true monarch of the East Sea's cave abode, right? Xianxia Mingyu suddenly said. As he said this, his eyes hinted at the elders of the major sects next to him. Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu nodded slightly and moved silently. Together with the man with a long sword from Wanjian School, they vaguely surrounded Su Qin. The Lao Dao from the Daoi sect hesitated for a while and did not act rashly. Compared to the others, the Daoi sect had the richest foundation and had produced more than one Earth immortal. Therefore, although the Lao Dao was eager to enter true monarch of the East Sea's cave abode, it was far less important than the others. At least, it was not worth risking his life for. You've obtained true monarch of the East Sea's treasures. Why don't you give some to us? Xianxia Mingyu stared at Su Qin and said. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. With their combined strength, even if they were to face a sect master level powerhouse from overseas, they would still be able to take a few blows. Xianxia Mingyu was afraid of Su Qin, but for the treasures left behind by true monarch of the East Sea, he was willing to take some risks. Anyway, Mingyu believed that his life-saving ability was unparalleled overseas. Even if Su Qin's strength had reached the sect master level, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. You humans are really shameless. Before Su Qin could say anything, Xianxia was so angry that she laughed. Su Qin was the first to arrive at Immortal Abode Island. Whether it was the heaven and earth formation outside or the killing formation in the lake, Su Qin was the one who broke them. Yet, Mingyu and the others came over and demanded that Su Qin hand over the treasures. You're just a little demon who has just entered the myth realm. The Xianxia Mingyu glanced at Xianxia and suddenly shouted, if you don't attack now, when will you? Mingyu had just finished speaking. Not far away, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man with a long sword from Wanjian School suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. Boom! Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace made the first move. She seemed to have transformed into a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Terrifying cold air spread wildly in all directions with her as the center. Extreme cold world. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace enunciated each word clearly. With each word she uttered, the temperature around her plummeted. By the time she uttered the last word, earth, ice crystals were already spreading around her. It's so cold. Xianxia shivered. She felt the temperature around her continue to drop. It's still warmer around you, Lord. Xianxia instinctively moved closer to Su Qin. From the beginning to the end, no matter how the cold air released by Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace spread, the area within 30 feet of Su Qin was as warm as spring. It was as if it was another world. The Snow God Palace's extreme cold world lives up to its name. The Lao Dao master from the Daoyi school who had retreated a long time ago clicked his tongue in wonder. Hundreds of years ago, the previous master of the Snow God Palace had used this move to turn an island with hundreds of thousands of living beings into a world of ice crystals. His name shook the overseas martial arts world. The power displayed by Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace was far inferior to the previous master of the Snow God Palace, but it was not something an ordinary myth realm martial artist could resist. 10,000 swords as one. The man from Wanjian school with a long sword on his back sighed softly and slowly pulled out the long sword on his back. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword chi rose and instantly covered a radius of dozens of meters around him. It vaguely converged into a huge sword more than 10 meters long and slashed towards Su Qin from afar. Wanjian school has always been good at killing. It's said that once the divine sword is drawn, it can kill all living things. And the 10,000 swords in one brings the sharpness to the extreme. Even a mountain will be cut in two under this sword. The Lao Dao scholar from the Daoyi school commented. At this moment, he no longer wanted to interrupt the fight for true monarch East Sea's treasure. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere. And Mingyu? The Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi school narrowed their eyes and looked at the black-robed Mingyu, who seemed to have disappeared from the world. Decades ago, Mingyu was already known as the mythical warrior who was closest to the leader level overseas. Now, decades had passed, and Mingyu's strength was only higher. Even if he had not really entered the leader level, he was afraid that he was only a little bit away. Buzz. Mingyu was still standing there, motionless, but when his figure split, a black shadow leaped towards Su Qin. This black shadow was silent and didn't even have the slightest aura. If the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi school hadn't been paying attention to Mingyu, they probably wouldn't have thought that the other party had already made a move. That black shadow? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi school felt his scalp go numb, and his face was as grave as water. When watching the Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu and the man with the long sword from Wanjian school, the Lao Dao cultivator could still calmly comment, because although the killing moves of these two people were terrifying, they couldn't threaten him. However, at this moment, when he saw the black shadow released by Mingyu, the Lao Dao cultivator felt a sense of life and death crisis from the depths of his heart. What kind of strange killing move have these Kuragenkyo lunatics created this time? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi school cursed in his heart. He looked at Su Qin and thought to himself, under the joint attack of the three people, especially Mingyu's killing move, unless this person is a real master, he can't even escape. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi school shook his head slightly. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man from Wanjian school were fine, but Mingyu. In all fairness, the Lao Dao cultivator had a vague feeling that Mingyu was already half a step into the master level, and victory was in his hands. Otherwise, he would never dare to be so impulsive and attack Su Qin without hesitation. At this moment, in the face of the spreading ice crystals, the sharp sword chi, and the strange and deep black shadow, Su Qin still stood still, as if he didn't notice the earth-shattering attack that was about to come. Stupid. Seeing this scene, a mocking look appeared on Mingyu's face. At first, he was extremely afraid of Su Qin, but now, it seemed that the other party was just lucky enough to enter the perfected cultivator's residence. It should be known that in a fight, it was extremely important to strike first. Su Qin was simply stupid to let them join forces. However, the next moment, Mingyu's face froze. Under Mingyu's shocked gaze, whether it was the Snow God Temple Elder Shuiyu's world of extreme cold, or the 10,000 swords sex man's 10,000 swords as one, or even the black shadow he shot out, they all dissipated when they came within 30 feet of Su Qin. It was as if this 30 feet area was a forbidden zone of the martial Tao, where all evils could not break through and all methods could not invade. This is The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoi school who was watching the battle in the distance was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He had expected that Su Qin would have to use all his strength and energy to block the joint attack of the three of them. But now, Su Qin stood there without moving, and he'd casually made Ming Yu's group of three return without accomplishing anything. It was simply shocking. How strong is this person? The sword-bearing man from the Myriad Swords sect shuddered inwardly. He had used all of his strength to activate the Myriad Swords sect's killer move. Even a true powerhouse at the level of a sect leader would have to move their hands to block it. But what about Su Qin? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace was also shocked. She didn't expect Su Qin's strength to be so terrifying that the Snow God Palace's killing move, the Cold World, didn't affect him at all. Thinking of this, Shuiyu suddenly felt like retreating. She certainly wanted the treasures of perfected cultivator Dong Hai, but only if she could survive. Now, Su Qin's strength had obviously exceeded the limit of what she could bear. Continue. Xianxia Mingyu's expression was cold as he quickly said, "This person should be in a state of epiphany. This is the best chance for us to kill him. Otherwise, if we wait for him to wake up from his state of epiphany, none of us will be able to escape." Xianxia Mingyu's tone had a rare hint of urgency. Based on the scene just now, Mingyu judged that Su Qin's strength was at least at the peak of the sect master level. There weren't many of such experts in the entire overseas. If Su Qin recovered, they would be hunted down by a peak sect master. At that time even Mingyu, who was confident in his life-saving means, would be in trouble. Although Mingyu was not afraid of ordinary sect masters, a peak sect master level expert could easily crush him. Epiphany. Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu looked hesitant. Mingyu was right. It was too late for them to stop now. Since they had already attacked just now, they were completely against Su Qin. If they ran now, they would give Su Qin a chance to kill them one by one. Only by taking advantage of Su Qin's epiphany and attacking with all their might and killing him would they have a chance to survive. Mythical martial artists' divine sense was powerful, and their thoughts were fast. In almost an instant, Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu and the man with the sword on his back from Wanjian School realized what they should do. Extreme Cold Field. Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, her long black hair began to turn gray. At the same time, the cold air around her suddenly skyrocketed. Extreme Cold Field. Some ancestor of Snow God Palace imitated the miniature field condensed by a peak mythical martial artist and created an ultimate technique. In the distance, the Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi school muttered to himself. Of course, compared with the real miniature field, the so-called extreme cold field was nothing at all. But it had to be said that the extreme cold field did have 1/10,000th of the power of the real miniature field. Although it could not cut off a mythical martial artist's connection with heaven and earth, it could barely suppress and restrict other mythical martial artists. Hardsword returns to origin. The man with the sword on his back from Wanjian School gritted his teeth and stabbed the sword into his heart meridian. Suddenly, an illusory sword will began to gather. He's going all out. He's really going all out. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi School swallowed. Wanjian School's heartsword art was used. Every time it was used, one's cultivation would regress by at least 60 years. If it was not for the fact that there was no way out, no Wanjian School disciple would be willing to use this move. Netherworld Illusion, Cycle of Life and Death. Xianxia cultivator Mingyu took 7 steps in a row. With each step, his aura skyrocketed. When he finished the 7 steps, Mingyu had stepped into a new realm. Sect leader. Mingyu has become the sect leader? The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi school was stunned on the spot. At this moment, although the aura of Xianxia cultivator Mingyu was still weaker than the real Zhang Jiao, it was obviously much stronger than theirs. Go to hell. Mingyu's aura was monstrous. His figure was constantly switching between illusory and real. He threw a punch at Su Qin. Now, Lao Dao, let's get out of here first. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi school began to retreat rapidly, fleeing out of Yingzhou Island. I'm afraid that young man is in danger now. The Lao Dao cultivator of Daoi school thought quickly. After fleeing several miles away, he turned his head and glanced at the battlefield. However, this glance gave the Lao Dao cultivator an unforgettable scene. Su Qin, who seemed to be immersed in some kind of state, frowned slightly and looked at Mingyu and the other two impatiently. Noisy. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread out. Under this invisible wave, Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood again, flew backward, and smashed hard on the ground. The long sword in the hand of the man carrying a sword on his back from Wanjian School was directly shattered, and his aura suddenly faded. Only Mingyu's figure completely turned illusory at the last moment, dodging part of the attack. But even so, Mingyu's aura was weak. He took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. What? The Lao Dao cultivator's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. P.S. It's too late. Finally, I wish my readers a happy new year. How can he be so powerful? The old Taoist from the Dao One sect was shocked to the core. He had already overestimated Su Qin and guessed that Su Qin should be an overlord who stood at the peak of the sect master level. But even a peak sect master couldn't defeat Mingyu and the other two elders of the Kuragenkyo in an instant. He would at least have to exchange a few moves. In the eyes of the Lao Dao cultivator, Su Qin didn't even need to fight with Mingyu and the others. He only needed to stall them for a while and wait for them to weaken. Then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. However, the Lao Dao cultivator didn't expect that Mingyu and the other two disciples of the major sects were like paper in front of Su Qin. Even if they used all their forbidden arts, they were still easily defeated. It was simply shocking. If he's so powerful, why didn't he do anything just now? Why did he just watch us break the array and enter the island? The Lao Dao cultivator's hands and feet were cold and there was a trace of confusion in his heart. It was because nothing happened when they broke the array that he made up his mind to come in. The Lao Dao cultivator didn't know that Su Qin had been in seclusion and his immortal will had been restrained in his body. After Xianxia told him that someone had broken in, Su Qin released his immortal will. After knowing that they were the intruders, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he carefully experienced the details of the 8th heavenly level. For Su Qin, whether it was Mingyu or the others of the Kuragenkyo, they were all like ants that he could crush at any time. How could they compare to the enlightenment after the breakthrough? Of course. This was also because Mingyu and the others were too weak. Otherwise, if a group of 7th, 8th or 9th heavenly level legends came to his door, Su Qin wouldn't be so careless. I wanted to let you live a little longer. Su Qin looked at Mingyu and the others calmly. In fact, except for Mingyu, who was barely standing, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man with a sword in Wanjian School were already lying on the ground, seriously injured and dying. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying. You should have already surpassed the sect master level. Kuragenkyo Mingyu calmed himself down. The closer it was to life and death, the calmer he became. Mingyu knew that this was the only way to seize a chance of survival. I'm from the overseas Kuragenkyo. You must have heard of it, Mingyu racked his brains and said quickly. As long as your Excellency spares my life, I, the Kuragenkyo, promise to follow your Excellency's orders in the future. Cold sweat broke out on Mingyu's forehead. He was very clear that to an expert like Su Qin, the so-called threat was completely useless. Instead, it would only infuriate him. The Kuragenkyo had many ancestors who had surpassed the sect leader, but so what? The vitality of these old ancestors had long declined, and their lifespan was nearing its end. Unless Black Source sect encountered a great calamity, it was impossible for them to awaken, let alone threaten Su Qin. Promise? Are you worthy of making a promise to me? Su Qin chuckled. With a thought, the void within a radius of 10,000 feet began to condense as if it had turned into a cage. Crack. Crack. Within this range, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man from the Wanjian School instantly turned into dust and vanished. Even their divine senses could not escape. Aha! You forced me to do this. When Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo saw this scene, he immediately knew that Su Qin had no intention of letting him go. He immediately roared in anger. Countless black devil chi appeared on the surface of Mingyu's body. This devil chi continued to penetrate into his body, rapidly transforming his physical body. Then, Mingyu's physical body gradually began to fade, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. At this moment, although Mingyu was standing there in a black robe, no one could perceive his existence. If Mingyu was still constantly switching between reality and illusion before, then now, he was completely turning into an illusion. The final forbidden technique of the Kuragenkyo illusory devil body is to sacrifice the physical body to the illusion, and then completely abandon the physical body, sinking into the illusion for eternity. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the Lao Dao from the Daoi school in the distance when he saw this scene. The illusory devil body of the Kuragenkyo could allow one to switch between reality and illusion, achieving the effect of avoiding most attacks in the world. It could be said that a Kuragenkyo disciple who had mastered the illusory devil body was extremely difficult to kill, especially someone like Mingyu, who had cultivated the illusory devil body to the realm of great success. Even a master-level powerhouse might not be able to do anything to him. Of course, no matter how strange the illusory devil body was, after all, it was based on reality. No matter how the Kuragenkyo disciple turned into the illusion, he still retained a trace of reality. This way, he could turn from illusion to reality again. But now, Mingyu had abandoned the last trace of reality. After today, even if Mingyu survived, it would be impossible for him to have a complete physical body, qi, and blood. Even his divine sense would be integrated with the illusory. His strength would stagnate, and even his thoughts would sink into the illusory forever. It could be said that some of the disciples of the Black Source sect would rather die in battle than live such a life that was neither human nor ghost. Of course, Mingyu chose to completely turn into the illusion, and he had to pay an unprecedented price. But at the same time, Mingyu in this state would ignore almost all attacks in the world. Unless it was a peerless powerhouse who had condensed a miniature domain and stood at the top of the legends, even if a group of ancestors woke up, they would not be able to do anything to Mingyu. Even Mingyu was forced to do this to save his life. What should I do? The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoi sect sighed softly. Although he was far away from Suqin, he was still on Yingzhou Island. The heaven and earth formation outside had shrouded him again, and it was impossible for him to leave easily. Brother Mingyu is very courageous. The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoi sect shook his head slightly. In his opinion, Mingyu's life should be saved at this moment. No matter how strong Suqin was, he could not do anything to Mingyu, who was in a completely illusory state. Ha 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 ha. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, come and kill me quickly. The Kuragenkyo disciple Mingyu roared at Suqin almost crazily. He had abandoned reality and turned to the illusion. He would sink into the illusion for the rest of his life. All of this was forced by Suqin. Therefore, even if Suqin's strength had surpassed the sect leader's level and reached the level that only the ancestors of various sects could reach, Mingyu was not afraid at all. No matter how strong Suqin was, what could he do? As long as he did not condense the micro-domain, he could not do anything to him. He could only watch him turn into a bar. As for condensing the micro-domain? Although as long as he reached the seventh heaven, he would have the hope of condensing the micro-domain. But hope was just hope. In fact, only a ninth heaven peak legend could do this. Therefore, Mingyu was completely unscrupulous now. At this moment, Mingyu suddenly noticed Xianxia next to Suqin. At this moment, this little demon of the Fox clan was looking at him with pity. Pity? Mingyu was slightly stunned and did not react for a long time. However, before Mingyu could figure out the reason for Xianxia's pity, a calm and cold voice sounded in his ear. As you wish. What? Mingyu suddenly felt a sense of danger and subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, he had completely transformed into an illusory state, and his speed naturally soared by countless times. He could escape hundreds of miles away with a single thought. However, at this moment, Mingyu suddenly felt that the void around him suddenly became as hard as iron, firmly imprisoning him in place. How is this possible? I have completely transformed into an illusory state. How can I be trapped in place? Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he looked at Suqin with despair on his face. A domain? You condensed a domain? In this world, except for the domain that controlled everything, Mingyu could not think of any other means that could trap him at this moment. The next moment, A terrifying pressure descended upon them. Under this pressure, even though Mingyu had completely transformed into an illusory state, his body collapsed inch by inch. In an instant, he completely disappeared from the world. Illusory? A trace of contempt flashed across Su Qin's face. The so-called illusory state was only relatively speaking. Even if Su Qin did not use the domain, he had dozens of other means to deal with Mingyu. It was just that the domain was the simplest and most effective one. For example, the most powerful divine skill of the Shaolin Temple, the Buddha's palm, the 9 notes of the demon path, the true fire of the 3-legged golden crow, and so on. However, this transformation from reality to illusory has something to do with the demon path. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. The demon path he spoke of was, of course, not the demon path of the demon sect, but the demon race of the underground cave world. My lord's divine power is unparalleled. Xianxia beside him said respectfully. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he was able to kill the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch, Qingling, with one punch, and cut off the heaven and earth formation of Immortal Abode Island with a flip of his palm. Mingyu's state just now was indeed strange, but it would be a joke to say that it could stump Su Qin. This is? In the distance, the Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect looked at Su Qin in disbelief. He just saw with his own eyes that Mingyu, who was roaring, instantly turned into nothingness. It's your turn. Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect, and his mind moved. Suddenly, the Lao Dao master felt the world change, and when he saw his surroundings clearly, he was already standing in front of Su Qin. The art of teleportation. I should have known it was a domain. The Lao Dao master's face was pale. He was still in shock about what happened to Mingyu, but now it seemed that the other party had already died. The most incomprehensible part of the Kuragenkyo's illusory devil body was that it could switch between reality and illusion, but whether it was reality or illusion, it relied on the current world. However, the power of the domain completely replaced the world, and the illusory devil body was entrusted to the world, which was equivalent to being entrusted to the domain. The end result was obvious. It could be said that the power of the domain completely restrained the Kuragenkyo's illusory devil body. Greetings, Senior. The Lao Dao master's mind turned quickly, and he said respectfully, no matter what Senior wants to know, I will tell you everything I know. The Lao Dao master knew very well that if Su Qin really condensed the domain, it would only take a thought to kill him. Within the domain, Su Qin was the only master. There was only one reason why he was still alive, and that was that Su Qin didn't want to kill him for the time being. End of chapter 222. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.